Chapter 650, Leave Quickly. Chapter 650, Leave Quickly. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Deep in the tenebrous fiend abyss. The fiend ancestor's destruction body sat cross-legged as he looked at patriarch mental demon's manifestation before him. Fiend ancestor. Patriarch mental demon's manifestation said reverently, I'm currently investigating in the Huifeng Great World and have discovered a swordsman named Daoist Feng. On the surface, he has the strength of a sky immortal, but when my avatar went close to spy on him, I was unable to find out anything about him. You weren't able to see through him? Fiend ancestor's eyes lit up. Patriarch mental demon continued, yes. I couldn't see through him. In the three realms, there are few people I cannot see through. As you mentioned before, the Huifeng Great World only has one perfected Great Tao existence in it, the Lord of the Huifeng Great World. He lives in East Xiao Fiend Mountain, so it's impossible for Daoist Feng to be him. And to be beneath a perfected Great Tao, I'm actually unable to see through a sky immortal. I'm 90% sure that Daoist Feng is Qin Yun. The other 10% chance is that he is simply a sky immortal who happened to obtain a connate numinous treasure that is good at hiding from the heavenly secrets, Patriarch mental demon said. Fiend ancestor laughed. You are too careful. It would have been fine if a sky immortal chanced upon a connate numinous treasure, but to get one that can hide from the heavenly secrets and prevent you from seeing through them? The number of connate numinous treasures that can do so is pathetic. Most of them were personally refined by heavenly Tao realm existences. Even if they bestowed it to someone, it would not be given to an ordinary sky immortal. From my point of view, Daoist Feng is 99% Qin Yun. Fiend ancestor's eyes burned. These are all guesses. If we don't take action, there's no way to determine if he is Qin Yun, said Patriarch mental demon. At this point, they needed to take action to verify. Do you have other suspected targets? Asked Fiend Ancestor. No, said Patriarch mental demon. There were some suspected candidates according to the intelligence, but when my avatar spied on them nearby, I could see through their strength immediately. They had no secrets before me, so they were rejected. The only suspicion is this Daoist Feng. I can't see through him. Then commence. Fiend ancestor looked into the distance. Brother spirit devouring. Hua! A figure materialized. He was tall and thin, with long blood-colored brows. His eyes were astoundingly sharp and he was draped in an ordinary red robe. Brother spirit devouring. Patriarch mental demon also bowed respectfully. Mental demon. Patriarch spirit devouring smiled with a nod. Brother spirit devouring, mental demon has found someone who is 99% Qin Yun, said Fiend ancestor. You have to be 100% sure before you take action. It's time to take action? Said Patriarch spirit devouring with a smile. Ever since you requested for me to prepare, I have been waiting so long for this day. I really would like to have a taste of an intrinsic connate cardinal treasure. You can damage the Misty Rain sword, but do not eat it, said Fiend ancestor immediately. You have to bring it back to me. I need to refine it. Fiend ancestor, rest assured. I will do as I promised you, said Patriarch spirit devouring. Fiend ancestor nodded. In the three realms, the only person who can damage a connate cardinal treasure is probably you. Patriarch mental demon flattered as well. Back when Brother Spirit Devouring was still a pinnacle mighty figure, he was even able to eat a portion of the Buddhist's connate cardinal treasure, merit gold lotus. Brother Spirit Devouring first cultivated in the Tao before switching to Buddhism, then into the fiendish ways. He eventually forged a perfected Great Tao for the Spirit Devouring lineage. He definitely has a greater chance of devouring a connate cardinal treasure. A connate cardinal treasure cannot be underestimated, said Patriarch Spirit Devouring. If a perfected Great Tao were to control a connate cardinal treasure, I would not be able to damage it as well. Qin Yun, he is only a pinnacle great Tao itinerant immortal. His dermic powers are too weak and his realm is low. That Patriarch Mental Demon nodded in agreement. Besides, I have the massive array that Fiend Ancestor refined personally, said Patriarch Spirit Devouring. With the array bolstering my own abilities, it would be a joke if I'm unable to damage a pinnacle itinerant immortal's intrinsic connate cardinal treasure. I'll be counting on you, Brother Spirit Devouring. Fiend Ancestor was very polite as well. Once the deed is done, I'll naturally do what I promised you. I naturally trust you, Fiend Ancestor. Patriarch Spirit Devouring smiled. The fiends had 3 perfected great Tao existences. Fiend King Yun was the strongest. He was once the leader of the fiends, but he kept the lowest profile now. As for Patriarch Blood Sea and Patriarch Spirit Devouring, they were considered fiends among fiends. They had heinous sins on them. Their relationship with Fiend Ancestor was more a cooperation. Wei Nation's capital. In the VIP room in 8 Immortals restaurant. While Patriarch Mental Demon was informing Fiend Ancestor, Qin Yun, Xing Shuang, and Princess Wei Ran were enjoying the delicacies of 8 Immortals restaurant. Delicacies were served one after another. The speed at which dishes were served was much faster than it was downstairs. Yes. 8 Immortals restaurant does live up to its name, Qin Yun praised as he ate. Princess Wei Ran smiled and said, Tao brother, are you here passing through my Wei Nation or do you have matters to tend to? If there's anything you need of me, feel free to make a request. In the Wei Nation? Qin Yun shot a glance at Princess Wei Ran. Of course there are issues. What is it? Inquired Princess Wei Ran. The present Wei Nation has its people in destitution. There are refugees everywhere, as well as people starving to death on the streets. Fiends do evil everywhere and mortals are being slaughtered like sheep, said Qin Yun calmly. However, Princess Wei Ran's expression changed. I wish to deal with it, but this corruption has nearly spread through the entire Wei Nation. The Wei Nation's chaos has all but turned the land into a fiendish dominion. How am I to deal with it? After some thought, I brought my disciple here with me to the Wei Nation's capital, said Qin Yun with a scoff. This Wei Nation capital has many cultivators, so it still enjoys pleasant peace. It's a shame. The Wei Nation was not like this in the past. Princess Wei Ran had a nasty expression, but she could only say the statement weakly. Yes, it was not like this in the past. Xing Shuang could not help but say anxiously, my hometown is in the Wei Nation. The Wei Nation was completely fine. Although the people in the villages and towns near my cave abode needed to work hard, they lived their days happily. They were also very kind. But everything changed in recent decades. The villages and towns are already empty except for the bones that fill the streets. Your Wei Nation's royal household rules the Wei Nation, but is this how you treat the Wei Nation's citizens? I understand all of this. Princess Wei Ran raised her wine cup and downed it. Then, she said with reddened eyes, I have argued with the clan elders and the patriarch of my Wei clan. But what can I do when the clan has internally made a decision? I sought my master's help. I implored the 8 immortals to descend and change the world descent, but my master said that the Huifeng Great World has its owner. It's not easy for them to interfere. I have no solution, said Princess Wei Ran bitterly. I can't do a thing at all, but... Although she secretly wanted to save people, and she actually had saved quite a number of people, it was a drop in the ocean for a dominion as large as the Wei Nation. Yes, they can't interfere. Qin Yun nodded. He knew that the owner of the Huifeng Great World was Hundun of the Three Banes. Although the 8th Scenic Palace lineage was powerful, they were helpless against a perfected great Tao existence. Tao Ancestor Grand Supreme did not even have a single perfected great Tao existence under him to date. However, Qin Yun also knew very well that among the Three Banes, Hundun was the most crafty one, but he was also the most afraid of death. As long as he showed his half-step heavenly Tao realm strength, Hundun would definitely not dare to offend Qin Yun. Master and the rest are helpless, and I can't do a thing against my family clan. All I can do is watch helplessly, said Princess Weiran softly. My idea is to hopefully cultivate to the late-stage Sky Immortal realm and snatch the position of my family clan's clan head. Only then can I change the Wei clan and change the entire Wei nation. However, I have only recently reached the mid-stages of the Sky Immortal realm. The chances of the late-stage Sky Immortal realm are bleak. Dao brother, you might want to effect change, but I urge you to not be rash, said Princess Weiran. The Wei clan has not completely submitted itself to the Black Wind Fiend sect. More than half of them cultivate in the fiendish ways. The Wei clan is very strong, but the Black Wind Fiend sect backing it is even stronger. The Black Wind Fiend sect master is a mighty figure. Are you just going to watch? Asked Qin Yun. Are you going to watch countless people live their lives as nothing more than ants while experiencing torment? What can I do? Princess Weiran continued drinking another cup. While they were conversing, the void that permeated the Wei nation's capital was suddenly sealed. Oh? Qing Shuang and Princess Weiran flinched. The void has been sealed? The capital has been sealed? Exclaimed Princess Weiran. What happened? Boom! 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 3 terrifying auras appeared in midair. Princess Weiran waved her hand to open the windows, only to see 3 elders standing in midair outside. All of them effused fiendish auras and had terrifying and banal dermic powers. 3 clan elders. Princess Weiran was alarmed. The 3 clan elders were staring at 8 Immortals restaurant. They were looking straight into the VIP room and looking at Qing Shuang. Fox Demonis, how dare you attempt an assassination on His Majesty? One of the clan elders looked down as he berated angrily, to dare infiltrate the capital, you really have a death wish. Fox Demonis, give up and surrender. Another clan elder said. With a wave of his hand, numerous black threads flew out in a bid to bind Qing Shuang. Qing Shuang revealed a look of shock. They discovered me? Qing Shuang felt disbelief. She was very confident about her concealment means. She believed that as long as she did not appear before the supremacy, no one in the city could discover her. She had infiltrated the imperial palace with those same means previously, yet none of the experts in the palace saw through her true identity. It was only when the supremacy appeared that he saw through her. Now that they had just entered the city and was eating at 8 Immortals restaurant, the Wei clan had already sent experts? Courting death. Qin Yun bellowed lightly. He sat there without even standing up. However, the wine in his cup separated into 3 water swords that streaked across the air. Whoosh! 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 They tore right through the 3 clan elders' glabella. The 3 mid-stage Skyfiend clan elders wore looks of horror, but their auras were already vanquished. They had instantly been killed. The 3 Skyfiend corpses plummeted to the ground. The 3 clan elders were dead. Master, leave quickly. However, Qing Shuang urged immediately, I have been discovered. This is the Wei nation's capital. We won't be the Wei nation's match. Leave quickly. Dao brother, leave quickly. You killed 3 clan elders, so the clan head must be infuriated. He will probably take personal action, said Princess Weiran as well. The Wei clan has thousands of Sky Immortals and Sky Fiends. The capital has set up cornerstone array formations over the years. You won't be their match. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 651, Hidden Some Strength. Chapter 651, Hidden Some Strength. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Wei nation's capital. Royal Palace. The sovereign was having a casual chat with the red-robed bald Taoist. Your Majesty, you have looked out several times, It seems your mind is completely on that nine-tailed fox, said the Taoist with a chuckle. Ha, I'm indeed feeling a little anxious. The 3 clan elders are still a little too slow for my liking, said the sovereign. Don't fret. That nine-tailed fox will soon be captured. The Taoist looked out as well as his eyes glimmered. They tore through the distance and looked at 8 Immortals restaurant where the 3 clan elders had already begun taking action. Oh no! The red-robed Taoist's expression changed suddenly. The sovereign was also looking outside when he saw the same scene as well. He could not help but stand up and exclaim, he killed the 3 clan elders with just alcohol? He's at the late-stage Sky Immortal realm. His strength is probably in no way inferior to mine, said the Taoist seriously. Late-stage Sky Immortal realm? In our Huifeng Great World, there are only about 100 or so at the late-stage Sky Immortal realm. I have intelligence on every one of them. However, I do not know who this murderer of the 3 clan elders is. The sovereign was alarmed and fearful. A late-stage Sky Immortal was capable of ruling over a region. The Wei nation could rule over such a huge dominion largely because of Patriarch Wei's reputation as a late-stage Sky Immortal. Of course, Patriarch Wei had already switched his cultivation to the fiendish ways. Boom! A terrifying aura appeared within the palace. Patriarch has come out of seclusion, said the sovereign immediately. Let's go, quickly, the Taoist said as he left the palace hall with the sovereign. Standing on a square outside the hall was a white-haired purple-robed elder. Standing beside him were about 20 experts. Patriarch. The sovereign went forward obediently and bowed. Greetings, Tao Brother Wei. The red-robed Taoist was also rather polite. Supremacy, sorry for the spectacle, said the purple-robed elder lightly. I never expected that. Just because I have not fought in years, someone would dare kill my Wei clan elders and my Wei nation in the Huifeng Great World. It's probably some junior who recently rose to prominence, and his lack of understanding of your means caused him to act so belligerently, said the red-robed Taoist immediately. Then it's time to show my means. I'll let this junior know that an old man like me is not that easily bullied, said the purple-robed elder. Supremacy, do you wish to join me? I'll join. I wish to witness the means at your disposal as well, said the red-robed Taoist with a laugh. Let's go. The purple-robed elder gave the order. Immediately, more than 20 figures, including the sovereign and supremacy, flew toward 8 Immortals restaurant. Inside 8 Immortals restaurant, Qing Shuang and Princess Wei Ran were griped with anxiety as they urged Qin Yun to leave. What's the rush? Qin Yun continued pouring more alcohol for himself. As he drank, he ate. Isn't it only the Wei clan's patriarch? Is he that terrifying? Although the Wei clan has changed to something I detest, it has become stronger. Princess Wei Ran said. Patriarch was a 9th firmament Sky Immortal a long time ago. Perhaps he was stuck in his bottleneck for too long that he switched to the fiendish ways. Patriarch's strength, through the use of various arrays, can match that of a half-step golden immortal. What? Qing Shuang exclaimed. Even Patriarch Wei has switched to the fiendish way? Master, leave quickly. Now that Patriarch Wei is a fiendish cultivator, his actions will only be more intense. Leave? Qin Yun continued sitting staidly. How? Now that the entire city is sealed, it's already too late to leave. How do you know you won't escape if you don't try? Said Princess Wei Ran anxiously. Don't worry, I'm still well aware of everything related to your patriarch. Qin Yun shot a glance at Princess Wei Ran. Your Wei clan had about 70% of its Sky Immortals cultivating in the Tao originally. Under your patriarch's lead, many switched to the fiendish way. Now, about 60% of the Sky Immortals in your clan are fiendish cultivators. The remaining are in a dilemma, while some are resisting it. Am I right? You are even aware of this? Princess Wei Ran was alarmed. Where did you hear of our clan's internal strife? With what your Wei clan has in place, it's not a problem for me. Continue eating and drinking. Your 8 Immortals restaurant's food is really good. Qin Yun continued eating. Qing Shuang turned a little more collected when she saw how calm and confident her master was. Dao brother Feng, which Taoist lineage are you from? Is a Taoist mighty figure planning on interfering in my Wei nation? Princess Wei Ran inquired. If a late-stage sky immortal had a master, the master was typically a mighty figure. You will know in a while. Qin Yun smiled without saying any further. Indeed, a mighty figure was interfering in the Wei nation. He was that mighty figure. After Qin Yun sensed the mysterious spying, he realized that the fiends had discovered him. Therefore, he planned on quickly resolving the Wei nation situation. To him, the plight of the Wei nation involved him saving countless lives that only lived in its borders. More importantly, it was a very easily resolved matter. In contrast, the trap he had set up for the fiends to launch an assault against him was something that would influence the 3 realms. He had to do his best. I wonder how my Wei clan has offended you, fellow Taoist, for you to kill my 3 Wei clan elders without a word in such a vicious manner. A cold voice sounded. Let's go out to take a look. Qin Yun got up and flew out with Qing Shuang and Princess Wei Ran. He stood in midair. He instantly saw a black cloud in front of him in midair. Standing on it was a purple-robed elder, and to his sides were a red-robed bald Taoist and the Wei nation's sovereign. Behind them were about 20+ sky fiends. Their sky fiend auras flared, indicating that they were mid-stage sky fiends. What? Aren't you going to say something about your killing my Wei clan elders? Said the purple-robed elder coldly. Ridding evil is for the greater good. It is something that accrues massive merit. Qin Yun said. The purple-robed elder's expression turned colder. At this point in time, you are still speaking in such an ambiguous manner? Fellow Taoist, which lineage are you a disciple of? Why are you here in my Wei nation? Ambiguous? The commoners of the Wei nation are living destitute lives, and there are bones strewn everywhere in its borders. All of this because of how evil is wreaking havoc. The greatest evil in all of the Wei nation is you. The sky fiends under you are all your lackeys. Killing all of you is a meritorious deed. Am I still not clear enough? Qin Yun said. Just this? The purple robe sneered. Cultivation is such an arduous task. These ants are only grain for our cultivation. You plan to make the Wei clan your enemy for these ants? Ants? Qing Shuang could not help but say, Wei Wuxiao, your cultivation began as immortal too, but you view them as ants? Wild animals are nothing but beasts, but once they gain sentience, they are demons, said the purple-robed elder. It's the same as mortals. If they don't cultivate, they are ants. If they undergo a rejuvenation and condense an essence soul, they will attain eternal life. That makes them immortal, a god, a fiend. They stand above life. We are different from mortals. Just like humans eat beef, pork, and mutton, we immortals and fiends consume the mortals as grain. Is there anything wrong with that? You, Qing Shuang was instantly at a loss for words. Little fox, you haven't cultivated for long. You will understand in the future. The purple-robed elder laughed. Don't talk about immortals and fiends consuming mortals as grain. We immortals are different from you fiends, said Qin Yun. The various lineages of immortals and Buddhists are meant to protect all life, but fiends consume life. That sounds too nasty, said the purple-robed elder. The Taoist, Buddhist, and fiendish Tao are all cultivation paths. They allow us to become stronger. Regardless of which lineage we cultivate, they allow the study of the great Tao. Why do you need to insist on the differences? For instance, my Wei clan has clansmen who cultivate in the fiendish way, and there are others cultivating in the immortal ways. Isn't there harmony? Is that so? All these years, your Wei clan has had many die because of a Taoist fiend conflict. About 280 sky immortals have died as a result, said Qin Yun. For instance, the group of subordinates behind you are all sky fiends. Why don't I see you bringing any sky immortal clansmen with you? The purple-robed elder's pupils constricted before he chuckled. After saying all this, are you not going to reveal your background? A fiend like you who's about to die doesn't need to ask that much, Qin Yun said. What impudence! The purple-robed elder's eyes flashed ferociously. Boom! A massive array chart appeared above the entire Wei nation capital. Purple flames condensed into 8 massive snakes that attacked Qin Yun. Junior, try my Inferno Hell 8 snakes array. The purple-robed elder's dermic powers flared. Go, dot. 2 sword beams flew out from the sword scabbard on Qin Yun's back. They were mystical and unpredictable. With a flash, they slashed through 2 purple snakes that blocked their paths before arriving in front of the purple-robed elder. Although taken aback, the purple-robed elder took out a trigram mirror and defended with all his might. However, the 2 sword flashes still penetrated his body. How is it possible? The purple-robed elder's eyes were filled with disbelief. He, Wei Xiao, was an expert that reigned supreme in an area of the Huifeng Great World. How was he so easily killed despite having his massive array formation in his capital? As his aura dissipated, his body plummeted from midair. No good. When the red-robed Taoist saw this, he immediately transformed into a red beam as he flew off in a hurry. Do you think you can escape? Qin Yun looked in his direction. The 2 sword flashes that had killed Wei Wuxiao quickly caught up to him. I'm Crimson-Robe Supremacy of the Black Wind Fiend sect. The red-robed Taoist hurriedly pleaded through a voice transmission. Please spare me on account. Put. The sword flash tore through him. He found it unbelievable. The Black Wind Fiend sect enjoyed high prestige in the Huifeng Great World. After all, it was a sect established by a mighty figure. Whoosh! The red-robed Taoist also plummeted from midair. This scene shocked the group of skyfiends behind Patriarch Wei. The Wei nation's sovereign was in a daze from his shock. The Patriarch, who could fight half-step golden immortals while inside the capital, had been killed that easily. Even the supremacy sent by the Black Wind Fiend sect had been killed? Wei nation's sovereign. Qin Yun looked over. Spare me! Spare me! The Wei nation's sovereign's knees buckled. He kneeled on the clouds and pleaded obsequiously. I was only listening to Patriarch's instructions. I'm only a puppet. I'm innocent. Bam! A sword chi coagulated in midair and pierced through his glabella. His eyes gradually turned turbid as his body slumped onto the black clouds. Puppet? Innocent? The sins you have are no less inferior to your patriarchs, said Qin Yun softly. To lie in front of a mighty figure? A mighty figure could tell at a glance what someone had done in the past. The 2 sword flashes flew back into the sword scabbard on Qin Yun's back. The horrified skyfiends on the clouds felt hope. This Taoist is stopping? Myriad swords. Qin Yun extended his hand as numerous sword chi condensed above the Wei nation's capital. More than 10,000 sword chi formed, and as Qin Yun lowered his right palm a little, he shouted, "Obliterate! Shoo! 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 Shoo!" Countless sword chi shot downwards and rapidly tore through every fiend with the agility of a fish in water. That included the 20-plus mid-stage skyfiends in midair, as well as the 2,000-plus skyfiends in the capital. In short, anyone in the city with sufficiently heinous sins were all penetrated by the sword chi. Countless sword chi swept through and slew the fiends. In just seconds, all the most sinful beings in the Wei nation capital were wiped out. This scene left Qing Shuang and Princess Wei Ran astounded. Myriad sword chi to cause such obliteration. Master. Cheng Xuan looked at Qin Yun. Ha, I was just hiding some of my strength. Are you pleasantly surprised? Qin Yun looked at his disciple with a smile. Qing Xuan was taken aback as she nodded slightly. Wei Ran. Qin Yun looked at Princess Wei Ran. Your Wei clan still has more than 1,000 sky immortals. They have accrued merit, but were being suppressed by Patriarch Wei. From this day forth, you shall be the new sovereign of the Wei nation. Lead these sky immortals and rule over the Wei nation properly. I'll be sovereign? Asked Princess Wei Ran. Yes, you. Whoever objects to it has to get past me, said Qin Yun. Princess Wei Ran's mind went into a buzz. The Wei clan had become massive over extended periods of time. Many people of other surnames had also joined the Wei clan, which had always been a mix of fiendish and Taoist cultivators. In the past, the Taoist cultivators had the advantage, but ever since the patriarch switched to the fiendish way, the fiendish cultivators took the advantage. Now, Qin Yun had directly obliterated the strongest group of fiendish cultivators in the Wei clan. Although the few in remote lands could continue living in abject existence, they were unable to affect the overall situation. By the way, Qin Yun thought for a moment and took out a token before throwing it at Princess Wei Ran. Golden Sand Sect Master is my junior brother. You can seek his help on typical matters. If there's anything important, get him to inform me. The Huifeng Great World's Golden Sand Sect Master is also a late-stage sky immortal. Princess Wei Ran could not help but ask. Dao Brother Feng, you are able to easily kill Patriarch, are you capable of matching mighty figures? I guess so. Qin Yun did not speak further. He looked at Xing Shuang and said, Xing Shuang, the matter regarding the Wei nation is more or less done. It's time we leave. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 652 Plot. Chapter 652 Plot. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. On the streets outside 8 Immortals restaurant, there were still a few bold ones who hid in the street corners to watch the battle between immortal and fiends in the sky. How impressive! The aura of the immortals and fiends above are so potent, far stronger than my grandmaster. Terrifying. They are all at the sky immortal or sky fiend realm. Such a massive battle is rare even in the capital. Having just left my mountain sect, I never expected to encounter such a major battle upon coming to the capital, but many people watched in excitement. There were thousands of sky immortals and sky fiends in the capital. There were even more essence soul realm or mortal cultivators. At that moment, they were either watching the battle from the streets or through their windows. Patriarch Wei had cast Inferno Hell 8 Snakes Array, and its array formation had enveloped the entire capital. Its might was indeed terrifying. This Patriarch Wei can match a half-step mighty figure with the aid of that array, but he was killed in one blow. A linen-clothed elder by the corner of the street, who was none other than Patriarch Mental Demon's avatar, discussed the events with his partners via voice transmission. Brother Spirit Devouring, this mysterious Taoist Fang's attack must be close to that of an ordinary mighty figure, right? Barely, a fat elder beside him said. He was the manifestation of Patriarch Spirit Devouring. He had long reached the perfected Great Tao realm, and with the Fiend Ancestor's help, he had concealed his aura. Despite having infiltrated the capital, Qin Yun only barely sensed their spying, but was unable to determine who it was that spied on him. However, it only proves that his strength matches that of a mighty figure. To verify that he is really Qin Yun, we still need to attack, said Patriarch Spirit Devouring via voice transmission. If I were to attack, it would cause a huge stir. If Taoist Feng happens not to be Qin Yun, news of my attack will immediately spread. Once the Green Turing Palace lineage learns of it, they will definitely be put on the alert. Qin Yun would also hide away and not dare appear in a great world again. Then, Fiend Ancestor's plan will fail. Therefore, I will still need you, brother mental demon, to probe him. Your moves are formless and undetectable, making them extremely stealthy. Just as they were conversing via voice transmission, Qin Yun released countless sword chi that descended like the rain. They tore through the bodies of the fiends, killing countless fiends. Ah! Known tragic screams sounded from everywhere as countless fiends perished. The Wei Nation capital's populace only thought of it as a battle between experts, but they never realized how crucial this battle was for the Wei Nation. Alright, I'll probe him, said Patriarch Mental Demon. However, Brother Spirit Devouring, if he's really Qin Yun, make sure not to let him escape. I'm only able to injure him, but not stop him. Just do what you need to do. I will naturally not fail at my task. As long as he's Qin Yun, he's dead. Patriarch Spirit Devouring was very confident. His attacks were famous throughout the three realms. He was known to have the sharpest mouth in the three realms. He could even damage Khanate cardinal treasures. With the fiend ancestors' specially prepared array, and their minds set to the task, killing a pinnacle mighty figure that relied on an intrinsic Khanate cardinal treasure had a high chance of success. He's leaving. Patriarch Spirit Devouring suddenly frowned as he sent a voice transmission. If he were to leave, who knows when we will find him again? Quickly attack. Alright, answered Patriarch Mental Demon. In midair. Master, are we leaving now? Qing Xuan was somewhat astonished. Since the Wei Nation's matters are settled, it's time we leave, Qin Yun said while he sensed the two spying entities. Clearly, two mysterious experts were watching him. He had to leave now to force the fiends to quickly attack. By the way, I kill the supremacy of the Black Wind Fiend sect. If it seeks retribution, feel free to give my name, Qin Yun said. Thank you, Dao Brother Foam, for doing all this. The Wei clan Skyfiends who died probably died in grievance, but nearly all the living Sky Immortals will be grateful towards you. The billions of Wei Nation commoners will also be grateful towards you, said Princess Wei Ran. The commoners do not ask for much. All they wish is to have food to eat and shelter to live under. After saying that, Qin Yun said, Qing Shuang, let's go. With Qing Shuang, he rode on a cloud and flew rapidly towards the horizon. Qing Shuang followed her master obediently. As she looked at her master's figure, she felt mixed emotions. She had not cultivated for long, less than 100 years. Surrounding the cave abode where she used to cultivate in seclusion were villagers who treated her very well. But later, the human world she remembered was gone by the time she finished her cultivation. The human world seemed like hell with white bones strewn across the ground. The grannies, toddlers, young adults she was familiar with were all dead. Qing Shuang did not believe that was what the human world should look like. Therefore, she was fully willing to assassinate the Wei Nation's sovereign. After all, even if the assassination attempt was successful, there was a high chance of not being able to escape. After killing the sovereign, the revenge exacted by the Wei clan would intensify by 100 or 1,000 times. Her fate was practically sealed, but she still attempted the assassination, showing how determined she was. She failed. However, despite failing, her master had done it. Her master had wiped out the fiends in the Wei Nation. This Wei Nation will turn for the better. The people's future will be blissful. Master, I thank you on behalf of them, Qing Xuan thought silently. While Qing Xuan was still immersed in her emotions, Qin Yun was actually very wary while he led her in flight. I laid a trap, but I can't identify the two who are spying on me. These two might very well be perfected great Tao existences. Are they sending two to deal with me at once? I might be confident against one, but if it's two against one, perhaps, I might even succumb? Qin Yun suddenly felt a worry that grew in his heart. No good. The enemy has already attacked. Qin Yun snapped to his senses. His essence soul was powerful and had long reached the perfected Great Tao realm. Furthermore, his intrinsic Khanate cardinal treasure was being nourished in his essence soul to guard it. At that moment, the misty rain sword's formless sword chi became defensive upon sensing a formless energy that permeated the area. The linen-clothed elder by the corner of the street's patriarch mental demon was actually his strongest avatar. He had secretly attacked the departing Qin Yun. When the formless energy permeated Qin Yun's body, it was instantly sliced apart by the formless sword chi. Tiny amounts of power were barely transmitted into Qin Yun's body. Even so, Patriarch Mental Demon could not withstand that. The Patriarch Mental Demon's avatar paled as his essence soul trembled. The lifeblood in him boiled over as he spewed a mouthful of blood. The sword chi is terrifying. It's like countless flying swords are slicing at my essence soul, Patriarch Mental Demon thought. Is having an intrinsic connate cardinal treasure protecting one's essence soul that powerful? It's him. Although shocked, Patriarch Mental Demon's avatar still nodded slightly at Patriarch Spirit Devouring. Qin Yun was the only one capable of such terrifying sword chi in the three realms. Patriarch Spirit Devouring revealed a look of glee. Great! When Qin Yun sensed the attack, he was very alarmed. I'm at the perfected Great Tao realm, and I have the intrinsic connate cardinal treasure guarding my essence soul. Yet, he can still influence my thoughts? However, he was unaware that Patriarch Mental Demon's strongest strike had only influenced his thoughts at the cost of being heavily injured. Xing Shuang, let's go. Qin Yun held Xing Shuang's hand and immediately waved his hand. A sword flash appeared seemingly to tear open the void, making him appear as though he was escaping. Hum! A terrifying massive array erupted. The array was set up by Patriarch Spirit Devouring the moment he stealthily entered the Huifeng Great World. At that moment, the array's activation influenced the entire spacetime of the Huifeng Great World. Spacetime was completely sealed, so even perfected Great Tao experts could not escape. The phenomenon of a dark red array appeared in midair. It stretched out for 500,000 kilometers. The array was directly connected to the remote tenebrous fiend abyss. Boundless fiendish powers descended upon the Huifeng Great World. Such a stir naturally alarmed all the Huifeng Great World's experts. Ha ha ha! Qin Yun, are you thinking of fleeing? It's too late. A laughter resounded through the area as a figure appeared beneath the array formation. A lanky figure, with eyes beneath a pair of blood-colored brows, was staring at Qin Yun. Qin Yun looked over and recognized him. The person that came to deal with me is Patriarch Spirit Devouring? That's within expectations. When Xing Shuang saw the terrifying array, she was astounded. When she heard Patriarch Spirit Devouring's words resound through the sky, she hurriedly said, Master, it looks like the Huifeng Great World will play host to a massive battle. An enemy is here to deal with Sword Immortal Qin. Let's quickly hide away or we might be implicated. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 653, Fiend Ancestor Attacks. Chapter 653, Fiend Ancestor Attacks. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Implicated? Qin Yun looked at his disciple and laughed. Little fox, the person I want dead if your master. Do you not know that your master is Qin Yun? Patriarch Spirit Devouring said leisurely from a distance away. His voice resounded with absolute confidence. The array was formed. Qin Yun had fallen into the trap, and from Patriarch Spirit Devouring's point of view, victory was at hand. Ah! Xing Shuang was taken aback as she looked at Qin Yun. Daoist Feng was Sword Immortal Qin? Sword Immortal Qin was a famous mighty figure in the three realms. Many sky immortals in the three realms had heard of his fame. Many mighty figures had died under Sword Immortal Qin's hands. Among them was the notorious Wu Zhiqi. Qin Yun's aura and looks began to change slightly, but just that tiny change made him appear sharper. He had returned to his original appearance. Master, you, Xing Shuang looked at Qin Yun in his present state. Qing Xuan, he's right. I'm Qin Yun, but don't be afraid. This Taoist one can't do a thing against me. Qin Yun turned towards the distant patriarch spirit devouring and his voice resounded. Taoist one, I'd been traveling in the Huifeng great world, but you fiends were capable of discovering me. Impressive. However, do you think you are my match? Stop dreaming. Ha ha ha. Qin Yun, are you acting that arrogantly with nothing but an intrinsic connate cardinal treasure in hand? Patriarch spirit devouring was filled with confidence. Besides, he was waiting for fiend ancestor to take action. To kill Qin Yun, it required a multifaceted cooperation. In the Huifeng great world, Black Wind Fiend sect master was still in a rage. Who killed Crimson Robe? Black Wind sect master instantly sensed it when Crimson Robe supremacy was killed. It enraged him. I want to see who has the guts to kill a supremacy of my Black Wind Fiend sect. It would have been fine if it was an ordinary disciple. However, a late-stage Sky Immortal supremacy was core to the Black Wind Fiend sect. He looked towards the Wei nation's capital. At the instant Crimson Robe supremacy perished, he had sensed it through karma and knew of the location of his death. His gaze passed through the void and landed on the capital. He was a mighty figure. The restrictions of the Wei nation capital could not prevent him from seeing all. Master. A green-haired elder rushed into the hall and said anxiously, I sense that junior brother Crimson Robe is dead. Who killed him? I see it. Black Wind sect master looked in the Wei nation's capital and happened to see Qin Yun release thousands of sword chi to kill all the fiends in the Wei nation capital. An unknown Sky Immortal. He has two women beside him, a young fox and Princess Wei Ran, disciple of the Grand Supreme Lineage's 8 immortals. A Sky Immortal? The green-haired elder raged. He will definitely pay the price for killing junior brother Crimson Robe. No rush. His strength barely matches that of a mighty figure. Perhaps he has some impressive backing. I'll continue watching. Black Wind sect master narrowed his eyes. He dabbled in the fiendish arts, but had not fully submitted himself to the tenebrous fiend abyss, nor was he fully Taoist. Instead, he came under Hundun, one of the three Banes. Strictly speaking, he was considered as belonging to a neutral faction. No matter how big his backing is, the Huifeng Great World is his lordship's territory. Anyone who kills our people here has to pay a price, said Black Wind sect master softly. None of the Taoists, Buddhists, or people from the heavenly courts has the right to act as they wish in the Huifeng Great World, added the green-haired elder. Suddenly, a powerful blast swept through the Black Wind Fiend sect and throughout the entire Huifeng Great World. The entire Great World space was completely sealed. Black Wind sect master was taken aback slightly as he saw the terrifying massive array from afar. He saw the figure that appeared under it. Something major is happening. Black Wind sect master was so shocked that he threw Crimson Robe supremacy's death to the back of his mind. Master, what happened? Inquired the green-haired elder. Patriarch spirit devouring has appeared. It seems they are pursuing Sword Immortal Qin. Black Wind sect master watched remotely as he explained. Sword Immortal Qin is a perfected great Tao existence. Although Sword Immortal Qin is a pinnacle mighty figure, he has an intrinsic connate cardinal treasure in hand. If the two fight, the Huifeng Great World would probably enthrone into turmoil. The two are going to fight? The green-haired elder was astonished. Both of them were mighty powerhouses. This, Black Wind sect master's expression changed again. Master? The green-haired elder inquired. Take your leave first, commanded Black Wind sect master. Yes. The elder was puzzled, but he could only take his leave as ordered. Black Wind sect master was the only one left in the hall. His expression was nasty as he muttered, the unknown Sky Immortal who killed Crimson Robe was actually Sword Immortal Qin. He abhors evil and has wiped out all the fiends in the Wei Nation. And the source of all evil in the Wei Nation is my Black Wind Fiend sect. Would he attack me? Black Wind's sect master was appalled. What if Sword Immortal Qin attacked? Could he fend him off? One strike would be enough to kill him. What do I do? What should I do? I'll continue watching. Patriarch Spirit Devouring has ambushed that Sword Immortal Qin, so he likely has the confidence. Let's hope he kills Sword Immortal Qin. Black Wind's sect master no longer cared about vengeance. What he cared was for his own life. He yearned to see Qin Yun perish under Patriarch Spirit Devouring's hands. The massive array affected the entire great world. It caused such a huge stir that immediately won the attention of the three realms. Patriarch Spirit Devouring had set up a massive array just to kill Qin Yun? Every faction from the three realms was astounded. This array formation is connected to the Tenebrous Fiend Abyss. It's drawing on the Tenebrous Fiend Abyss's fiendish powers. Such an array formation can only be refined by the Fiend Ancestor himself to have such might. From the looks of it, this is Fiend Ancestor's plan, and Taoist One is cooperating with him. It's to kill Qin Yun in one fell swoop and take his Misty Rain Sword for refinement. Ancestral Dragon looked remotely at the Huifeng Great World as he instantly made a guess. Ancient existences like them could tell the Fiend Ancestor's goal at a glance. It was for the power of the Lotus Seed of Fate. Qin Yun will be in danger. Since the Fiend Ancestor has acted on his plans, he's likely very confident in his success. This Qin Yun is a pinnacle mighty figure, itinerant immortal after all. Without attaining a perfected great Tao, he has many weaknesses. The Fiend Ancestor had schemed against him and set up a massive array. It will be difficult for him to survive. A white-robed man was in his residence as he watched remotely. No good. Junior brother is in danger. In the heavenly realm, Old Mother of Blackfall Mountain discovered everything that was happening in the Huifeng Great World as her expression changed drastically. Old Mother of Blackfall Mountain did not hesitate to take a step and cross through spacetime to rush towards the Huifeng Great World. In space, outside the Huifeng Great World, Old Mother of Blackfall Mountain appeared. The entire Huifeng Great World spacetime has been sealed. There's no way of entering by tearing through the void. One can only fly in from outside the Great World. Old Mother of Blackfall Mountain was somewhat worried. Junior brother, you have to hold out. Space had been sealed, so only flight was possible. Of course, at her level, flying was in no way slow. She could traverse 100,000 kilometers in seconds, but to enter a great world and reach Qin Yun's side would take her quite a while. Wang. A figure appeared beside the massive Huifeng Great World. The figure was towering, far bigger than the typical small world. Of course, it appeared slightly smaller beside a great world. It was about a tenth of the Huifeng Great World's size. He had green skin and stood barefoot among the stars. His forearms were forming seals as surging fiendish powers seemed to envelop the surface of the Huifeng Great World. He shouted, "Seal!" Immense amounts of fiendish powers formed a massive seal around the Huifeng Great World akin to an eggshell that encased the Huifeng Great World. Fiend Ancestor's destruction body stood in space as he scanned his surroundings. He noticed the existences that had already come close, but he said coldly, "No one is to enter the Huifeng Great World." Oh no! Space has been sealed. Now that the Fiend Ancestor has sealed it from the outside, there's no way of flying in. Old Mother of Blackfall Mountain was gripped with anxiety. There was a double seal closing off both the interior and exterior. Clearly, it was to leave Qin Yun alone in a state where no reinforcements could be provided. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 654, Reversal. Chapter 654, Reversal. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Brother Qin is in danger. At the mouth of the Guan River, Yang Jian watched the situation unfold itself in the Huifeng Great World remotely. He was indebted to Qin Yun for saving his life. Yang Jian naturally wanted to help him, but there was no way he could help. Even the fiend ancestor has taken action. The existences in the three realms were paying close attention to the developments. Inside the Huifeng Great World, Qing Shuang was still in a state of shocked that her master was the legendary sword immortal Qin. The fiend ancestor has already taken action to seal the entire Huifeng Great World. Patriarch Spirit Devouring looked into space and smiled. Qin Yun no longer has an opportunity to escape. Bind! Patriarch Spirit Devouring roared as phenomenal dark red array formations immediately produced countless dark red threads which flew down. They formed a cocoon of massive scale. It completely bound the space where Qin Yun and Qing Shuang floated as they rapidly shrank. "Master," said Qing Shuang. "That's rather interesting." Qin Yun watched as the dark red cocoon rapidly shrank. However, with a flick of his sleeve, the misty rain sword flew out as three and floated around him. Whoosh! Drizzle like rain scattered, each raindrop as heavy as a mountain. When the tiny raindrops touched the dark red threads, the entire cocoon was impacted by the rain. Instantly, not only had the cocoon not shrunk, it even got scattered as a result of the impact. The intrinsic flying sword's misty rain domain. Impossible. The confident Patriarch Spirit Devouring was appalled when he saw this. This is an array formation refined by the fiend ancestor himself. Even if I were to fend it off, I'd have 30 to 40% of my strength repressed. According to the plan, Qin Yun required a misty rain array formed by his intrinsic connate cardinal treasure to withstand it. But just a mere domain is able to withstand this array's might? Even a perfected Great Tao expert's domain isn't that powerful. The domain was too powerful. It was beyond reason. Something's amiss. In space, Fiend Ancestor's destruction body, which had personally sealed the Huifeng Great World from the outside, was paying constant attention to the battle. When he saw Qin Yun rely on a domain to withstand the erosion of the array formation, he had a nagging feeling that something was amiss. Ha ha ha. Accompanied by laughter, a towering figure in no way smaller than the Fiend Ancestor's destruction body walked out of the void. The figure was a black-robed elder, and he sent out 4 divine swords that surrounded the Huifeng Great World's periphery, covering an area spanning 500,000 kilometers. A gigantic array formation appeared in the Huifeng Great World. It was a terrifying array formation that had been set up ahead of time, the immortal vanquishing array that left even heavenly Tao realm existences ashen. Immortal vanquishing array? Fiend Ancestor frowned when he saw this. He bellowed, "Numinous treasure, I can't crack your immortal vanquishing array, but with my obstruction, no other perfected Great Tao expert can enter the Huifeng Great World to save your disciple." Save my disciple? Numinous treasure Tao Ancestor chortled as he stood there, his terrifying immortal vanquishing array enveloping his surroundings. Are you mistaken? Mistaken? Fiend Ancestor, who was constantly paying attention to the Huifeng Great World, suddenly had a drastic change in expression. No good. Go. Qin Yun released his Misty Rain Sword and defended against the array formation's might with his Misty Rain domain. Next, with a thought, the 3 flying sword manifestations of the Misty Rain Sword flew in every direction. The speed was so fast that it drained the color of Patriarch Spirit Devouring's face. Why is the flying sword so fast? Are intrinsic connate cardinal treasures that fast? Indeed. It was too fast. Perfected Great Tao existences could fly hundreds of thousands of kilometers in seconds, but if a connate cardinal treasure were to be in an assault, its speed would be 10 times faster. However, Qin Yun's flying sword was even faster. Even among perfected Great Tao experts in the 3 realms, the speed of Qin Yun's armaments was definitely ranked as one of the top few. It just took a blink of an eye. 3 flying swords separated as they took their spots in 3 positions separated by 500,000 kilometers. Boom! The three swords stemmed from the same source. With a thought from Qin Yun, the misty rain array activated. Instantly, the 500,000-kilometer void was plunged into a massive world. This massive world was a manifestation of the dissociation of heaven, earth, and man. There were also various powers like yin-yang, life, limitless, and decimation that appeared. Clearly, Qin Yun was able to fully express the misty rain sword's might after attaining a perfected great Tao. When such a terrifying array formation appeared, it left Patriarch Spirit devouring dazed. Faced with the natural evolution of the array formation's world, he trembled. He was completely dumbfounded. He had lived since the period of chaos, so he was very knowledgeable as well. The might of the misty rain array was 10 times stronger than when Qin Yun battled the avatar of Tao Wu, one of the Chaos Three Banes. It was a qualitative change. Even normal perfected great Tao experts would fear such strength. It was indisputable that it was half-step heavenly Tao realm strength. Half-step heavenly Tao realm. This is the strength of the half-step heavenly Tao realm. Patriarch Spirit Devouring found it unbelievable. How is he this strong? This. He felt aggrieved. He had clearly set up a trap to kill Qin Yun. But why did it become him being the one trapped in the misty rain array? Furthermore, the might and terror of the misty rain array left him appalled. Taoist 1, I have recently broken through to the perfected great Tao realm. I have not had a chance to test my skills all this while. Qin Yun laughed as his voice resounded through the world. What a coincidence that you are the one dealing with me today. I've finally encountered a good opponent. Make sure not to disappoint me by dying after 2 or 3 strikes. You broke through to the perfected great Tao realm? Even Patriarch Spirit Devouring's blood-colored brows were trembling. Sword immortals were well known for destroying all Dharma with a single sword. They were best in combat. A perfected great Tao sword immortal? It was unprecedented. Furthermore, he had an intrinsic connate cardinal treasure in hand. Then why were you sneaking around, concealing yourself from the heavenly secrets and traveling a great world incognito? Patriarch Spirit Devouring said hoarsely. It was deliberate? Yes, it was. If I had revealed my strength early, would you have walked into the trap? Qin Yun's eyes were cold. Taoist 1, your spirit-devouring lineage has devoured countless lives. Your sins are heinous. You are doomed. No one in the 3 realms can save you. But no hurry, I'll remove the Fiend Ancestors array formation before killing you. Immediately, Misty Rain sword flashes tore through the Huifeng Great World in a bid to destroy all the nodes in the Fiend Ancestors array formation. Now the Taoist one was trapped, and without anyone being capable of stopping Qin Yun, it was very easy for him to dismantle the array formation. This scene left the experts in the Huifeng Great World quivering. Isn't Patriarch Spirit Devouring here to deal with Qin Yun? Why is he the one being trapped? Black Wind's sect master was horrified. After killing Taoist 1, will he kill me in passing? Black Wind's sect master had thought too highly of himself. For a trivial character like him, even Qin Yun could not be bothered. The highest priority was to kill Taoist 1. Half-step heavenly Tao realm? On the East Xiaofin mountain in the Huifeng Great World was a palatial complex. This was where the Lord of the Huifeng Great World, who was also Hundan of the Chaos Three Bane, resided. He was watching everything happen with sweat rolling down his face. Half-step heavenly Tao realm? This Qin Yun actually has the strength of a half-step heavenly Tao realm? Furthermore, it's so terrifying. If trapped by his array formation, there's no way to escape at all. Even God King Zhurong isn't as terrifying as him. Sword Immortal Qin, congratulations. However, Hundan acted very polite on the surface as he sent a voice transmission remotely. Congratulations for reaching the perfected great Tao, Sword Immortal Qin. This Taoist one is really overconfident. Might I know if there's any help you need from me? Feel free to ask if there's any. He was not afraid of the Fiend ancestor or the Tao ancestors. That was because the heavenly Tao realm experts could not do a thing to him in a great world. Instead, it was half-step heavenly Tao realm experts that left the Chaos 3 Banes most afraid. The Fiend ancestor was confounded. Why did this happen? It was originally a plot to kill Qin Yun, but why did it turn to this? There's my obedient disciple inside. And outside, there's his master, me, having set up an array. No one in the three realms can save this Taoist one. He's doomed, said Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure with a furtive smile. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 655, Suppression. Chapter 655, Suppression. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. The area around the Fiend ancestor's destruction body rippled as he withstood the might of the immortal vanquishing array. Numinous Treasure. Fiend ancestor looked at the Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure. I have slipped up this time, but it was not because of you, but Qin Yun. I never expected him to attain a perfected great Tao in just a few thousand years. To attain a perfected great Tao is sufficient to make any cultivator ecstatic. They would instantly have their dermic powers and essence soul breakthrough. The result would stir the three realms, but although Qin Yun was ecstatic, he was able to repress his emotions and plot out a scheme against me. There's no reason to regret your failure under such circumstances. Numinous Treasure was rather delighted. Yes, I fully admit defeat. Fiend ancestor looked coldly into the Huifeng great world. In fact, to Qin Yun, the greatest threat was the itinerant immortal tribulations. Transcending them would earn him a carefree eternity with his family. As for attaining a perfected great Tao, it only gave his outlook on transcending the tribulations a glimmer of hope. Qin Yun naturally wanted to raise his strength further, which meant making his intrinsic flying sword turn into a merit cardinal treasure. By being both a connate cardinal treasure and merit cardinal treasure, the Misty Rain Sword's might would reach an even more astounding state. His hopes of surviving the itinerant immortal tribulations would be greater. He was always seeking for hope to transcend the tribulations, therefore, he came up with a plot the moment he broke through. A second opportunity to plot against the fiends would be rare. Meanwhile, in the Huifeng Great World, the inside of the massive Misty Rain Array was a brand new world of an equally massive size. That world was even in flux. You want to kill me? Patriarch Spirit Devouring looked at the Misty Rain Array with eyes filled with rage. I, Taoist One, have survived to cultivate to this day. I have devoured the disciples of the Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure and the Buddhist ancestors' merit gold lotus. Many want me dead, but I have lived to this day. Yet, a short-lived itinerant immortal like you wishes to kill me? Even a rabbit will bite when things turn nasty. How could a perfected great Tao expert surrender? Patriarch Spirit Devouring's body phased away and shifted into his true form. He was a blood-colored mosquito about 5,000 kilometers in size. Its wings were translucent, and the moment it shook its wings, it lunged toward the Misty Rain Array's periphery. He was the first mosquito born out of the chaos. He kept a low profile and enjoyed delivering sneak attacks. Through various fortuitous encounters, and his cultivation of Taoism, Buddhism, and the fiendish ways, he finally forged the spirit-devouring Tao. As he charged over, his sharp proboscis, which appeared like a needle, was actually formed from the combination of 6 thin needles. They stabbed at the world's boundary and sucked. Rumble. The Misty Rain Array's periphery rumbled when it was stabbed. Sword chi surged, but it remained intact. While maintaining the Misty Rain Array, and controlling the Misty Rain Sword flashes to destroy the Fiend Ancestor's array formation, Qin Yun sensed Taoist Wen's counterattack inside the array. He could not help but prick up his brows. He saw that Taoist One had returned to his true form and was frantically attacking different spots in the array formation. Clearly, he was attempting to find the array formation's weakness. as expected of Taoist 1. If I were still a pinnacle itinerant immortal, he would probably have succeeded in cracking my Misty Rain array with his first attack. Qin Yun thought. However, I have long broken through. The Misty Rain array is the technique I have put in the most effort in. It's meant to withstand the itinerant immortal tribulations, so to think one move could crack it? Qin Yun was in no rush. He even looked forward to finding weaknesses in his array formation through Taoist Win's counterattacks. However, even if there were weaknesses, the array formation produced by his intrinsic connate cardinal treasure was not something Taoist Win could crack. Obliterate. Qin Yun looked into the distant land as more than 10 Misty Rain sword beams swept over. Finally, they blew up the ground and dug up an array disk from deep within. While Qin Yun was patiently destroying the Fiend Ancestor's array formation, he temporarily sent his disciple, Qing Shuang, to the Wei nation's capital. Qing Shuang, I'll probably take some time to kill this Taoist one. I won't be able to divert my attention to taking care of you, said Qin Yun via a voice transmission. Master, don't mind me, said Qing Shuang immediately. She stood above the Wei nation and felt her mind turn adrift. Sister Qing Shuang. A voice sounded as Princess Wei Ran flew to her side. Princess Wei Ran, said Qing Shuang. I never expected Taoist phone to be the legendary sword immortal Qin, said Patriarch Spirit Devouring. Furthermore, sword immortal Qin's strength has reached an unfathomable state. The fiends have two lineages that are called fiends among fiends, the Sea of Blood lineage and the Spirit Devouring lineage. Now the Spirit Devouring lineage's Patriarch Spirit Devouring is entrapped by sword immortal Qin and seems to be in a perilous situation. Princess Wei Ran had a strong backer, so she knew much about the important figures in the three realms. Patriarch Spirit Devouring? That was an existence that the Grand Supreme lineage feared. Sword Immortal Qin's conjuring of the sword array instantly encompassed 500,000 kilometers, and suppresses an area of the great world, Princess Wei Ran marveled. His strength really knows no bounds. Qing Shuang felt rather proud when she heard that since Sword Immortal Qin was her master. Congratulations, Sister Qing Shuang, for being a disciple of Sword Immortal Qin. Princess Wei Ran smiled. Your future will be limitless. I never expected this either. Master had been kind back then to save my life and impart to me his sword arts, Qing Shuang said. Following that, she turned to smile at Princess Wei Ran. Princess Wei Ran, perhaps all the mighty figures in the Huifeng Great World are aware of Master's identity. Master has decided on the Wei nation's future, so I'm guessing that no one will dare interfere with his decision. Princess Wei Ran nodded with a smile. She was previously worried about the Black Wind Fiend sect and the other fiendish factions. Now, she was worryless. Sword Immortal Qin's words were no doubt enough to shock and awe. Moments later, Qin Yun uprooted the entirety of the Fiend Ancestor's array formation. Without the array formation's influence, the Misty Rain domain's might was no longer hindered as it began to bind Patriarch Spirit Devouring. Why is this domain so powerful? Patriarch Spirit Devouring felt that even flapping his wings was tiring. With the endless bindings and repression, he could only produce a portion of his strength. However, his sharp proboscis did not fall in strength. It stabbed at the Misty Rain array world in an attempt to penetrate it. Taoist 1, I've allowed you so many attempts. It's time for me to attack, Qin Yun said. Tornado. Whoosh. The Misty Rain array world seemed to usher in the apocalypse as countless sword chi transformed into violent winds that swept through the world within. Every spot was ground to dust. Patriarch Spirit Devouring was also caught in the middle of the sword chi tornadoes as they continually battered him. Darn it! Patriarch Spirit Devouring surroundings naturally turned into a black hole vortex. He crazily devoured all the sword chi tornadoes that came at him, but there were just too many of them. Soon, they flooded the black hole vortex and began assaulting his body. His body was fine except his abdomen, which began showing signs of damage from the lacerations, but the wounds also rapidly healed. Suppress. Qin Yun cast another move of this misty rain array. The tornadoes in the misty rain array world dissipated as black clouds appeared in the sky. They were formed from billions of sword chi as the cloud took on the form of a palm. Boom! The palm came swatting down. With heaven, earth, and man as one, the entire world's powers were directed into that suppressive swat. Patriarch Spirit Devouring had nowhere to hide, so all he could do was fend it off directly. As his wings flapped, black hole vortices appeared around him. Bam! When the dark cloud palm formed out of the billion sword chi swatted down, Patriarch Spirit Devouring's body was smashed flat as purple blood spewed out from his mouth. However, his body rapidly recovered. You won't be able to kill me. You won't. Patriarch Spirit Devouring looked up and glared at the gigantic black cloud palm. 7-star vanquishment. Qin Yun had already infused the 7 stars Great Tao into his sword Tao. In the misty rain array world, 7 stars appeared in the shape of the Big Dipper. Boom! 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 The stars crashed towards Patriarch Spirit Devouring. The first star's might was about 30% of the previous black cloud palm strike, but with 7 consecutive stars, they connected into a combo, each being stronger than the other. The barrage of attacks caused Patriarch Spirit Devouring to wrap his wings around him to protect his body while withstanding the blows with great difficulty. The stars crashed down with an apocalyptic rage, causing Patriarch Spirit Devouring to spew out blood 3 times from the 7 blows. His eyes were filled with insanity as he looked up and let out a jarring roar. Qin Yun, you won't be able to kill me. You won't. The mighty figures of the 3 realms were all watching this scene. Upon seeing Patriarch Spirit Devouring's hysteria, many fiends felt a sadness for the loss of their kind. When they thought about how Qin Yun abhorred evil and would eventually come for them, their hearts palpitated in fear. This Qin Yun will not transcend his itinerant immortal tribulations. He will definitely die. If Qin Yun were to really transcend his itinerant immortal tribulations, the fiends would have a bleak future ahead of them. You sure cultivated your body well. You are even able to withstand the 7 stars vanquishment, Qin Yun nodded and said. From the looks of it, I still have to rely on the array formation refined by Master. Fiend Annihilation Array, arise. Every corner of the Huifeng Great World quaked. Simultaneously, black chains condensed from the void. A total of 36 black chains extended over from every corner of the Huifeng Great World, tearing through the firmaments. Each of them bound Patriarch Spirit Devouring, who was already barely holding up from the misty rain array's suppression. He had no way to dodge. Whoosh! 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 The 36 black chains bound Patriarch Spirit Devouring, locking down the 5,000-kilometer-wide mosquito. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 656, Huifeng Great World's Legend. Chapter 656, Huifeng Great World's Legend. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Completely locked down, Patriarch Spirit Devouring struggled desperately, but wave after wave of forces seeped into his body through the chains, increasing the pain Patriarch Spirit Devouring suffered. Obliterate. 7 stars descended once again, smashing onto Patriarch Spirit Devouring's body one after another. However, his translucent wings expanded in size and wrapped his entire body. He buried his head under his wings' protection since, under the 36 chains locked down, all Patriarch Spirit Devouring could do was bear the brunt of the assaults. The blows left him trembling all over. His abdomen and various other spots were bleeding, but they rapidly healed at a discernible pace. To think that I have been reduced to this state. Patriarch Spirit Devouring silently endured, but his eyes were filled with insanity. I've cultivated for so many years, but all I can amount to is suffering a beating? Mixed emotions from depression to anger filled his heart. But as a perfected Great Tao expert, Patriarch Spirit Devouring had never thought of giving up. Qin Yun. Patriarch Spirit Devouring roared, "It's true, I never expected you, as an itinerant immortal, would be able to reach the half-step heavenly Tao realm in just a few thousand years. It was my underestimation of you, and I deserve my downfall because of that. But even if you are at the half-step heavenly Tao realm, all you can do is repress me. Killing me is nothing but a dream. You sure are tenacious when you are already on the brink of death." Qin Yun controlled his Misty Rain array as well as the Fiend Annihilation array to their full potential. Stars barraged his enemy with terrifying might. "I do not have the power to fight back," roared Patriarch Spirit Devouring, "but my body has long been cultivated to match that of a Khanate numinous treasure. My wings have been cultivated to match that of a Khanate pinnacle numinous treasure. It's impossible for you to keep up this array formation forever, right? You will need to cultivate, won't you? All you have is about 3,000 years. You won't be able to kill me. You won't." Qin Yun ignored his angry bellows. All he did was frown slightly. As he repeated 7-star vanquishment, Qin Yun got a deeper understanding of how terrifying Patriarch Spirit Devouring's body was. This Taoist Win's body sure is powerful, Qin Yun thought. Cultivators of the Spirit Devouring lineage will cultivate a part of their body to an extremely powerful state. Taoist Win's strongest part is his sharp proboscis. It's in no way inferior to a Khanate cardinal treasure. Legend has it that Taoist One, who has reached a perfected Great Tao, has always been attempting to cultivate the rest of his body to match that of a Khanate cardinal treasure. If he really manages to do so, perhaps even the heavenly Tao realm existences would only be able to repress him and not kill him. From the looks of it, most of his body matches that of an ordinary Khanate numinous treasure. It's easy to damage it, but his wings match that of a Khanate pinnacle numinous treasure. They protect his entire body. It will be easy to repress him, but it's indeed difficult to kill him. Every perfected Great Tao existence had something they were most adept in. Apart from having the best proboscis in the 3 realms, Taoist One could also cultivate another body part to an extremely powerful state. Although he had not yet cultivated for long enough to do so. Given another few million years, it was possible that the rest of his body could match a Khanate pinnacle numinous treasure. If that happened, he could be said to be unkillable under the heavenly Tao realm. But even so, Qin Yun was still facing difficulty in trying to kill him. The heavenly lord of numinous treasure who had set up the immortal vanquishing array outside the Huifeng Great World also noticed this fact. He knitted his brows slightly. "Disciple, it's true that this Taoist One has cultivated his body to a rather strong state. With your present strength, how long will it take to kill him?" inquired numinous treasure. "Master, if I were to attack with 7-star vanquishment with all my strength while being supplemented with the Fiend Annihilation Array's refinement abilities, it will take me 8 centuries without any rest for me to kill him," said Qin Yun with a voice transmission. 8 centuries? Numinous treasure frowned and replied, "Taoist One is right. It's impossible for you to power the array formation at full strength the entire time. You need to cultivate as well. You are still about 3,000 years away from the final itinerant immortal tribulation. Wasting 800 years on him isn't worth it. Master." Qin Yun was working out a scheme as he sent a voice transmission. "In order to deal with the itinerant immortal tribulations, I have studied the Misty Rain array and spent the most amount of effort on defense. I didn't pay too much attention to the offensive capabilities of the Misty Rain array. Therefore, I've decided to temporarily trap this Taoist One while I study over ways to make the Misty Rain array deadlier. If my offensive means are strengthened, killing Taoist One would happen a lot faster. Also, I believe that although it might not be right to spend all these years on offensive measures, defense and offense are just 2 sides of the same coin. Perhaps pondering over offensive means might be helpful to my defensive cultivation as well," said Qin Yun. "Okay." The heavenly lord of numinous treasure nodded slightly. "I plan on cultivating for 1,000 years first. If I'm unable to drastically improve my offensive means in that period, I'm willing to spend 800 years bombarding him day and night till he is vanquished. I'll gladly give up 800 years to kill him, said Qin Yun. Ridding the 3 realms of patriarch spirit devouring would free us of a major fiend. It's an astounding amount of merit. With all that merit augmentation, my intrinsic flying sword will have a chance of becoming a merit cardinal treasure. 800 years is worth it for that. However, I'll need you to stay guarding outside the Huifeng Great World the entire time. I'm sorry, Master. These are your decisions to make. Don't worry about me, Numinous Treasure said with a voice transmission. 1 or 2,000 years is nothing to me. Yes. Qin Yun had already made up his mind. He planned on using the Fiend Annihilation Array to trap Taoist One and set up the Misty Rain Array without attacking him. Instead, he sat cross-legged on a cloud and began cultivating. After consuming Samsara Dew, he would figure out new offensive means with the Misty Rain Array. Occasionally, he would test them out on Taoist One. Killing a perfected Great Tao existence was very difficult. Although Taoist One had the best proboscis in the 3 realms, he was still killable given time. In contrast, attacking the weaker Patriarch Blood Sea, whose boundless Blood Sea was part of the tenebrous Fiend Abyss, would never bear results. Even Heavenly Tao realm existences could not truly vanquish him, much less Qin Yun. This was the different advantages of different people. Taoist Wen's life preservation means appeared very powerful, but it was only considered typical among perfected Great Tao existences. He could only be considered equal to the Chaos 3 Banes. Compared to Mahama Yuri, Rushu, Foxishi and others, he was far inferior. This Qin Yun is an itinerant immortal. He only has 3,000 plus years left to his 12th tribulation. I want to see how many years he will spend to kill Patriarch Spirit Devouring. Fiend Ancestor sneered. He remained outside the Huifeng Great World to prevent other perfected Great Tao existences from entering the Huifeng Great World. After all, just Qin Yun alone would take a very long time killing Taoist One. If more powerful helpers came, things would get different. Fiend Ancestor was still thinking of every possible means to save Patriarch Spirit Devouring. He is also a patriarch, a perfected Great Tao existence, but he's being locked down and repressed. He might even be refined to death. Pitiful, lamentable, and deplorable. This Qin Yun sure is powerful. Having just become a perfected Great Tao, he is already at the half-step Heavenly Tao realm. It reminds me of Hui. Hui also had a half-step Heavenly Tao realm strength the moment he became a perfected Great Tao existence. Now, his bow and arrow can even match that of a Heavenly Tao realm. People sighed wistfully. They lamented over Qin Yun's strength, as he had become one of the few strongest existences beneath the Heavenly Tao realm. They lamented the pitiful state which Taoist One was in. Despite his stature, he was being repressed and locked down. He was even close to death. Days passed one after another. A few ancient existences could tell that Qin Yun had only repressed Taoist One. He did not fully attempt to refine Taoist One away, instead, he was cultivating it. I'll wait. You only have 3,000 plus years left. I'll be freed when you die due to the itinerant immortal tribulations. I'll still lead an eternal life. Patriarch Spirit Devouring waited patiently in his prison. Boom! A crescent fell from the sky. It was extremely sharp as it lacerated Patriarch Spirit Devouring. Testing another move? It's useless. Patriarch Spirit Devouring scoffed. He was already accustomed to his life of repression. Attacks would descend upon him occasionally every 3 to 5 days, or a month or 2 at times. Clearly, they were moves that Qin Yun was testing out. The Huifeng Great World continued operating as usual, but when the people of the Great World looked up, they would see 36 chains reaching across the firmaments. They were like the sun or the moon, which the Huifeng Great World residents eventually became extremely familiar with. There were even some mortals who were born to see the 36 chains in the sky. Even when they died of age, the 36 chains remained. It was as though the 36 firmament chains were something that naturally existed in their world. In a blink of an eye, 160 years had passed. These 36 fiend annihilation chains are said to be set up by the mighty figure, Sword Immortal Qin. They're being used to imprison a powerful fiend. On an immortal boat, a sky immortal led his sect's disciples on an expedition. This array formation is so huge that it spans the entire Huifeng Great World. This is testimony to how expansive Sword Immortal Qin's dermic powers are. Uncle Master, why doesn't Sword Immortal Qin kill the fiend directly? Why is he using so much effort to imprison the fiend? A disciple asked, puzzled. That's because the fiend is too powerful, explained the Sky Immortal with a smile. All of you should be aware that among the fiends, there are two lineages known as fiend among fiends. The spirit-devouring lineage and sea of blood lineage, answered a disciple immediately. Yes, legend has it, the imprisoned fiend is the founder of the spirit-devouring lineage, said the Sky Immortal. He's one of the most terrifying fiends in the three realms. That is why an array formation that envelopes an entire great world is used for his imprisonment. As for us, there's no way for us to communicate with the outside world or leave it. It's because the entire Huifeng Great World is sealed. It's all to imprison and repress that one fiend. Sealing off an entire great world just to repress a fiend? Our Huifeng Great World has become a cage to trap that fiend? The disciples found it inexplicable. They were only at the essence soul realm, so they felt such means were completely unfathomable. Moving the mountains to fill the sea. Such matters were nothing compared to the imprisonment they saw before them. The Sky Immortal laughed and said, also, according to legend, Sword Immortal Qin is presently inside the array, constantly refining away that fiend. Sword Immortal Qin is inside the array, Is that Sword Immortal Qin able to see us? The disciples looked fervently at the array and imagined the peerless mighty figure within. Above the Huifeng Great World. Inside the misty rain array. Qin Yun was seated on clouds as he slowly opened his eyes. He looked down at the immortal boat that flew past before smiling. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 657, Pleading for Mercy. Chapter 657, Pleading for Mercy. Translator, Citullin. Editor, Citullin. It's been 160 years. Qin Yun looked at Patriarch Spirit Devouring who was being repressed inside the array. The Misty Rain array offensive moves I've figured out have only improved slightly. Even if I were to drain him down at full strength all day and night, I can only reduce his time until death to 600 years. Although the improvement was tiny, Qin Yun already had the means to drain Patriarch Spirit Devouring to death. Every slight increase in strength greatly reduced the required time. I'll first enjoy a diversion to change my state of mind. Qin Yun thought he should do something physically active after the period of prolonged inaction. At times, enjoying a diversion was conducive for cultivation when cultivating arduously with little progress. Oh, right. I came to the Huifeng Great World not just to lay a trap. My other goal was to do good and accumulate merit. I changed the Wei Nation, and over the past 100+ years, the Wei Nation's people have lived prosperous and contented lives. I also have accrued merit. However, the source of the Wei Nation's tragedy was the Black Wind Fiend sect. All I did was save the Wei Nation. The sect still has its influence in other dominions, that I have yet to take care of. To treat an illness, it has to be cured at its roots. Only then will the healing truly begin. Now that my strength has been exposed, there's no need for me to be so careful in my actions. I'll first rid the illness at its roots. Qin Yun made the decision. Yes, I'll spend half a day ridding the Huifeng Great World of all these ills. Besides, both Master and I have sealed both the inside and outside of the Huifeng Great World. Those fiends have had nowhere to flee to all these years. He commanded with his mind. With a wave of his hand, sword beams flew out in every direction of the Huifeng Great World. Black Wind Fiends Sect. I hope that sword immortal Qin will leave the Huifeng Great World as soon as possible. There's also numinous treasure Dao Ancestor. Leave quickly and stop sealing the Huifeng Great World. I can't leave even if I want to. Black Wind Sect Master stood in the yard, having felt uneasy all these years. He had no way to feel peaceful as long as he could not extricate himself from the precarious situation. For 160 years, he lived in horror and unease. He was afraid of the day when Qin Yun would think of him and deliver a blow at him. Shoo! 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 Dot! 3 sword beams flew from the sky and entered the Black Wind Fiend Sect's array formation. The Black Wind Fiend Sect had activated its protective array formations years ago when this began, but they were like tofu in the face of the 3 sword beams, easily giving way as a result. No good. Black Wind Sect Master's face suddenly paled. The sword beams were extremely sharp. Black Wind Sect Master sensed it immediately and guessed at the attacker's identity. Sword Immortal Qin, spare me. I'm also from the Green Turing Palace lineage. Black Wind Sect Master yelled immediately. 3 sword beams had already flown nearby and were hovering above the yard. Oh, you are from the Green Turing Palace lineage? A phantom condensed beside the 3 sword beams, an avatar of Qin Yun's. He coldly looked at Black Wind Sect Master. You are plagued with sins. With such grievous sins, who from my Green Turing Palace lineage would take you? Black Wind Sect Master bowed when he saw the situation develop. Yes, I know I'm plagued with grievous sins. Ever since Sword Immortal Qin took action in the Wei Nation, I knew how wrong I was. For the past 160 years, I have been amassing merit. I've even killed all the sect's sky fiends who cultivated in the fiendish ways. My Black Wind Sect is now a Taoist sect. It does not have a single sky fiend. Oh? Qin Yun pricked up his brows. He had been focused on cultivation all these years, so he had not paid attention to the Black Wind Fiend Sect's situation. My Black Wind Sect now follows strict rules. I have also given the order for the entire sect to amass merit. It has made it so countless mortals lead better days, said Black Wind Sect Master immediately. Because of my repentance, Master Golden Light was willing to take me in as his disciple. Although he had been trapped in the Huifeng Great World, as a mighty figure, he also had avatars outside. He had thought of means to come under Golden Light's tutelage. Immortal Golden Light? Qin Yun scoffed. I was wondering who from the Green Turing Palace lineage would take you in as a disciple considering your grievous sins. So it's Immortal Golden Light. Heavenly Realm, into Lightning Roar. Senior Brother Qin. Senior Brother Qin. A golden-haired Taoist flew to him to Lightning Roar and shouted loudly. He was beaming in war an amiable look. Halt! The fog around him the Lightning Roar condensed a Guardian General. The Guardian General sternly bellowed. My master is currently dealing with Patriarch Spirit Devouring. His avatar is in seclusion as well. He is not to be disturbed and isn't accepting visitors. Senior Brother Qin, I know you can hear me, shouted the golden-haired Taoist. Please allow my disciple Black Wind to have a chance to show his repentance on account of me. Uncle Master Qin, please spare my life. I know I was at fault. I've repented. Black Wind Sect Master pleaded as he knelt down. Qin Yun's phantom avatar looked at him and said coldly, Uncle Master? I'm no Uncle Master of yours. Immortal Golden Light is a Buddhist, not one of my Green Turing Palace lineage. No one from my Green Turing Palace lineage would accept someone with such grievous sins. I will definitely do good in the future, yelled Black Wind Sect Master immediately. I'll not do evil anymore. Please, allow me a chance to live. You have wreaked havoc for so long. Countless lives who died because of you also wished for a chance to live. But you didn't give them one, yet you wish to have it? Just as Qin Yun finished his sentence, the 3 sword beams descended. No! Black Wind's sect master widened his mouth and blew out a black wind in a bid to resist. Pwah! 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 It was futile. The 3 sword beams tore through the black wind and struck Black Wind's sect master's body, pulverizing him. Qin Yun watched the scene coldly. Black Wind Fiend's sect had wreaked havoc across many dominions. Sins would usually be accumulated on the disciples that did evil, but in fact, how a sect acted and the culture it had was determined by the sect master. Even though only a tiny smidgen of the evil that his disciples did tainted the sect master, over time, Black Wind's sect master's sins accumulated to an astounding level. For others to call it the Black Wind Fiend sect, it was obvious how it acted. There is retribution for everything you did. You won't be able to escape with me here, said Qin Yun's avatar before dissipating. The 3 sword beams rapidly tore through the air and disappeared. What? Fellow Daoist Black Wind is dead? Black Wind's sect master is dead? That sword immortal Qin plans to start a massacre in my Huifeng Great World? Black Wind's sect master was not the only mighty figure in the Huifeng Great World who was plagued with sins. They were also afraid, but they faced the same problem. The Huifeng Great World was sealed both inside and outside. There was no way to escape. The death of Black Wind's sect master had truly frightened them. Heavenly Realm, into lightning roar. One mighty figure after another came from Green Turing Palace. Please pass the message that Yang Yun is here to pay Senior Brother Qin a visit. We are here to visit Senior Brother Qin. The Guardian General looked at the mighty figures before him and remained stoic. He said sternly, Master has said that he is currently dealing with Patriarch Spirit Devouring. His avatar is in seclusion and not to be disturbed. He will not entertain anyone. This senior brother of ours won't take us into consideration, said Immortal Golden Light with curled lips. Golden Light, you also addressing Senior Brother Qin as Senior Brother? I don't recall you being one of Green Turing Palace's disciples. Immortal Xiao scoffed. Didn't you willingly choose to follow Guanyin? Back when I tried to persuade you to return to Green Turing Palace, you had no intention to return. Daoist Golden Light, you are a Buddhist. We are Daoist disciples of the Green Turing Palace. We do not deserve being called your senior or junior brothers, said another mighty figure from the side. Immortal Golden Light's face twitched when he heard that. He scoffed and immediately flew off. During the conflict between the 3 Daoist lineages, he had been captured by Daoist Ci Hang as a mount. After which, he became a Buddhist. Later on, there was the Daoist Fiend War. The 3 Daoist lineages entered a truce and the Daoists and Buddhists joined forces to deal with the fiends. The enslaved Green Turing Palace disciples were released. For example, Immortal Xiao later returned to Green Turing Palace and was no longer a mount. But there were a few who chose not to return. One of them was Immortal Golden Light. As he had followed Guanyin, head of the 4 major bodhisattvas, who was the only perfected great Tao existence among the bodhisattvas. Guanyin enjoyed an extremely high status among the Buddhists, and being able to follow a perfected great Tao expert was a joyous occasion. After all, Guanyin was a huge backer. In great worlds, perfected great Tao experts were the most powerful. Furthermore, the Buddhists had deep heritages. Even the Green Turing Palace's eldest senior brother chose to cultivate as a Buddhist. In terms of heritage and might, the Buddhists were stronger than the Green Turing Palace lineage. Previously, the Green Turing Palace lineage only had Old Mother of Blackfoal Mountain as its sole perfected great Tao existence. It made its reputation lower. Since Immortal Golden Light did not return, it naturally hurt the pride of the Green Turing Palace mighty figures. Those with good tempers could give him face, but the ones with bad tempers could not even be bothered with him. What's the meaning of this? The Green Turing Palace lineage only had Old Mother of Blackfoal Mountain back then. Now that it has an additional half-step Heavenly Dao Realm Sword Immortal Qin, it seems impressive, but how much longer can he live? Immortal Golden Light scoffed secretly as he flew far away. And at MT Lightning Roar, Qin Yun's avatar appeared eventually. There were indeed many of his fellow disciples waiting outside for him. Senior Brother Qin. His fellow disciples were all very warm. Immortal Xiao immediately shouted, "Senior Brother Qin, your repression of Patriarch Spirit Devouring has truly delighted us fellow disciples. By the way, we are also here to congratulate you for stepping into the perfected Great Tao." Congratulations, Senior Brother, for stepping into the perfected Great Tao. His fellow disciples congratulated him with a look of delight. The sect's disciples shared a common heritage, so glory for one was glory for all. An additional half-step Heavenly Dao realm meant that the Green Turing Palace's might was different. "Everyone, are you here to see me because of those mighty figures in the Huifeng Great World?" Qin Yun smiled as he looked at them. "Senior Brother Qin, the mighty figures of the Huifeng Great World have requested our help. There are some among them with not-so-serious sins. They are willing to come under our Green Turing Palace as well," they said immediately. Qin Yun smiled and said, "Everyone, apart from the Lord of the Huifeng Great World, there are 7 mighty figures. They usually act wantonly. There are 3 of them who have particularly grievous sins. Those 3 have to be killed. As for the other 4, I would not kill them. I'm not one who would kill indiscriminately." Killing 3 of 7? Nearly half? Senior Brother Qin truly abhors evil like the rumors say, thought his fellow disciples. Since Qin Yun had given his decision, it was not in their place to say anything further. "Junior brothers and junior sisters, I have to continue my seclusion. I won't be entertaining you further," said Qin Yun. "Senior Brother Qin, there's no need to worry about us." "Senior Brother Qin, your matters are of greater importance," said each one of them passionately. Qin Yun's avatar nodded, returned to MT Lightning Roar, and continued his seclusion. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 658, Switching Allegiance. Chapter 658, Switching Allegiance. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. East Xiaofin Mountain in the Huifeng Great World was the residence of Hundun, one of the Chaos 3 Banes. "Brother Hundun, save us. Brother Hundun, you can't watch us die. Qin Yun has already killed Black Wind. He's probably about to attack us at any moment. Brother Hundun, you have to save us." A few mighty figure avatars rushed to the palace and pleaded outside. All of them were gripped with anxiety and horror. They were thinking of means to live, having pleaded with the mighty figures of Green Turing Palace, as well as seeking the leaders of the faction they belonged to. But regardless of their pleas, Hundun refused to meet any of them. Suddenly, the avatars were slightly taken aback as they received news. Qin Yun said that he will kill 3 of the 7 mighty figures in the Huifeng Great World? The 3 with the most heinous of sins. The avatars exchanged looks. For them to be willing to seek the patronage of one of the Chaos 3 Banes, Hundun, they were either bloodthirsty and intractable or cold and aloof. Among them, there were many that acted wantonly in doing evil, plaguing them with sins. As for the cold and aloof ones, they could not be bothered with ants, thus, they had lesser sins. Including Black Wind, 3 are to be killed? If so, my sins do not place me in the top 3. Top 3? I'm ranked 3rd? The avatars began arranging themselves. As mighty figures of the Huifeng Great World, they knew their merits and sins very well, therefore, they easily deduced their order. Ha ha ha. I escaped this calamity. I will definitely do more good and accumulate merit in the future. An avatar laughed as it immediately dissipated. Sung Cho, we have been at odds for so many years, but now that you are about to die, I feel like I'll kinda miss you, another avatar said deliberately. Soon. There were only 2 avatars left outside the palace. They were ranked within the top 3 in terms of sin apart from Black Wind. Brother Hun Dun. Before the 3 realms even existed, Xiao, have been following you. Are you going to watch as Qin Yun kills me? No. Qin Yun's sword beam has reached my cave abode. Brother Hun Dun. Save me. The Chaos God Fiend avatar named Xiao revealed a look of horror. Hun Dun, I was blind to seek your patronage. As he cursed angrily, his figure dissipated as his true body was killed. What a joke. Ridiculous, to think you call yourself one of the Chaos 3 Banes. You are hiding away from fear of a junior. Another mighty figure avatar scoffed before his figure dissipated completely. The 3 of them are all dead. Inside his palace, Hun Dun sat on his throne, watching the outside with his cold eyes. In his sights was the repressed Taoist one. 3 idiots. How could I offend Qin Yun because of you? Hun Dun said softly. Qin Yun only has 3,000 plus years before his final itinerant immortal tribulation. There's no reason why I should be at odds with him at this moment of time. The 3 of you should rest in peace. Shoo! 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 Sword beams flew across the horizon of the Huifeng Great World. Wherever they landed, a fiend was slain. Sword Immortal Qin, spare me. Sword Immortal Qin, as a perfected Great Tao, you are killing a junior like me? Sword Immortal Qin, you are being a bully. The fiends either pleaded for mercy or cursed in despair. However, the sword beams that fell from the sky showed no mercy. All of them were slain. While Qin Yun killed the 3 mighty figures with the most heinous of sins, he also wiped out all the late-stage sky fiends in the Huifeng Great World, a total of 37. Late-stage sky fiends or sky immortals would preside over a small world. In contrast, their dominion in a great world was much smaller. The fiends in the small worlds rejoiced, for if they were trapped in a great world, they could only be slaughtered by Qin Yun. In small worlds, they could do as they pleased. There was nothing Qin Yun could do either. After becoming a mighty figure, he too could not enter a small world with his true body. He could do nothing to the sky fiends in the small worlds. He was once invincible in the small worlds, allowing him to sweep through the 26 dominions. It left the fiend ancestor helpless. Now, he was in a similar situation. There was nothing he could do to powerful figures in small worlds. Inside the misty rain array, Qin Yun sat cross-legged on a cloud motionless all this while. All he did was release his sword beam to sweep through the Huifeng Great World. The ones who survived were so afraid that they reined in their factions and did not dare to do any horrendous acts of evil. As such, the general mood in the Huifeng Great World changed drastically. Oh? Nearly 10 mighty figures have switched allegiances? One of them is willing to turn over a new leaf and become a Buddhist? 3 went to the tenebrous fiend abyss and decided to be a fiend? Qin Yun pricked up his brow. These mighty figures sure are alert. They are afraid that I might head to the other great worlds to deal with them after I leave the Huifeng Great World. According to the standards established by the deaths of Black Wind and the other 2 in the Huifeng Great World, the mighty figures with sufficiently grievous sins were naturally afraid. It all depended on if their backer was powerful enough. If they weren't powerful enough, they had to switch allegiances. Heading to the tenebrous fiend abyss was very safe. There, the fiend ancestor was invincible. But they would forever be entwined with the fiendish way. The fiends were at the complete disadvantage in the 3 realms, so only 3 were willing to switch allegiance to the fiends. As for switching to Taoism, the 3 Taoist lineages greatly detested those with grievous sins. Instead, it was the Buddhists who left a sliver of hope to these wicked figures who had their hands stained with blood. They were made to turn over a new leaf and do good so as to correct their faults. It's very good that I can scare them, causing many mighty figures to reign in their subordinates, reducing the number of wicked acts, thought Qin Yun. No one was omnipotent. Even the Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor were helpless against the tenebrous fiend abyss, as it was part of the three realms. It was the amalgamation of all the resentment, sin, and foulness from the countless living beings in the three realms. If the living remained, the fiendish way remained, and the tenebrous fiend abyss would remain eternal. Qin Yun was unable to wipe out the fiends, all he could do was repress them. This was also why the Taoists, Buddhists, and heavenly courts were working hard at it. After Qin Yun engaged in his massacre that caused a stir among the mighty figures in the three realms, he continued his cultivation to produce offensive moves for his misty rain array. Years passed one by one. The heavenly lord of numinous treasure and the fiend ancestor's destruction body were very patient. They continued staying guard outside the Huifeng Great World. A few thousand years was equivalent to a nap to them. Qin Yun also continued his cultivation. Patriarch Spirit Devouring waited silently in his repressed state, waiting for the day he could break free. In a blink of an eye, Patriarch Spirit Devouring was repressed for 363 years. The 36 chains that covered the Huifeng Great World's firmaments had stood there for 363 years. Inside the misty rain array, the cross-legged Qin Yun finally opened his eyes. There was a burning glow in them. Although the sword Tao of heaven, earth, and man is good at defense, it can similarly kill. I spent 360 years to finally figure out the three absolute 7 stars. It should be much more powerful than the 7-star vanquishment from before. Killing Taoist one will probably be quick now. Qin Yun looked at the repressed Patriarch Spirit Devouring. Let me try out the might of this move. With a thought, the killing array arose. Oh! Patriarch Spirit Devouring, who had been sealed by the 36 chains, could not help but open his eyes when he sensed the fluctuation. He looked down and saw billions of sword chi amass beneath him into a massive vortex. The vortex was slowly rising in a bid to devour him. Another test? The number of tests Qin Yun has been throwing at me is decreasing. The last time he did a test was 2 years ago. Patriarch Spirit Devouring was long accustomed to it. Like always, he protected his body with his wings before looking at the sword chi vortex beneath him rise up. The sword chi vortex was deep and dark as it slowly rose. As it rose, it gradually closed the distance on Patriarch Spirit Devouring. He instinctively felt unease as he felt that the sword chi vortex was different from the tests from before. At Qin Yun's level, how hard is it to raise one's strength? Thought Patriarch Spirit Devouring. His test of this move is definitely a waste of effort. As the vortex continued rising, it finally enveloped him completely. 3 different forces began to permeate Patriarch Spirit Devouring's body. To this force, Patriarch Spirit Devouring only felt slight pain and a heavy feeling, but at that moment, 7 stars appeared in the sword chi vortex. The 7 stars bombarded him, each blow being extremely heavy. There were both exterior and interior forces. The 3 interior forces left Patriarch Spirit Devouring in pain, while the 7 stars smashed at him repeatedly. Patriarch Spirit Devouring could no longer put up with the blows as he spat out blood. His abdomen and bottom began to crack on the surface as blood oozed out from his wounds. This might? Patriarch Spirit Devouring's eyes revealed a look of despair. I'm doomed, doomed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 659, Source of Merit. Chapter 659, Source of Merit. Translator, Citullin. Editor, Citullin. I was born out of the chaos and have reigned supreme in the 3 realms to this day. Countless have feared and revered me. Many hate me as well. I have eaten the Tao ancestors' beloved disciples and even a portion of the Buddhist ancestors' merit gold lotus. Yet, they couldn't do a thing to me. Who knew? Patriarch Spirit Devouring gradually composed himself. Who knew as I belittled this Qin Yun, thinking that killing him was in the bag, that my carelessness would lead to my fall? Patriarch Spirit Devouring was well known to be crafty and careful. Nothing happened when he did not take action, but whenever he took action, it would be swift and ruthless. A life of carefulness, yet, a moment of carelessness caused him to lose his life. Yes, the Misty Rain Array's 3 absolute 7 stars killer move is as I expected. The might is much greater, 70 to 80% stronger than the 7-star vanquishment. Qin Yun revealed a look of glee. I believe I'll be able to drain this Patriarch Spirit Devouring to death within 3 months. At times, all it takes is the last straw to break the camel's back. Qin Yun's original strength was something Patriarch Spirit Devouring withstood with great difficulty. Every 10% increase in strength rose the pressure on him exponentially. Now that the might had increased by 70 to 80%, Qin Yun believed that he could definitely kill him within 3 months. That was already a very conservative estimate. Qin Yun. Patriarch Spirit Devouring's massive body let out a rumbling voice. Taoist 1. Qin Yun looked at his captive. After I established the Spirit Devouring lineage, I thought I was immortal, that no one in the 3 realms could think of killing me, said Patriarch Spirit Devouring heavily. I never expected to fall under you, an itinerant immortal. There's nothing else worth saying. You attained a perfected great Tao in a few thousand years after becoming an itinerant immortal. You also possess the only intrinsic connate cardinal treasure in the 3 realms. My loss is to be expected. Qin Yun looked at him. But Qin Yun, don't be eager to be smug. Patriarch Spirit Devouring looked coldly at him. In a little over 3,000 years, your 12th itinerant immortal tribulation will befall you. There might even be a 13th, 14th, and 15th tribulation. I'll be leaving first, but I believe you will follow closely after me. There's no need for you to worry about that, said Qin Yun with a laugh. Whether I really perish or transcend the itinerant immortal tribulations, you will definitely not live to see it. Humph. Patriarch Spirit Devouring grunted coldly and fell silent. In his silence, his wings protected his body as his flesh was constantly rejuvenated. Despite that, he knew that he could not last 3 months under the barrage of attacks. I, Patriarch Spirit Devouring, will not commit suicide even if death is imminent. I'll endure to the final moment. Perhaps, there might be a twist of fate at the final moment. Even if there isn't, Patriarch Spirit Devouring looked coldly at Qin Yun. I will make this Qin Yun use all his might, day and night. I'll waste a few months of his time, reducing the chances of him transcending the tribulations by that tiny bit. Patriarch Spirit Devouring continued withstanding, trying his best to stall for time. However, all the mighty figures in the 3 realms could tell that Patriarch Spirit Devouring's resistance would not last for long. Qin Yun and the Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure were inside and outside the Great World respectively. Their combined efforts made it impossible for Patriarch Spirit Devouring to have any chances. Fiend Ancestor finally gave up when he saw this scene. He shot a glance at Numinous Treasure before taking a step and vanishing. Taoist One has reigned supreme in the 3 realms for so many years. Yet, he has finally fallen. Now, one of the 3 perfected great Tao fiends will perish. How long has it been since the last perfected great Tao perished? There were discussions throughout the 3 realms. Perfected great Tao existences held extremely high statuses. Since the development of the chaos, regardless of the era, it was common to have ordinary mighty figures perish, but rare for perfected great Tao existences. For instance, the demon faction appeared to only have Demon Emperor Bai Zhe as its sole perfected great Tao existence. Few in the 3 realms knew of Taoist Lu Ya's existence. Furthermore, he did not dare appear when the demons encountered trouble. This was because the most terrifying figure under the heavenly Tao realm, Hou-Yi, was hunting him. If he helped the demons with all he had, it would cause Hou-Yi to target the demons. A perfected great Tao could influence an entire race. For instance, the ancestral dragon had allowed the dragons to take up a supreme position in the three realms. Yet, a perfected great Tao existence was on the brink of death. It left the mighty figures of the three realms astounded as they sighed. Days passed one after another. Various parties in the three realms paid attention and watched. They watched as Qin Yun maintained the three absolute 7 stars attacks in the Misty Rain array without stopping at all. They watched as Taoist Wen's injuries grew graver as death approached him. On the 2 months and 19th day mark, Qin Yun, I'll be waiting for you. Patriarch Spirit Devouring glared at Qin Yun and laughed maniacally. His extremely heavy injuries began to crumble silently and his wings that were filled with cracks also shattered. His essence soul was destroyed, leaving only his true spirit to enter samsara. Qin Yun watched as the long proboscis floated in midair as well as his other items. After Patriarch Spirit Devouring's body was destroyed, all that remained of his form was the sharp proboscis that matched a Khanate cardinal treasure. Of course, when it was attached to Patriarch Spirit Devouring, the proboscis matched that of a Khanate cardinal treasure, but with him dead, its might dropped drastically in the hands of others. Qin Yun waved his hand and collected all the treasures. His Misty Rain sword flew into his body as the Fiend Annihilation array stopped running. The 36 firmament chains also finally dissipated. Oh! What happened to the 36 heaven and earth chains? They've existed since my grandfather was born. Why are they gone? Countless beings in the Huifeng Great World raised their heads in puzzlement. For more than 300 years, the chains remained there. Countless beings were accustomed to it, so its sudden disappearance left the Huifeng Great World astounded. However, the mighty figures of the three realms were even more shocked. They knew what it meant. Whoosh! Merit surged from every direction and swarmed into Qin Yun's body. It made him bathed in golden light. Congratulations, Senior Brother Qin, for ridding us of Patriarch Spirit Devouring, eliminating a formidable fiend for the three realms. Congratulations, Senior Brother Qin, for killing Patriarch Spirit Devouring. Congratulations, Sword Immortal Qin, for killing Patriarch Spirit Devouring. It's truly a deed of immeasurable merit. Voices sounded in his ears. The Green Turing Palace mighty figures congratulated him, including Old Mother of Blackfall Mountain. Quite a number of mighty figures from other factions in the three realms also congratulated him with voice transmissions, especially those who had a vendetta with Taoist One. They were very grateful. There were even perfected great Tao experts who congratulated him, such as the human race's three sovereigns, as well as Hundun of the Chaos Three Banes. Some of them were happy for Qin Yun. Others only wanted to acquaint themselves with him. After all, Qin Yun had proven his strength to the three realms by stepping on Taoist Wen's corpse. An existence at the half-step heavenly Tao realm who could slay a perfected great Tao was one that struck fear in others. Go. Qin Yun extended his right hand as the 3-inch sword floated above his palm. It was none other than the Misty Rain sword. At that moment, boundless merit was being transplanted from Qin Yun's body into his intrinsic flying sword. The merit he had accrued over all these years were transplanted in it. The founder of the spirit-devouring lineage, which was considered fiends among fiends, Taoist One, was ranked within the top 3 in the three realms when it came to the amount of sin. Only the fiend ancestor and Patriarch Bloodsea could compare with him. The merit obtained from slaying him was astounding. It was far more than the merit he gained from killing Star Destruction. Qin Yun had killed quite a number of mighty figure fiends, but over all the years, Star Destruction was the one with the greatest sin. He was finally exceeded by his master, Taoist One, today. The merit gained from killing Taoist One is so huge that it's thrice that of killing Star Destruction. Of course, it's still slightly less than my sweeping through of the 26 dominions. Qin Yun looked at the Misty Rain sword in hand as he continued transplanting the merit. The source of his merit came from sweeping through the 26 dominions, killing Taoist One, killing Star Destruction, and other miscellaneous deeds when ranked. Finally, all the merit was injected into the intrinsic flying sword. The misty rain swords might rose by 20 to 30%, but it did not undergo any qualitative change. It still hasn't become a merit cardinal treasure. Qin Yun sighed. A figure appeared silently by his side. It was a black-haired elder. Master. Qin Yun immediately bowed reverently. It was the Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure's avatar. It still hasn't turned into a merit cardinal treasure? Numinous Treasure frowned slightly. Yeah. Qin Yun nodded. It's still not enough. Let's go. Follow me to meet Nuwa, Numinous Treasure said. When it comes to merit, Nuwa is ranked first in the 3 realms. She can tell how far your misty rain sword is from a merit cardinal treasure at a glance. Goddess Nuwa? Qin Yun's eyes lit up. Okay. After taking a glance at the Wei nation's capital, where Princess Wei Ran was discussing matters with the nine-tailed fox, Qing Shuang, Qin Yun left the Weifeng Great World. He headed to Goddess Nuwa's palace with numinous treasure. End of volume. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 660 Future of the 3 Realms. Chapter 660 Future of the 3 Realms. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Nuwa Palace was the residence of Goddess Nuwa. It was very famous in the 3 realms, but very mysterious and difficult to find. Hua. Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure tore through spacetime with Qin Yun and arrived in a land swirling with fog. Nuwa Palace. Qin Yun looked at the palace that appeared somewhat hazy amid the fog. He turned a little anxious since Goddess Nuwa enjoyed a very unique standing in the 3 realms. She had mended the heavens to save the 3 realms through her powers alone. Goddess Nuwa created humanity, so to humans, she was completely different from the other heavenly Tao realm existences. Goddess Nuwa could be said to be the mother of all humanity. It would also be Qin Yun's first meeting with Goddess Nuwa. Heavenly Lord. 2 fairies outside the palace gates bowed reverently when they saw Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure. Good. Numinous Treasure led Qin Yun right in. Nuwa Palace was extremely large with numerous palatial complexes, corridors, and gardens. It resembled a maze more than a palace. Numinous Treasure led Qin Yun to a garden filled with abundant flowers. A regal gowned woman was sitting cross-legged among the flowers, appearing tall even while seated. She watched Numinous Treasure and Qin Yun walk in with a smile. Her gaze rested mostly on Qin Yun as she extended her hand and said, "Numinous Treasure and disciple nephew Qin, please have a seat." This is Goddess Nuwa? Qin Yun's first meeting with Goddess Nuwa made him find her aura ethereal and unfathomable, but very warm despite his realm. Numinous Treasure nodded and sat cross-legged with a smile. Qin Yun also sat cross-legged beside his master. Humans are indeed becoming stronger with every generation. Your people have now produced the first half-step heavenly Tao existence for humanity. Goddess Nuwa looked at Qin Yun with a genial and warm look, as though she was looking at her own child. The light that shines from providence on humanity is indeed intensifying. The humans' 3 sovereigns were very powerful and, in certain aspects, they had reached the pinnacle below the heavenly Tao realm. For instance, Fuxishi's previous incarnation was Godfiend Fuxi. He had accumulated immense amounts of insight and was best at array formations in the 3 realms. Swirenchi's inextinguishable torch flame sent reverberations through the 3 realms and, ignoring Shinanshi, the first 2 had strength not far from the half-step heavenly Tao realm. Yet, they were never publicly acknowledged to possess such strength. The number of half-step heavenly Tao realm existences acknowledged in the 3 realms was a pathetic number. There were only 4 before Qin Yun, the Buddhist Samhita, the ancestral dragon, mighty god Hoi, and the chaos god Fiend, God King Zhurong, who once reigned supreme for a period of time. They had all proven themselves in battle, and now, there was another one, Qin Yun. As the strongest sword immortal in the 3 realms, he possessed an intrinsic connate cardinal treasure, leaving no doubts to his strength. After he slew Patriarch Spirit Devouring, his half-step heavenly Tao realm strength was publicly acknowledged. The humans are truly richly endowed by nature, praised numinous treasure with a smile. I've always been worried, said Goddess Nuwa with a smile, that all those old freaks would appear after the few of us are forced to leave the three realms. The three realms would then turn to chaos as a result. However, with disciple nephew Qin's appearance, I'm a lot more at ease. His abhorrence of evil shall prevent those old freaks from causing wanton destruction. I know the temper of this disciple of mine. He will not tolerate any misdeeds made by those old freaks. However, he has to transcend the itinerant immortal tribulations before he can leave those old freaks in shock, numinous treasure said. Master, both of you were talking about being forced to leave the three realms? Qin Yun asked out of curiosity. You aren't aware? Nuwa looked at Qin Yun. I heard Master mention it once, but I do not know the reason why Master, Goddess Nuwa, and other heavenly Tao realm figures have to leave the three realms, Qin Yun said, having heard his master mention it before when he was obstructing the fiend ancestor's destruction body. Nuwa looked at his disciple and explained, it's not considered a secret. Ever since Buzhou cracked, the three realms has been in a state of collapse. Even with Nuwa's mending of the heavens to save the three realms, the immense damage to its foundations remains. From the side, Nuwa nodded and said, back when Pango split the heavens from earth, the three realms were in a much more prosperous state, but it was still slowly draining away. Ever since Gongdong slammed into MT Buzhou and crumbled it, the foundations of the three realms have been severely damaged. The heaven and earth spiritual energies have been constantly decreasing in the three realms. With the heavenly Tao in place, how can the spiritual energy decrease? It's to reduce the burden the three realms has to bear. The three realms is home to trillions of lives and it's filled with countless immortals and fiends. The burden is just too huge. And each of us heavenly Tao realm existences are a huge burden on the three realms, Nuwa said. We can already sense the rejection the three realms has towards us. We can still stay for now, but as the rejection increases, it will not take long before we are forced to leave. Qin Yun was enlightened. He could notice the changes in the environment. Small worlds would have heaven and earth spiritual energies decrease with time, making cultivation more difficult. That was only an ecological change at a small scale. The changes to the three realms as a whole went deeper and farther. When the time comes, there will be nothing to reign in others in the three realms. All the lurking old freaks would appear. We will rely on all of you to maintain order in the three realms, Goddess Nuwa explained. Numinous Treasure nodded and said, the three realms will continue changing, weakening the heaven and earth spiritual energies and making it harder to cultivate. It will come to a point when the three realms will enter an automatic cycle. We find it difficult to predict how long this process could take. Who knows when we might be expelled as well, said Qin Yun. It will still be a long while. Perfected golden immortals are still at the golden immortal stage, a realm below the heavenly Tao. There is a qualitative difference, Numinous Treasure said. If the three realms can't even bear the burden of golden immortals, I do not even dare imagine what it would look like. Nuwa sighed. It can be certain that as heaven and earth spiritual energies thin, cultivation would become harder. The heavenly realm would still be alright, but the great worlds would be in trouble. The billions of small worlds might even see their path to immortality severed. Qin Yun was deep in thought. Severing the path to immortality? He recalled. Back in his second life when he dreamed 100 years, he had descended as Xiao. That small world had the path to immortality severed. It gave rise to a martial path. Disciple, what you should be focused on is your transcending of the tribulations, Numinous Treasure said with a smile. We will be leaving the three realms only after you transcend your tribulations. You only have a little over 3,000 years left. I can only try my best. However, it's still an unknown how powerful the 12th itinerant immortal tribulation is. It's also hard to tell if there's a 13th, 14th, or 15th tribulation. It's indeed unpredictable how the itinerant immortal tribulations will turn out. Nuwa nodded slightly. Numinous Treasure said, Nuwa, our visit here is to ask for your help. How far is my disciple's intrinsic flying sword from a merit cardinal treasure? Merit cardinal treasure? Nuwa looked at Qin Yun. He immediately flipped his hand as a 3-inch flying sword appeared in the middle of his palm. The flying sword was tiny, but it contained extremely powerful might and had immense merit within. Back when you swept through the 26 dominions and wiped out the fiend's nest, freeing countless small worlds from the grasp of the fiends, you won a good deal of merit. Nuwa looked carefully at the misty rain sword. While Qin Yun remained anxious, Numinous Treasure listened. Your intrinsic flying sword is still 20% away from becoming a merit cardinal treasure, said Nuwa. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 661, Sweeping Places. Chapter 661, Sweeping Places. Translator, Citullin. Editor, Citullin. Qin Yun was shocked. Having accumulated so much merit through all the opportunities he encountered, he was still short of 20%? How was he to amass that? Still short by 20%? Numinous Treasure frowned slightly. It's already very remarkable that disciple nephew Qin was able to amass 80% of a merit cardinal treasure, Nuwa said. Since Pango split the heaven from earth, only a handful of merit cardinal treasures have been produced, much fewer than Khanate cardinal treasures. Khanate cardinal treasures were born out of the chaos or refined by expending rare Khanate wonders. An example was the Empyrean seal. Although Khanate cardinal treasures were rare to the point of perfected great Dao experts not having one, heavenly Dao realm experts typically would have a few on hand. They would bestow them to their disciples. For instance, the heavenly lord of Numinous Treasure had quite a number of Khanate cardinal treasures. There were dozens of Khanate cardinal treasures in the entire 3 realms. But the number of merit cardinal treasures were far fewer, numbering only a handful. This was because there was only one source for merit cardinal treasures. One could only be formed by amassing merit for the 3 realms. You just need to kill 2 star destructions and that will be enough. Nuwa chuckled. Star destruction was invincible in small worlds back then. He reigned supreme for a long period of time and his sins were within the top 5 in the 3 realms. To find someone with sins that can match star destruction? And 2 at that? Qin Yun felt the pressure. There was only great merit in killing those with greater sins. It actually had little to do with strength. Among many perfected great Dao experts, many of them had little sin and instead had accrued merit. Even if Qin Yun slew them, it would only erode his own merit. At present, the ones with that much sin in the 3 realms are all hiding away in the tenebrous fiend abyss. Numinous Treasure shook his head gently. They are all very crafty and careful. It's unlikely they will appear in the next 3,000 plus years. Oh? Nuwa suddenly looked into the distant world outside. That is, Numinous Treasure looked out either. Qin Yun was left perplexed. He was in Nuwa Palace. His strength was still insufficient to tear through the obstacles placed by the palace to see the outside world. 9 out of the 10 fiendish dominions have had their space sealed, said Numinous Treasure. The remaining one that isn't sealed is the great world that Bushuan presides over. Black Lotus is likely afraid that Qin Yun would storm into the great worlds of the fiendish dominions and wipe out the fiends there, allowing those great worlds to return to the 3 realms as heavenly Dao, Nuwa said. Now, space has been sealed ahead of time to prevent Qin Yun from entering. Qin Yun nodded. I killed Taoist one, and now, the fiends only have Patriarch Blood Sea and Bushuan as the remaining perfected great Dao existences. They do appear to be struggling to protect their 10 dominions. I had planned on storming into the fiendish dominions to pull a few great worlds back under the 3 realms heavenly Dao. But now that they have been sealed. Although maintaining such a spatial seal is quite a huge burden, the fiends should be able to maintain it for a few thousand years. The only one that isn't sealed is clearly a trap. Numinous Treasure sneered. It's just waiting for you to enter. I know that myself, Qin Yun said. Guoshuan once fought the Buddhists for an extended period of time single-handedly. Even after all these years of dormancy, there has not been any progress. He's also not far from the half-step heavenly Tao realm. In his great world, the fiendish heavenly Tao envelopes it. I'm unable to use the heaven and earth powers and my strength will drop by 30%. And if I take the initiative to enter, I will likely find myself trapped in an array formation that the fiends have set up. My strength will only drop further. To fight Guoshuan in such an environment? Qin Yun was not stupid. Without any chance of winning, with a high possibility of dying, why would he do it? Black Lotus will likely restrain his subordinates in the coming few thousand years. Numinous Treasure frowned. It will make amassing great merit difficult. I'll have to accumulate it slowly. On the contrary, Qin Yun was at peace with the situation. When Nuwa saw this, she secretly sent a voice transmission to Numinous Treasure. Numinous Treasure, it won't be easy for disciple nephew Qin to accumulate the last 20% of merit. Black Lotus will not give him an opportunity either. Now, the best solution for him is outside the three realms. Have you ever told him the secret of the world outside the three realms? Outside the three realms? Numinous Treasure pondered for a moment and sent a voice transmission. It's still not time. I'll let this disciple of mine accumulate as much merit as possible. If it's really impossible for him to obtain a merit cardinal treasure in the three realms, it won't be too late to tell him the secret of the world outside the three realms. After all, you do know that beyond the three realms, there are opportunities, but also massive horrors. Nuwa nodded slightly. They were bored out of the chaos and knew more about the world beyond the three realms. Qin Yun and his master left Nuwa Palace. Once they were away from Nuwa Palace and its obstruction, Qin Yun saw everything from afar. He saw that 9 fiendish great worlds had their space sealed. Entry required one to fly in via space, but to do that might result in an attack by the fiend ancestor. What do you plan on doing next? Numinous Treasure inquired. I'll sweep the three realms first, Qin Yun said. Sweep? Well said. It's time to wipe the scourge. Numinous Treasure nodded in approval. Huifeng Great World. Qin Yun returned to the Wei Nation's capital to meet his disciple. Master. The nine-tailed fox Qin Xuan was extremely delighted as she bowed respectfully. By her side, Princess Wei Ran was somewhat reserved as she bowed reverently. Greetings, Sword Immortal Qin. He had slain Taoist One. As a disciple of the Grand Supreme lineage, Princess Wei Ran knew how terrifying Sword Immortal Qin was. Qin Yun nodded at Princess Wei Ran slightly before looking at his disciple. Qing Shuang, do you plan on cultivating in the Huifeng Great World or cultivating in the Heavenly Realm? I have an avatar at MT. Lightning Roar in the Heavenly Realm. I can give you pointers frequently. I'm willing. Qing Shuang showed no hesitation. All right. Qin Yun nodded before flicking his sleeve. Hua! Qing Shuang was directly sent to him to Lightning Roar in the Heavenly Realm. This was still the first time he was bringing a disciple back. After all, Qing Shuang had broken through to the mid-stage Sky Immortal realm in the 300-plus years he spent killed Taoist One. The disciples Qin Yun took in while traveling the three realms were mostly weak. To Qin Yun, only disciples at the mid-stage Sky Immortal realm could be considered as personal disciples. The weaker ones could only be considered as in-name disciples. After settling in his disciple, Qin Yun looked in the direction of a fiendish great world, one not among the fiendish dominions, from afar. Fiend ancestor, to think you hoped that luck would be on your side. With one step, Qin Yun traversed distance space and arrived in a great world. Kill! Qin Yun stood high in the sky as he sensed the entire great world with a thought. He flicked his sleeve. Thousands of dense sword chi tore through the void and crossed vast distances and descended upon one fiend after another. Ha ha ha, with this myriad corpse cave, I've finally cultivated to the sky fiend realm. A thin black-robed elder roared with laughter. A sword chi flew out of the void and tore through his glabella. He widened his eyes in horror as his body was reduced to ashes. From this day forth, all of you are disciples of my fire refinement fiend sect. Seated high on a throne, the sect master of the fire refinement fiend sect looked down at his newly recruited disciples. Just as he finished saying that, dozens of sword chi appeared out of the void. One sword chi tore through his glabella. He sat there without having even a moment to resist. His eyes were filled with despair and anger before he was reduced to ashes. Instantly, dozens of sword chi tore through the grand hall. The elders and elite disciples inside the hall immediately died, each turning to ash. Only the weak juniors that had just been recruited survived the calamity. What happened? The disciples who had just been recruited into the fire refinement fiend sect were dumbfounded seeing all the upper echelons of the sect killed. Similar scenes happened everywhere in the great world. Sword chi would suddenly descend, slaying one sky fiend after another. Regardless if they presided over an area, pulled the strings behind a country, or reclused themselves in cultivation, the sky fiends of the great world were wiped clean. Even for Essence Soul Realm fiends who had sufficient amount of sin, Qin Yun would take the effort to wipe them out as well. He killed tens of thousands of them. After killing millions of sky fiends and tens of thousands of extremely sinful Essence Soul Realm entities, he naturally had merit accrued. Every individual bit of merit was nothing to speak of, but it was a lot when accumulated. Furthermore, the foundation the fiends had in this great world had been uprooted by Qin Yun. For a fiendish sect to not even have a sky fiend in a great world? Perhaps any random sky immortal could wipe it out of existence. It was impossible for them to survive. Next great world. A perfected great Dao expert like Qin Yun just need a few seconds to wipe out all the fiends in a great world. Following that, he would take a single step to traverse space and arrive in another great world. Years ago, Qin Yun had influenced countless small worlds in the 26 dominions. Now, he was taking action in the great worlds. What he wanted to do went beyond the 10 fiendish dominions. He would eradicate all traces of fiends in any of the great worlds in the other dominions. To cross the fiends in such a manner was not about being a bully, but about triggering a complete table flip. Few ordinary perfected great Dao experts had the confidence to flip tables. There were only a few in the 3 realms who were capable of doing so. However, they either couldn't be bothered to do it as they viewed mortals as ants, or they had scruples. For example, although the ancestral dragon had the strength to do so, perhaps every dragon in the 3 realms would be hunted by the fiends if he did so. Qin Yun had not been cultivating for long. The people he cared about were few. Furthermore, he had the itinerant immortal heavenly tribulations ahead of him and he was powerful enough. This gave him the right to do so. What? Deep in the tenebrous fiend abyss, the fiend ancestor's destruction body had a drastic change in expression. Although he was also worried that Qin Yun would take the effort to sweep through the fiendish sects in the different great worlds, it was easy to make the ancestral fiends temporarily retreat to safety. But to summon back the countless sky fiends in all the great worlds would be a massive endeavor. Furthermore, the situation the fiends had set up over all the years would be destroyed in a day. He'd willingly taken that risk. However, Qin Yun had really done so. How shameless for an itinerant immortal lunatic to be such a bully. He even attacks those at the Essence Soul Realm? Fiend Ancestor raged, but he still gave the order, passed the order to disperse all sky fiends in the great worlds. Although he had tried his luck, he did have the preparations to retreat in place. However, it was easier said than done to have countless sky fiends retreat. Many were bound to be killed by Qin Yun. Many. That day was a huge calamity for all the sky fiends in the 3 realms. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 662 Insufficient Strength. Chapter 662 Insufficient Strength. Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin. The fiend ancestor gave the order to the mighty figures under him and they disseminated the order down. After the order passed down through numerous levels, countless sky fiends in the three realms learned of the news. So the tenebrous cloud tower that has been doing evil all this while has so many sky fiends backing it. A third firmament Taoist looked furiously at the group of sky fiends in a hall. Seated on a high throne was the leader who roared with laughter. Ha, Chu Feng, you are quite a talent. You have been at odds with my tenebrous cloud tower time and time again, but the might you've seen from my tenebrous cloud tower is only the tip of the iceberg. Do you think we aren't aware that you have been investigating where our nest is? Your infiltration was crystal clear to all of us. The other skyfiends looked down at the pathetic ant. Chu Feng, you are quite talented, so I'm giving you an opportunity. Submit to my tenebrous cloud tower and convert to the fiendish Tao. I will take you in as my disciple, how about that? The leader looked at the Taoist beneath him. The Taoist wore an ugly expression. Dream on. Go ahead and kill me. Why do this? In terms of cultivation, our fiendish Tao has a variety of dermic formulations. It's much faster cultivating them. With your realm, it won't take you longer than 10 years to reach the sky fiend level, said the leader with a smile. That's unorthodox. The Taoist sneered. The size of one's fist determines everything in this world. There's no such thing as orthodox or unorthodox, said the leader as he laughed. It was true that fiendish cultivation was more radical with numerous evil means, making it harder for fiends to become ancestral fiends. However, to most cultivators, becoming a mighty figure was too distant a goal. Therefore, the fiendish Tao was very alluring. It resulted in the rapid proliferation of the fiendish Tao throughout the three realms. There might be many who failed to succeed in coming under a Taoist sect, but converting to the fiendish Tao allowed success. This was the appeal of the fiends. Come, join my tenebrous cloud tower. Join and you will gain everything you want, continued the leader when a voice suddenly bellowed within the hall. Disciple, quickly escape the great world and hide in a small world. Quick! Master! The leader was alarmed. The surrounding skyfiends were astonished as well. Their leader's master was a fiendish mighty figure. Quick, Sword Immortal Qin has already arrived in your great world. The voice sounded extremely urgent. Boom! Countless sword chi appeared out of the void. In a blink of an eye, the countless sword chi flew through the hall, piercing through one skyfiend after another, turning them to ash. The Taoist was the only survivor. They are all dead? The Taoist looked around in a daze. The skyfiends were all much more powerful than him. The leader, who could have crushed him with a finger, was now dead. Escape the great world and hide in a small world? Only by hiding in a small world can survival be possible? The Taoist muttered. That sword Immortal Qin must be a mighty figure. As a third firmament essence soul, he had never heard of sword Immortal Qin. Quick! The skyfiends fled one after another. Some flew in horror. Master, this sword Immortal Qin is wiping out the skyfiends of the three realms. Can't any of the mighty fiendish figures stop him? He can't be stopped. A sigh resonated in his ears. Following that, the master ignored his disciple. If they could not escape a great world in time, they were destined to be annihilated. No fiend can stop him? Isn't it said that the fiend ancestor can match that of the Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor? Is sword Immortal Qin that terrifying? The fleeing skyfiends refused to believe this. To sweep through the skyfiends of the numerous great worlds would definitely cause an intense counterattack from the fiends. The fiends had a few perfected great Tao existences, such as the King of Myriad Fiends, Wushuan and Patriarch Blood Sea to name two. The fiend ancestor could even request the help of other perfected great Tao existences, such as the Chaos Three Banes, or ancient existences like God King Jerome. However, the fiends were truly out of solutions when Qin Yun attacked. With a half-step heavenly Tao realm and the will of one that only had a few millennia left to live, the fiends could not deal with him. Even if the fiend ancestors sought the help of ancient existences, none of them were willing to help. Who wouldn't suffer a headache from Qin Yun's maniacal revenge? Qin Yun cleaned up the numerous great worlds, hoping to clean up the house that was the three realms. The sky fiends from the first two great worlds did not receive the order in time and were wiped out by Qin Yun. From the third great world on, the sky fiends began fleeing frantically. All of them typically had life preservation treasures used to traverse the void, but most of them were for short distances. It was rather common to instantly escape tens of thousands of kilometers, but to escape a great world entirely would be difficult. Only a few sky fiends had the life preservation treasures capable of removing them from a great world. There were others who were more powerful, capable of casting major void transference themselves. They naturally escaped easily into small worlds. Qin Yun was out of solutions once they escaped into a small world. Therefore, although Qin Yun showed no mercy, many late-stage sky fiends managed to escape. After all, most late-stage sky fiends were capable of teleporting across relatively long distances. A few teleportations was sufficient to escape the great world. But in terms of numbers, the early and mid-staged sky fiends took up 99% of the entire number slain. Few of these sky fiends managed to escape. Whoosh! Countless sword chi descended from the void, slaying one sky fiend after another. Countless sky fiends seemed to disperse like evaporating bubbles. Even those with avatars were killed when Qin Yun's sword beams traced their karmic lines. How ruthless! Apart from the fiendish dominions, 99% of all the sky fiends in the other great worlds have been killed. Probably 10 million sky fiends have been killed. It's truly a major calamity for the sky fiends in the three realms. But why am I so happy seeing this? In the heavenly courts, two mighty figures were watching everything that was happening in the three realms remotely as they chatted. There are few that have the strength to do this in the three realms. And the only one who dares to do so is Sword Immortal Qin. I have to say I'm impressed. The three realms has 60 dominions. 10 of them are controlled by the fiends while another 26 dominions are infiltrated by the fiends. Back when Sword Immortal Qin was invincible in small worlds, he caused countless small worlds in the 26 dominions to be taken back. The sky fiends in those small worlds either went to the fiendish dominions or to great worlds. Now, the great worlds in the 26 dominions are being swept again. It could be said that the fiendish forces in the 26 dominions have been almost wiped out. Only a few sky fiends remain there to live abject lives. Yes, nearly all fiends outside the fiendish dominions have been wiped out. Mighty figures who watched this scene from various spots in the three realms could not help but marvel and applause. Well done. Here, let's drink. How elating! There were mighty figures who abhorred evil and had once thought of massacring the fiends, but they lacked the strength. Even the typical perfected great Tao existence did not dare offend the fiends to such an extent. But Qin Yun had done so. He made the three realms falter in disbelief. Regardless of their faction, everyone had to admit to Sword Immortal Qin's strength. This Qin Yun is too insolent. Way too insolent. He deserves death. Let him enjoy his days. Each itinerant immortal tribulation is more terrifying than the last. The 11th itinerant immortal tribulation can only be survived by a perfected great Tao existence, and the 12th itinerant immortal tribulation likely can only be withstood by a heavenly Tao realm existence. This Qin Yun will definitely be obliterated. Yes, he's doomed when he has to transcend the later tribulations. The ancestral fiends were raging in madness because the countless dying sky fiends were their disciples. Now that they had been wiped clean, they did not even dare show their faces. Qin Yun stood in midair. That's almost all. Qin Yun stopped as well, allowing for merit to continuously descend upon him. He looked at those worlds from afar, seeing countless mortals rejoice as they escaped the clutches of evil. He could not help but smile. Merit was only secondary in his motivations. More important was his wish to do something to help these countless lives. He knew how tragic it was for mortals to live under the terror of the fiends. He wished for humanity to lead better lives. I wish to do more for this world, but what I can do is limited. Qin Yun shot a glance at the 10 fiendish dominions. There was nothing he could do to those areas, for he had insufficient strength. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 663, The Demon's Changes. Chapter 663, The Demon's Changes. Translator, Xiao. Editor, Xiao. Whoosh. A figure walked out of the void, and she was none other than Old Mother of Blackfall Mountain, who held a crutch. Senior Sister greeted Qin Yun with a smile. We are already accustomed to having countless fiends entrenched in various areas of the 3 realms, said Old Mother of Blackfall Mountain with a smile. Now, you have leveled them by your strength alone. You have really given the 3 realms a shock. Qin Yun smiled. Before the fiend ancestor attained the heavenly Tao realm, the fiends were nothing to worry about. The 3 realms were at peace. I always felt that the 3 realms of that era was the best. The fiendish way should have been denounced, with its practitioners doing things in secret. Yet, it has been spread with great fanfare, making fiends to appear everywhere. This should not have happened at all. Denounced? Old Mother of Blackfall Mountain was taken aback before she nodded slightly. Yes, back when the fiends rose in prominence and spread throughout the 3 realms, it did cause the various factions in the 3 realms to join forces in a bid to eradicate their way. The Taoist fiend war embroiled the 3 realms, but both sides ended up with terrible losses. After realizing that the fiends could not be destroyed, there was a ceasefire. All these years later, we have become accustomed to the existence of the fiends. In the future, we can also get accustomed to their lack of existence, Qin Yun said. Old Mother of Blackfall Mountain laughed. That will depend on you. When the heavenly Tao realm existences are forced to leave the 3 realms, it will be the world of the mighty figures. Junior brother, if you continue cultivating and have another breakthrough in strength, it's even possible that you could cause the fiends to retreat to the tenebrous fiend abyss. The tenebrous fiend abyss was part of the 3 realms and impossible to destroy. Making the fiends hide in the tenebrous fiend abyss was the limit. I will have to transcend the itinerant immortal tribulations first, Qin Yun said. After sweeping through so many great worlds, how's the merit you gained? Inquired Old Mother of Blackfall Mountain. Can you attain a merit cardinal treasure? Qin Yun shook his head gently. Although I killed many sky fiends, the truly powerful ones could employ void transference, allowing them to hide into small worlds after a few teleportations. The even more powerful ones could use major void transference. The ones I wiped out were the weaker ones. Only by killing millions of these weaker ones would the merit match that of an ancestral fiend mighty figure. Having killed so many, it should be able to match about 10 ancestral fiends, right? Asked Old Mother of Blackfall Mountain. However, it's still about 10% short of a merit cardinal treasure, Qin Yun said. I'll have enough merit if I kill another 10 ancestral fiends, but where am I to find them? Old Mother of Blackfall Mountain looked at Qin Yun, thinking, this junior brother doesn't seem to know of the world beyond the 3 realms? Master likely didn't tell him because he has his reasons. I'll wait another 1 to 2,000 years before asking Master. Heavenly Realm, Demon Emperor Palace. Demon Emperor Bai Zhe was leisurely drawing when an illusory figure descended. It was none other than 9 Phoenix. Bai Zhe, 9 Phoenix said immediately. Did something happen? Did Qin Yun attack us demons? Bai Zhe continued drawing. Yes, 16 sky demons were killed by Qin Yun. 5 of them were late-stage sky demons, 9 Phoenix said immediately. Those were demon kings at the late-stage sky demon realm. 2 sky demons even escaped into small worlds, but he sent guardian generals at the pinnacle of the sky immortal realm to slay them. He doesn't give us demons any face. You even treated him well the last time. When it came to demons, Qin Yun had dealt with them individually. Even if they escaped into small worlds, he sent guardian generals to capture them. When he massacred sky fiends, he could do little to those who escaped into small worlds since he only had 10 plus guardian generals which were at the pinnacle sky immortal realm. Bai Zhe continued drawing as he said leisurely, if not for our acquaintance in the past, Qin Yun would only be more ruthless. What right does he have to attack us? 9 Phoenix turned flustered. You are Demon Emperor. Bai Zhe put down his brush and looked coldly at 9 Phoenix. Why, are you actually taking me as your Demon Emperor now? 9 Phoenix was taken aback. I had long gave the instruction for all of you to hold back. Do not engage in wanton acts of evil. None of you cultivate in the fiendish ways. Doing evil has no benefit to your cultivation, so then, why act so brazenly? Bai Zhe was somewhat infuriated. Back when our demons' heavenly courts were destroyed, the Taoist and Buddhist mighty figures captured mighty figures of our demons to be their mounts and slaves. Why? It was because we had committed too many sins. They were happy to deal with us demons. If we had merit on us, would they dare bully us? Thanks to the uprising of the fiends, the Taoists and Buddhists have been a lot kinder to us demons, Bai Zhe said coldly. Yet, despite being met with kindness, some demons end up becoming even more fearless. Did they forget the lessons from the destruction of the demons' heavenly courts? Even if there isn't sword immortal Qin today, there would be other mighty figures who would deal with these sinful ones. One deserves punishment for being sinful, said Bai Zhe. No one can be blamed but them. I understand all that you said. But you have to save them, said 9 Phoenix anxiously. Bai Zhe said coldly, summon all the late-stage sky demon juniors with grave sins. Punish them by placing them into heart-refining pagoda and refine their hearts for 100,000 years, but... Heart-refining pagoda? 9 Phoenix was taken aback. Heart-refining pagoda was something Bai Zhe had gone to great efforts to build in order to change the demons. There were numerous torturous means that could temper one's heart and mind. He wished to use these to change those intractable demon juniors. But clearly, there was a backlash among the demons. Bai Zhe's orders could not be executed as there were just too many intractable demons. Yes, we will take action first and make these juniors suffer 100,000 years. If that's the case, Qin Yun is unlikely to pursue them. Bai Zhe picked up his brush again. This is the only way to save them. Let them choose. Either they choose death or they enter the heart-refining pagoda for 100,000 years, but Qin Yun might only live for another 3,000 plus years. Punishing them with 4,000 years should be sufficient, right? Asked 9 Phoenix. Do you think Qin Yun is stupid? Bai Zhe shot a glance at her. They have to be punished for 100,000 years, and with a punishment that is severe enough to convince him to let them off. Furthermore, I will tell him personally. This, 100,000 years, back then, you sent 39 demons with grave sins into the heart-refining pagoda. It was meant to be for 10,000 years, but in the end, 12 of them committed suicide, 9 Phoenix could not help but say. This is about tempering and refining one's heart and mind. If they lack that state of mind, who else is to blame? Is there really no other solution? Pressed 9 Phoenix. What else can be done? Attack him? I'm not Qin Yun's match. Bai Zhe waved his hand. Quickly do it. This is the only solution. 9 Phoenix had no choice but to leave and do as ordered. Qin Yun continued dealing with sinful beings in the great worlds. Previously, he dealt with the fiends, but now, he was dealing with both humans and demons. He did not spare any sinful humans or demons. As for the intractable fiendish demons, there were some who refused to enter the heart-refining pagoda. Eventually, they really did die under Qin Yun's hand. With regards to that, the demon mighty figures had nothing to say. Of course, even more powerful sinful demons chose to bow their heads to survive. They chose to enter the heart-refining pagoda and suffer within. Back then, the 10,000 years in heart-refining pagoda was enough to cause 30% of the demons to perish. Now, it was 100,000 years. According to Bai Zai's estimates, perhaps half would die, and that was something he hoped would happen. From his point of view, half dying meant nothing. This was because surviving 100,000 years in the heart-refining pagoda would result in a completely reformed person. Furthermore, such a survivor had a resilient Tao heart. After all these years, something that I've not been capable of accomplishing has been done thanks to Qin Yun. Bai Zai looked at the lofty heart-refining pagoda. Hundreds of thousands of powerful demons were suffering inside as they wailed sharply. However, Bai Zai smiled. External forces are ultimately needed to change the demons after all. Demons can also have a Tao heart that remains unperturbed to infinite calamities. In the future, we can produce one at the heavenly Tao realm as well, said Bai Zai softly. Back then, us demons were the strongest race in the three realms. We will not be weaker than the humans in the future. After all, the demons cannot be protected through me alone. Bai Zai also felt a tinge of exhaustion. In a blink of an eye, 120 years had passed since Qin Yun wiped out the sky fiends in the three realms. Qin Yun was listening to a tune inside a tea restaurant. I attacked the sinful demons, but not only did Demon Emperor Bai Zai not stop me, he was even more ruthless than me. He even gave me a list to deal with even more demons. It made many demons choose to enter the heart-refining pagoda by themselves and suffer the pain of heart refinement. Although Qin Yun had been ruthless, he had only dealt with the really sinful ones. There were many who hit Qin Yun's criteria among the fiends. However, although demons were intractable, the few that really met Qin Yun's criteria was much lower in number than the fiends. Most of them were just acting out their nature. They were born into a world where the law of the jungle worked. It was not right to say that it was wrong for a tiger to eat a lamb. After they became demons, such instincts became their intrinsic characters. As long as they did not unleash wanton destruction and completely give in to their bloodthirsty nature, Qin Yun felt that they were still redeemable. It was impossible for him to investigate each powerful demon carefully. However, Bai Zai knew the powerful demons very well. The list he gave Qin Yun had demons who appeared to have little sins on the surface, but were really sinister and bloodthirsty. When Qin Yun observed them, he determined that they deserved death. Therefore, he also killed them. This made the demons misunderstand that even sins at that level were pursued by sword immortal Qin. It immediately caused many powerful demons to enter the heart-refining pagoda. The demons also gradually changed from that day. In the chaos beyond the three realms, there was a cave abode. Inside the cave abode was a golden armored figure emitting golden light. He looked in the direction of the three realms and smiled. This Qin Yun has eradicated most of the evil, but he has yet to attain a merit cardinal treasure. He must definitely be hoping to gain immense merit, but at present, the means to gain that is beyond the three realms, in the chaos. He must be anxious. Yes, it's time to invite him. The golden armored figure took a step and left the cave abode, heading straight for the three realms. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 664, Invitation. Chapter 664, Invitation. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. On the second floor of the tea restaurant, Qin Yun was listening to the tunes while drinking tea and having some pastry. Oh! Qin Yun sensed something as he turned his head. He saw a blurry figure instantly appear on the second floor of the tea restaurant. He was tall and wore wide and loose golden robes. He leisurely walked through the tea restaurant, but despite the numerous customers, none of them seemed to see him. Sword immortal Qin. The golden-robed man stood by the table and looked at Qin Yun with a smile. Might I request a drink from you? Of course, as long as you do not mind such mortal liquids. Qin Yun looked at him and began pouring some wine for him. He instantly recognized him. He was the ancient god, Rushu. Before the three realms opened up, the chaos gave birth to 5 extremely powerful godfiends. They separately helmed the Khanate 5 elements. They were water god Gonggong, fire god Zhurong, wood god Gomang, earth god Hutu, metal god Rushu. Even among the perfected great Tao existences, the 5 were considered extremely powerful. Early on in the 3 realms, God King Zhurong and God King Gonggong fought for supremacy. Eventually, Dongdang angrily slammed into Mtambujo after suffering defeat, causing the 3 realms to undergo immense changes. Dongdang died and Zhurong, along with a group of godfiends, were suppressed by goddess Niwa under Mte. 3 blades. They were only recently released. As for Hutu, Gomang, and Rushu, they did not enjoy striving for supremacy. Goddess Hutu now helmed all mountains and rivers and the underworld, bringing prosperity to the 3 realms. As for Gomang and Rushu, they kept even lower profiles and were mysterious. They were almost never seen. As these 2 reclused themselves in the chaos beyond the 3 realms, their strength had been a mystery. But without a doubt, their strength neared that of the half-step heavenly Tao realm at the very least. Sword immortal Qin, you swept through countless skyfiends in the 3 realms by your strength alone. It's truly impressive, marveled Rushu. There are many experts in the 3 realms who wish to do so, but lack the strength and courage to act on those wishes. You are the only exception. It didn't really damage the fiend's foundations, unfortunately. All I did was snip off some branches and leaves. It's nothing worth mentioning. Qin Yun looked at Rushu. Fellow Taoist Rushu, you attempted to snatch my lotus seed of fate the last time we met. Yet, you appear so cordial this time. If there's anything important, why don't you get straight to the point? Rushu laughed. Sword immortal Qin, you sure don't beat about the bush. Back then, everyone was trying to snatch the lotus seed of fate. I naturally had to partake in the event. Unfortunately, fate was not on my side. It's true that there's an important matter that brings me to you today. I wish that you can help me. You wish for me to help? Qin Yun looked at him. What matter in the 3 realms can actually stump you? Rushu was one of the ancient gods. He was powerful and he had a wide circle of acquaintances. Why was there a need to seek his help? There are few things in the 3 realms that can stump me, but beyond the 3 realms, there are several things that stump me, said Rushu. Beyond the 3 realms? Qin Yun pricked up his brows. Sword immortal Qin, have you heard of the Chaos Spatial Rift? Inquired Rushu. Qin Yun was taken aback before he shook his head lightly. Never. Rushu nodded with a smile. Sword immortal Qin, you haven't cultivated for long. It's likely that numinous treasure Tao ancestor does not wish to influence your cultivation. It's very normal that he hasn't told you. I know that you are constantly seeking immense merit. In the Chaos Spatial Rift, you will be able to obtain immense merit, probably as much as you wish. Oh? Qin Yun felt stirred. He was now short of 10% from a merit cardinal treasure. Although 10% seemed so little, Qin Yun was at a loss on how to gather that. Sword immortal Qin, don't tell me you believe that those in the 3 realms are the only living beings in the expansive chaos? Said Rushu. After all, the 3 realms was only a universe formed when Pangu split the heavens from the earth. It's a trivial speck in the expansive chaos. There are other living beings beyond the 3 realms? Qin Yun's heart quaked as he pressed. Speaking of which, like me, like the other chaos godfiends, we are all considered living beings beyond the 3 realms. We were all born out of the chaos, said Rushu. And the domain we are in is just a speck in the expansive chaos. If Panga can create a universe, can't other existences do the same? For instance, the Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor are all pondering over the means to open up a new universe. Other universes? Pressed Qin Yun. Rushu laughed and continued, this will then involve the chaos spatial rift. To pass through it is to be met with boundless spatial tides. Amid the spatial tides, there are paths that lead to our three realms, and naturally, there are rifts that lead to other domains. We have also discovered the rifts that led to other domains and have remotely spied through the rifts. We have seen powerful beings from other universes, but no one that entered these other rifts have not returned to date. They failed to return? Qin Yun pressed. Then what about sending avatars? The moment one enters the spatial tide, their connection with the three realms is severed. The avatar and the actual body itself will not sense each other, Rushu said. Therefore, it's still unknown if the avatars that were sent out are dead or alive. Qin Yun nodded. What Rushu said alarmed Qin Yun, however, it was believable to him. After all, the expansive chaos was boundless. It was nothing strange that there were other universes like the three realms. No one has returned after heading to the other domains. Then, what is it that you came to me for, fellow Taoist Rushu? Qin Yun pressed. Also, you mentioned gaining immense merit. Where do I earn that? We might not dare to enter the other universes through the rift, said Rushu with a laugh. But amid the spatial tides lurk powerful biological creatures. Biological creatures inside the spatial tides? Qin Yun was alarmed. Yes, they enjoy hunting lives like us that enter the spatial tides, said Rushu. We have found 9 chaos spatial rifts in the vicinity of our three realms. We have failed to probe the 9 domains as well. We have also discovered powerful biological creatures in the spatial tides. One of them is my target. I wish to invite you to help me to kill it together. Just you and me? Asked Qin Yun. And Gomang as well, Rushu said. Sword Immortal Qin, your misty rain array is peerless in the three realms. Your protective means can be said to be the strongest among the perfected great Tao existences. I need you to cast the misty rain array to withstand any danger. Gomang's means at constraining the enemy can be deemed as best beneath the heavenly Tao realm. He would bind and constrain the enemy while I'll be responsible for killing it. Qin Yun nodded slightly. Rushu grasped the Khanate metal element Great Tao. In terms of offensive means, he was ranked as one of the best among the perfected Great Tao existences. How will I gain immense merit? Qin Yun pressed. When we kill the creature, the treasures will belong to me and Gomang. Its corpse will be yours, Rushu said. As long as you bring its corpse back to the three realms and sacrifice it to the three realms will naturally bestow immense merit to you. Sacrifice the corpse to the three realms to earn immense merit? Qin Yun pondered. These creatures of another universe are especially powerful. The powers their corpses contain are beneficial to the three realms, said Rushu. If you can capture these creatures and bring them to the three realms before killing them, the merit would be even higher, but capturing them alive is just too difficult. Qin Yun also understood. The heaven and earth spiritual energies in the three realms were constantly declining. Clearly, it was weakening. If it gained external aid, it was normal for it to bestow merit in exchange. Do you have confidence in killing it? What is the creature's strength like? Pressed Qin Yun. That spatial tide can be entered and traversed only by those below the heavenly Tao realm, Rushu said. Heavenly Tao experts have no means of entering the spatial tides. The Tao ancestors had tried early on, therefore, the creatures that lurk in the spatial tides are below the heavenly Tao realm, but Qin Yun felt relieved. Those at the heavenly Tao realm could not enter? Of course, they are strong enough to entrench themselves in the spatial tides and rampantly kill other experts. However, there have been situations in the Three Realms history where such powerful beings from other universes have been slain. There's definitely a chance if the three of us join forces. Of course, when fighting with such powerful beings from a different universe, there can be accidents. Rushu looked at Qin Yun. Therefore, you will have to consider carefully before choosing to accompany us. Do you have detailed information about the target you wish to kill? Qin Yun asked. I have information, but not much. Rushu flipped his hand and placed a jade token on the table. Qin Yun took the jade token. I'll take a look and give you an answer in 3 days. All right. Rushu got up with a smile. Then, I'll be awaiting your good news. With jade token in hand, Qin Yun searched through the information within as he pondered, powerful beings from other universes in the spatial tides? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 665, Beyond the Three Realms. Chapter 665, Beyond the Three Realms. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Moments later in Green Turing Palace. Master. Qin Yun bowed respectfully. The Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure sat cross-legged on a bed of clouds as he slowly opened his eyes. He understood the instant he saw Qin Yun. Rushu came to you? He invited me to kill a powerful being together with him in the Chaos Spatial Rift, Qin Yun reported respectfully. Did you agree? Inquired Numinous Treasure. I'm still pondering over it, said Qin Yun. Numinous Treasure nodded slightly. With a flip of his hand, he took out a book and tossed it gently. As the book flew to Qin Yun, he said, this book contains information regarding the Chaos Spatial Rift. You can make a decision after reading it. Qin Yun extended his hand to grab the book. I haven't told you all this while because I wished for you to try your best at accumulating merit in the Three Realms, said Numinous Treasure. I didn't want you to risk your life in the Chaos Spatial Rift until the final moment. Risk my life? Qin Yun looked at his master. In the Three Realms, you are practically unstoppable. Even the fiend ancestor, Black Lotus, can't kill you despite his wishes to do so. Numinous Treasure said seriously, but once you enter the Chaos Spatial Rift, it's difficult to tell what will happen to you. The powerful beings of another universe have unfathomable means. They do not cultivate as immortals, Buddhists, or fiends. For them to dare entrench themselves in the spatial tides to kill other powerful beings, it implies how they are not to be antagonized. Perhaps, there might be one that's stronger than Hou-Yi or you. Qin Yun nodded in enlightenment. I understand. I'll consider it carefully. Do so, your decision is yours to make, said Numinous Treasure. Then Master, I shall bid you farewell. Qin Yun bowed respectfully before leaving. Numinous Treasure watched Qin Yun depart. Unfortunately, there's no way of entering the Chaos Spatial Rift after reaching the Heavenly Tao Realm, thought Numinous Treasure. When we leave the Three Realms in the future, we will be able to enter the boundless chaos and explore it. I wonder if we will get lost, never to return. From a particular point of view, Numinous Treasure envied the juniors. The juniors could enter spatial rifts and head to other domains. The Three Realms did not stop them from doing so. As for those at the Heavenly Tao Realm, their every action suffered rejection. The Three Realms rejected them, and so did the Chaos Spatial Rift. Before I leave, I hope to see Qin Yun transcend the itinerant immortal tribulations. Numinous Treasure held hope and anticipation. Heavenly Realm, into lightning roar. Qin Yun returned to his wife and guided his children, granddaughter, and disciple in their sword arts. Sword Immortal Qin, the one who abhors evil, hasn't been out punishing evil and doing good these past few days. Nor are you cultivating in seclusion. Are you just going to stay home and accompany me? Xiao smiled as she poured some tea for him and handed it to Qin Yun. Qin Yun sat there and drank the tea while smiling at his wife. My avatar has been around constantly all these years, available for your summoning at any time, but it feels different. Xiao laughed and said, to have the mighty sword immortal Qin's real body here accompanying me, I feel overwhelmed by the honor. Qin Yun looked at his wife and chuckled. He said, in what is to come, my avatar will no longer be able to stay in the manor. All the avatars I have in the 3 realms will dissipate as well. All the avatars will dissipate? The color in Xiao's face drained. Brother Yun, why? To have all avatars dissipate, the common reason was death. Don't worry. No one in the 3 realms can kill me. I plan on heading into the chaos, beyond the 3 realms. There is a chaos spatial rift there, said Qin Yun. I received the invitation of the ancient deity, Rushu, to head to the chaos spatial rift. Once I enter, all connections with the outside world would be severed. Therefore, my avatars will lose connection with my body and can no longer be maintained. What kind of place is it that prevents your avatar from being maintained? Xiao was alarmed. She had never heard of such a thing. Her husband was a perfected great Tao. He was able to maintain his avatars in the 3 realms even while he was in the chaos. The chaos spatial rift is very unique, said Qin Yun. After entering, it's impossible to contact the outside world. Therefore, I have to tell you, lest you worry. Is there any danger? Inquired Xiao. Yes. Qin Yun nodded. However, the danger isn't too great. If Rushu, an ancient deity who has lived for so many years, dares to enter, I'll definitely dare to as well. Is there a need to? Asked Xiao. Yes. Qin Yun nodded. I'm still lacking great amounts of merit needed to obtain a merit cardinal treasure. That place is most suitable for me to earn great merit. After my misty rain sword becomes a merit cardinal treasure, the chances of me transcending the tribulations will increase exponentially. How long will you be gone? Xiao pressed. No idea, Qin Yun said. Under normal circumstances, 100+ years would be sufficient. If something unexpected happens, it will be hard to tell. Xiao lowered her head as she sipped her tea. Nodding, she said, I understand. You don't have to worry about the household. Go do what you need to do. Qin Yun extended his hand to grasp his wife's hand. Xiao, if I can transcend the itinerant immortal tribulations, there will be no need for you to worry for me ever again. Xiao looked at her husband and smiled. Brother Yun, that's what you said. On the same day. Qin Yun did not tell his children before leaving silently as his wife sent him off. Remember, be careful, said Xiao. Wait for my return. Qin Yun nodded. Following that, he stepped across the void and vanished. Xiao stood alone at the peak of him to lightning roar. His departure this time was different. Even his avatar wasn't around. He had gone to the chaos spatial rift beyond the 3 realms. Xiao was filled with worry, but she understood why he had to go. Qin Yun was making preparations for his future itinerant immortal tribulations. 3 realms. Ordinary flight would take forever due to the infinite distance. Only mighty figures who had sufficiently grasped over spacetime could find the boundary of the 3 realms. Whoosh! Deep in space, there was a splatter of crimson. It was jiggling like a fetus's membrane, and it was the boundary of the 3 realms. This is my first time at the boundary of the 3 realms. Qin Yun looked at the endless boundary of the 3 realms. With a step, he would pass through the spatial boundary and enter a realm beyond the 3 realms. Whoosh! Like a mortal jumping into the water from land. The environment was completely different. The interior of the 3 realms was filled with heaven and earth spiritual energies, and there was the 3 realms' heavenly Tao protection. But once he passed through the 3 realms boundary, he would lose the protection and suffer the obstreperous surge of the chaos. Oh! This power of chaos is being constantly absorbed by the three realms? Qin Yun saw that the three realms membrane was absorbing the power of chaos. Yet, the three realms is still weakening. Could it be that the power of chaos does not give any fundamental help to the three realms? Qin Yun had extraordinary insight at present. He could sense that the three realms' absorption of the power of chaos did little for it. The power of chaos could not replenish the truly fundamental powers. If he were to slay powerful beings of other universes and offer them to the three realms, it would likely be able to replenish some of its fundamental powers. That was how great merit could descend upon him. I wonder how Pangu split the heaven from earth to form the three realms back then, thought Qin Yun. Master and company have failed to do so even after reaching the heavenly Tao realm. So, after some thought, Qin Yun continued heading forward. He was not worried about getting lost in the chaos since the massive three realms was like a lighthouse in the fog. As long as he remained a certain distance from the three realms, he would be able to sense it. Qin Yun could sense that space remained extensive in the void. With a step, he traversed immense distance and, after nearly 20 times, he arrived in front of Rushu's cave abode. Qin Yun knew very well that the range of space he sensed wasn't all of it. Heavenly Tao realm existences like his master could cover a much wider range with a thought. It would exceed the range that would have already left Qin Yun lost. Whoosh! Qin Yun descended outside the cave abode. Sword Immortal Qin, you are the last. Brother Gomang arrived a long time ago. A golden-armored Rusha smiled as he welcomed Qin Yun. Beside him was an azure-robed elder. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 666 Spatial Tide. Chapter 666 Spatial Tide. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Greetings, fellow Taoist Rushu, fellow Taoist Gomang. Qin Yun greeted politely as well. An intense battle was about to happen in the Chaos Spatial Rift, and these two would become his partners in life and death. Wood God Gomang was dressed in azure robes, his hair and skin were azure in color as well. Legend had it that his true form was that of a tree. Sword Immortal Qin. Gomang nodded with a smile. I've long heard of you. You drained away Taoist Wen and swept through the sky fiends in the three realms. Everything you have done has amazed me. I finally get to meet you today. How can the three realms not be amazed with your crossing of the fiends in such a manner? Rushu laughed. Let's not stand here. Have a seat inside. Qin Yun smiled as he entered with Rushu and Gomang. As Rushu's cave abode was in the chaos, it was rather desolate. He only had a few disciples and servants. They all lived inside the cave abode, and stayed there most of the time. Any excursions to the three realms required Rushu's help. In one of the cave abode's yards, Qin Yun, Rushu, and Gomang took their seats and discussed over drinks. The feeling of being in the chaos is different. Qin Yun looked up and out into the endless chaos outside the cave abode. He even took in the universe and sensed how he was no longer in the three realms, but in the vast chaos. It's no wonder that fellow Taoist Rushu and fellow Taoist Gomang live in reclusion in the chaos. We were born from the chaos, so cultivating in the chaos is the best, said Gomang with a smile. We do not like the internal strife in the three realms, so we reside permanently in the chaos. Cultivating and gaining enlightenment in the chaos is different indeed. Qin Yun sensed. The three realms was born out of the chaos. The rules of how the chaos evolves are a lot magnificent than the three realms' heavenly Tao, Rusha said. For instance, your master's immortal vanquishing erase 4 divine swords and the other Khanate cardinal treasures in the three realms, like the Chinking sword, Lotus seed of fate, and others were all born out of the chaos. As chaos god fiends, we were also born out of the chaos. The moment we were born, we grasped a perfected great Tao, Rusha said wistfully. Once those Khanate cardinal treasures are born, they contain a complete perfected great Tao. Even mighty god Pangu was born out of the chaos. Compared to the three realms, the chaos is a lot more magical. Qin Yun nodded slightly. These great Tao were born out of the chaos, just mere results of the chaos's evolutionary laws, said Rushu. It's naturally different cultivating in the chaos. Qin Yun raised his head at the boundless chaos. Rules fill every plane. The tenebrous fiend abyss has the fiendish heavenly Tao, and most parts of the three realms have the three realms' heavenly Tao. The chaos also has its rules of evolution. To be honest, I once thought about the existence of itinerant immortal tribulations in the three realms when I became an itinerant immortal. Then, will there still be a heavenly tribulation outside the three realms? Qin Yun chuckled. Now, I have learned that there's nowhere to hide. If you could escape it while inside the chaos, your master would have long sent you here. Those chaos godfiends who once cultivated in the itinerant immortal path would have long hidden here, said Gomong with a laugh. Early on, we chaos godfiends had all cultivated in the chaos. The three pure ones had also figured out the Taoist cultivation dharmic formulations in the chaos. Many of the dharmic formulations of Buddhism and Taoism had their roots in the chaos. Naturally, the itinerant immortal tribulations will befall you in the chaos as well. Qin Yun nodded with a smile. It can't be avoided. Cultivation was never easy to begin with. Every improvement is extremely arduous, Rushu added. Of course, Sword Immortal Qin, your cultivation has been nothing but fast. You are much faster than us old guys. Let's leave that until I transcend the itinerant immortal tribulations, said Qin Yun. By the way, on our trip to deal with the powerful beings of another universe in the Chaos Spatial Rift, is there any detailed plan? There's too little information about the powerful being, Russia said. We only know that one pounding from him delivers immense strength. We do not fully believe in such intelligence. Perhaps it's a way for these powerful beings to fool people from other universes. His true means might even be completely different. I invited you as a contingency. Qin Yun nodded slightly. Regardless, no matter how powerful the being is inside the spatial tides, he is below the heavenly Tao realm. With Sword Immortal Qin joining us, we will already be undefeatable, said Rushu. Fellow Taoist Rushu, I can see your trust in me. Qin Yun chuckled. All I can say is that I'll do my best. I obviously trust you. You are recognized by all in the three realms as having the best protective means among the perfected Great Tao, Russia said. Gomon laughed as well. Sword Immortal Qin. I'm not afraid of dying when entering since I have an avatar. If my true form dies, my avatar can slowly cultivate to recover. Russia only has one true body. He will really be risking his life when he enters the Chaos Spatial Rift. By inviting you, he is handing his life to you. Qin Yun nodded. I'm also risking my life on this venture. Both he and Rushu did not have avatars that could regenerate. Wood God Gomon had an avatar, one that was very special. His actual body was a tree. As long as he left some branches or roots elsewhere, they would become his avatars. Even if his main form died in combat, the branches could slowly cultivate over time to become a brand new wood god Gomon. This was also the reason why Gomon was willing to enter the Chaos Spatial Rift. The both of us will be risking our lives. Rusho smiled. Living an abject existence is pointless. Risk is still necessary. There are still many things worth risking our lives for the cultivation path. I wouldn't be the same. If I can have a free and eternal life, I wouldn't enter that easily. Qin Yun laughed. Ha ha ha. Sword Immortal Qin sure doesn't mince his words. Rushu roared with laughter. They conversed casually, talking about their target and the plans for various scenarios. Different situations required different plans. The three of them discussed for 4 hours before everything was settled. Only then did they set off together. Whoosh! The three of them rushed through the chaos, constantly traversing distant space, and getting further from the three realms. Qin Yun's sensing of the three realms gradually weakened. If he were to lose it, he would be at risk of being lost. Up ahead is the Chaos Spatial Rift, Russia said. Qin Yun also saw it. It was enveloped by a massive array formation. This array formation was mainly set up by Goddess Nuwa, while the other three Dao ancestors supported her, Russia said. In the 9 Chaos Spatial Rifts we discovered around the three realms, each rift had an array formation set up by Goddess Nuwa and the Dao ancestors. If any visitors from other universes were to enter through these Chaos Spatial Rifts, they would find themselves trapped in the array formation. Visitors below the heavenly Dao realm would not be able to resist the massive arrays set up by Goddess Nuwa and company. Qin Yun nodded. It was indeed ruthless. Only those below the heavenly Dao realm could pass through the Chaos Spatial Rifts, but the moment they did so, they would end up facing an array jointly set up by a few heavenly Dao realm existences. Let's enter, Russia said. Qin Yun and Gomang followed. The massive array formation had an array spirit which knew that Rushu, Qin Yun, and Gomang were friendly. Therefore, they were not stopped. Whoosh! After easily passing through the array, Qin Yun saw it. It was a huge spatial rift in the chaos. Qin Yun, Rushu, and Gomang exchanged looks before flying in. Qin Yun used his Misty Rain sword to conjure the Misty Rain domain that enveloped them. Rushu and Gomang also used various domain means to surround them. The three domains did not reject each other, but augmented each other, completely protecting them. Boom! After flying into the spatial rift, they entered the boundless spatial tides as the spatial tidal waves swept wave after wave. The trio flew together. We can only fly slowly here. Make sure not to tunnel through space. Russia smiled. If you do so, who knows where the spatial tides might carry you to? According to the intelligence, we have to go against the tidal waves and fly for more than 6 decades before reaching the destination, Gomang said. Let's fly slowly. Qin Yun smiled. The trio flew patiently. Their realms were extraordinary, and they were not swept away by the spatial tides around them. If someone weaker was here, they would be easily swept away by the spatial tides. After a few days of flight. Look, there's a spatial rift over there as well. Rushu pointed a distance away. Qin Yun cast his gaze and saw a huge spatial rift a distance away. There was purple light exuding from the rift's internals. That rift might link to another universe similar to the three realms. Rushu chuckled. But no one knows what it's like without entering. If you enter, you might end up swept into a trap prepared by heavenly Dao realm existences of another universe, Qin Yun said. Therefore, one has to be careful. Only by being careful can one live long. Gomang chuckled. They continued proceeding forward. The spatial tides were endless. Like three fishes, they swam upstream and, after spending 68 years doing so, they finally arrived at their destination. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 667, Taking Action. Chapter 667, Taking Action. Translator, Citullin. Editor, Citullin. It was Qin Yun's first time entering a spatial tide. He found it quite interesting at the beginning of their journey, gazing upon the gorgeous sights in the spatial tide. It broadened his horizons, but gradually it turned lonely and monotonous. Qin Yun, Rushu, and Gomang all had extraordinary characters. As they flew, they diverted their attention towards cultivation. With that, 68 years passed without them realizing it. We've finally arrived. Qin Yun, Rushu, Gomang and company looked ahead in excitement. In the boundless spatial tide was a floating mountain. They could vaguely make out buildings on the mountain, which was their destination. The powerful being from a different universe is on that mountain. Russia smiled as he shot Qin Yun a glance. Sword Immortal Qin, you have never flown for 68 years straight on a journey, right? I was recruited by the Green Turing Palace early on and was able to reach anywhere in the three realms easily. It's indeed my first time having flown for more than 6 decades. Qin Yun smiled in reply while observing the mountain carefully. The mountain was black and void of vegetation. All he saw was some black light scattering which suppressed the surroundings. The architectural styles of the buildings were different from that of the three realms. It was cruder and simpler. Gomang stared at the mountain. The means available to powerful beings of other universes are hard to predict. Both of you have your true bodies here, so you have to be careful. Don't worry, Russia said. Let's head over. Let's go. Qin Yun was very solemn as well as he went on maximum alert. 3 beams of light approached the mountain. Ha ha ha. Mayam to Blackwater hasn't had guests in a long while. Welcome. A rich baritone voice sounded from the mountain. Simultaneously, golden light bloomed from deep within the mountain, transforming into a golden pathway that extended in front of Qin Yun and company. A group of coquettish women flew over as they waited politely by the 2 sides of the golden pathway. The trio was slightly taken aback. These coquettish women were in human form as well. However, their heads had 2 blood-colored curved horns. On their backs were a pair of blood-colored wings and their eyes had a sanguine glow. They effused a stunning charm. Welcoming us? Qin Yun, Gomang, and Rushu exchanged looks. All of them were alarmed and puzzled. Although they had never heard the language used by the mountain's owner, they could instantly communicate through the intention conveyed by the language at their levels. He extended us an invitation to enter despite recognizing us as visitors from a different universe? Qin Yun said with a voice transmission. Since he dares invite us, we will definitely dare enter, said Rushu. Let's go. Qin Yun and Gomang nodded. The trio followed the golden path and flew in. While flying, they observed the coquettish women beside them. These women have both form and spirit, but they are illusory condensations and not real beings. Gomang observed as he said with a voice transmission. If there are that many powerful beings that survive in the spatial tides, it's impossible for them to stay here alone, said Rushu. Qin Yun instead stared far away. He saw it. There was a majestic palace inside the mountain. In it was a black rock throne and sitting on that throne was a giant. The giant was muscular and dressed in gorgeous robes, and he looked far into the distance at the approaching trio. What a powerful vital aura. Qin Yun was secretly alarmed. His vital aura is stronger than Rushu's and mine. It's comparable to Gomang's. Gomang is a wood god and his true form is that of a huge tree. His vital aura is considered one of the best among the perfected great Tao in the 3 realms. The only being whose vital aura could compare with Gomang's in the 3 realms was the dragon's ancestral dragon. For their target to be of the same level, it left Qin Yun, Rushu, and Gomang even warier. Guests, please have a seat, said the giant with a smile. It's rare for me to have guests. Now that 3 are here, I'm truly delighted. Meanwhile, many coquettish women served wine and delicacies. These are some of the finest wine and food from my hometown. Please, have some. The giant smiled. We wouldn't dare eat what you offer. Rushu carefully observed his surroundings. I have already checked our surroundings. There are no array formations or traps around us. You sure are confident. Why should I lay a trap? Is there a prey? The giant smiled. I don't see any prey, just 3 guests. It's so rare to encounter guests from another universe in this spatial tide. Why should we engage in slaughter? Sit and enjoy the wine. Let's have a good chat, shall we? There's no need for the food and drink, Russia said. But a chat is possible. Qin Yun and Gomang listened by the side and did not interject. The operation was led by Rushu since he was the one who invited the two of them. Not eating? The giant looked at the fine wine and food and invited them sincerely. Are you really not eating such delicious food? These were brought from my homeworld. Every bit eaten means one bit less. There's no need. Gomong said as well. The giant looked at the trio and knew that any further invitations for them to eat would be in vain. He immediately shook his head. If it's not eaten, it will be wasted. Do you know what I hate the most? It's the wastage of food. All who waste food deserve death. With that said, his eyes turned sharp. Whoosh! The large numbers of coquettish female servants dissipated. Black water pattered down from an island. If you aren't eating my fine wine and food, have a taste of my Blackwater's black water, said the giant coldly. He appeared courteous on the surface and the island did not appear to have any traps, but the food and drink had been tampered with. As long as a visitor from a different universe believed in their strength and consumed the food and drink, he was 99% certain he could control the visitor. Since they were neither eating or drinking, he could only do it the hard way. Black water? Qin Yun looked at the black water that came splashing down. There was even black water droplets fluttering over from within the palace. With a thought, Qin Yun's misty rain domain fended off the black water droplets. There were sizzling sounds as the black water droplets began a conflict with the misty rain domain. The misty rain domain which Qin Yun had cast with an intrinsic connate cardinal treasure was ranked within the top few among the perfected great Tao in the three realms. Now, although the black water droplets were lethal and heavy, they were still fended off, with no way to intrude further. Furthermore, the misty rain domain not only repelled the black water, it even enveloped the giant. Kill! 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 The black water droplets turned into tiny black winged figures. Thousands of them held long spears and they were each the size of a finger. The dense horde of tiny black figures swarmed towards the palace and attacked Qin Yun. Qin Yun directed with his mind. Each raindrop in the drizzle within the misty rain domain also transformed into a flying sword. Countless flying swords met the tiny black figures and engaged in battle. With Qin Yun's attainments in sword arts, every flying sword killed a tiny black figure. However, the lethal poison from the tiny black figures still corroded the drizzle flying swords. After 3 bouts of corrosion, a rain flying sword would collapse. Thankfully, maintaining the domain was a very easy task. For the domain's flying sword to collapse after 3 bouts of corrosion, this black water's poison sure is terrifying, said Rushu. If it taints one's flesh, probably you and Sword Immortal Qin won't be able to take it, Gomong said via voice transmission. Elsewhere. The giant was very astonished. Your domain can actually suppress my black water. The giant looked at Qin Yun. In terms of domains, you are ranked in the top 5 among all the opponents I've met. As for the two of you. Before he finished his sentence, Russia had already waved his right hand. A golden beam shot out and appeared right in front of the giant. The giant also slowed down when suppressed by the misty rain domain. He failed to use his weapon in time, so all he could do was extend his left hand to block his face. Put! The golden beam tore through his palm and pierced his face. Golden light appeared once again. It was a sharp and golden pole arm. It penetrated the giant palm and stabbed into a part of the giant's face. Oh! Rushu frowned. With a beckon, the golden pole arm dissipated as a blob of golden light flew back into his sleeves. You actually hurt me? You hurt me? Ha ha ha. Interesting. Interesting. The giant laughed out loud. Simultaneously, his body expanded rapidly. His massive body instantly smashed through the palace, turning it to dust. In a blink of an eye, he had become 100 times bigger. His single foot was about the same size as the palace from before. He reached out his hand and a gigantic hammer appeared in his hand. Swirling around the hammer was black water. The towering giant held the hammer in hand as he roared. His roar shook the entire mountain. Come on! Show me what you got. Don't you die in an instant. The giant stamped his foot and charged over. At the same time, he swung his hammer down. Smashing down with the size and force of a mountain, it was attempting to crush Qin Yun and company into pulp. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 668, Captured Alive. Chapter 668, Captured Alive. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. What a ferocious strike! Qin Yun and Gomon were astonished, but they did not waver at all. One of them reigned supreme in the three realms with his sword array, while the other was a chaos wood god. Both of them could deal with the blow. Rushu's eyes, meanwhile, burned with fighting spirit. He extended his right hand as the golden light in his hand transformed into a large golden axe. He cleaved it towards the hammer that came slamming down like a mountain. The disparity in size was just too big. Rushu was only slightly more stout than Qin Yun, and the golden axe he swung was only dozens of feet long. Compared to the hammer, it could not be any smaller. Bam! The collision produced visible shock waves that surged in every direction. Rushu was thrown back from the clash as the towering giant only stumbled. He widened his eyes at the golden-armored Rushu. What immense strength! I've never been afraid of frontal clashes. Rushu looked up and sneered. Fool, your weakness has only become more apparent at this size. Whoosh! Rushu transformed into a golden afterimage due to his stunning speed. He arrived by the giant's head and sliced across with the golden saber in his hand. The giant barely turned his head to avoid the slash. Whoosh! Rushu flashed again as a sword stabbed down from above the giant's head. In response, the giant hurriedly raised one palm to block, and, with the sound of metal meeting flesh, the sword penetrated the palm. However, after the palm grew in size, it also turned thicker and had stronger defense. All Rushu's golden sword did was stab about 10 feet deep, barely ripping through the giant's epidermal layer and touching only flesh. Shoo! 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 Rushu was exceedingly fast. His means of close combat were unfathomable, and the weapon in his hands changed constantly. Sometimes he swung heavy weapons like an axe or hammer, other times he held a spear or a club. There were even projectiles. As metal god who was ranked equal to Zhurong, Gangang, Hutu, and Gomon, Rushu wielded the Khanate Cardinal Treasure Golden Tiger Claw. He studied the Khanate metal Great Tao, and his means were famous for being unyielding and indomitably sharp. The Khanate Cardinal Treasure Golden Tiger Claw could undergo thousands of changes and transform into any weapon. Rushu could also perfectly wield any weapon. Even his archery skills were powered by his Khanate metal Great Tao. Its might was equally alarming. Boom! Rushu stood in midair with golden bow and arrow in hand. When he shot the arrow, it moved at such a fast speed that the giant failed to block it with his weapon. All he could do was turn to the side, causing the flesh and blood at his shoulder to blast apart, revealing a bloody hole 10 feet wide. However, on the giant's massive body, it remained inconspicuous. Transform! Rushu's eyes lit up as his arrow transformed into a tiny sword that burrowed deep into the giant's body. However, the injury at the giant's shoulder rapidly healed. It constantly made it difficult for the tiny sword to penetrate deeper. His body is really strong, far stronger than Taoist one whom you killed, Sword Immortal Qin. Rushu sent a voice transmission. In the three realms, perhaps only that old bastard from the dragons can suppress him. Very good. Your weapon is very powerful with all its myriad changes. Unfortunately, your strength is just slightly weaker than mine. The giant roared with laughter, clearly satisfied with Rushu's strength. Gomon, I need your help. Rushu sent a voice transmission. All right. Gomang nodded. He stood in his spot and his vines began growing out from his body. Dozens of vines instantly grew extremely long as they bound the towering giant. With a sudden change in expression, the giant flailed his hammer, smashing, cleaving, sweeping. He employed various means, but the vines were extremely malleable and flexible. Regardless of his raging blows, the vines managed to distort and bind him. They bound his feet, arms, waist, and throat. He was bound everywhere. When the giant shrank his body, the vines shrank with him. When the giant dodged, the vines blocked his path. The giant grabbed at vines, using his strength to yank them apart, but the other vines still extended over, quickly reconnecting with the torn vines. Regardless of how he struggled, he ended up completely bound. No, the giant failed to escape the restraint and involuntarily collapsed to the ground, crushing many buildings in the process. His hammer fell to the side as he struggled with all his might. His immense strength caused cracks to appear in the vines, but they contained endless vitality, so the cracks was instantly healed. His strength is greater than mine, and his body is stronger. Unfortunately, everything has its vanquisher. No amount of struggle is useful when you meet Brother Gomang. Rushu laughed. Gomang smiled as well. He's still struggling. I have to use more strength to ensnare him. 3 vines grew out from his body and wrapped the lofty giant, preventing him from resisting any further. A total of 43 vines bound him and all his furious shouts and struggles were futile. It looks like there's no need for me. Qin Yun laughed as he watched this play out before him. Brother Gomang easily took him down. I only happen to be his nemesis, said Gomang. However, his resistance is still very impressive. Rushu, I have already ensnared him. Kill him while he can't resist. We still need to return and you don't expect me to keep him trapped for 68 years, right? That would be exhausting. The maintaining of the ensnarement indeed drained him greatly. All right. Rushu nodded. He extended his hand as countless beads of golden sand appeared above his palm before flying towards the towering giant. By the side, Gomang introduced the sand to Qin Yun. Rushu's Khanate cardinal treasure, Golden Tiger Claw, has a myriad transformations. And in this golden sand form, it's best at wearing down those with strong bodies. Eventually, these bodies will be ground to dust. Xiao. Countless grains of golden sand burrowed through the giant's nostrils, but were soon met with an obstruction. He can change the internal structure of his body. He completely sealed off his nasal passageways. Rushu laughed. But it's futile. Even rocks can be penetrated by dripping water. The golden sand can weather anything, it will definitely be able to enter your body and destroy you. The golden sand burrowed in the direction of his chest. Soon, a hole was drilled open. However, after the towering giant increased in size, the veins and muscles at his chest were thousands of feet thick. As the golden sand drilled down, the muscles constantly recovered and squeezed at the golden sand. This, Rushu revealed a look of alarm. He has been ensnared to the point of zero resistance, yet, I'm unable to drill through his body? This is an innate talent of mine. The giant continued laughing despite being bound. After my gigantification, my body's defense will be more than 10 times stronger. You can capture me alive, but you can forget about killing me. Also, you who's good at restrainment, you will need to continuously expend energy to hold me down. I'll be free when you are exhausted of your energy. What do we do? Rushu looked at Gomang and Qin Yun. I won't be able to kill him if you can't. It took me months to kill Taoist 1. His body is a lot more powerful than Taoist Wen's. Qin Yun shook his head. Gomang said helplessly as well, since we can't kill him, the only way is to take him back while restraining him. I can still afford the dermic power expenditure for 68 years. As a wood god, he had immense dermic powers. I'll have to trouble you then, Brother Gomong, said Rushu. That's it? That's the end? Qin Yun was astonished, but he also felt relieved. It was indeed considered easy. All he did was cast his misty rain domain to help defend against the black water, and Gomong captured the enemy alive. Although the bound giant was roaring angrily on the surface and struggling, he was, in fact, observing the trio. Among these three prey, the one who engaged in close combat with me has a very strong body. He's just slightly weaker than me. And this one that bound me should have a plant as his true form. His vitality is in no way inferior to mine. He's the most difficult to deal with. Instead, it's the one who's good at domains that appears to have a soul body. He has the weakest body of the three. He hid the furthest in this battle. He should be the easiest to kill. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 669 Trap. Chapter 669 Trap. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. 43 vines extended from Gomong's body and bound the towering giant. He continues struggling. Gomong felt somewhat exasperated while saying, Rushu, it's about time we return? Hold on. Rushu carefully looked at the mountain and pondered. That this mountain can stably exist in this spatial tide makes it quite a treasure. Let us store away this mountain first before returning. Do it quick then. Qin Yun urged with a smile. Store away the mountain? The bound giant turned alarm. The moment they attempt to store the mountain, they will discover the secret within. Yes, action has to be taken now. Oh. Qin Yun, Gomong, and Russia had a change in expression. They saw the struggling giant's aura suddenly weaken. His aura is weakening. He's already a corpse. Qin Yun and company were astonished to see the towering giant's corpse. He had a powerful body that prevented them from killing him. Yet, now it suddenly turned into a corpse. This left Qin Yun unsettled as his wariness was pushed to the limit. At the instant the giant turned into a corpse. In a different region deep in the mountain, there were 3 potent auras billowing. Among these auras, one was wild and intractable, one ethereal and dark, and the final one was infinitely cold. Careful. Qin Yun, Rushu, Gomong wore serious expressions. Rushu immediately said, There's another powerful being, at. Whoosh! 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 3 figures flew out from beneath the mountain and appeared in midair. The intractable aura covered the form of a stocky humanoid creature. He had 4 arms and 9 ferocious dragon heads on his shoulders. The head in the middle was the biggest while the 8 other heads were smaller in size. The dragon head was different from those of dragons in the 3 realms. It was more grotesque and evil-looking. Its 4 palms were also filled with infinitely sharp claws. The ethereal aura belonged to a humanoid fog draped under a black robe. The fog was also looking at Qin Yun and company. The icy aura was produced by a silver-haired, silver-eyed woman. She stood there like she was ruler of the world as she looked down upon Qin Yun and company. The woman stood in the middle of the trio, making her standing apparently higher. I knew it. To dare entrench yourself in the spatial tide for such a long period of time to hunt other powerful beings, there's no way it would be easy. Russia sent a voice transmission to Qin Yun and Gomong when he saw this. Although we captured the giant, I still felt unease and guessed there might still be a trap. If there was a trap, it would likely be inside the mountain. Therefore, I made an attempt. Who knew it would bear fruit? I'd prefer it not bear fruit. Gomong turned extremely serious as he said via voice transmission. There was one just now, but now we have 3. Brother Gomong, continue binding that giant. His sudden death is somewhat odd. He might revive at any time, said Qin Yun via a voice transmission. Don't worry, Gomong replied. And in midair, the woman among the three figures said coldly, "To force my awakening, it serves to show that the three of you have considerable strength. However, this will be the end." The woman extended her hands as countless icicles condensed around her, forming 18 frosty halo discs that emanated a terrifying aura. "Vanquish!" The women waved with both hands. The 18 frosty halo discs flew forward. Qin Yun hurriedly put up a defense with his misty rain domain and broke off large numbers of drizzle flying swords to fend off the attack, but every frosty halo disc was extremely sharp. They easily sliced through the drizzle flying swords and went straight for Qin Yun, Rushu, and Gomong. Gomong immediately extended vines from his body. The long vines interlocked with one another as they blocked the discs in midair. Bam! Although resilient, the frosty halo discs paused slightly, but still managed to slice through each and every vine. In a blink of an eye, 18 vines were sliced through, alarming Gomong. How is that possible? What terrifying strength! Qin Yun was secretly alarmed. That frosty halo disc is a more profound use of spacetime. It should be something that can only be cast by someone with profound insight into the great Tao of spacetime. Its blade can even slice apart the spacetime continuum. Nothing can stand in its way. My misty rain domain is nothing compared to it, and even Gomong can't stop it. Pooh. 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 The frosty halo discs quickly sliced through the vines and approached Gomong. Clearly, the plan was to finish Gomong first. "Don't struggle. It's futile," said the nine-headed being. With a flash, he lunged towards Rushu with a surging inferno. He struck down with his claw. Crack! Rushu immediately defended with his Khanate cardinal treasure, Golden Tiger Claw. Dang! It was a heavy clash. Rushu stumbled backwards, but the nine-headed being only grew stronger. His forearms began casting mystic arts as he charged once more. His close combat skills are above mine. Rushu was somewhat alarmed. Whoosh, dot. The humanoid fog in a black robe lunged forward with the nine-headed being. The latter's target was Rushu, while the humanoid fog targeted Qin Yun. Your body is the weakest. You should be the easiest to kill. The fog's voice sounded as he attacked. Come, enter my tenebrous divine sea and become a part of me. I'm the easiest to kill? Qin Yun directed with his mind. Large amounts of drizzle sword beams spiraled around him, forming a sword array. The black-robed fog slammed into the sword array and was stopped. However, he constantly eroded away the array, which did not seem capable of lasting long. Although it's not an array cast by my intrinsic Khanate cardinal treasure, just this array cast by sword beams should be able to fend off the typical perfected great Tao expert. Yet this being from a different universe, his entire body seems to be an enigmatic force in and of itself. It constantly eats away at my sword beams, thought Qin Yun. Don't resist. The two of them are useless and will die. However, your binding technique is quite impressive. I won't kill you, but capture you alive instead. The silver-haired woman looked at Gomong as her 18 frosty halo discs kept slicing. The vines continued flailing after being sliced through in defense. Simultaneously, the sliced parts began healing despite not doing so as fast as they were destroyed. Gomong said via voice transmission, Brother Rushu, Sword Immortal Qin, the being from the other universe said that the two of you are useless and that they plan to kill you. I'm useful, so they plan to capture me alive. It looks like I'm stronger than the both of you. Ha ha. Sword Immortal Qin, quick take action. I can't hold on much longer. Rushu sent a voice transmission hurriedly, sounding the most pathetic. He was embroiled in close combat with the nine-headed being. Both of them were adept at close combat. However, it was apparent that the nine-headed expert was stronger. He restrained him in every aspect, and it would probably only be a few more seconds before Rushu was taken down. I'm slightly better than him, but I can't last much longer either. This woman from a different universe has impressive attainments in spacetime, Gomang said via voice transmission as well. Sword Immortal Qin, quickly take action. Alright. Qin Yun's mind stirred first. As such, the sword beam array immediately failed to stop the black-robed fog. Ha! Prepare to die. The fog laughed boisterously as it rapidly lunged for Qin Yun. As Qin Yun watched him laugh, he waved his hand. It left the fog surprised as it felt something amiss. A blurry misty rain sword flew out from Qin Yun's finger and instantly dissociated into three. The three swords were the heaven, earth, and man swords. Whoosh! The drizzle continued as it immersed the surrounding area, enveloping both the nine-headed being and the black-robed fog within. As for the 18 frosty halo discs, they were left outside the array formation. As such, the silver-haired woman was also left outside the array formation. The strongest protective array in the perfected Great Tao realm of the three realms, the Misty Rain Array, had appeared. The moment the array formation appeared, the nine-headed being and the black-robed fog were trapped inside the array formation, with the silver-haired woman outside. They were separated by the array formation. Retract. Gomon's flailing vines rapidly retracted through the blurry Misty Rain Array, which did not put up any obstruction. Array formation? Be gone! The 18 frosty halo discs immediately bore down and sliced at the blurry barrier of the Misty Rain Array. However, it was extremely resilient, far stronger than Gomon's vines. Every Great Tao had an inclination, and Qin Yun's three Great Tao was the most suitable for defense. In order to transcend the itinerant immortal tribulations, he had placed most of his effort on his protective array formation. By casting it with his intrinsic connate cardinal treasure, the strength of the Misty Rain Array was terrifyingly potent. The 18 frosty halo discs continued their barrage of attacks, but they failed to do a thing to the Misty Rain Array. No good. The nine-headed expert and the black-robed fog immediately found it ominous. Both of them immediately charged outwards. Kill the both of them first before we deal with that woman, said Qin Yun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 670, Slaying. Chapter 670, Slaying. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Crack. Open. The nine-headed expert struck out with his claws in a bid to tear apart the array formation. As for the black-robed fog, he lunged towards the array formation and attempted to damage it through corrosion. They delivered their attacks, a combination of violence and subtlety, with all their might. Meanwhile, the silver-haired woman outside the array formation cast her 18 frosty halo discs in a bid to tear open the array as well. However, the Misty Rain Array reverberated silently in its blurry state, diverting all the impact away. My Misty Rain Array is best at defense. It's slightly weaker at trapping enemies, thought Qin Yun. It's easier to charge out of the Misty Rain Array by attacking from inside. Among the three, the woman's offensive means are most terrifying. If I had trapped all three of them within, their joint efforts would give them a chance of escaping. But by only trapping the two of them, with one of them being good at close combat and the other having a strange body, there's no hope for them. If the silver-haired woman was in the array, she would pose some threat to Qin Yun. But outside? Her means were still far from sufficient if she could only attack the Misty Rain Array from the outside. 3 absolute 7 stars, arise. Qin Yun continued casting his attacks. Billions of sword chi amassed in the Misty Rain sword, forming a gigantic sword chi vortex which began embroiling the nine-headed expert and the black-robed fog. No good. After being enveloped by the sword chi vortex, the two figures felt all kinds of restraints, of a kind that was more terrifying than the Misty Rain domain. Both of them immediately had about 30% of their strength shaved away. Swoosh. 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 Gomon immediately diverted dozens of new vines to reach towards the duo. Having been suppressed by the Misty Rain Array's 3 absolute 7 stars, the duo's strength was greatly weakened, preventing them from withstanding Gomang's vines. The vines began to bind their bodies. The nine-headed expert was completely bound. Even the black-robed fog was bound. Although its body appeared incorporeal, Gomang's vines were extremely magical. They could even ensnare space, much less fog. Quickly kill them. Qin Yun urged with a voice transmission. Stop. I can let you leave. The woman outside, along with the bound duo, shouted angrily in unison. Let us leave? You sure talk big. Gomang roared with laughter. Kill. A sharp glint flashed in Rushu's eyes as he waved his hand, sending out a wisp of golden light. It quickly bore into the nine-headed expert's body, producing grinding sounds. Although the nine-headed expert was good at close combat, his vitality and body toughness were far inferior to the giant's. He was even weaker than Daoist Wen's body, which matched that of a Khanate numinous treasure. Without any means to resist, his vitality was quickly wiped out, reducing him to a corpse. Whoosh! The golden beam flew out of the nine-headed expert's body and bored into the black-robed fog's body. The Khanate metal Great Dao matched with a Khanate cardinal treasure had extremely potent destructive force. Even though the body was a massive divine sea, it instantly lost all its vitality. The black-robed fog's body finally turned corporeal, revealing a greenish-black-skinned corpse. Robbed of their ability to put up a resistance, the two experts were easily slain by Rushu. Dead? They were killed so quickly? The silver-haired woman took the scene in. At their level, blows were exchanged extremely quickly. In a blink of an eye, both her companions were dead. It left her anxious and furious. It's all because of this sword array. The silver-haired woman knew the reason why. The sword array had precisely separated the three. Even their combined efforts failed to do anything to it. I was wrong, very wrong. Among the three, the one that's adept at domains is the strongest. Only then did the silver-haired woman come to a realization. Qin Yun, who kept the lowest profile, had bared his fangs, and the misty rain domain was like a massive cage to them. The one outside could not enter. The ones inside could not escape. Against the misty rain array, there was only despair and helplessness. Rushu, to be able to kill two experts from other universes so quickly, you have redeemed your reputation. If not, this battle would have depended entirely on Sword Immortal Qin and I, Gomang said with a voice transmission, chuckling. Do you think you are much better than me? Has someone forgotten who was the one asking for help? Both of us relied on Sword Immortal Qin in this battle. If not for him, the both of us would be dead, Rushu replied with a voice transmission. It's you who would be dead, not me. I still have an avatar in the three realms, quipped Gomang. Rushu and Gomang were in a good mood. They had been good friends since the Chaos Era, so they thought nothing of bickering. Gentlemen, let's think of a way to get rid of this woman, said Qin Yun with a voice transmission. That woman is a lot stronger than the two we killed. She is stronger. Let's join forces, Russia and Gomang were pumped. Now that there was only one enemy left, they naturally felt more relaxed. After all, with Qin Yun around, they were practically unbeatable. Whoosh! Rushu waved his hand as a wisp of golden light flew out once more towards the silver-haired woman. Simultaneously, he said via a voice transmission, attack her body. From the looks of it, her body is incomparable to the giant's. Yes, attack her body. Gomang also immediately released dozens of vines that streaked across the sky and enveloped the woman. Meanwhile, Gomang sent a voice transmission. Sword Immortal Qin, according to the agreement, the corpses of the experts we kill will be yours. The treasures will be mine and Rushu's. Quickly store away the corpses. All right. Qin Yun waved his hand as a wave blanketed the three corpses from before. These corpses could be sacrificed to the three realms since each corpse possessed power that the three realms required. when Qin Yun attempted to store away the corpses. The nine-headed experts and the black-robed fog's corpses vanished as expected, put away in Qin Yun's storage. The giant's corpse, however, had an invisible resistance. He's still not dead. Qin Yun's expression changed. The giant's eyes opened as well. What seemed like a corpse had its aura rapidly rise. However, he still had vines bound around him, so even if he awoke, he still could not escape despite the struggling. He died abruptly without anyone touching him. His death was too odd, so I didn't dare lower my guard against him. I had bound him the entire time, and indeed, he was faking death. Gomang sneered. To think we couldn't see through his death faking. He sure is good at acting dead. Rushu scoffed as well as he stared at the bound giant. The giant ignored Rushu and Gomang. All he did was stare at Qin Yun and said with a deep voice, I made a mistake. You are not the weakest among the three, but the strongest. Over all these years, your sword array is the strongest array formation I've seen among all the experts of other multiverses in this spatial tide. I'm also rather impressed with your ability to act dead, said Qin Yun as well. Pwah! 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 Outside. A golden beam coruscated rapidly as it attempted to attack the silver-haired woman's body again and again. Vines began extending over in a bid to close the gap. However, 10 frosty halo discs circled the silver-haired woman, naturally cutting her off from space itself. The space she was in was completely protected, preventing anything from coming close to her no matter how strange the vines were or how ruthless Rush's blows were. With her body completely defended, the remaining 8 frosty halo discs sliced at the vines. Despite fighting 2 alone, she continued having the upper hand. Unfortunately, she could do nothing since Qin Yun's Misty Rain array was fending her off. She cast her gaze on Qin Yun. You are very strong. The silver-haired woman and the bound giant spoke in unison. The content of their speech was identical, so was their tone. This left the trio alarmed. So, I won't kill you. The woman and the giant spoke simultaneously. Instead, you will be captured alive, turning in a part of me. It's worth it to awaken myself fully if it means capturing you alive. Immediately. Deep in the mountain, potent auras surged from various sectors, all of them at the perfected Great Tao level. With whooshing sounds, figures flew out from deep within the mountain, filling the sky with 32 figures. Each figure emanated terrifying auras. They seemed to come from different races and used different cultivation systems. However, all their eyes looked the same. They were all staring at the trio. Qin Yun, Gomang, and Rushu paled. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 671 Escape. Chapter 671 Escape. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Escape. Rushu and Gomang hurriedly said. They could not escape for they needed to rely on the Misty Rain array. Qin Yun did not hesitate at all either. As he maintained the Misty Rain array to protect their surroundings, he quickly escaped with Gomang and Rushu. The situation before them had exceeded their expectations. The enemy had produced 32 perfected Great Tao existences at once. Just this number stunned Qin Yun. Even the utmost confidence he had in the Misty Rain array wavered. Could his Misty Rain array withstand the combined attacks of the 32 existences? The silver-haired woman's means were extremely powerful. If she combined her efforts with another 1 or 2 moves of similar caliber. Fellow Taoist Gomang, keep watch. As long as anyone dares approach the Misty Rain array, I'll pull them in, said Qin Yun via a voice transmission. The 3 of us can join forces to kill the one pulled in. All right. Gomang nodded as well. While Qin Yun and company fled, the 32 figures spoke out at the same time. Do you think you can escape? They then attacked at the same time. Instantly, 7 figures lunged towards the misty rain array. The other 15 figures cast out various long-range attacks from afar. Pull one in. Russia's eyes flashed with a ruthless glimmer. Whoosh! 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 Gomang reserved 43 vines to bind the giant, while releasing dozens of vines out of the misty rain array, which rippled slightly and allowed them passage. The vines circled a magma creature, but it extended its arms and grabbed 2 of the vines. The experts that came attacking were in all shapes and sizes. Some were in the form of mutated beasts, others spheroid, and the rest humanoid. In short, all of them were good at close combat. They cooperated and attacked together, instantly grabbing more than half of the vines Gomang had extended outwards. Come on out! Come on out! These experts roared furiously as they yanked the vines in a bid to pull Gomang out. Boom! The collective yanking of 10+ experts sent Gomang flying up despite his formidable strength. He immediately willed it such that the grabbed vines tore apart before he found his footing. The 17 perfected Great Tao experts are all good at close combat. I have no way of pulling one in. Gomang looked at Qin Yun and Rushu with a rueful smile. I believe my strength is comparable to the ancestral dragon who's at the half-step heavenly Tao realm, but I realize how huge the gap is when facing the combined forces of 17. There's just too many. How can there be that many? Rushu turned flustered as well. In contrast, Qin Yun's expression was solemn and stoic. Boom! Into the distance, 15 experts were casting long-range attacks. Instantly, there was a bombardment of frosty halo discs, streaking stellar light, or stars that resembled beads. The 17 experts who fought close-up had a variety of styles. There was the common melee strike and others who increased in size, becoming even bigger than the misty rain array. Then, they pounded the misty rain array with both hands. There was a treant which grew countless leafy vines that wrapped around the misty rain array and tightened its grip in a bid to burst open the misty rain array. The joint attacks of various natures instantly caused the misty rain array to quake vigorously. The waves that rose above the surface were 10 feet tall as they constantly diverted the impact. Sword Immortal Qin, can it hold? Rushu immediately asked. He panicked when he saw the misty rain array quaking so violently. It can hold if it doesn't drag out. Qin Yun nodded. The silver-haired woman has the strongest attacks. The other 31 experts are rather formidable, but inferior to her. Thankfully, among the 32 experts, only the silver-haired woman can be barely considered being at the half-step heavenly Tao realm. The rest are just ordinary perfected Great Tao. The silver-haired woman was indeed powerful. Her attacks trounced Gomang and Rushu while her defensive means were impressive as well. The other 31 added together equal about 2 or 3 of her, said Qin Yun. My misty rain array drains me greatly every moment. By powering it with my dermic powers, I can only last about 6 hours. Together with my pills that replenish dermic powers, I'll be able to last a day. At Qin Yun's level, the amount of dermic powers he had was so massive that it was difficult to fully replenish his reserves. Even though he had made sufficient preparations, all Qin Yun could do was last a day. I have prepared some immortal pills as well, said Rushu. There's probably enough to last you 2 days. The immortal pills I brought should be able to last you 2 days, said Gomang. That makes it 5, said Qin Yun. As long as their attacks do not increase in strength, I'll still be able to hold out for 5 days. After the 5 days, we'll be doomed when all my dermic powers run out. And elsewhere. The mysterious existence was equally shocked. It didn't rupture? I paid the cost of damaging my soul to awaken all the avatars and control all of them at once to deal a combined strike, yet, the sword array hasn't been cracked open? This sword array is too powerful. If I were to capture him and make him one of my avatars, this sword array would be mine as well. When that happens, my defensive means will become stronger and my strength will increase greatly. Fate, would then be able to prey upon even more experts in the spatial tides and grasp more powers. Qin Yun had long flown out of the mountain under the misty rain array's protection. They fled into the spatial tide at the fastest speed possible. The 32 experts pursued and constantly attacked. Across the massive spatial tide, a pursuit underwent. Why escape? Become one of me and you will still live. The 32 figures persuaded while pursuing. We killed 2 and captured 1 alive. Combined with the other 32, you actually have 35 perfected Great Tao avatars. Truly impressive, said Qin Yun. They are all my envoys, but they maintain their own senses. The voice sounded. You can also join. When that happens, we will all be partners. No thanks, continued Qin Yun. You only sent the giant to deal with us in the beginning. It later failed, so you sent 3 envoys to deal with us. Only when 2 of them were killed did you deploy all your envoys. You're either dumb by deliberately sending your envoys to their individual deaths, or it means that you pay a heavy price to control so many envoys at a time. If it was simple, you would have sent 30+ envoys at once the moment the giant failed, said Qin Yun as he fled. How much longer can you last? Qin Yun was speculating and also deliberately lying to his opponent. Guess. How much longer can I last? The 32 experts spoke out in unison. How much longer can you last maintaining this array formation? Why don't you guess too? Qin Yun laughed. The pursuit continued. Qin Yun and company were out of solutions. All they could do was hold out. The mysterious existence coveted Qin Yun's strength. An expert's defensive strength was of utmost importance. One had to live first before offensive measures were taken into account. From his point of view, Qin Yun's was of greater value than the silver-haired woman he had previously claimed. At the cost of heavy injuries and a damaged soul which would take long to recover, he continued the pursuit. I have to capture him at all costs. He's mine. The mysterious existence refused to give up. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours. The 32 experts continued the pursuit. In fact, at the perfected Great Tao level, they could easily spend 1,000,000 years to achieve their goals. How long will they continue to pursue us? Russia looked at the pursuers who constantly unleashed attacks at them and wondered secretly, feeling a little unconfident. He then looked at Qin Yun, who was maintaining the misty rain array. Thankfully, I invited Sword Immortal Qin over. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 672 Back. Chapter 672 Back. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. Russia did feel a lingering fear. The enemy was simply too powerful. It was only thanks to Qin Yun's misty rain array, which stood unparalleled in the 3 realms, that they managed to withstand the joint attacks of 32 perfected Great Tao experts and survive the ordeal. How long will they continue this pursuit? Gomong could not help but ask. It will come down to how long either side can last. Qin Yun shot a glance at the experts who encircled the array. Sword Immortal Qin, you're using a great deal of dermic powers, but with the might they are delivering, will they be able to maintain it constantly? Rushu added. By the side, Gomong quipped, it's hard to tell what means the experts from other universes have, but what Sword Immortal Qin said was right. That mysterious existence that controls 32 envoys at the same time must be paying a huge price. The longer it takes, the greater the price. Our pills can last 5 days, said Qin Yun. If they are still pursuing on the last day, we shall fight it out. Okay. Gomong and Rushu nodded. They had many plans as well. If the enemy was too powerful, they would naturally choose to flee. If fleeing wasn't possible, they would fight to the death. This involved tactics such as expanding the misty rain array suddenly and enveloping a number of the melee combat enemies. They would then counterattack by divide and conquer. However, the enemy simply had too many on their side. It was possible that one of the three of them would perish. It was even possible that they would all end up wiped out. Unless cornered, they would not choose to fight to the death. Finally, after spending a day and 2 hours, the mysterious existence failed to hold out. With the power supplied by the Eternal God King, all my avatars can maintain the assault without any worry about the energy drainage. But to maintain so many envoys is extremely burdensome on my soul. I have to burn my soul to barely continue. But the longer I persist, the weaker my soul. If this continues, my soul might be in danger. The mysterious existence sighed secretly. Ordinary perfected Great Tao experts would have one main body. Even if they cultivated a handful of avatars, their avatars would be much weaker. On the other hand, this mysterious existence controlled the other experts' bodies and was able to allow them to deliver their fullest power. It seemed heaven-defying, but every body control burdened the soul by another 100%. In fact, controlling 3 avatars was already the limit under normal circumstances. It would not deal any harm to the soul, and if one burned one's soul at the risk of damaging the soul, one could control 30+ avatars. However, the longer one burned their soul, the graver the damage to their soul. At a certain point, the soul would suffer the burden of all the avatars and crack. The only solution was to enter a long slumber. I can't last any longer. This sword array's power isn't fated to be mine. The mysterious existence gave up. He had a feeling that even if he spared no expenses, the chances of his soul cracking within the next 6 hours were low, but another half a day would cause his soul to crack. When that happened, Qin Yun and company would counterattack. Whoosh! Qin Yun and company were still escaping when they discovered the 32 experts had stopped attacking. Simultaneously, a gigantic phantom appeared. It was a silver-haired elder with sharp ears. He looked at Qin Yun as his voice resounded through the spatial tide and reached the trio's ears. Fate, never expected that having reigned supreme in the spatial tide all this while, I would fail at your hands. The expert who uses the sword array, might you tell me your name? You can't consider it as a failure. You did not lose. All we did was flee. Qin Yun said. As for my name, Fate, you can address me as Sword Immortal. Qin Yun did not reveal his real name. It was a known fact that there were hexes among the magi that could attack a target simply from knowing their name. He had to be wary of the means available to experts from other universes. Fate was probably not a real name either. Sword Immortal? The mysterious existence muttered and smiled. I'll remember this name. Consider me the loser this time. I lost 3 envoys. Sword Immortal from a different universe, if we meet again, I'll definitely win. I will make you my envoy. The next time we meet will be the moment of your death, said Qin Yun as well. The mysterious existence laughed and vanished. Hua! A mountain opened up as the 32 experts descended into the mountain before the mountain flew in another direction. They are finally gone. Russia heaved a sigh of relief. Gomon looked suspiciously at the flying mountain. It seems they are not returning to their original spot? With their strength completely exposed, why would they dare return to their original spot? Qin Yun said. If they dare return, I'll definitely invite Ho Yi and company here and slay this expert from another universe. He actually managed to enslave so many experts. His means are rather sinister. However, he also has many treasures. Many of those envoys had powerful weapons. I estimate about 6 Khanate cardinal treasures. It would be enough to invite Ho Yi and other experts of similar strength. Yes, if Ho Yi were to come, he will definitely be killed. Rushu and Gomong agreed. Ho Yi's arrow, even a normal one, was already at the apex of the half-step Heavenly Tao realm. If he fought for his life, his offensive means matched that of the Heavenly Tao realm. Who wasn't afraid of Ho Yi's arrows in the 3 realms? Even Qin Yun, who was a half-step heavenly Dao realm existence, lacked the confidence to withstand Hou Yi's arrow with his misty rain array. Although he withstood the 32 experts, all of them added up was about 3 or 4 times the silver-haired woman's strength. Qin Yun felt that he was still far from the heavenly Dao realm. With your sword array's protection and Hou Yi's arrow to kill, it would truly be invincible, marveled Gomang in agreement. If Hou Yi were to come, he would be here in person. He would be risking his life, so it wouldn't be easy inviting him here. Russia smiled as he looked at Qin Yun. I was able to invite Sword Immortal Qin here because of the threat of his itinerant immortal tribulations. His need for great merit prompted him to risk his life with me. To convince Hou Yi to risk coming here, it will probably be much harder. If we inform him of fate, he will definitely come where there are so many treasures, said Gomang. Unfortunately, it seems fate has escaped elsewhere. It was an unknown when they would bump into each other in the vast spatial tides. Fate? He sure is arrogant to dare use this as a name, muttered Qin Yun. However, he is indeed very strong. Very. Based on the information we have about the experts from other universes, he would be one of the best, said Gomang. The one I chose ended up being so strong. My luck, Russia shook his head helplessly, it can be said that I fulfilled my wish. I obtained treasures and wouldn't easily come here again. However, I wouldn't mind if Sword Immortal Qin joins. Whether I need to come to the spatial tide again will depend on how much merit sacrificing these 3 corpses will gain me. Qin Yun looked at the bound giant's corpse. This giant has no signs of life again. I'm guessing that he's really dead this time. With that said, the giant was stored away without any resistance. He's really dead. Qin Yun laughed. Let's go, time to head back. Back to the 3 realms. Russia and Gomang smiled. Qin Yun had obtained the corpses of 3 experts while the other 2 had split the weapons and treasures. I completely exposed myself this time. In the spatial tide, the 32 experts entered a slumber. A mysterious elder sat on a throne in a palace within the mountain. The mountain had also transformed into an island. To fully expose oneself in the spatial tide would mean death isn't far. The Sword Immortal might bring an expert that is perfect at dealing with me the next time. The elder naturally made a decision. I'll change spots and switch my identity. Those that could prey on others in the spatial tide were extremely careful. After all, they would be long dead if they weren't. Sword Immortal? I'll remember you. The elder's figure dissipated as the island continued flying in the spatial tide. Time flew by. It took them the same 68 years to return. When Qin Yun and company saw the familiar chaos spatial rift, they felt as if they were returning to their hometown. The rift diffused the chaos aura from the other end. When they passed through the spatial rift, they arrived in the chaos beyond the 3 realms. Upon arriving, Qin Yun sensed the 3 realms. We are back. Qin Yun heaved a sigh of relief. Meanwhile in Green Turing Palace, numinous treasure Dao ancestor, who sat cross-legged on a bed of clouds, opened his eyes and looked into the distance where the chaos spatial rift was. He smiled. This disciple of mine is finally back. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 673, The Present Qin Family. Chapter 673, The Present Qin Family. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Although Qin Yun and company entered the chaos spatial rift seemingly silently, nearly all the pinnacle existences in the 3 realms knew of it. At that level, they could faintly sense which other experts were alive. Qin Yun's and Russia's disappearance naturally incurred the notice of all the experts. The truth was quickly made known after some probing of the sudden disappearance. For instance, the fiend ancestor long sensed that Qin Yun and company had vanished into the chaos spatial rift and he had guessed that they were headed for the spatial tide. In the entire 3 realms, many existences were paying notice to their final fate. The three of them are back. Seated cross-legged in a desolate mountaintop was Fiend King Yuan as he looked far beyond the three realms. To be in the spatial tide for 100+ years and return alive. Impressive. Might I need to venture into the chaos spatial rift and challenge myself in the spatial tide to reach the heavenly Tao realm? Back then, the three pure ones in Gautama all visited it. Compared to them, am I being overly careful? Yuan was in a dilemma. As a king of myriad fiends, he was extremely selfish. He strived to not place himself into a perilous situation. Therefore, he had yet to enter the spatial tide to this very day. In the history of the three realms, the ones who entered the spatial tide the most were the three pure ones. Back then, they jointly traveled the spatial tide and slew the most number of experts from other universes. However, people like Goddess Nuwa and Fiend Ancestor did not enter, yet they still achieved the heavenly Tao realm. Therefore, all the perfected great Tao existences in the three realms believed that one still had the same chances of reaching the heavenly Tao realm without heading to the chaos spatial rift. Furthermore, the intelligence spread through the three realms about the spatial tide shocked them. For instance, Russia only dared to make the trip after inviting Qin Yun. Spirit Tower Heart Mountain. Its exact location was still a mystery in the three realms. In it lived an extremely mysterious, ancient existence in the three realms, Patriarch Bodhi. Rushu and company are back. Patriarch Bodhi opened his eyes as the aromas lingered around him. His eyes had a hint of hesitation. My cultivation of the Tao of spacetime has met with difficulties. Perhaps, widening my horizons by seeing the experts of other universes as their spacetime means will be helpful to me. The Tao of spacetime was a very special Tao. As the ancient saying goes, the surrounding space is called you, the time from past to future is called Xiao. Therefore, the great Tao of spacetime was also the universe one great Tao. Patriarch Bodhi believed that if he attained full enlightenment in the great Tao of spacetime, he would be able to attain the heavenly Tao realm. However, to face the experts from other universes in the spatial tide alone is far from sufficient. Patriarch Bodhi hesitated and shook his head gently. There's no rush. I haven't even fully understood the Tao of time and the great Tao of spacetime. I can sense that with time, my insights would deepen. Living long aided his study of the Tao of time. It won't be too late to pay the spatial tide a visit when I'm at a bottleneck. Patriarch Bodhi made up his mind. The safe return of Qin Yun and company did cause a stir among many perfected great Tao existences. In the past, they hesitated, but upon seeing existences at the same level succeed, they felt intrigued. However, at their level, they were all very staid. They would only proceed after carefully planning, never due to an impulse. It still feels safer when we are back in the three realms. Rushu laughed. Gomang nodded with a smile. Sword Immortal Qin, Rushu, let us part ways here. I already have old friends waiting for me at my residence. They are probably waiting to inquire about the spatial tide. Should this matter be kept secret? Rushu looked at Qin Yun. Qin Yun shook his head. There's no need. Back when the three pure ones ventured into the spatial tide, the information was later released to the younger generation. There is no need for us to conceal the information. Alright, I'll let them know that experts from the spatial tide aren't that easy to deal with, said Gomang. They might look inspired by our safe return, but they are all the overlord of great worlds. They live carefree lives, so ultimately, few would actually wish to enter, said Rushu. Let us part ways here, said Qin Yun with a smile. Allow me to wish that you attain a merit cardinal treasure first, Sword Immortal Qin. Gomang and Rushu added. I'll be counting on your blessings. Immediately, Qin Yun and company parted ways in the vast chaos. They traversed the void as Rushu and Gomang returned to their own cave abodes. As for Qin Yun, he headed for to Lightning Roar in the Heavenly Realm. Heavenly Realm, to Lightning Roar. Xiao had been concerned over Qin Yun all these years. After he entered the spatial tide, he could not be sensed. No one in the three realms would know if he perished in the spatial tide as well. Brother Yun. Xiao sat cross-legged at the top of him, the lightning roar as she watched the sea of clouds churn. Then she closed her eyes to cultivate in her lightning dharma. In the days Qin Yun was away, all she could do was cultivate in the lightning dharma to occupy herself, so as to prevent her thoughts from swaying. Swoosh! A figure silently appeared at the mountaintop and stood beside Xiao. He was none other than the azure-robed Qin Yun. Qin Yun could not help but smile when he looked at his cultivating wife. Oh! Xiao opened her eyes, having sensed him. She saw her husband standing beside her. Brother Yun? Xiao was taken back as she lowered her head to massage her forehead before looking back up. She wasn't seeing things. Qin Yun was right in front of her. You aren't seeing things. I'm back, said Qin Yun with a smile. There hasn't been any news of you for more than 100 years. Why didn't you send me a voice transmission when you returned? Xiao stood up and could not help but grumble. However, she still held Qin Yun's hand. It's my fault. Please forgive me, my dear wife. Qin Yun immediately apologized. Xiao giggled. Let's go and visit the kids. They have been worried for you all these years as well, said Xiao. Let's go. Qin Yun nodded. Until Lightning Roar had become a busier place. Over time, the Qin family had been expanding. After Qin Yi and Han Lin had a daughter, Qin Yuluo, they had another son, Qin Yul. Qin Yul's cultivation talent was very average. With the Qin family's resources, and with his parents, he was born at the first firmament essence soul realm. Now, he was only at the third firmament essence soul realm. However, he enjoyed traveling and making ties everywhere. Many factions knew that he was a grandson of Sword Immortal Qin, so they would send beauties to his side. This resulted in the Qin family having more offspring, many who cultivated in Ante Lightning Roar. And today, Qin Yun's return prompted a banquet to be held in Ante Lightning Roar. Qin Yun was somewhat surprised as well. When I left the three realms, Yul was still a child. In a blink of an eye, he has 3 sons and 5 daughters? Qin Yul was somewhat surprised by the juniors who kowtowed him at the banquet. I find Yul quite capable. At the very least, he has made Ante Lightning Roar less cold and cheerless. It's a lot more lively these days. Xiao laughed. Qin Yul was standing obediently by the side. Outside, he was a scion that let himself loose, living in an unbridled manner. But in front of his grandfather, he reined himself in. After all, he had little interaction with his grandfather and had only heard of his legends. Instead, it was his elder sister, Qin Yuluo, who had close ties with Qin Yun. This was because Qin Yun had once advised Yuluo's cultivation for an extended period of time. They shared a much closer relationship. Yul. Qin Yul looked at Qin Yul and his fine features which resembled Xiao's. He was truly an Adonis and was a lot more handsome than Qin Yun. Grandfather. Qin Yul was somewhat nervous. You are now at the third firmament essence soul realm? Cultivate well. Try to reach the sky immortal realm at least, said Qin Yun. Yes. Qin Yul replied reverently. Qin Yun nodded slightly. It was difficult for immortal cultivators to have children. Qin Yun and his wife only had a daughter, Qin Yi. Qin Yi previously only had a daughter, Qin Yuluo. Only after so many years did she have an additional Qin Yul. It was Qin Yul who had numerous children. This was still something that delighted Qin Yun. His other child, Meng Huan, had many children. However, Meng Huan had ascended after 300 years of cultivation in his homeworld. His children and grandchildren had long died of age. By the time Meng Huan had the strength to return to his homeworld, he was generations separated from them. His feelings for them were naturally a lot more indifferent. Only extremely excellent juniors had a chance of being brought to MT Lightning Roar for cultivation. Qin Yun's mood was extremely good due to the Qin family's banquet. The next day, in the back mountain of the Qin household, Qin Yun and Xiao stood there. My venture into the spatial tide gained me a total of 3 bodies, Qin Yun said. The 3 of them were perfected great Tao existences in life. I wonder how much merit I would receive if I sacrificed them to the 3 realms. How many perfected great Tao existences are there in the 3 realms? To sacrifice 3 corpses would definitely result in immense merit, said Xiao. Qin Yun waved his hand. The 9-headed expert's corpse appeared. His 9 gnarly dragon heads and his massive body did not seem so huge when thrown onto an empty spot. It was only 100 feet tall, but it still emitted a terrifying aura in death. The baneful aura it emanated alarmed Xiao. The terrifying aura, if seen by ordinary sky immortals and sky fiends, would result in an intrusion by the baneful aura, causing their essence souls to collapse followed by death. However, Xiao stood beside Qin Yun and with his help, the baneful aura failed to make any progress. The fact that the corpse contained the charms of a great Tao left Xiao shuddering. How powerful is such an expert? Xiao mumbled silently. Obliterate. Qin Yun waved his hand. His intrinsic flying sword immediately split into numerous beams of light as they flew towards the 9-headed corpse. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 674, Bloodline? Chapter 674, Bloodline? Translator, Citullin. Editor, Citullin. When the sharp sword beams accompanied by killing intent bore into the 9-headed expert's corpse, they began a complete decimation of his body. Whoosh! The corpse disintegrated and dispersed, and everything returned to the land. Immediately, large amounts of merit descended. The richness of the merit made it come down like layer of golden light that enveloped Qin Yun. Xiao watched by the side in anticipation. While Qin Yun received the merit, he did not hesitate to transfer everything to the misty rain sword. We are all beings of the 3 realms, said Qin Yun. The 3 realms nurtured us to the point of us draining its own heaven and earth spiritual energies to fuel our cultivation. Right down to the food we eat, everything stems from the 3 realms. After death, our strength returns to the 3 realms. As for these experts from another universe, they are not of this world. After their bodies disintegrate, they are absorbed by the 3 realms. It's something that adds to the 3 realms which results in the bestowment of merit. Ever since Gonggang smashed into Ndabujo, the foundation of the 3 realms has been severely damaged. If its foundation was still perfect, it probably wouldn't care too much about this sacrifice, Qin Yun said as he discovered that the bestowing of merit had already stopped. As the disintegration happened in a blink of an eye, the merit bestowment happened extremely quickly. This is a perfected great Tao expert from a different universe. How much merit was bestowed? Pressed Xiao. Qin Yun transferred all the merit he received into the misty rain sword and frowned. It's equivalent to killing 1 or 2 ancestral fiends. It was lower than expected. That little? Xiao could not help but say. This is an expert at the perfected great Tao realm. Killing a perfected great Tao expert of the 3 realms wouldn't give merit, and instead, it would be a sin. Qin Yun said thoughtfully. The 3 realms is constantly absorbing the chaos powers of other universes, therefore, it does not care much for typical sacrifices. It probably requires a special energy signature to those lives for its benefit. I heard that capturing an enemy and bringing it to the 3 realms alive before killing it will result in more merit. Perhaps it's the sacrifice of the essence soul that is more beneficial. Sacrificing a corpse alone ultimately gives partial benefits. Qin Yun was without solution. Back in his battle with the mysterious fate, even if he captured one of its puppets alive, a mere thought of fate allowed him to abandon the envoys, turning them to corpses immediately. Try the next one, said Xiao immediately. Okay. Qin Yun waved his hand and another corpse appeared on the ground. The black-robed humanoid fog's corpse now revealed its true appearance. It had greenish-black skin. Looking at its corpse felt like seeing a faint but massive projection of a divine sea. Go! Qin Yun released his misty rain sword beams and began disintegrating the corpse. Another corpse was decimated. Upon seeing this scene, Qin Yun suddenly sighed. He also knew that the 3 corpses he received were probably long dead. Even if they weren't dead, they were living lives akin to a puppet's. When the corpse disintegrated and returned to the 3 realms, merit descended. Soon. When the merit stopped descending, Qin Yun frowned slightly. This was because the black-robed fog's corpse gave slightly less merit. What happened? Pressed Xiao. As Qin Yun transferred the merit to the misty rain sword, he said, "It's about the same as before, however, the last corpse is a little special. His body was extremely powerful and had potent vitality." With that said, he waved his hand. Boom! The giant's corpse was the largest. Thankfully, there was an array formation set up in MT lightning roar. Even space was distorted to allow the giant's corpse to be put down. This corpse sure is huge. Xiao looked at the mountainous giant's body in shock. She was like a speck in front of the corpse. The strength of his body is above Taoist Wen's. Qin Yun laughed. Gomong, Rushu, and I joined forces but failed to kill him even after we trapped him. Of course, he is now already dead. It will be much easier destroying his body. While alive, the power of the essence soul controlled the body, making the body's defenses stronger. Once the essence soul was gone, the body weakened greatly. The merit received from sacrificing this body should be a lot more. Qin Yun's mind stirred as he released the sword beams. They entered the giant's body through his nose and began causing damage within. Xiao! Every spot of the giant was extremely resilient. The misty rain sword beams actually failed to slice through them. The body has weakened in death, but to destroy it, I'll still need to use my intrinsic flying sword. Qin Yun released his misty rain sword wistfully. It directly sliced through the giant's skin and bore into his body to begin the damage. However, the speed of the destruction was relatively slow. The corpse is too big and the vitality it contains is too potent, Qin Yun said with a laugh. It will probably take 10 minutes to completely destroy it. With your strength, you still need to spend 10 minutes on a dead corpse? Xiao marveled. It's very powerful. Its vitality is no way inferior to wood god Gomong's. The potency of his body matches nearly that of a Kane pinnacle numinous treasure. There's only a chance of destroying it after its death. Qin Yun laughed. He was the first one to fight us. To first use a body that is nearly unkillable, the intended strategy was probably to probe our strength. Qin Yun somewhat understood the mysterious fate. By sending an unkillable envoy, he could figure out the visitor's background and strength. If the enemy was too powerful, he could flee quickly. If he was confident, he would select 3 envoys that had an advantage over the enemy so as to kill them. However, there was clearly a misjudgment of Qin Yun's strength while fighting them, therefore, he suffered a setback. Oh! Qin Yun's expression changed as he looked at the corpse in front of him. Somewhere in the veins of the giant's corpse, Qin Yun caused a wisp of golden light seep out through his misty rain sword. The wisp of golden light appeared lofty, like it was a power from a higher existence. What happened? Xiao inquired. Inside his body is a very special power, muttered Qin Yun. While I was destroying his corpse, this special power remained entrenched deep in the corpse's bloodline. It is still able to resist my destruction out of sheer instinct. Special power? Xiao was puzzled. I'll first extract this special power. Qin Yun's misty rain sword enveloped the power within the giant's corpse, and every bit extracted was transported out with sword flashes. Shoo! 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 Sword flashes carried the special power and flew out of the corpse. They were wisps of distorted golden threads. As the golden threads were extracted, the corpse weakened. The damage delivered became faster. The original estimate of 10 minutes was reduced to seconds after the 10 wisps of golden thread was extracted. The corpse was disintegrated and returned to the land as large amounts of merit descended. What power is this? Qin Yun carefully looked at the 10 distorted golden threads. The merit the three realms bestowed finally came to a stop. Sacrifice. Qin Yun attempted destroying the powers of a wisp of the golden thread. It was filled with endless vitality, but without any body to bond to, it was destroyed by the misty rain sword. The three realms also delivered some merit, which was quite sizable. Brother Yun, how's the merit situation now? Xiao pressed. 95%. It's still quite far from a merit cardinal treasure, said Qin Yun. If I sacrifice the remaining 9 wisps, it should be able to reach 97%. Xiao was astonished. This mysterious power can be sacrificed for that much merit? Qin Yun carefully observed the golden threads. Under his scrutiny, the golden threads were enlarged thousands of times. They turned into a massive golden mystic chart which faintly outlined a massive giant. Despite seeing this figure from afar, Qin Yun sensed a form of repression. It was a feeling poles apart from facing his master or goddess Nuwa. The massive giant was likely at the heavenly Tao realm, but its body was ridiculously powerful. The golden mystic chart was naturally contained by the bloodline. It was unparalleled in terms of its profundity. Qin Yun said softly, if I'm not wrong, this is the power of a bloodline. That giant should be a blood descendant of a powerful existence. For his body to be this powerful, it has to do with his cultivation, but also his bloodline. Qin Yun observed carefully. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 675, Pangu Bloodline. Chapter 675, Pangu Bloodline. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Qin Yun stored away the other 8 wisps of golden threads within a jade bottle, leaving only 1 wisp floating in front of him. He carefully observed it. The heavenly Tao realm involved understanding the charms of the heavenly Tao, myriad objects, and their interactions. Since Qin Yun had grasped 3 great Tao of the heavenly Tao, he was also able to understand something of the other great Tao. Although the natural mystical patterns contained within the golden thread powers were extremely profound, Qin Yun was still able to understand parts of it. For instance, there were the charms of the great Tao of heaven, earth, and man within. Really fascinating. With such a bloodline, the originator of this bloodline must have had a terrifyingly powerful body. It must be someone who cultivated his body at the heavenly Tao realm. Qin Yun was astonished. In the 3 realms, the Tao ancestors, Buddhist ancestor, and Fiend ancestor, including goddess Nuwa, were not heavenly Tao realms through the cultivation of their bodies. The physical establishing sage lineage was famous for being difficult to cultivate. Even Qin Yun was impressed by the person of the physical establishing sage lineage who reached the heavenly Tao realm. That giant might have left his homeworld to venture into the spatial tide and ended up falling into the hands of the mysterious fate, thought Qin Yun. It was useless even if they had a strong backer. Heavenly Tao existences were unable to enter the spatial tide, so any talk of revenge was moot. This bloodline clearly comes from another universe, thought Qin Yun. However, the mystical patterns still contain all kinds of great Tao. Clearly, the great Tao exists in the chaos and in other universe. There might be some differences in some lesser Taos. For instance, there were some unique laws that appeared in the tenebrous fiend abyss. Some of the extremely sinful figures would even become the most cherished of the tenebrous fiend abyss. However, under the Three Realms laws, they would end up being suppressed. And these unique laws of the Three Realms, such as merit and sin, were useless in the chaos. As for Great Tao, they existed in the chaos to begin with. For instance, the Khanate cardinal treasures born out of the chaos would contain a perfected Great Tao. The Great Tao that appeared in the chaos was not usable in the Three Realms, but it was also usable in the chaos and spatial tide. It was even usable in other universes. The only difference was that the cultivation systems of other universes might be different. The Three Realms also had many cultivation systems. For instance, Taoism, Buddhism, fiendish, magi, etc. The sword immortal lineage, the talisman amulet lineage, and the rest all had their specialties. It was very common for other universes to create their own cultivation systems. But ultimately, the Great Tao were all interlinked. Stone from another mountain can still damage jade. The more Qin Yun looked at the mystical patterns, the more he felt that he had found a treasure trove. The construction of the mystic patterns were nothing Qin Yun had ever seen before. I won't be able to figure out much in a short period of time. I'll still need lots of time. Qin Yun took out a jade bottle and stored away the wisp. At that moment, Xiao asked with a smile, "Brother Yun, you were observing the bloodline powers for quite a while. Does it aid your cultivation?" "Greatly." Qin Yun nodded. "I just need to think about it carefully." "Okay." Xiao could not help but say, "Brother Yun, the merit you received still isn't enough for you to attain a merit cardinal treasure. What do you plan to do next?" He had accumulated 95% to date. Even if he sacrificed the bloodline powers, it would only reach 97%. It didn't seem a lot, but that tiny bit probably involved killing 2 to 3 perfected Great Tao experts from other universes. "There's no other choice. I'll have to make another trip into the spatial tide," said Qin Yun. Xiao revealed a look of worry. "But it won't be now," said Qin Yun with a smile. "Don't worry. There's not much merit I'm lacking now. I just need to make one more trip to the spatial tide. I plan on studying this bloodline carefully first and figure out its charms so as to enhance my sword Tao. The stronger I am, the more confident I will be when heading into the spatial tide again. I have a feeling." Qin Yun looked at the jade bottle in his hand. "This bloodline power will be useful to my Misty Rain array. When do you plan on going?" pressed Xiao. "In the final 1,000 years," said Qin Yun. He planned on cultivating for 2,000 years, and the last 1,000 years was likely enough. Following that, he added, Xiao, this bloodline power is extraordinary. I'll have to pay my master a visit." Xiao nodded as well as she watched Qin Yun tear through the sky. Green Turing Palace, Main Hall. Numinous Treasure Tao Ancestor sat cross-legged as he watched his disciple enter. "Master." Qin Yun bowed reverently. "I have something to offer you." "Oh?" Numinous Treasure Tao Ancestor was astonished as he smiled. "It looks like you scored quite a bit on your trip to the spatial tide." "Yes." Qin Yun nodded and did not elaborate. He flipped his hand and took out a jade bottle. As the jade bottle flew to Numinous Treasure, he said, "Master, please take a look." Numinous Treasure thought nothing of it either. He was knowledgeable and had headed to the spatial tide several times with the rest of the 3 pure ones years ago. He had slain many experts from other universes. It was only after he reached the heavenly Tao realm that he stopped going into the spatial tide again. Whoosh! A golden thread flew out of the jade bottle. Numinous Treasure looked over nonchalantly before his expression changed. Numinous Treasure looked carefully as his expression turned solemn. The bloodline power of a heavenly Tao expert of the physical lineage, Numinous Treasure muttered as his eyes lit up. He wore a look of delight as he immediately asked Qin Yun, "How did you get it? Tell me in detail." Qin Yun said reverently, "Master, on our trip to the spatial tide, we dealt with a giant who used a hammer on a floating mountain. It's him? Numinous Treasure nodded slightly. The three realms had some intelligence about the spatial tide and understood the experts that entrenched themselves within. Although they had some intelligence, the experts of the three realms knew very well that these experts who dared made an ostentatious display of their entrenchment definitely had something backing them. Therefore, most of the intelligence was superficial. No one dared to believe it fully. For example, Qin Yun's encounter showed a great difference between the intelligence and reality. Together with Rushu and Goman, we discovered the true master of the floating mountain. It's an expert from a different universe who calls himself Fate, said Qin Yun. Fate controls the bodies of 35 perfected Great Tao experts and had sent all of them to attack us. The giant who used the hammer is only one of the 35. He controls that many perfected Great Tao experts? Numinous Treasure was somewhat astonished. Perhaps he enslaved many of the Great Tao experts in his homeworld before going to the spatial tide. To capture 30 plus in the spatial tide is very unlikely. A number of them must have been from his homeworld. Qin Yun nodded in agreement. These 35 who were under his control were all of ordinary perfected Great Tao strength except for one being at the half-step Heavenly Tao realm. Apart from a few having unique attacks, the rest were relatively mediocre. In the three realms, they would be among the weakest perfected Great Tao experts. Therefore, I was able to defend against their collective assault with the Misty Rain realm. After killing 3, we were lucky to flee successfully. Numinous Treasure nodded and said, "This bloodline power stems from one of the 3? Yes, the giant who uses the hammer," Qin Yun said. When I sacrificed the giant's body to the 3 realms, destroying his body was rather difficult. However, I discovered wisps of this bloodline power hidden within his body. Numinous Treasure was enlightened. I see. Disciple, your luck is good indeed. You actually managed to discover the bloodline powers of a Heavenly Tao realm expert in the spatial tide. Numinous Treasure smiled at Qin Yun. I had 10 plus encounters with enemies back in the spatial tide, but never had such a harvest. It was all luck, Qin Yun said. Indeed, he was lucky. He did not discover anything special from the other 2 corpses. To be from the physical establishing sage lineage while reaching the Heavenly Tao realm. That's indeed difficult, said Numinous Treasure. What we know is that only Pangu reached this realm. However, Pangu did not have children. He was born out of a Chaos Azure Lotus, and at his birth, he split open the 3 realms. He gave up his life to do so. We have also been searching for the remnant bloodline power of his, Numinous Treasure said with a laugh. Every faction has also studied and cultivated in it. For instance, dermic formulations like the 8-9 arcane art or the 12 capital heavens were all figured out from the bloodline powers left behind by Pangu. Qin Yun was enlightened. Now, you have discovered the bloodline powers of a Heavenly Tao realm expert of the physical lineage. Comparing it with the Pangu bloodline powers will be of great help to me, Numinous Treasure said. The other Heavenly Tao realm experts and I are also pondering over physical cultivation. After all, we would be traveling the chaos in the future. Physical dermic formulations would be rather important. Qin Yun nodded. However, he was an itinerant immortal and had an essence soul for his body. Therefore, he was not suited to cultivate his body. However, he could still study the charms within to fuse into his sword array. Since you have given this to me, this Pangu bloodline power is yours. Numinous Treasure smiled and threw a black bottle to Qin Yun. Okay. Qin Yun did not reject it as he respectfully received it. Numinous Treasure exhorted, remember, the Pangu's bloodline power is more about immense strength. As for the bloodline power you brought back, it's more about defense. The 2 take different directions, so when it comes to your Misty Rain array, the Pangu bloodline powers might aid your offensive means. As for the study of the bloodline powers of the other universe expert, it might be helpful to the defensive means of your Misty Rain array. Qin Yun immediately said, I've seen it and also noticed that it would be helpful to my Misty Rain array. Now, the most pressing issue for you is to transcend the tribulations. Therefore, studying the bloodline powers of the other universe expert is of utmost priority. After you transcend the itinerant immortal tribulations, you can study the Pangu bloodline powers. As a sword immortal, your offensive means needs to be strengthened, said numinous treasure. I understand, master, replied Qin Yun. You may leave. Numinous treasure nodded. After Qin Yun left, he took out the golden thread and began carefully studying it. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 676, Transaction. Chapter 676, Transaction. Translator, Citulan. Editor, Citulan. As Qin Yun obtained the 10 wisps of bloodline powers, in the distant dragon great world, a massive divine dragon was asleep. He was none other than the dragon race's ancestor, the ancestral dragon. Among the perfected great Tao existences in the three realms, the three strongest existences recognized were the Buddhist Amida, Hoi, and ancestral dragon. They were almost equal. Hoi had terrifyingly potent offensive means. The ancestral dragon cultivated his body to the half-step heavenly Tao realm. Amida was the lord of the Western paradise. He had various great divine powers. For instance, he was the fastest under the heavenly Tao realm. As for God King Zhurong, who later regained freedom, he had only reigned supreme early in the three realms. Furthermore, he suffered a heavy setback as a result of Hoi the moment he returned. Therefore, in the hearts of the three realms experts, Zhurong's strength was naturally weaker than Hoi's, thus, weaker than the ancestral dragon and Amida. Qin Yun was a perfected great Tao sword immortal, and he had an intrinsic connate cardinal treasure in hand. He was also recognized as being at the half-step heavenly Tao realm. However, he had cultivated for too short a time. He was also only ranked at the half-step heavenly Tao realm when he used his intrinsic flying sword. Furthermore, he was good at defense, but much weaker at offensive means. To the three realms experts, he was slightly weaker than Hoi, ancestral dragon, and Amida. Oh! Ancestral dragon opened his golden eyes that looked far away at the heavenly realm. I can sense from the heavenly secrets that my great Tao opportunity lies in that direction. The ancestral dragon's strength was unfathomable. Furthermore, the thing he sensed was related to him, therefore, he was able to detect that sliver of opportunity. Whoosh! Ancestral dragon transformed into a black-robed man, and with one step, he arrived in the heavenly realm. Midair of the heavenly realm. The black-robed man continued following his senses as he constantly proceeded forward. Moments later. Oh! The black-robed man stood on a cloud as he looked at a lofty mountain in front of him. He frowned. MT lightning roar. That sword immortal Qin's MT. Lightning roar? Why would my opportunity be here? I heard that sword immortal Qin recently returned from the spatial tide. Could it be that he has obtained something from there, something that is my great Tao opportunity? However, I can sense that he isn't here in person. The only thing that's left here is his avatar. The black-robed man suddenly turned his head. A beam of light descended upon him to lightning roar. It was none other than Qin Yun, who had just returned from Green Turing Palace. Daoist Qin. The black-robed man immediately spoke out with a smile. Soon. The clouds at the top of the lightning roar split apart as Qin Yun walked out in astonishment. How rare is it for the ancestral dragon to come to my lightning roar, said Qin Yun with a smile. Come, please come to my place and have some refreshments. The black-robed man nodded with a smile. Then, I'll be imposing on you. The duo entered and sat across each other in a garden in Qin manner. Xiao personally came to offer the alcohol. She looked at the black-robed man with glimmering eyes, for she knew that he was the ancestor of all dragons in the three realms, the ancestral dragon. And she was a dragon as well. To see the ancestral dragon was quite a thrill. The black-robed man smiled at Xiao, who left after serving the drinks. Daoist Qin, your wife is also a dragon. Now, 3 juniors of the Qin family have a dragon bloodline. It seems you are really fated with my dragon race. The black-robed man laughed. If the Qin family juniors cultivated in Taoist dermic formulations, allowing their human bloodlines to take the upper hand, they would not turn into dragons. The contrary was their turning into dragons. The Qin family did have a few whom had turned into dragons. We are indeed very fated. Qin Yun held up his cup. Come, have a taste of this. Perhaps it's incomparable to your dragon race's collections, but it's also some of the finest alcohol I've collected when traveling the 3 realms. All right. The black-robed raised his cup and took a sip. His eyes lit up. It is indeed very unique. Qin Yun smiled. I don't have many hobbies, but I enjoy fine food and drink. By the way, might I know why you are here today? I came here to ask a favor of you, Daoist Qin, said the black-robed man directly. Please, speak your mind, said Qin Yun. He was very respectful towards the ancestral dragon. Furthermore, the ancestral dragon had cultivated his body to the half-step heavenly Tao realm. He had astonishing combat strength, and once the Tao ancestors, Buddhist ancestor, Fiend ancestor, and company were forced to leave the 3 realms, the ancestral dragon would be invincible. When that happened, the dragons would likely prosper. After all, only the Taoist 3 pure ones could suppress him at the moment, so there was a limitation to the assertiveness of the dragons. Without the heavenly Tao realm, the dragons would be a lot more assertive. Furthermore, Qin Yun also knew that if he really failed to transcend the tribulations in the future, he had to ensure a backup plan for his family. He had offended the fiends terribly, and few experts could protect the Qin family. The ancestral dragon was one of those few. I can sense that you have a treasure on you. It is where my great Tao opportunity lies. The black-robed man looked at Qin Yun. A great Tao opportunity of yours? Qin Yun was taken aback before immediately understanding. The ancestral dragon cultivated his body to the half-step heavenly Tao realm. The bloodline powers he obtained were a heavenly Tao realm bloodline power that belonged to another universe's physical lineage. In the 3 realms, it would benefit the ancestral dragon the most. Since this involves an opportunity for my Tao attainment, please help me. I will not let you down, the black-robed man said with utmost confidence. Ancestral dragon, I believe you are speaking of this. Qin Yun flipped his hand and took out a jade bottle. A golden thread flew out from inside. Upon seeing the golden thread, the black-robed man's eyes lit up. He immediately looked at it carefully and revealed an excited look of delight. Yes. It's this. This is bloodline of a heavenly Tao realm expert who cultivates his body? I never expected that there are other heavenly Tao realm experts who cultivate their bodies apart from Pangu. This is something I chanced upon in the spatial tide, said Qin Yun. That makes it the heavenly Tao realm of another universe. The black-robed man looked in excitement at the golden thread. However, the great Tao is the same everywhere. The cultivation dermic formulations might be different, but the charms of the great Tao are the same. Daoist Qin, please be willing to part with this bloodline power. Feel free to name your price. He was bent on having it. The golden thread contained secrets that were too mystical. He needed to take his time to study it. For instance, the Pango bloodline power was something the Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure had studied for an extended period of time after obtaining it. He had given it to Qin Yun when it was no longer useful to him. Furthermore, the ancestral dragon had yet to reach the Heavenly Tao realm. This wisp of bloodline powers was probably something he could not fully understand until he attained it. Ancestral dragon, you want it? Qin Yun hesitated. I know how extremely valuable this item is. Daoist Qin, what conditions must I meet before you are willing to sell it to me? Feel free to raise them, said Ancestral Dragon solemnly. At his realm, few things in the three realms attracted him. In fact, even the lotus seed of fate from before was not as attractive to the ancestral dragon as this wisp of bloodline powers. Condition? Qin Yun hesitated. There was little in three realms that attracted him as well. After all, the Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor had the Pango bloodline powers in their collections, but they were extremely precious. After all, it was a key that led to the heavenly Tao realm of the physical lineage. As the bloodline powers of heavenly Tao realm experts were rare, and something only Qin Yun had, its value was far above the Pango bloodline powers. Taoist Qin, please help me, said Ancestral Dragon earnestly. Let's do it this way, said Qin Yun. 3 ancestral dragon blood crystals. In addition, you will have to agree to one thing. Ancestral Dragon revealed a look of delight. Taoist Qin, what do you want me to do? I hope he's not requesting me to join him in the spatial tide, thought Ancestral Dragon. The spatial tide was some place he was unwilling to go to. It was not that he feared it. Instead, all the dragons in the three realms relied on him to enjoy their present standing. Furthermore, once the Tao ancestors and company left the three realms would turn more chaotic. If the dragons did not have him, the dragons would likely be enslaved by numerous experts of the three realms, turning into mounts or slaves. He needed to live, therefore, he absolutely did not wish to enter any land of peril. I wish that you will agree to protect my Qin family, said Qin Yun, at least for 3 blood generations. The ancestral dragon immediately heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. Taoist Qin, don't worry. Since I've received your treasure and agreed to it, I will definitely do my best to protect your Qin family. I will ensure the safety of at least 3 blood generations of yours. Qin Yun nodded. The ancestral dragon could only do his best. Whether he could ensure their safety was still an unknown. As the ancestral dragon, he needed to preside over the dragon race's dominion for an extended period of time. He was rather far from the heavenly realm. Among the preparations Qin Yun had made for his family before his tribulation, the ancestral dragon was one. Although the ancestral dragon was powerful, he was ultimately burdened by too many matters. These are the 3 blood crystals. The ancestral dragon spat out 3 purple blood crystals. If one looked carefully inside, there was a lustrous glow floating within. These 3 ancestral dragon blood crystals are most effective when taken as a sky dragon, said Ancestral Dragon. It can rejuvenate them, raising their dragon bloodlines to that of my few children. Their strength will also rapidly rise to that of a half-step mighty figure. Qin Yun nodded and accepted them with a wave of his hand. The ancestral dragon blood crystals were rather valuable, just like how sky dragon blood crystals came from sky dragons. To make the ancestral dragon produce 3 ancestral dragon blood crystals harmed his essence, but with his strength, just 3 blood crystals had a trivial influence. All he needed to do was expend some treasures to slowly recover the damage. If he had to produce 10 at a time, that would severely damage him. It was even possible that it would be irreparable. The ancestral dragon used a jade bottle to store away the golden thread. After receiving the treasure, he was rather happy. I pretty much fleeced you this time. In the future, feel free to seek me if you need my help. Definitely. Qin Yun nodded. Indeed, the ancestral dragon had the upper hand in this transaction. It was quite normal to exchange 5 ancestral dragon blood crystals with 1 wisp of Pango's bloodline powers. The bloodline powers Qin Yun held were rarer and were urgently wanted by the ancestral dragon. Even if he had raised the price, the ancestral dragon would have agreed to it. However, it was likely that it would displease the ancestral dragon. Now, the ancestral dragon was extremely delighted, and their relationship also became a lot closer. I shall not impose any longer. Goodbye. Ancestral Dragon stood up. Qin Yun also stood up to send him off. As Qin Yun watched the ancestral dragon leave, he nodded slightly. My Qin family has dragon blood and a few who have turned into dragons. With the ancestral dragon blood crystal, my Qin family descendants will have stronger bloodlines. In a way, I'm saving for a rainy day. This was also one of the preparations he made for his family before his tribulation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 677, 1,000 Years Left. Chapter 677, 1,000 Years Left. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. These are ancestral dragon blood crystals? Xiao looked at the floating purple blood crystal suffusing a luster before her. It appeared to be the most dazzling existence in the world as it caused her dragon bloodline to boil over. This was the blood crystal of the ancestor of all dragons in the three realms. It's a blood crystal that was produced at the cost of damaging his core, said Qin Yun. If consumed by a skydragon, it will rejuvenate them. One's talent would then be comparable to the 9 sons of the ancestral dragon, giving them the strength of a half-step mighty figure. Xiao, you are now at the skydragon realm, so it's most suitable for you to consume them. Quickly consume it. Qin Yun looked at his wife with anticipation. Since it's so valuable, I think it's best we choose someone from the younger generation with extremely high talent. My talent can only be considered ordinary. Despite being Qin Yun's wife, Xiao still found the ancestral dragon blood crystal too precious. In order to exchange for a wisp of the bloodline powers of another universe expert, the ancestral dragon paid the price of 3 ancestral dragon blood crystals and a promise, said Qin Yun with a smile. After you consume one, our Qin family will still have 2 left. In the future, they can be given to excellent juniors of the Qin family. Hurry, don't hesitate any longer. Upon hearing that there were 3 and under the urging of her husband, Xiao no longer hesitated to reach out and put the purple blood crystal gently into her mouth. The moment it entered her mouth, it slipped into her stomach as the ancestral dragon blood crystal rapidly melted into her body. Humph! Xiao could not help but let out a grunt. Then, her skin turned translucent as they rapidly flushed red. The surrounding temperature rose as a result. Xiao's facial skin began to suffuse snow-white dragon scales as she could not help but turn into a dragon. In front of her husband, she typically maintained her human form. Whoosh! A snow-white dragon appeared. After the ancestral dragon blood crystals fused into her bloodline, her dragon scales became even more beautiful. Each dragon scale appeared to be a rare treasure as they swirled with a luster and contained Dao charms within. She had also become bigger in size. The gigantic snow-white dragon wound itself in the back mountains of the lightning roar while enduring the pain of being rejuvenated. Qin Yun watched anxiously from the side and gradually, a frosty aura descended, causing snowflakes to flutter. Following that, lightning bolts sparked in the surrounding void, some lingering around the dragon, others fusing right into the snow-white dragon's body. This process lasted for 3 days. Xiao's aura also became a lot stronger. Her snow-white dragon body shrank as she returned to her human form. Brother Yun. Xiao's aura had changed, turning colder with some suppressive might. That was a dragon's might. After all, she had absorbed the ancestral dragon blood crystal and her talent now rivaled that of his sons. Having just broken through, Xiao was unable to fully hold down her suppressive might. How does it feel? Asked Qin Yun. Magical. Xiao nodded. Just from consuming the ancestral dragon blood crystal, I naturally gained insight into many great Dao charms from my bloodline after the rejuvenation. I even naturally learned some divine powers. This is talent, said Qin Yun with a laugh. Those chaos godfiends were born powerful. The ancestral dragon's 9 sons were born with various divine powers as well. Now that you have internalized one ancestral dragon blood crystal, you are in the same situation. You can naturally grasp more mystical charms and divine powers. Xiao looked forward to what followed. I feel that as long as I stabilize what I have and properly cultivate the divine powers stored within my bloodline, I would be able to reach the strength of a half-step mighty figure after consolidating my strength. However, to become a mighty figure will still be difficult. Your talent has been raised significantly. Cultivate well, and in thousands of years, maybe more, you might be able to become a mighty figure. Although there are a few of the ancestral dragon's 9 sons who remain stuck at the Skydragon realm, many of them had become mighty figures, said Qin Yun. Xiao laughed. I never expected myself to possess such strength. How many of the wives and children of those lords of great worlds are weak? Qin Yun laughed. We can only be considered normal. For instance, the heavenly court's pagoda-bearing heavenly King Li's few sons. Or Yang Jian's family and relatives. Similar situations in the 3 realms were common. As a half-step heavenly Tao realm existence, Qin Yun could benefit his family despite being an itinerant immortal. His family was also considered a top immortal family clan. However, even if Qin Yun spared no expense to nurture them, all he could was nurture a few. For example, even people like the Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure and Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning could only focus on a dozen or so disciples. The 3rd and 4th generation disciples of Jade Void Palace received much more inferior resources. There were too many disciples in Green Turing Palace, therefore, disciples beneath that of mighty figures received only mediocre resources. Qin Household. Treasure Pavilion. Qin Yun and Xiao entered together and hid 6 jade bottles within. I received a total of 10 wisps of bloodline powers. One of them had been sacrificed to the 3 realms, said Qin Yun. One was given to Master and another to the ancestral dragon. I will be bringing one with me to study it. The remaining 6 can be considered a cornerstone treasure of our Qin family. If I were to fail to transcend the tribulations, Xiao, you use these to seek help from half-step heavenly Tao realm beings. Brother Yun, you will definitely succeed at transcending the tribulations, said Xiao immediately. I'm just saying. Qin Yun chuckled. These were parts of his plan. There was nothing he could do. He had completely offended the fiends, so if he did not make sufficient preparations for his family, the Qin family would be wiped out the moment he perished from the tribulations. Rumble. Qin Yun and Xiao left Treasure Pavilion as heavy doors closed behind them. Be it Numinous Treasure Tao Ancestor or Ancestral Dragon, the existence of the bloodline powers was kept secret. Qin Yun spent the following days in peace. He began a long period of seclusive cultivation. Apart from spending 99% of the time cultivating, the remaining was spent to occasionally give pointers to the juniors and accompany his wife to enjoy delicacies in the 3 realms. Time passed. 2,000 plus years had passed since Qin Yun returned from the spatial tide. Brother. Qin Yi and Meng Huan were playing chess. Despite them cultivating in the same sword Tao, their chess-playing styles were different. Qin Yi was a lot sharper and unrestrained, while Meng Huan was more ingenious. As a carnage developed on the chessboard, Qin Yi said, Brother, Dad will likely be having his 11th itinerant immortal tribulation soon, right? Yes. Meng Huan's eyes suffused a look of anxiety as he nodded. It should be one of these 2 days. The 11th itinerant immortal tribulation is said to be extremely powerful. One has to have the strength of a perfected great Tao to survive it. Qin Yi said, Dad already has strength at the half-step heavenly Tao realm. He will naturally be able to transcend it easily. Yes, but the next one is the 12th itinerant immortal tribulation, said Meng Huan. There's only 1,000 years left, Qin Yi replied softly. 1,000 years. To the 3 realms, that was an extremely short period of time. Even for those at Qin Yi's level, their cultivation seclusions could easily take more than 1,000 years. And 1,000 years later, their father, the person who frightened the fiends into sealing the great worlds, the #1 sword immortal of the 3 realms, one of the few half-step heavenly Tao realm existences in the 3 realms, sword immortal Qin, was about to face the 12th itinerant immortal tribulation. According to what was known, the 9th itinerant immortal tribulation required the strength of a mighty figure. The 10th itinerant immortal tribulation required the strength of a pinnacle mighty figure. The 11th itinerant immortal tribulation required the strength of a perfected great Tao. Many experts in the three realms speculated that the 12th tribulation very likely needed the strength of a heavenly Tao realm. Could Qin Yun survive it? Even though he was peerless and stunning, no one was certain. Even the Tao ancestors were unsure if Qin Yun could survive it. Rumble. A door opened in the distance. Dad is out. Xin Yi and Meng Huan immediately put down their chess pieces and rushed over to greet him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 678 11th Itinerant Immortal Tribulation. Chapter 678 11th Itinerant Immortal Tribulation. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Huaner. Qin Yun looked at his children and felt a marked improvement in his mood. Xin Yi walked over and hugged Qin Yun's arm. Dad, your seclusive cultivation is typically short. Yet, you entered seclusion for 300 years this time. It's the longest seclusion in the recent 2 millennia. Have you had another breakthrough? She asked this in an ingratiating manner while trying to get some news out of her father. If her father had a breakthrough, the chances of him surviving the 12th itinerant immortal tribulation would be a lot higher. I did have a key breakthrough which resulted in such a long seclusion, said Qin Yun with a smile. Xin Yi and Meng Huan could not help but reveal their delight. Dad, you are already at the half-step heavenly Tao realm. Now that you have broken through again, perhaps you will be able to reach the heavenly Tao realm soon, Xin Yi said. How ignorant, Qin Yun berated her lightly. I've only attained a perfected great Tao recently. As a sword immortal, I only have the strength of a half-step heavenly Tao realm because my intrinsic flying sword is a connate cardinal treasure. In terms of realm, I'm far inferior to the likes of Ancestral Dragon or Amida. Qin Yun knew his limitations. People like Amida, Ancestral Dragon, and Hui, they did not have any intrinsic connate cardinal treasures, but they possessed strength at the half-step heavenly Tao realm. It was purely from accumulated insight and experience as they grasped more than one perfected great Tao. Even the 3 human sovereigns had realms above that of Qin Yun. In terms of realm, Qin Yun was only considered ordinary among the perfected great Tao existences. What made him unique was his status as a sword immortal and that he had an intrinsic connate cardinal treasure in hand. On the contrary, it also meant that Qin Yun had a lot of room for improvement. If he could one day be equal to Amida and the Ancestral Dragon in terms of realm, Qin Yun's intrinsic flying sword would only produce a might that was naturally more terrifying. He. Xin Yi giggled. Regardless of reaching the heavenly Tao realm or not, your strength has increased, right, Dad? There's nothing wrong with what I said, isn't that so? You and your sweet mouth. Qin Yun curled his lips. Meng Huan added, Dad, when will your 11th itinerant immortal tribulation happen? Tomorrow. Qin Yun had a sliver of anticipation in his eyes. The 11th time. Through it, he could estimate the might of the 12th. The next day, Xiao and a huge group of people, including many juniors and Qin Yun's disciples, gathered at Lightning Roar's mountaintop as they looked up into the sky. There, Qin Yun stood in midair. The sky had already turned red as wisps of red tribulation clouds gathered from every direction. They combined into a tribulation cloud that constantly grew in size as it turned darker. The 11th itinerant immortal tribulation was about to begin. Time sure passes quickly. Deep in the tenebrous fiend abyss, the ancestral fiend's destruction body looked in the direction of the heavenly realm. Without me realizing it, this Qin Yun is already beginning to face his 11th itinerant immortal tribulation. Soon. In another 1,000 years, it will be the 12th itinerant immortal tribulation. He will die from it and, without this madman's obstruction, I can wage war again in the 3 realms. The Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor are all waiting for the day we are forced to leave the three realms so that they can join forces to kill me. Ancestral fiends sneered. But would I just sit idle? Before leaving the three realms, I will wage a war more cruel than the Taoist fiend war. I will make the fiendish heavenly Tao spread through even more territories, and I will control even more territories of the three realms. When the time comes, there will bloodshed, and countless dead. Even if I fail, the death of so many people of the orthodox path will result in their powers returning to the three realms. The burden the three realms would face would greatly reduce as well. The day I'll have to leave the three realms would be greatly pushed back, thought Fiend Ancestor. However, to wage this war, Qin Yun has to be finished first. Amida can be dealt with using Bushiyuan. Ancestral dragon? His duty is to the dragon race. He would not risk his life fighting the fiends. The most critical element in the Taoist fiend war is Qin Yun. Just the addition of this half-step heavenly Tao realm has created too much fear in others. Even if those old fools are willing to be bribed by me, few of them are willing to risk their lives fighting Qin Yun. Therefore, it's best you die under the itinerant immortal tribulation. Once you are dead, the difference in strength between fiend and Taoist won't be that great. The fiend ancestor looked coldly towards the heavenly realm. As heavenly Tao realm existences, they were unable to enter great worlds or small worlds. Therefore, the outcome of the war would be dependent on the countless immortals, Buddhists, and god fiends. The influence of an additional half-step heavenly Tao realm was just too great. It even raised the difficulty of bribing ancient existences. The fiends had sealed their great worlds because of Qin Yun. Beyond the fiendish dominions, there was nearly zero trace of the fiends. To lay dormant and employ such restraint, it was all because of sword immortal Qin. The fiends naturally hated Qin Yun to the bone, wishing that he was dead. There were people who hated him, but there were others who hoped that Qin Yun would succeed in transcending the tribulation. For instance, the Taoist Three Pure Ones and the Buddhist ancestor, Gautama, all looked forward to it. The 11th itinerant immortal tribulation. I wonder if he can survive the 12th. In the Western Paradise Great World, the Lord of the World, Amida, sat cross-legged on a lotus flower throne. His body emitted infinite light as he looked far into the heavenly realm. I still remember my first time meeting him. He was only immortal. He dreamed 100 years because of an item I left behind. Amida had a rather special fondness for Qin Yun. He had watched Qin Yun slowly develop himself, far earlier than numinous treasure Tao ancestor. There is cause and there is effect. Having done such great deeds in the three realms, you will receive great rewards, Amida said softly. He hoped that there would be a good outcome for Qin Yun. Qin Yun's tribulation did attract the attention of many experts in the three realms. This was because the next one was the true life and death tribulation. It was a rare opportunity to see the means available to this legendary sword immortal. Furthermore, since the chaos developed, only Bai Zai's previous incarnation had succeeded in surviving it. The others failed to survive it. Therefore, the 11th itinerant immortal tribulation was a rare event. Rumble. The blackish-red tribulation cloud turned into a spiral and its surface was black. There was a red glow deep in the eye of the vortex and it produced a rumbling sound. Clearly, it possessed extreme might. According to the intelligence, the 12th itinerant immortal tribulation is a tribulation of wind, fire, and lightning. And the 11th tribulation is only a fire tribulation. Despite it being only a fire tribulation, it requires the strength of a perfected great Tao to be able to resist it. Qin Yun understood this point. The blackish-red cloud in the sky was gathering its strength before its imminent attack. However, the tribulation had already descended upon him. Oh! Qin Yun's skin turned red as his eyes wore a fervent look. Flames rose in his heart. Qin Yun was an itinerant immortal and only had an essence soul for his body. The moment the flames rose, they naturally spread throughout his essence soul. Although there was a fervent look in his eyes, his essence soul was extraordinary. He was still able to maintain his calm despite the spreading of the flames. This was also an essence soul at the perfected Great Tao level. If his essence soul was at the pinnacle Great Tao level, the flames would probably turn more demented. Then, the various fire tribulations that followed would reduce the chances of him successfully transcending by at least half. A wisp of misty rain flew out from Qin Yun's fingertip and transformed into 3 flying swords. They floated in 3 directions and they were none other than heaven, earth, and man. Instantly, the misty rain array was set up. Xiao! 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 Flames that were originally invisible in the void exposed themselves under the misty rain array's envelopment. The transparent flames were easily repressed by the misty rain array. After I transcend this 11th itinerant immortal tribulation, I will invite Hui and company to enter the chaos spatial rift again, thought Qin Yun. The experts inside the spatial tide have unfathomable means. Perhaps, I might end up bumping in someone stronger than fate. Hui will be first on the list of invitees, but I still need to invite a few others. To invite them, I need to demonstrate my strength. Many experts in the 3 realms are watching this itinerant immortal tribulation of mine. It's the best time to demonstrate my strength, thought Qin Yun. Also, I can take the opportunity to see how strong the 12th itinerant immortal tribulation could be. Go! Qin Yun gave a mental command. Countless sword beams flew up within the vast misty rain array. Billions of sword beams combined into a sword beam that flew straight into the blackish-red tribulation cloud. What? He plans on attacking the tribulation cloud? This scene shocked many experts in the 3 realms. By attacking the tribulation cloud, it would release all the energy accumulated within instantly. The might would be much greater. It would be fine if Qin Yun tried this in previous tribulations, but to do it at the 11th tribulation was madness. The fire in the heart, the fire in space, the fire in stone, the fire in wood, a total of 19 flames. I do not have the time to slowly sample them. Just let it all out at once. By releasing them all at once, perhaps the might would be close to that of the 12th itinerant immortal tribulation, thought Qin Yun. As he carefully used the misty rain array to put up an impermeable defense, he attacked the tribulation cloud. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 679, Stronger Again. Chapter 679, Stronger Again. Translator, Citullin. Editor, Citullin. The billions of sword beams combined into one divine dragon-like beam that swept through the sky, flying straight into the blackish-red tribulation cloud. Attacking a tribulation cloud was taboo during the transcendence of a tribulation. Only those with absolute confidence of transcending a tribulation would dare to do so. Therefore, this scene left many mighty figures in the 3 realms watching with bated breaths. Boom! After the sword beam flew into the tribulation cloud, the red glow in the eye of the vortex expanded abruptly as it erupted. Seal! Qin Yun looked high up as he shouted lightly. The sword beam suddenly drew out a circle, completely sealing the tribulation cloud, and although the tribulation cloud was smiting with all its might, the released powers were completely restrained. Boom! 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 The tribulation cloud's fires swept in every direction. Qin Yun's expression changed slightly. The sword beam barely lasted for a breath before it buckled against the forces. Disperse! Qin Yun immediately followed up with a mental command. The sword beam dispersed and broke off into billions of sword flashes that rapidly flew beneath the bottom of the tribulation cloud to condense into another dragon-like beam. The power within the tribulation cloud is too powerful. I'm still far from being able to seal it straight on, Qin Yun thought. This move I recently figured out from my seclusion, Streaming Dragon, is the strongest offensive move of the Misty Rain array. It's about 100% stronger than the 3 absolute 7 stars from before. It's enough to match the silver-haired woman from the other universe. It's unable to suppress the tribulation cloud, but would it be able to withstand it? Qin Yun pondered. He was also trying to pry into the might of the 11th itinerant immortal tribulation and from there, estimate the might of the next tribulation. Boom! The tribulation cloud's flames burgeoned as it changed internally. Finally, the burgeoning cloud rapidly contracted into a tiny tribulation cloud which was of even more horrifying might. Boom, dot. The contracted tribulation cloud spewed out a black flame that blasted straight at Qin Yun. It's here. As all the tribulation cloud's powers gathered into a black flame that came blasting downwards, the streaming dragon sword beam soared into the sky, clashing with it head-on. Accompanied by a loud bang, the black flame column collided with the streaming dragon beam. As the streaming dragon swirled around, the entire beam resisted with all its might, putting its power into diverting the flame. The black flaming column was constantly attacking as it burned the streaming dragon. Sword flashes were constantly disintegrated from the burning as the streaming dragon rapidly shrank at a discernible pace. Soon, the streaming dragon shrank to absolute oblivion while it swirled around. After the black flames destroyed the streaming dragon, there was little left of the remnant black flames. But before they could make enough progress to touch the misty rain array, they were destroyed by the drizzle that permeated the area. The world returned to calmness. The tribulation cloud was gone as well. The tribulation cloud was able to deliver its full might, and was able to annihilate my strongest misty rain array offensive move. Qin Yun looked up as the black flames dissolved in his misty rain domain. His heart was heavy. The 11th itinerant immortal tribulation's combined blast should be able to match the might of the 12th itinerant immortal tribulation's fire tribulation. However, the 12th itinerant immortal tribulation is comprised of the wind, fire, and lightning tribulations. The wind and fire tribulations are secondary, while the lightning tribulation is the strongest. The tribulation cloud released strength at the half-step heavenly Tao realm. Going by this, the 12th itinerant immortal tribulation's most terrifying lightning tribulation likely has might at the heavenly Tao realm. Is it really as speculated that one has to have the strength at the heavenly Tao realm to survive it? This thought weighed on Qin Yun's mind. Whatever. I will adopt the necessary measures depending on the situation. I will do whatever can be done and do my best. If I still fail, there will be nothing more for me to say. Qin Yun quickly collected himself as he turned to look at the worried crowd on the Lightning Roar's mountaintop. He revealed a smile as he took a step forward. Fiendish dominion. Boshun sat cross-legged on a desolate cliff as he watched everything that happened in the heavenly realm. He did not even use the misty rain array to withstand the blast. Just with a combination of sword beams, he managed to face off the tribulation cloud? Boshun said softly. This sword immortal Qin's strength has risen again. He's a lot stronger than when he killed Taoist One. His eyes were extremely sharp. He noticed at a glance that Qin Yun's streaming dragon was much stronger than the 3 absolute 7 stars which killed Taoist One. Previously, only his defensive sword array was powerful enough to count him among the half-step heavenly Tao realm existences. His offensive moves lined the bottom, making him weaker than Zhurong and me, much less the ancestral dragon or Hui. Now, this dragon-like sword beam's strength is not inferior to mine. He has rectified one of his weaknesses. Boshun sighed secretly. The speed at which Qin Yun grew made him feel the pressure. Truly astonishing. This sword immortal is so powerful that he makes us fiends powerless against him. If he were left to develop his strength further, it's not impossible for him to wipe out the fiends across the 3 realms. Thankfully, an even more terrifying itinerant immortal tribulation is awaiting him 1,000 years later. Boshun looked forward to the day that the itinerant immortal tribulation would take Qin Yun away. If not, sword immortal Qin would prove to be a huge catastrophe for the fiends. Impressive. His sword beam fended off the tribulation cloud? A white-dressed man marveled. This sword immortal Qin is turning even more unfathomable. Qin Yun is highly talented. Unfortunately, there is the heavenly tribulation stopping him. However, these heavenly tribulations are a form of training. One itinerant immortal tribulation at a time is a form of tempering. As long as he survives it, it will only make him stronger. The Lord of the Western Paradise Great World, Amida, looked into the distance. Is it a calamity or luck? Amida's eyes glinted with a light of wisdom. Feeling inspired, he immediately sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and entered a deep level of meditation. He even isolated himself from all contact. Apart from Buddhist ancestor Gautama's forced contact, no other cultivator could disturb him. Only the most pinnacle existences of the entire three realms understood the might of Qin Yun's transcendence. The ancient existences all knew that sword immortal Qin was now stronger than when he killed Taoist one. Numinous treasure, this disciple of yours is developing at quite a startling speed. If his intrinsic flying sword were to become a merit cardinal treasure, perhaps he might be able to survive the final itinerant immortal tribulation, said Grand Supreme Tao Ancestor via voice transmission. I also wish to see if the itinerant immortal tribulations have an end before I leave the three realms. If there is really an end, and the final tribulation is survived, what sort of changes would an itinerant immortal undergo? If my disciple can't survive it, perhaps no itinerant immortal in the three realms can, said Numinous Treasure. Numinous Treasure, are you that certain? Who can tell the future that clearly? Grand Supreme said. I refuse to believe that there will be an itinerant immortal stronger than my disciple in the three realms. Numinous Treasure curled his lips. Grand Supreme laughed without an additional word. The 11th itinerant immortal tribulation became a talking point among many beings in the three realms. After all, since Bai Zai's previous incarnation in ancient times, Qin Yun was the only one who survived the 11th itinerant immortal tribulation. Everyone talked about the might of the itinerant immortal tribulations. They wondered if sword immortal Qin was able to survive the 12th tribulation and if he would finally be free from the itinerant immortal tribulations or perish to an even stronger one. Once he died, the fiend ancestor would attack him in samsara. He would ensure that Qin Yun died completely. Phew! Phew! A wisp of bloodline powers of another universe and a wisp of Pango's bloodline powers floated around in a chamber. Qin Yun was seated cross-legged when he finally opened his eyes. It was 9 months after the 11th itinerant immortal tribulation. He had entered seclusion to digest everything he gleaned from the tribulation. Retrieve. 2 jade bottles stored away the 2 wisps of bloodline powers. Ever since I obtained these 2 bloodline powers of the physical lineage, I have been studying them carefully, especially the one from the alternate universe. After all, he is better at defense, while Pango's bloodline can only be used as reference for now, thought Qin Yun. But even with it only being a reference, I was able to figure out Streaming Dragon. If I were to fully focus on the Pango bloodline powers, I might be able to figure out an even stronger move. Qin Yun laughed. However, I can't waste my time. If I survive the final itinerant immortal tribulation and obtain eternal life, I will then have the luxury of time to carefully study Pango's bloodline powers. The three realms had many dermic formulations, array formations, and divine powers which were related to Pango's bloodline powers. Furthermore, they were extremely powerful in battle. As for the bloodline powers of the other universe, Qin Yun had been studying them for more than 2,000 years. He had benefited greatly from them. He even had the chance of figuring out divine powers and mystic arts, all of which were extremely powerful at defense. I have little time left. I should head to the Chaos Spatial Rift. Qin Yun got up and exited seclusion. On the same day, Qin Yun headed to the effulgent Great World to visit Hui. On his trip to the Chaos Spatial Rift, Hui was the first person on his invite list. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 680, Qin Yun and Hui. Chapter 680, Qin Yun and Hui. Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin. Effulgent great world. Qin Yun traversed the void and exited in midair. He followed his senses and saw a wooden hut in the mountains. In front of the hut was a pond where a linen-clothed man was fishing. Hui. Qin Yun sensed through his karmic connection and naturally knew that the linen-clothed man was Hui. Oh. He appears to be fishing, but his rod emits inclinations of samsara? Qin Yun was alarmed. He too was a perfected great Tao expert and could sense that the power in the rod was seeping towards the 6 realms of samsara. However, the 6 realms of samsara was extremely mysterious, something that Qin Yun found difficult to probe. Hui continued to hold his rod and looked over. Qin Yun landed in front of the wooden hut and smiled. Tao brother Hui truly is impressive. You are actually figuring out samsara? Taoist Qin, you flatter me. I'm only making an attempt. Hui shook his head. The 6 realms of samsara is core to the operations of the 3 realms. Countless beings rely on it for reincarnation. Even the heavenly lord of primordial unity and goddess Hutu only aid in the operations of the 6 realms of samsara, and are unable to interfere in it. I have attempted to study it, but I've failed to make any progress. Tao brother Hui, you are incapable of discerning anything? Qin Yun was astonished. Hui was different from him. His realm was still lacking due to his limited accumulated experience, but Hui was probably only a short distance away from the heavenly Tao realm. How is one to probe it if the heavenly Tao prevents it? Even the Tao ancestors and Fiend ancestor are only barely able to deliver a sliver of strength deep into samsara at the heavenly Tao realm and destroy some souls. Their power cannot influence the 6 realms of samsara at its core, said Hui. Qin Yun nodded. Deep in the 6 realms of samsara, the Tao ancestors and Fiend ancestor were limited in what they could do. The most they could do was deliver a sliver of strength to destroy souls, but not protect a soul. Destruction and protection had very different difficulties. Ever since the Fiend ancestor began shamelessly attacking juniors, the mighty figures of the 3 realms no longer dare reincarnate, said Qin Yun. In the early days, many mighty figures chose to reincarnate. Hui nodded. For instance, your sword immortal lineage can cultivate an intrinsic flying sword. You have even cultivated it into an intrinsic connate cardinal treasure. There must be many mighty figures in the 3 realms who are tempted to do the same. If we were still in the early days of the 3 realms, perhaps many mighty figures would have chosen to reincarnate and switch to being a sword immortal. Qin Yun nodded. Many dharmic formulations did not allow for change once the path was chosen. To switch paths, the only way was to reincarnate. In the early days of the 3 realms, the dangers of reincarnation were 1, how weak the person was prior to their awakening, and 2, being unable to recover their peak strength in a short period of time even after an awakening. They would then be in danger if an enemy discovered them. However, many mighty figures still chose to reincarnate because there were many benefits. If not for the Fiend ancestor, even if you succumb to the tribulations, you could reincarnate and cultivate again like Bai Zai, said Hui. Unfortunately, you do not have such a chance. That's why I was born to be at odds with the fiends, said Qin Yun with a laugh. Hui smiled faintly. For the mighty sword immortal Qin to come here, I doubt it's just to have a casual conversation with me? Tao brother Hui, I'm here to invite you on a trip to the Chaos Spatial Rift, said Qin Yun. Chaos Spatial Rift? Hui frowned before chortling. You should know that my defensive means are quite weak. I'm able to kill experts from other universes in the spatial tide, but their means are usually unpredictable. They can just as easily kill me. And to me, the 3 realms is perfect. Why should I risk my life in the Chaos Spatial Rift? I'm best at defense, and I believe I can ensure your safety, said Qin Yun. I don't like to leave my life in the hands of others. Hui shook his head. Qin Yun hesitated. According to the intelligence he had gathered, Hui was someone who engaged in combat in the early days of the Three Realms. He once slew many fiends, but ever since the events revolving around China, he maintained a much lower profile and stopped intervening in the matters of the Three Realms. Despite being acknowledged as the master of the effulgent great world by the Three Realms, he could not be bothered to manage it. It was as though nothing stirred his interest. China was taboo when it came to Hui. It could not be mentioned, for it might lead to a loss of decorum. The only thing Hui cared about was God King Zhurong, who had killed his father. However, Zhurong was in hiding, leaving Qin Yun without solution. What else did Hui care about? Cultivation was the only thing left. Even his fishing was a form of cultivation. Dao brother Hui, exposing yourself to the means available to the experts in the spatial tide will be beneficial to your cultivation as well, said Qin Yun. Furthermore, my motive is to obtain corpses of experts from other universes. I wouldn't take any of their treasures, and they will be left to you and other fellow Taoists. You still plan on inviting others? Hui looked at Qin Yun. Yes. Qin Yun nodded. I still plan on inviting Kong Xian, who is best at domains. The stronger the companions who head into the spatial tide, the greater our chances. Back when Taoism's three pure ones had yet to attain the heavenly Tao realm, they adventured into the spatial tide together and engaged in life and death battles. Later, all three of them attained the heavenly Tao realm. I believe that our combined forces wouldn't be inferior to the three pure ones of yesteryear. Hui nodded slightly. The three pure ones were very powerful even before they attained the heavenly Tao realm. Qin Yun's defense, Hui's offense, and Kong Xian's domain might not be as powerful as the three pure ones of yesteryear when it came to a one-on-one, but their combined forces would create synergy. Apart from you, me, and Kong Xian, I plan to invite Wood God Gomang. If we encounter difficult enemies, Gomang will be able to fend them off, said Qin Yun. Yes, that does seem pretty good. Hui smiled. His interest was indeed piqued. The combination of the four was indeed extremely powerful. I do not have doubts about Kong Xian's and Gomang's abilities. However, you mean for your sword array to ensure our safety. It is therefore of utmost importance, said Hui as he nodded. I need to see how powerful your sword array is. I will shoot 9 arrows in a row. If you are able to withstand all 9, I'll agree to head out with you. If you fail to withstand my arrows, we can forget about it. Qin Yun's fighting spirit soared as he nodded with a smile. All right, I have long wished to try the might of your arrows. Qin Yun flew into midair. His misty rain sword had already split into 3 and set up an array formation. Instantly, the misty rain array enveloped the surroundings. Qin Yun looked into the distance. Standing far away in midair was Hui. He said, I'll shoot 9 arrows, each stronger than the last. The 9th arrow will have the might of the heavenly Tao realm, so be careful. Without casting a forbidden art, Hui needed to accumulate strength by shooting 9 consecutive arrows before delivering strength at the heavenly Tao realm. If he cast his forbidden art, just like when he attacked Zhurong previously, the price would be immense. But for a mere sparring, 9 consecutive blows was already ruthless enough. Come on. Qin Yun was filled with anticipation. Qin Yun was best at defense beneath the heavenly Tao realm while Hui was best at offense. Now, he was defending while Hui was attacking? What would happen? Standing afar, Hui took on the rare mood of a soaring fighting spirit. He held an ancient but unadorned longbow in one hand and took out a golden arrow with his other. I'll begin. After saying that, Hui suddenly pulled his bow to a full draw, his arrow strung onto the bowstring. Whoosh! The arrow shot out as a flashing beam. Qin Yun was extremely serious. The last time he saw Hui deliver an attack was when he was attacking Zhurong. This time, Hui's arrow did not cause much of a stir, but it was still very fast. It was extremely fast. There was no way of dodging, only facing it straight on. Bam! The beam struck the misty rain array as the ripples produced were deep. The beam of light did not cause much of a stir. But in fact, this strike was already enough to match the full strength of the silver-haired woman from another universe. Back then, Qin Yun could easily withstand it, and now, having studied the bloodline powers of the heavenly Dao realm expert of another universe for 2,000 years, his misty rain realm was even stronger. As such, the arrow did not cause much trouble to him. It didn't perturb it one bit? Interesting. Hui smiled as he did not hesitate to draw his bow again. He shot very quickly. One arrow after another, they accumulated in strength, causing each arrow to be stronger than the previous one. The fifth, sixth, seventh. Boom! At the seventh arrow, there was a rumbling loud boom when the arrow struck the misty rain array. The misty rain array also began producing gigantic waves like a deep sea. However, the entire array remained stable. Clearly, it had yet to reach its limits. The might of this seventh arrow matches that of Fate's combined forces of 32 envoys. As expected of Hui, Qin Yun turned even more serious. Far away, Hui had already pulled his bow again. The eighth arrow came blazing at him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 681 Everyone Gathered, Final Chapter of Volume. Chapter 681 Everyone Gathered, Final Chapter of Volume. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. The misty rain array was vast and deep. All it produced were tumultuous waves and a loud boom after being struck by the arrow. The array formation itself remained extremely stable. Oh! Hui was very astonished. You actually managed to withstand the eighth arrow as well without reaching the limit of your array formation? Although he was surprised, Hui still flipped his hand and produced the ninth arrow. The continuous shooting of arrows made it so every arrow was stronger than the last. By the ninth arrow, the strength would have accumulated to a perfect state, as if all the strength was stacked together. The ninth arrow's might was clearly much more elevated than the eighth arrow's, and its might directly reached the heavenly Dao realm. When the arrow was strung onto the bow, its might accumulated, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Hui cast his gaze on Qin Yun. Oh! Qin Yun sensed the accumulating might of the aura and had a hunch of its immense threat. He had a feeling that the ninth arrow threatened his life. Without hesitation, Qin Yun instantly ignited his essence soul dermic powers. Boom! The ignition of the essence soul caused his dermic powers to rise instantly. For ordinary sky immortals and sky fiends, burning their essence souls would damage their fundamentals. Even their souls would become incomplete and suffer loss of memory. Their perceptivity also dropped. But if one became a mighty figure, recovery from the occasional burning of one's essence souls was possible. If one was a perfected great Dao expert, no matter how heavy the damage to their essence soul was, time could be taken to slowly recover until perfection was restored. For instance, back when Hui dealt with Zhirong, he had burned his essence soul dermic powers. He had burned large amounts of dermic powers at once to inject them into his arrow to produce such terrifying might. The expert from another universe, Fate, had also burned his essence soul to maintain 32 envoy avatars at the same time. His burning of his essence soul lasted for more than a day before he risked having to go into slumber. That was when he stopped burning his essence soul. On the one hand, he was able to burn his essence soul for only that long because he needed to control the envoys, but the expenditure of energy was very little. On the other hand, the higher the realm, the more mastery one had of their essence soul. Whoosh! The ninth arrow flashed. Qin Yun clearly saw it, but he found himself moving too slowly. There was no way for him to dodge, and all he could do was burn his essence soul dermic powers to augment his misty rain array. In turn, the array turned vaster and deeper as though it was the boundless chaos. Accompanied by a loud bang, the arrow beam struck into the misty rain array. The dark array distorted and depressed, and although the arrow beam was still drilling into the sword array, it had been blocked. When the arrow came to a halt, Qin Yun immediately stopped burning his essence soul dermic powers. The expenditure wasn't excessive if he was only burning his essence soul dermic powers to maintain the sword array. It wouldn't be hard to maintain it for 4 hours. However, at the instant it withstood the arrow blow at the heavenly Dao realm, the sharp rise in dermic power expenditures was staggering. Even if I were to burn my essence soul to augment my misty rain array, I can probably only withstand 8 to 9 of such arrows before my essence soul buckles. Qin Yun knew this very well. Ha ha ha. Hui put away his bow and walked over with a rapturous laugh. I thought you would have to burn your essence soul at the 7th arrow. I never expected that I could only force you to burn your essence soul using the 9th arrow's heavenly Dao realm might. Even for me, if not for the accumulation of force from the previous 8 arrows, I would only be able to produce an arrow at the heavenly Dao realm by burning my essence soul. I did not burn my essence soul even when I was besieged by more than 30 other universe experts, said Qin Yun with a smile. After cultivating for more than 2,000 years since my return, I believe my strength has improved. Yet, I still was forced by you to burn my essence soul. In a real life and death struggle, you wouldn't be silly enough to stand there to allow me to rain blows on you, accumulating strength one after another. You would probably have released your sword beam to attack me, said Hui humbly. It was the truth. For instance, he had instantly ignited his essence soul to produce an arrow strike at the heavenly Dao realm when dealing with Zhirong. This was because there was no way an enemy would allow him to slowly accumulate strength in a life and death struggle. Qin Yun asked, then, on what we agreed prior. I'll naturally abide by my promises. Hui looked at Qin Yun. After we enter the Chaos Spatial Rift, my life will be in your hands, Sword Immortal Qin. Similarly, my life will be in your hands, Hui. Qin Yun smiled as well. When the time came, they would be partners in life and death. Shall we head over to invite Kong Xian? Asked Hui. Let's go. Qin Yun said straightforwardly. Kong Xian was the Buddhists' Mahamayuri wisdom king. His strength was unfathomable and his domain means were best in the 3 realms. Even the Buddhist ancestor, Gautama, had once accidentally been taken down by him, but of course, he instantly escaped the confinement. He was the Buddhist ancestor after all. If a perfected great Tao existence were to face Kong Xian, a weaker one would be taken down. Those with stronger means would have their strengths halved from the suppression. Kong Xian's realm is rather high, but he enjoys being a general in the human world as he leads army troops. Outside a human city's general's residence in the heavenly realm, Hui said to Qin Yun. Hui and Qin Yun stood on a bustling street as they looked at the general's residence. Kong Xian is here, said Qin Yun. At the door, a white-dressed man walked over. He had extraordinary looks and bearing, and as he walked out the door leisurely, he looked at Hui and Qin Yun with a smile. He cupped his hands and said, Brother Hui, Sword Immortal Qin, the both of you gave me quite a shock by visiting me at the same time. Please, come on in, . Even the someone as proud as Kong Xian was rather humble when facing these two. Let's go. Hui and Qin Yun entered the general's residence together. Inside the manor, Kong Xian, Hui, and Qin Yun took their respective seats. As he drank some fine wine, Kong Xian smiled. Let me guess. The reason why the two of you are here is to invite me to enter the Chaos Spatial Rift with you? As expected of a gifted general and wartime strategist. Your guess is truly accurate, said Qin Yun. Sword Immortal Qin, you have yet to attain a merit cardinal treasure, so you would definitely head to the spatial tide again. Now that you are here with Brother Hui, I don't think my guess was difficult, said Kong Xian. So will you join us? Hui asked directly. Kong Xian laughed with a radiant smile. Of course. For Sword Immortal Qin and Brother Hui to be together, such a chance is rare. I obviously have to go. Qin Yun felt relieved. Kong Xian was quite a straightforward guy. Apart from the three of us, are you inviting anyone else? Inquired Kong Xian. He will be here immediately, said Qin Yun. Kong Xian and Hui sensed something as they looked into the sky, far outside the general's residence. High in the clouds, an azure-robed elder appeared. Wood god Gomong. Kong Xian's brows pricked up. Gomong entered the residence in one step. When he arrived beside the trio, he said with a smile, I've long been waiting for Sword Immortal Qin's news. I came the moment he informed me. With Hui as offense, Sword Immortal Qin to defend us, me to suppress the surroundings, and with God Gomong responsible for restraining the enemy, Kong Xian smiled and said, we will probably be able to fight for dozens of rounds against a heavenly Dao realm expert. If we were to encounter that fate again, he's doomed, said Gomong. When shall we set off? Hui looked towards the other three. Anytime, Kong Xian said. Gomong chuckled and said, now is fine. Let's do it in 3 days, said Qin Yun. We still need to make some preparations and decide on a plan. Hui looked at Kong Xian and Gomong before saying, then 3 days it is. Apart from deciding on a plan, Qin Yun also needed to restore his essence soul. Having burned his essence soul dermic powers to withstand Hui's arrow, he had suffered some damage. Of course, 3 days was sufficient time to restore his essence soul to its peak since it was only a single blow. In fact, the time taken to travel in the spatial tide was very long. There was more than sufficient time to restore his essence soul during the journey, but Qin Yun wanted to be careful and maintain an optimal state. After Qin Yun and company decided on a plan, they returned to their residences. 3 days later. On the peak of the lightning roar, Qin Yun and Xiao watched the sunrise. This trip into the spatial tide, it could be as short as 100+ years and as long as 3 centuries, Qin Yun said to his wife with a smile. After I return and successfully refine a merit cardinal treasure, I won't be heading into the spatial tide again. I will be focusing on the upcoming tribulation. Brother Yun, you are indeed much stronger than the previous time, but the experts from other universes are unpredictable. You must not be careless, exhorted Xiao. Okay. Qin Yun extended his hand to smoothen a lop of hair by Xiao's ear. I'm leaving. With that said, he tore through space with a step. Xiao stood on the mountaintop for a long while before she returned home. In the boundless chaos, Qin Yun and Kong Xian were the first to arrive outside Gomong's cave abode. Hui was the last to arrive, being slightly late. That's all of us. Gomong laughed. Then let's set off. Hui had fighting spirit burning in his eyes. Kong Xian and Qin Yun also looked forward to this expedition. Immediately, they tore into the void and tore through distant space again and again, heading straight for one of the chaos spatial rifts by the periphery of the 3 realms. This chaos spatial rift was chosen because intelligence indicated that there were the most number of other universe experts in there. According to the plan, they would storm through every opponent as they proceeded. End of volume. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 682, Encountering a Sneak Attack. Chapter 682, Encountering a Sneak Attack. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Qin Yun and company flew through the spatial tide. At the speed we are flying, it will probably take 12 years before we reach our first target, said Gomong with a smile. Although I've sneaked into the spatial tide alone in the past, I've never properly explored it, much less engaged in battle with experts from other universes. Kong Xian looked forward to their expedition as he smiled at Gomong. Brother Gomong, in terms of experience in the spatial tide, you have the most experience among us. You have to help me. Hui nodded with a smile. Give me some pointers as well. I've only entered once in the past, added Qin Yun. Are the 3 of you deliberately mocking me? I was just a little bolder because of my avatar, said Gomong. Although I've encountered quite a few situations, and met quite a dangerous opponent with sword immortal Qin in Russia previously, that was just one opponent. In the spatial tide, any surprise can happen. One has to remember the one important thing in the spatial tide, that is to hide one's strength. Try your best to hide your strength, for it might create miracles at a critical juncture. If one's strength is completely exposed, it's very easy to be targeted. Although we are very powerful, it's possible that experts from other universes are even stronger than us, warned Gomon. When the difference in strength is small, it will depend on strategy, said Kong Xian with a smile. In a life and death battle, there was no chance of a redo. Therefore, utmost care had to be taken. In the vast spatial tide, an inconspicuous rundown wooden ship was flying. It had flags and banners, but it looked like it was in shambles. Who? Gray auras permeated every spot in the ship, so much so that its surface was immersed in gray auras. Within this envelopment, the ship did not emit any aura as it vanished completely. Whoosh, gray auras gathered and manifested as a blurry female figure. The translucent figure stood at the bow as she looked far into the distance. With a smile on her face, she mused, I killed another prey successfully. This prey sure had many treasures, especially that demonic saber. I wonder how many lives it has ended. It's of great help to me, raising my strength by 50%. The woman was in an excellent mood. Although she prayed in the spatial tide perennially, to find a treasure that raised her strength by 50% was very rare. After all, at her realm, to raise her strength by 10% was difficult. The demonic saber suited her very well. Oh! The woman suddenly looked ahead. In front of her were 4 figures carefully flying through the spatial tide. 4 lives from another universe? The woman was instantly delighted as a smile suffused the corners of her mouth. To have 4 of them join forces, it's obvious they seldom come to the spatial tide. Their fear prevents them from taking action alone. Ha ha! Only weaklings will feel fear to the point of forming groups. The moment she saw that it was a quartet in action, she determined that they seldom visited the spatial tide. This was because hunters in the spatial tide had to endure the misery of loneliness. Few experts would join forces to alleviate the loneliness and be able to actually trust each other. For instance, the 3 realms had yet to produce 1 hunter, much less a few. Furthermore, hunters typically had a common trait: they were extremely confident in their life preservation means. Even when facing other universe experts of unknown origins, they were confident of surviving. For instance, back when Qin Yun fought fate, the outcome was Qin Yun and company fleeing. All they killed were 3 envoys controlled by fate. Every hunter was extremely difficult to deal with. 4 prey. How unconfident are you to act as a quartet? The woman scoffed before dissipating into gray auras and fusing into the rundown ship's aura. Whoosh! The rundown ship silently approached Qin Yun and company at an extremely fast speed. The distance between them was constantly contracting. Qin Yun and company were still traversing the spatial tide as Qin Yun diverted some of his attention to think about his misty rain array. Traveling was boring. Furthermore, they had traveled for 8 years, still 4 years away from their destination. Whoosh! The wooden ship rapidly approached. When traveling, Qin Yun, Gomon, Hui also used all their means to stay alert, but they failed to detect the ship. Careful, an enemy is approaching. Kong Xian wore his usual expression as he secretly sent a voice transmission. An enemy is approaching? Qin Yun, Gomon, and Hui were alarmed. The enemy's covert arts are extremely impressive. Perhaps most detection means in the 3 realms would be useless against this enemy, said Kong Xian via voice transmission. If not for me being present, the 3 of you might only have detected the enemy when the protective array was struck. If that had happened, the 3 of you would probably not be able to react in time. Hui was secretly alarmed as he asked, "Where's the enemy? What does he look like? Do you know anything about him?" A ship is approaching, said Kong Xian. An extremely sinister and dark power is lurking within the ship. As for the enemy, I can't find him. He's likely hidden somewhere in the ship. You can't even find the enemy? Qin Yun, Gomang, and Hui felt their hearts tighten. Shall we go according to the plan? Said Qin Yun via a voice transmission. Yes. Both you and Hui will hold back. You are our main offensive. Leave it to Gomang and me first, said Kong Xian. How they dealt with enemies had long been decided in their planning. To release all their strength instantly would only scare the enemy away. He's here, said Kong Xian. He's about to attack. Okay. Qin Yun Long had his Misty Rain sword split into 3 flying swords which hid in his sleeves. He had already conjured the Misty Rain array, but had its might converged. Furthermore, its range was kept small, making it envelop only 1,000 feet around them, as though it was just a typical protective measure. For prey huddling in a group. Laughter resounded above the rundown ship, but no one beyond it could hear it. So, gray auras suddenly burst out from the rundown ship as the ship sped up. The might turned extremely terrifying as the aura released was finally detected by Qin Yun and company. Boom! The rundown ship slammed over with terrifying might. The most critical protective measure Qin Yun and company had was the Misty Rain array. It only spanned 1,000 feet. Beyond that range, Kong Xian and Hui cast their protective array barriers, enveloping a region that spanned 100,000 feet, but it was relatively weaker than the Misty Rain array. Oh! Qin Yun and company were alarmed. The attacker was invisible to the naked eye, and invisible to many probing means. All they sensed was an eruption of a terrifying aura from afar, followed by a loud rumbling in the array barrier's periphery before the barrier shattered. A large rundown ship made of black wood appeared. It was in shambles, like a ship that had been in disrepair for ages. But at the moment the rundown ship crashed through the outermost array barrier, Qin Yun quickly enlarged the range of his Misty Rain array. When it spread to 80,000 feet, the Misty Rain array crashed into the ship, causing it come to a halt. Even the Misty Rain array quaked, looking like it would crumble at any time. Clearly, Qin Yun was going according to the plan by deliberately hiding his strength. Ha, I nearly slammed the 4 of you to death? You sure are weak. A scoffing laughter sounded from the ship. This ship. Qin Yun and company found the sinister aura emitted by the ship extremely terrifying. A total of 19 gray chains flew out from the ship in the spatial tide. With a loud commotion, every chain became much bigger than the Misty Rain array as they hurtled towards Qin Yun and company who were protected by the Misty Rain array. Retract. Kong Xian stood there as the 5-colored divine light flashed in the spatial tide. The huge ship vanished into thin air the moment it was enveloped by the 5-colored divine light. A huge ship? Gray chains? All of them vanished. All that was left was a figure in the spatial tide, a white-dressed woman. She stood there in the spatial tide in a daze. What happened to my 9 netherworld ship? She was somewhat dumbfounded. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 683, Battling Empty-Handed. Chapter 683, Battling Empty-Handed. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. The 9 netherworld ship was the manifestation of a mysterious 9 netherworld. It was an extremely important treasure for the white-dressed woman, and more than half her strength stemmed from the ship. It got to the point where it was a part of her life after extended periods of cultivation. Yet, it had been snatched away today. Was it you who snatched my 9 netherworld ship? The white-dressed woman glared at Qin Yun and company from the spatial tide. To be precise, her eyes were fixated on Kong Xian. That ship of yours is mine now, said Kong Xian with a smile. The 4 of you sure are capable, but you will soon regret it. The woman's gaze turned colder. Kong Xian secretly sent a voice transmission. I tried using my 5-colored divine light to capture her in one go, but all I managed to get was the ship. This woman is very unique. She's not a body of flesh and blood, nor is she an essence soul. It's a unique existence I've never seen before. Special life form? Qin Yun, Hui, and Gomang were somewhat astonished. You once took down the Buddhist ancestor due to his carelessness. Yet, you have failed to take down this woman? Gomang asked with a voice transmission. Although the Buddhist ancestor is powerful, he still has a body of flesh. However, this woman exceeds the properties of what my 5-colored divine light can capture, replied Kong Xian. She's neither a body of flesh and blood, nor is she an essence soul, then what is she? Qin Yun was puzzled as well. This has really broadened my perspective. Hui was similarly astonished as he turned even more serious. Although Kong Xian had snatched the 9 Netherworld ship, he did not dare act carelessly. Few could escape his divine power at his realm. It was truly rare. Prepare to die, all 4 of you. The woman flipped her hand as a blackish-red saber appeared. It suffused a staggering banal aura that alarmed Qin Yun and company. Whoosh! The 5-colored divine light flashed. And with that, the woman's saber vanished into thin air. My saber. The woman looked at this scene in a daze and was instantly filled with grievance and rage. Most importantly, her 9 Netherworld ship had been snatched. The demon's saber she had just obtained had been snatched the moment she held it in her hand. These were 2 treasures that gave her the greatest help. You can continue trying. Produce another 3 or 4 treasures. Perhaps, I might fail to snatch one of them away, said Kong Xian with a laugh. His treasure-snatching ability can only be cast 3 times a day. Take out a few more and he won't be able to use it, said Gomang loudly. Try taking out a few weaker treasures and give it a try. I'm not lying to you. The woman stood in the spatial tide and laughed softly. Very well. Adept at snatching treasures. Your means are indeed rare. Don't worry, I'll kill the rest. As for you, the one good at snatching treasures, I won't kill you. I will make you wish you were dead. With that said, the woman suddenly lunged at the misty rain array. She did not use any treasure, and simply relied on her body. As she lunged forward, her body grew in size rapidly. It became a gray aura tens of thousands of feet tall as it blanketed the misty rain array. The misty rain array suffered an invisible assault as grinding sounds were produced. However, once the misty rain array was set up, the heaven, earth, and man swords formed a world in and of itself. It completely isolated the inside from the outside. When the gray aura blanketed the misty rain array, the array looked like it was on a verge of collapse, but it remained steadfast. Her body is very unique, somewhat similar to negative karma fire, said Qin Yun via voice transmission. Of course, it's more troublesome than negative karma fire. That power blankets my misty rain array in a bid to erode and destroy my misty rain array. However, she's far from capable of doing so, With Sword Immortal Qin here, there's nothing for us to worry about. Kong Xian smiled. More troublesome than negative karma fire? She's that powerful even without treasures? Gomang was secretly alarmed. Let me test her out. Whoosh! 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 Vines grew out of Gomang's body as each vine easily extended out of the misty rain array which gave it passage. More than 10 vines extended towards the gray figure that stood tens of thousands of feet tall. The female face on the gray figure revealed a sliver of mockery. At the instant the vines touched the woman's body, they immediately suffered the corrosive effect of her powers. Oh! Gomang's expression changed. At a discernible pace, the vines began withering from the spot where they made contact with the woman. Although Gomang transmitted rich vitality towards the withering vines to rejuvenate them, the radius of the withering expanded. No good. Her force is just too strange. Gomang immediately severed portions of his vines and retracted the healthy ones. He abandoned the withered parts. She's naturally extraordinary if my five-colored divine light is unable to take her down, said Kong Xian with knitted brows. Let me try again. Kong Xian took out a bottle as a blob of lustrous glow appeared and shot towards the woman. The beam was extremely incisive, and at the moment it touched the woman's massive body, the gray energies attempted to erode the lustrous glow, but the glow was vanquishing everything. It was constantly vanquishing the gray energies. Oh! The woman was somewhat surprised, and with a thought, all her gray energies turned ethereal. The beam of light could no longer touch the woman's body. The lustrous glow tore through the woman's body like it was passing through empty space. It was as if they were situated in different worlds. I can't touch her. It's just like how my five-colored divine light could not take her down before. Now, I can't even touch her. Kong Xian's expression changed slightly. With a thought, the lustrous glow immediately flew back into his bottle. Let me give it a try. Qin Yun was surprised as well. Kong Xian's and Gomang's means were extremely powerful, yet, they could do nothing to her? Of course, Kong Xian had done a great job. The ship and the saber had been snatched away. It forced the mysterious woman to only attack empty-handed. With a thought from Qin Yun, the misty rain sword immediately conjured billions of sword beams. Whoosh! Instantly, billions of sword beams gathered and formed streaming dragon which shot towards the woman. Qin Yun had used this move when he was facing the 11th itinerant immortal tribulation, and it was also the strongest offensive move of the misty rain sword at the moment. With a mere wave of her hand, the woman split off some gray aura that twirled around the streaming dragon. However, the streaming dragon was cast by a sword immortal's intrinsic sword array. It was formed by drawing on the mystical powers of the Pango bloodline and was indestructible. Pwa pwa pwa. The moment they clashed, the woman's expression changed slightly. She looked at Qin Yun and said, I never expected a half-step primordial realm expert to be among the four of you. The streaming dragon and the gray aura began draining each other upon contact. One side, the sharpness was unparalleled and indestructible, as though it wanted to destroy all powers, and on the other side, an extreme softness attempted to cause destruction through permeation. They were opposites of each other, but continued causing damage to the other. However, it could be seen with the naked eye that the gray aura was suffering more damage. After all, she was not relying on any treasures but herself. However, your move is too boorish and crude. I do not wish to fight you, and you won't be able to touch me. The woman sneered as her massive body's energy turned even more obscure. Although the streaming dragon swirled around again and again, it failed to touch her, as if it was flying through the void. She likely has the strength of a half-step heavenly Dao realm, but her body is very unique. Qin Yun dispelled his streaming dragon as he said via a voice transmission. You can't hurt me, but I can destroy your array formation. I can sense that your array formation won't last long. The woman's massive body enveloped the sword array. She had made the wrong judgment thinking she had a chance of cracking the array. After which, she could kill and capture her opponents. Most of her strength stemmed from the two treasures, the 9 Netherworld ship and the demon saber, so she naturally had to take them back. Brother Hui, we are all out of solutions, said Kong Xian. We are counting on you. Qin Yun and the other two had all made attempts. They were facing a power they had never encountered or even heard of before. Hui nodded. My arrow will deliver a direct hit the moment it's shot. I want to see if she can dodge my arrow. He flipped his hands and produced an ancient but unadorned longbow in one hand and a golden arrow in his other hand. It's no use. You won't be able to touch me if I do not permit it. The woman scoffed. However, Hui continued pulling open his bow to a full draw before shooting out the arrow. Shoo, dot. The arrow beam flashed and shot the woman outside the misty rain array. Although her body was obscured, it still suffered a direct hit. Oh! The woman looked in alarm at Hui. Your arrow contains a force similar to mine. Unfortunately, your strength is still too weak, even weaker than the punk who cast the sword beams. In terms of strength, Hui's first arrow of his 9 successive strikes was on par with Qin Yun's Streaming Dragon. However, Streaming Dragon was equipped with quantity which allowed it to constantly harass and engage the enemy. Hui only had 1 arrow which could not draw out a battle. Therefore, it was of lower threat to the woman. Second arrow. Yet, Hui flipped his hand and took out another arrow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 684, Heart Force. Chapter 684, Heart Force. Translator, Citullin. Editor, Citullin. When Qin Yun saw that the woman was unable to dodge Hui's arrow, he knew that she was doomed. Out of Hui's 9 successive arrows, the first arrow was the weakest, but that was because he was accumulating strength. Even Qin Yun had to ignite his essence soul to withstand Hui's 9th arrow. Similar force? Qin Yun thought. Hui has long made it public that the power he figured out is something known as heart force. It's a different, special strength that's independent from physical or dermic powers. However, just grasping the basics is extremely difficult. Qin Yun's time was precious. He felt that he did not even have enough time to cultivate his sword Dao, therefore, he naturally did not waste time cultivating heart force, which was extremely difficult to grasp. Heart force was an entirely different system separate from physical and essence soul dermic powers. Just grasping the basics or cultivating to the mid-stages of heart force was of little help to perfected great Dao experts like Qin Yun. After all, Qin Yun was already in existence who was approaching Hui in strength. Once I transcend the itinerant immortal tribulations and obtain eternal life, I can consider cultivating in heart force, thought Qin Yun. The reason why Hui is so strong is because other than normal dermic powers cultivation, he also cultivates in the heart force. By augmenting his archery with the heart force, it causes the might of his archery to become extremely powerful, to the point of reaching the might of the heavenly Dao realm. However, it's said that not more than 10 people have cultivated the heart force to the 3rd realm in the entire 3 realms. Hui is the only one who has cultivated it to the level of a perfected great Dao expert. What's more, he's the founder of this system, thought Qin Yun. The heart force lineage was just too difficult. Swoosh! Swoosh! Golden arrows streaked across the spatial tide. There was no way of hiding or dodging from even a single arrow. The woman, who was tens of thousands of feet tall, initially viewed the arrows with contempt, but soon, she turned alarmed. She had discovered that the might of the arrows were increasing exponentially. If the first arrow was said to damage her in the slightest, most trivial way, then the second arrow's might was 30% stronger. However, the damage she incurred doubled. The third arrow's damage on her rose several-fold. As such, the might of the arrow gradually exceeded her limits. The damage inflicted on her was rising exponentially. If my 9 netherworld ship was here, you wouldn't have been able to injure me. The woman roared angrily. She did not hesitate to transform into a stream of light and flee into the distance. She was escaping. Will you be able to flee? Hui's eyes were cold. He delivered the 5th arrow, and with a flash, it struck the distant woman. The arrow was just too fast. As a sword immortal, Qin Yun's intrinsic flying sword was far inferior in speed to Hui's arrows, not to mention that the woman was flying with her body alone. In the face of Hui's arrows, the speed of flight was simply pathetic. Ah! The 5th arrow quaked the woman's body as it turned much dimmer. The immense increase in strength in the 5th arrow made the woman feel despair. His arrows are growing stronger. Is there no end to it? Even if it did not increase in strength, another 2 or 3 of the 5th arrows were enough to annihilate her. Spare me, the woman immediately sent a voice transmission. My treasure will all be yours. I can tell you information about this spatial tide. All I ask is for you to spare my life." Faced with an irresistible force, she chose to beg for mercy. However, the quartet ignored her pleas. Hui continued shooting, delivering a more terrifying sixth arrow. The dazzling beam streaked across space. The woman desperately tried to dodge, but the arrow had hit her the moment that thought came to her. She let out a tragic scream and her body dispersed like bubbles. All that was left were some treasures floating in the spatial tide. Retrieve. Kong Xian waved his hand and pulled the treasures with his five-colored divine light. She even begged for mercy. Gomon shook his head. Back when she sneaked up on us and wanted to kill us, she showed no mercy. But the moment she realized she wasn't our match, all she knew to do was to plead for mercy. Too late. Kong Xian laughed as well. And she wanted to give us information? Would we dare believe the information she gives us? Who knows if she might deliberately misrepresent things and scheme against us? Qin Yun and company had no plans on entrenching themselves in the spatial tide for extended periods of time. They were only here on an expedition. They did not have any desire for so-called information that they couldn't even trust. "Where's her corpse?" Qin Yun frowned. "She doesn't have one," said Hui. "Her power is very similar to my heart force. However, my heart force is purer, while her power is more chaotic and evil. I'm guessing that she is a unique life formed from the power of the soul and reached her present realm after a long period of cultivation. She does not have a body, so killing her wouldn't leave behind a corpse." Qin Yun felt somewhat frustrated. Brother Qin came to the spatial tide for the corpses of other universe experts so that he can sacrifice them to the three realms, said Kong Xian with a smile. Yet, he came out empty-handed. However, we received quite a bit of her treasures. We can give some of the treasures to Brother Qin. Yes, give some of the treasures to make up for Qin Yun's loss, said Hui. Qin Yun shook his head. There's no need. At this point, there were increasingly few treasures that aided him. That won't do. We can't just take advantage of you like that, said Gomon. When out adventuring, fairness is very important, said Hui. If you discover anything that can be useful to an itinerant immortal like me, or helpful to my transcendence of the tribulations, then give it to me, said Qin Yun. I won't take anything else. Kong Xian smiled. Let's see what treasures she left behind. With that said, he flipped his hand. The rundown ship appeared, floating in the middle of the spatial tide. It looked very ordinary. However, Qin Yun and company could tell at the glance that it was only so on the surface. In fact, there was a massive pocket world within. This 9 netherworld ship contains a world inside, said Kong Xian. If my judgment doesn't fail me, this world had countless living beings in the past. Now, they have all been reduced to their fundamentals. This 9 netherworld ship's might is rather evil and also good at defense. If one were to hide in the ship, an enemy's attack will have to first crack open the 9 netherworld ship's obstruction before the owner inside can be injured. Hui nodded in agreement. This 9 netherworld ship is a connate cardinal treasure that's very suited to that woman. If she had the 9 netherworld ship with her, it would probably take my 8th or 9th arrow to kill her. Without the 9 netherworld ship and that saber, her strength did get halved. She probably felt aggrieved at the moment of her death. That's all I'm capable of, Kong Xian said with a smile. Following that, he began searching through the treasures when he was suddenly taken aback. Following that, he looked at Qin Yun. Brother Qin Yun, you sure are lucky. Qin Yun replied in astonishment, I'm lucky? Look. Kong Xian waved his hand and a massive corpse the size of a hill appeared. The corpse had a head that resembled a mountain goat's. It had red eyes and it wore black scaled armor all over. Its body emanated a banal and evil aura. This corpse and this saber share nearly identical auras, said Kong Xian as he picked up the blackish-red saber and looked at the massive body. Perhaps this saber was this corpse's, but he was killed by the woman. Let's leave the corpse to Brother Qin Yun. You won't be rejecting it, right? No, not at all. Qin Yun was already grinning widely. He was overjoyed, for the corpse was obviously powerful. While the four were splitting up the treasures, 3 extremely tiny worms were lurking within the spatial tide. The worms were one with the spatial tide, so be it Qin Yun, Hui, Gomang, or Kong Xian, who was best at domains, none of them could detect the worms. The 3 worms secretly followed behind Qin Yun in company. Elsewhere in the spatial tide, there was a massive floating island which spanned 5,000 kilometers across. It was a small world in and of itself. Deep in the island stood a magnificent palace. A silver-armored man walked into a hall and bowed respectfully. Island Lord. At the throne right at the top of the hall, a figure appeared out of thin air. It was a white-haired man wearing loose robes. He looked down at the man. Island Lord, 5th Supremacy is dead, said the silver-armored man respectfully. I can sense that she's dead. The white-haired man nodded. How did she die? My 3 spatial worms have been tailing her all this while. She encountered 4 experts from another universe. One-on-one, none of them are 5th Supremacy's match. But among them is someone who is good at snatching treasures. He's not strong, but the way he snatches treasures is strange and unpredictable. He snatched the 9 netherworld ship and other treasures from 5th Supremacy, so she was forced to enter the battle empty-handed. Even so, most half-step primordial realm experts would not be able to injure her. 3 of the 4 other universe experts similarly can't injure her. However, the 4th uses a bow and arrow and was able to injure her. After shooting 6 arrows, he killed 5th Supremacy. The white-haired man nodded slightly after being briefed. Killed after only 6 arrows? That's not considered strong, but he can be of use. As for the one that snatches treasures, he's quite unique. What about the other 2? The other 2 are somewhat mediocre and won't catch your eye, said the silver-haired man. The white-haired man nodded. In that case, arrange for 3rd Supremacy and his men to be sent. Capture alive the one good at snatching treasures and the archer. As for the other 2? Since they are mediocre, just kill them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 685, Myriad Flower Palace. Chapter 685, Myriad Flower Palace. Translator, Citullin. Editor, Citullin. Moments later. On the other side of the island, a stocky figure sat cross-legged by a stream. The figure's back had a row of spikes and 6 curved black horns on his head. While sitting there, the surrounding space slowly collapsed and then slowly restored. He sat there silently. Once upon a time, he was an existence that countless worlds feared in his homeland, his name enough to make deities tremble. Although he was invincible in his homeworld, he felt that he was just short of understanding the heavenly Tao, myriad objects, and their interactions. To seek a breakthrough, he came to the spatial tide in search of stronger opponents. He was indeed powerful as he became a hunter in the spatial tide. He hunted beings from other universes and sought out the cultivation systems these beings cultivated in. However, he was eventually subdued at the hands of the Island Lord, and from then on, his life was completely controlled by him. A once supreme existence who shook entire worlds had been reduced to such a state. Brother Machin. A silver-haired man came to the side of the stream and smiled at the stocky figure. The stocky figure looked up as a formless, domineering aura inundated the silver-haired man. He could not help but falter as he thought to himself, to have his body cultivated to the half-step primordial realm sure is terrifying. Primordial realm. The beginning of everything, the source of the universe. The primordial realm had different names in different places. It was known as the Heavenly Tao Realm and the 3 Realms. Is there a reason why you are looking for me? Asked Machin indifferently. 5th Supremacy is dead, said the silver-haired man with a smile. Island Lord has ordered that you bring your men to kill those murderers. How could she die when she has the 9 Netherworld ship? Asked Machin. Fifth Supremacy encountered 4 experts from another universe. The silver-haired man recounted the situation. That was what happened. Machin scoffed. She did not escape immediately after having the 9 Netherworld ship snatched from her? Did she really think that the enemy couldn't injure her due to her unique powers? Only when one's body is truly powerful can one be considered powerful. Just relying on having unique powers is fatal once one encounters an enemy who's strong against them. Yes, concurred the silver-haired man. Brother Machin doesn't rely on external objects and has an invincible body. Killing them would naturally be easy for you. Didn't I still end up being subdued by the Island Lord? Said Machin indifferently. How many in the spatial tide can match Island Lord? Said the silver-haired man with a laugh. Machin remained silent. Island Lord. He was a monster. An unfathomable monster. Despite having cultivated his body to the half-step primordial realm, he was still completely trounced by the Island Lord. Island Lord wants you, the Third Supremacy, to set off immediately, said he silver-haired man. I will tell you in real time where the 4 experts are via spatial worms. By the way, the one that's good at snatching treasures and the one good at archery are to be captured alive. After all, they are of use to Island Lord. The others are mediocre and can be killed directly. All right. Machin stood up and immediately sent a voice transmission command. 5 of you, set off with me. Soon. Machin led 5 subordinates and rapidly departed the island on a silver flying boat. The silver flying boat was specially refined by the Island Lord and was meant for flying in the spatial tide. Among the numerous supremacies under the Island Lord, only the first 3 were bestowed with such a flying boat. The flying boat traveled at abnormal speeds, tens of times faster than Qin Yun and company. It was indeed quite frightening. In a blink of an eye, the silver flying boat traveled for more than 2 years. It was very common to spend 2 to 3 years traveling in the spatial tide. Machin stood at the bow of the flying boat as he looked coldly at the endless spatial tide. Behind him were his 5 subordinates who were waiting reverently. Whoosh! A spatial worm appeared above the flying boat and manifested the projection of a silver-haired man. He said with a smile, Brother Machin, I'm here to tell you something. Speak, said Machin coldly. From the trajectory the 4 experts are taking, they are likely headed for Myriad Flower Palace, said the silver-haired projection. You should know that Island Lord has always been hoping to capture the palatial Lord Myriad Flower. However, his life preservation skills are just too potent, and it's constantly neighboring a chaos spatial rift. He can flee into it at any time, which makes it difficult for Island Lord to capture him. What are you implying? Machin narrowed his eyes. Capturing palatial Lord Myriad Flower is worth 10 credits, said the projection with a smile. You will only get 3 credits from dealing with the 4 other universe experts. From my point of view, you can first rush to Myriad Flower Palace and hide. Let the 4 fight palatial Lord Myriad Flower and then take action when the opportunity arises. A glimmer flashed in Machin's eyes. 10 credits. If you could capture palatial Lord Myriad Flower, giving up the 4 other universe experts would be worth it, said the silver-haired man. Yes. Machin nodded. I'm aware of what I should do. Credit was very important to him. Credits were a currency set by the Island Lord which could be used to exchange for various benefits. If he amassed 100 credits, they could be exchanged for his freedom. Qin Yun and company continued on their journey in high spirits after splitting the treasures. They were headed for their first target. As for the owner of the 9 Netherworld ship, she was never in the plans, so for her to suddenly appear in a bid to kill them, they naturally got rid of her in passing. We have been away from the 3 realms for 12 years. We will soon arrive at our first destination, said Gomang with a smile. There's very little information about this target, and the only thing we know is that it's an other universe expert with immense charms. Even perfected great Tao experts would be influenced by his allures. Alarming allures usually mean that he cultivates in charming means, said Hui. The means available to him would be mostly strange and unpredictable, but that would mean that his direct combat means are weaker. If he has strange means, we will be relying on Brother Kong Xian, said Qin Yun with a smile. No matter what treasures he uses, we will take them first. Immediately, his strength will be halved. There are some treasures that are impossible for me to take, said Kong Xian with a smile. Don't be careless. He might be stronger than we expect, said Hui. The four of them conversed amid laughter, apparently filled with confidence. Sword Immortal Qin's protective means matched with Kong Xian's domain allowed them to fend off a heavenly Tao realm existence. With them in an invincible state, they naturally could have the patience to find the weakness of their opponents and finish them. We'll be reaching soon, said Kong Xian suddenly. Qin Yun and company looked into the distance. Although they were still rather far away, with the journey still needing another 2 hours, their eyesight allowed them to see a palace floating in the spatial tide. It was enveloped in a pink barrier of light. Qin Yun and company were about to arrive at Myriad Flower Palace. Inside the palace, a red-dressed man with astounding charms was leaning on a column weakly. He was looking at a sea of flowers in front of him inside the palace. I've failed again, the man muttered. I'm good at array formations to begin with and have been studying arduously in the spatial tide. Just my array formations alone have reached the half-step primordial realm, and that's considered rare in the entire spatial tide. It's probably not easy to find someone better than me, but I'm still unable to crack this mountain valley and enter it. Despite being able to see it, I just can't enter it. Cracking the array formation either needs great mastery with array formations, or overwhelming force. Perhaps to crack it by overwhelming force, I'll need to produce strength at the primordial realm before having a chance of entering the valley. But if an existence of that nature were to enter the valley, none of the treasures inside will be mine. The red-dressed man shook his head. The memento that points me to this valley is in my hand. Only I can find this valley. I can slowly wait. I'll definitely think of a way to enter the valley. The man closed his eyes and began thinking of solutions to enter the valley. Oh! The red-dressed man suddenly opened his slender eyes. Enemies are approaching, and 4 at that? The man sneered. Very well. My Myriad Flower Palace can have more fertilizer now. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 686, Give Up? Chapter 686, Give Up? Translator, Citulan Editor, Citulan. They're here. Machen's stocky figure stood at the bow of the silver boat. His 5 subordinates stood behind him as a silver-haired man's projection pointed far into the distance. They will soon arrive at Myriad Flower Palace. Palatial Lord Myriad Flower is adept at array formations, so he has long set up formations inside Myriad Flower Palace, said Machen indifferently. Even I'd suffer if I were to enter. Not even me, even if Island Lord were to take action personally. If Palatial Lord Myriad Flower is bent on hiding and escapes through the chaos spatial rift if things go awry, Island Lord would not be able to do anything to him. As long as the 4 other universe experts aren't foolish, they will not rush into the array formation to send themselves to their deaths, said the silver-haired man's projection with a laugh. If they do not enter, Palatial Lord Myriad Flower will have to take the initiative to come out. He might be afraid of Island Lord, but he's not afraid of those 4. There's a high chance of him chasing after them. If he does indeed come out to fight the 4 experts, perhaps there might be a chance for you to take them all down. They were also holding out a sliver of hope. After all, from their point of view, Kong Xian's treasure-snatching means were indeed impressive. It was something even Island Lord thought highly of. With this ability and the addition of his 3 companions, they would likely give Palatial Lord Myriad Flower trouble. What if they act arrogantly and confidently charge in? asked Machen softly. Then there's nothing we can do about it. The silver-haired man shook his head. To dare charge into Myriad Flower Palace? Then, the four of them are as good as dead. Our trip would have been for nothing. Machen looked at the distant Myriad Flower Palace and fell silent. His faction had long wanted to deal with Palatial Lord Myriad Flower and had launched numerous assaults before, therefore, they knew how terrifying the palace's interior was. I hope they aren't that dumb, said the silver-haired man's projection with a laugh. Qin Yun and company were approaching Myriad Flower Palace. This palace? Qin Yun observed carefully. He was quite accomplished when it came to array formations. The Misty Rain array was his highest attainment, so when he saw the massive palace in front of him, the setup of the palatial complex and the myriad of flowers that bloomed everywhere in it made Qin Yun feel that something was amiss. He attempted to penetrate it with his Misty Rain domain, but was stopped by the faint halo at palace's surface. Without being able to penetrate the halo, they could only make judgments from the surface. Brother Kongxian, did you notice something amiss? Inquired Qin Yun. Among the four present, when it came to attainments and array formations, Qin Yun was considered pretty good, but Kongxian was truly formidable. He mastered the great Tao of the five elements and had studied other great Tao over the years. He had accumulated deep insights and had become the best at domains under the heavenly Tao realm and the three realms. In terms of array formation attainments, that was extremely high. Perhaps only human sovereign Fuxishi was superior to him. Even Emperor Polestar's attainments in array formations were about his equal. Is there a trap? Asked Gomong. Kongxian said with a smile, this palace screens probing from the outside. Even my domain cannot penetrate it. But just from its surface, I am certain that there's an array formation inside the palace, one that's extremely terrifying. The array formation attainments of the owner of the palace exceed mine. If we were to rashly barge in, we would only be falling into a trap. If we aren't lucky, we might be trapped without being able to escape. With good luck, perhaps we can crack open the array formation with overwhelming force. We might then have a chance of killing the palace owner. Cracking the array by overwhelming force will depend on luck. Ho-E nodded. If the array formation is heavily layered, it will take me too much time to crack the array. We would then be doomed. Yes, there's a chaos spatial rift beside the palace, said Kongxian. It can't be a coincidence that this palace floats right beside it. If my guesses are correct, the chaos spatial rift leads to the homeworld of the palace's owner. If we were to fall into the array formations trap, even if we can protect ourselves with Sword Immortal Qin's sword array, the enemy can control the palace and return to his homeworld with us in Thes Palace. Once we enter our opponent's homeworld, who knows if a few heavenly Tao realm existences might appear to deal with us. Qin Yun and company nodded. Just like if an enemy were to head to the three realms, they would also suffer the wrath of numinous treasure Tao ancestor and company. If the palace were to bring them into the palace owner's homeworld, it was really very likely that Qin Yun and company would perish. What else can we do? Asked Gomong. This palace is his nest, his residence in the spatial tide. He will definitely spare no effort in setting up numerous powerful arrays. Kongxian shook his head. It would be too rash if we were to enter just like that. Yes, I'd rather give up than enter directly, said Hui. Qin Yun nodded. We can continue searching for other targets. The array formations inside the palace left them wary. The chaos spatial rift beside Myriad Flower Palace struck fear in them. We are already so near to the palace. With the owner's attainments in array formation, he must have discovered us, said Kongxian. Let's deliberately appear to give up and leave immediately. It's possible that the owner will pursue us. As long as he leaves the palace, we'll have the chance to finish him. What if he doesn't pursue us? Asked Gomong with a smile. Then we can only leave for real, said Qin Yun with a smile. Let's go. Qin Yun and company immediately stopped proceeding and turned to leave. They've begun escaping? Inside Myriad Flower Palace. The red-dressed man looked out of his palace and frowned. My array formation is hidden amid the flowers. My attainments in array formations are also profound enough. There's no way to see through it. Yet, these 4 cultivators actually discovered the threat and chose to leave. From the looks of it, they have people among them who are good at array formations. It's rare to encounter 4 prey, so I can't just give up. A cold glimmer flashed in the man's eyes. It took a very long time to encounter a cultivator from another universe in the vast spatial tide, much less 4 at a time. My array formation can be used to probe the surroundings. They are the only 4 in the vicinity. Even if that island lord is lurking far away, I will be able to flee in time even if he appears. The man was very confident. As a half-step Heavenly Dao realm expert who was good at array formations, he naturally had a variety of means. Furthermore, his life preservation skills were famous. So, the man took a step and exited Myriad Flower Palace. He's out. Qin Yun and company who were about to leave came to a sudden halt as they turned to face the red-dressed man. He stood in the spatial tide with a branch in hand. There were pink flowers on it which made the branch resemble a peach branch. He's out. Hidden far away on a silver boat, the eyes of Machin and the silver-haired man's projection lit up. Their faction had attempted to deal with Palatial Lord Myriad Flower numerous times, but were also acutely aware that the Myriad Flower Palace was able to survey its surroundings. Therefore, they had hidden in a spot just beyond the surveillance zone. I wish the 4 of them will be able to restrain Palatial Lord Myriad Flower for just a moment. Machin wore a look of anticipation. As long as they can restrain him and prevent Palatial Lord Myriad Flower from escaping into the palace immediately, we'll be able to take action. Let's hope so. Although the 4 of them can't be considered powerful, their means are rather unique. The silver-haired man also looked forward to the outcome. Ignoring everything else, just having an array formation that reached the half-step primordial realm was enough to catch Island Lord's eyes. To him, array formation attainments at the half-step primordial realm were a lot more useful than Qin Yun and company. Gentlemen, why are you in such a hurry to leave? The branch-wielding man smiled as it exuded a formless charm. It's so rare to encounter one another in the spatial tide. We come from different universes and can simply sit down and have an exchange over different cultivation dermic formulation and experiences. What do you think? A formless wave swept past the 4. It was a power that the Misty Rain Array was unable to fend off, for the formless wave contained a special power that allowed it to sweep across Qin Yun and company. Qin Yun, Gomong, and Kong Xian felt their essence souls quiver. Instantly, they found the red-dressed man in front of them extremely familiar. However, their Dao hearts were extraordinary, so they were prevented from being directly entranced by him. You have the nerve to talk about having an exchange about cultivation dermic formulations when you use a charming attack the moment we meet? Ho Yi said coldly. To take such an action, we wouldn't dare have an exchange with you. Ho Yi's voice swept towards Qin Yun and the other 2 with a formless power, instantly jolting them awake. How terrifying it was, said Gomang via a voice transmission. It's like drinking the finest wine that leaves me intoxicated with a few sips. Despite knowing that we are under its effects, my essence soul still quivered, said Kong Xian via a voice transmission. Our Dao hearts are still lacking, echoed Qin Yun. The 3 of them were extraordinary. One of them was the number 1 sword immortal of the 3 realms, while the other 2 were experienced experts from the other generation who were not far from the half-step Heavenly Dao realm. Yet, they were still influenced. Despite knowing that they were spellbound, they were unable to control themselves. This naturally made Qin Yun and company apprehensive. Thankfully, Ho Yi was around. From the looks of the Heart Force dermic formulation does have its unique features. If I were able to transcend the final itinerant immortal tribulation, I can attempt cultivating the Heart Force dermic formulation, thought Qin Yun. Oh? The red-dressed man looked at Hou-Yi in astonishment. He could sense the formless wave that Hou-Yi emanated to the surroundings. It caused his charms to be screened. Ha! It's just because it was rare for me to meet cultivators from another universe and to meet four at once. I was a little agitated and was eager to invite the four of you to have an exchange, said the red-dressed man. Please pardon me for my anxiousness. Gentlemen, why don't you come to my humble abode? We can sit down and have a slow discussion. Wouldn't that be nice? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 687, The Despairing Palatial Lord Myriad Flower. Chapter 687, The Despairing Palatial Lord Myriad Flower. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. We wouldn't dare join you, said Hou-Yi. The red-dressed man shook his head gently. That's nothing I can do then. As he spoke, he gently waved the branch in his hand. Although there were only a few pink flowers on the branch, thousands of flowers flew out from his casual wave. Instantly, the surrounding space began to warp. Collect! At the moment their opponent waved, Kong Xian shouted. The five-colored divine light flashed out of the spatial tide and swept across the red-dressed man. To his astonishment, the flowering branch he held in his hand vanished into thin air. What? Machin and the other experts who were lying in wait to benefit from the skirmish had changes in expression. How is it possible? It was taken away without leaving any way to resist? It was snatched away upon their meeting? They were somewhat in disbelief. They had no doubts about Palatial Lord Myriad Flower's strength. After all, even Island Lord was unable to take him down in person. Now, his item had been snatched from him without any warning? Kong Xian's five-colored divine light was famous in the three realms. Even Buddhist ancestor, Gautama, had been taken down out of carelessness once despite being at the heavenly Tao realm. Of course, he escaped immediately after. Boom! Kong Xian's five-colored divine light quaked the surroundings before suddenly cracking apart. The red-dressed man escaped with a grotesque expression. However, his hands were empty. After having his flowering branch taken by Kong Xian, he had no means of finding it again. Kong Xian was in no way surprised seeing him escape. He said via a voice transmission, "This five-colored divine light of mine can snatch dead objects rather easily, but to do it on the living, especially a perfected Great Tao expert, it's only possible to repress their strength and can hardly be used as an imprisonment." But Qin Yun, Hou-Yi, and Gomang were rendered speechless when they heard that. To take down a perfected Great Tao existence upon meeting? If he could do that, Kong Xian would probably be recognized as a half-step heavenly Tao realm. His might would even be above that of Hou-Yi and Qin Yun. However, it was clear that enhancing such heaven-defying means was very difficult. It's really a nice ability. After the red-dressed man retreated, he stared angrily at Kong Xian and immediately flew outwards. He was very careful to begin with. He planned on attacking without straying too far from Myriad Flower Palace. However, after his item was snatched by the five-colored divine light, he was still not far from Qin Yun and company despite escaping. He was also very far from Myriad Flower Palace. You want to escape? Gomang immediately produced vines from his body that streaked across space and went straight for the red-dressed man. Hua! The five-colored divine light domain was still repressing him. Under the domain's repression, the red-dressed man's strength had weakened by 20 to 30%. Against Gomang's dozens of vines that enveloped the surrounding space, the red-dressed man did not dare act carelessly. He immediately flipped his hand and held a long whip with both hands. He definitely wouldn't be able to snatch my roots of the world if I clasped them tightly. Just as this thought flashed in the red-dressed man's mind, a flash appeared in the five-colored divine light domain. The roots of the world in the red-dressed man's hands vanished. As he looked at his empty hands and the dozens of vines that came hurtling at him, the man was pushed to the brink of insanity. I have to fight them empty-handed? He knew himself well. As an expert in array formations, he needed to spend more effort to fight enemies in close combat. However, his close combat strength was inferior to the half-step primordial realm. To fight his enemies empty-handed, he would no doubt die if the 4 other universe experts were to join forces. The red-dressed man had another thought as 16 stone slabs appeared in front of him. They were filled with strange patterns that formed a world in and of itself. It began to protect his surroundings. Collect. With a thought from Kong Xian, the 16 stone slabs vanished. How can that? The man revealed a maniacal look. He waved his hand again as 9 black flowers surfaced. Collect. The 9 black flowers vanished as well. After the man had his roots of the world, the stone slabs, and the black flowers taken away in succession, Gomang's vines had already arrived in front of him, giving him no time to take out other treasures. Furthermore, each of the treasures he took out were weaker than the preceding one. The 9 black flowers were already unable to aid him much. Why is this happening? The red-dressed man could only flail his hands and produce 2 red beams of light to protect himself. However, the vines quickly twirled around him, each having extremely powerful strength. As buckling sounds were heard, the red light that surrounded the red-dressed man quickly cracked. How did I find myself in this state? The man could hardly believe it himself. His protective move was completely cracked open as vines began binding him. Ah! He roared as his expression turned even more grotesque. His skin began to flush red all over. Boom! His body exploded, but beams of sanguine light flew in every direction. Each sanguine line moved at extremely fast speeds. They were also of great strength. Even in the 5-colored divine light domain, their speed still left Qin Yun and company somewhat astonished. Qin Yun commanded with his mind. Seal! The misty rain array expanded suddenly. It expanded to envelop an area 5,000 kilometers across, completely trapping the escaping sanguine light within. Bam! 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 As the beams of sanguine light struck the misty rain array, the array remained as deep and imperturbable as a dark sea. It churned a little before withstanding the impact. Why is this happening? The dozens of sanguine light beams were scattered everywhere as they formed a manifestation of the red-dressed man's figure. All of them wore looks of despair. He was best at array formations. Yet despite that being his main talent, he was not given a chance to use any artifacts for the setting up of an array formation. All he could do was face his enemy empty-handed? Furthermore, he was being ganked. Brother Kong Xian's 5-colored divine light is truly powerful. There's nothing it can't snatch away, said Qin Yun with a laughing voice transmission. Qin Yun, your flying sword is an intrinsic flying sword. It's one with your essence soul, so snatching your flying sword is equivalent to containing your essence soul. It's impossible to snatch it away, said Kong Xian via a voice transmission. Hou Yi's bow and arrow are similarly immune to my ability when he injects his heart force into them. However, weapons of most perfected great Dao experts can be taken by you, said Hou Yi with a voice transmission. However, they all know my means, so few of them will fight me with their weapons, said Kong Xian with a voice transmission. Indeed. When perfected great Dao experts met Kong Xian, they would put away their weapons and would rather fight him empty-handed. Thankfully, other than Kong Xian's impressive domain means, his close combat strength was only considered average among perfected great Dao existences. Therefore, the fear he struck in others wasn't ludicrous. But even so, Kong Xian was publicly recognized as one of the few who was close to the half-step heavenly Dao realm. He was recognized enough for Qin Yun to specially invite him on this trip to the spatial tide. In a one-on-one battle, Kong Xian's abilities might not be the most terrifying, but when supporting Hou Yi and Qin Yun, the help he gave was immense. It was more help than the ancestral dragon or Amida could provide. The vines separately captured the dozens of sanguine light avatars easily. He can't escape. Gomang laughed. At that moment, more than half the sanguine light avatars had been imprisoned by his vines. Only 3 sanguine light beams were still escaping with great difficulty. But where could they escape to when trapped inside the misty rain array? On the silver flying boat, Machin and his 5 subordinates, as well as the silver-haired man's projection, were watching, dumbfounded. They had guessed that the palatial Lord Myriad Flower would chase after the quartet to attack them. However, they never expected how one-sided the battle was. The one who is good at snatching treasures is of higher value than palatial Lord Myriad Flower, muttered Machin. Not only is he good at snatching treasures, he can also capture experts. Even palatial Lord Myriad Flower was captured by him. If I were able to capture him, Island Lord will give me at least 10 credits. He can't be worth less than palatial Lord Myriad Flower. Quickly take action. After he's caught alive, it won't be too late to negotiate with Island Lord, said the silver-haired man's projection. However, be careful. You can't use any treasures when attacking. The one who's good at snatching treasures is just too formidable. He can practically snatch every treasure possible. Don't worry. I do not need any weapons. Machin gave the command. Go! So, the silver boat immediately zoomed towards Qin Yun and company silently. They were finally taking action after sitting along the sidelines. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 688 Experts from Bohan Island. Chapter 688 Experts from Bohan Island. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. I'm doomed. Palatial Lord Myriad Flower's final sanguine light avatar was trapped by the vines. Following that, the might of each and every vine erupted. Bam! 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 Restrained avatars instantly exploded into smithereens in succession from the tightening grasp, leaving behind only a single avatar. Furthermore, dermic powers were injected into this avatar, rapidly sealing whatever strength it had. They are sealing me of my strength even when I only have one avatar left? They are really careful and aren't giving me any chance of escaping. Palatial Lord Myriad Flower was surprisingly calm at that moment. Since he had chosen to hunt in the spatial tide and prey on experts from other universes, he was long prepared to one day die at the hands of an enemy. Oh! Palatial Lord Myriad Flower suddenly turned his head to look in the distance. A silver flying boat was rapidly approaching. It's Bohan Island. A thought came to Palatial Lord Myriad Flower. He shouted urgently, the experts on that flying boat come from Bohan Island. You aren't their match. Bohan Island? Qin Yun and company had also noticed the approaching boat, however, they had never heard of Bohan Island. As long as you agree to spare me, I can give you information on Bohan Island. I even know the experts on the boat as well as vital information about them, said Palatial Lord Myriad Flower eagerly. I can also bring you to hide inside Myriad Flower Palace to avoid the pursuit of Bohan Island. I only have one request, spare me. Spare you? Gomang shot him a glance. Bohan Island? Never heard of it, said Ho-E as well, his tone filled with confidence. They were obviously filled with confidence. They showed no fear towards any assault from powerful enemies, instead, they felt anticipation. Qin Yun, be careful, Ho-E exhorted. Although he sounded confident, he still warned Qin Yun. Qin Yun was crucial in their defense against enemies. Don't worry. Qin Yun carefully made preparations as he made the misty rain array envelop their surroundings, spreading the domain outwards. Kong Xian's 5-colored divine light domain also enveloped a vast region. When the silver boat got right next to the 5-colored divine light domain, it stopped. 6 figures flew over after the flying boat was put away. They have been hiding in a corner and know of Kong Xian's means, said Gomang solemnly. Furthermore, there are 6 of them. We must not be careless. The more the merrier. "The more enemies there are, the more treasures we will get when killing them," said Kong Xian with a laugh. "After this round, we probably can make our way back." Qin Yun nodded. He had obtained an expert's corpse when dealing with the owner of the 9 Netherworld ship. Now that Palatial Lord Myriadflower was captured alive, the sacrifice of a half-step Heavenly Dao Realm expert would receive more merit from the 3 realms. Just him alone was probably sufficient merit for him to attain his merit cardinal treasure. Furthermore, there were now 6 additional ones in front of him. It's as the saying goes, the clueless knows no fear. Palatial Lord Myriadflower secretly shook his head when he saw this scene. To not even have heard of Bohan Island, they will soon be begging me when they end up suffering. Set up the array. Machin bellowed. Although the 5 experts behind him remained silent, their bodies emitted a glow as the surface of their skins suffused array formation patterns. The 5 experts raised the array formation with their bodies making up the array. Immediately, faint white light enveloped 500,000 kilometers, easily repelling the 5-colored divine light domain and misty rain domain. That island lord has unfathomable strength. His attainments in array formations exceed even mine. The moment this array formation domain is released, even half-step primordial realm experts would have their strength reduced to only 30 to 40%, thought Palatial Lord Myriadflower secretly. The array formation's purpose was to create a massive domain to suppress the enemy. By reducing the enemy's strength drastically, it made escape more difficult. Oh! Although the misty rain array protected their surroundings, the white domain continued seeping in as it enveloped Qin Yun and company. The quartet felt their bodies turn heavy. It was extremely oppressive. "It's a domain." Qin Yun wore a nasty expression. "It's more powerful than Brother Kong Xian's 5-colored divine light domain. It can penetrate anything and suppress every spot. My misty rain array can withstand other means, but it cannot block this domain from infiltrating." Domains were best at infiltration. However, very few domains could infiltrate Qin Yun's misty rain array. "The domain can only suppress us." Hui stared at the 5 experts who were powering the array. Using their bodies to set up the array? As long as one of them is killed, the array formation domain will crumble. Boom! From afar, Machin charged over. In the domain's envelopment, he even had the confidence to enter a bout with a primordial realm expert. "You 4, submit yourselves." Machin's body phased and grew to a height of 100,000 feet. His potent aura quaked the surrounding space as it was fully released. It alarmed Qin Yun and company. This other universe expert's body is in no way inferior to the ancestral dragon's. He's another half-step Heavenly Dao Realm expert of the physical establishing sage lineage? People of the physical establishing sage lineage were well known to be powerful and difficult to deal with. Yet, they had met one in the spatial tide. "It's been a while since I've fought." Machin smiled sinisterly as he extended his palm, which brought with it powers that could destroy everything. Even the space surrounding his palm began the process of annihilation. Boom! A palm print struck the misty rain array, which shook gently, completely withstanding the blow. Oh! It held. This array formation is quite interesting. Machin thought nothing of it. He was confident that he could crack the array formation in front of him. He often cracked the Dharma with overwhelming force. Swoosh! An arrow beam shot out. It shot out of the misty rain array and made Machin turn his head. With a glance, he saw that the arrow beam had hit one of the envoys responsible for the array. However, the envoy had streams of light swirling over his body, fully blocking the blow. The arrow is rather fast, but it's useless. We have long refined our bodies that they are like weapons. We have the array formation protecting us. You won't be able to crack it. Machin thought nothing of it as he turned back to continue attacking the misty rain array. Annihilate! Machin growled softly. Boom! 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 He struck out palm after palm and, in a blink of an eye, he delivered 99 strikes. To release all his strength in such a short span of time made the might extremely terrifying. It caused the surrounding space to warp into darkness. In terms of strength, it's almost that of the combined forces of Fate's 30-plus controlled subordinates. Qin Yun was secretly alarmed. However, be it him or Fate, their full-powered blows are not concentrated. As for Houyi's arrow, its might is focused. Ma Chen had the combination of 99 palm strikes while Fate had the combined attacks of 30-plus subordinates. Their strength naturally could not be focused. Whoosh! The dark and deep misty rain array continued churning as it diverted all the impact away. Oh? It still holds? Ma Chen's face fell. As he looked into the misty rain array where Qin Yun was, he said, "From the looks of it, we made a wrong judgment and belittled this array formation of yours." Shoo! 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 At that moment, Houyi had already shot his fifth arrow. He did not shoot at Ma Chen, but at the 5 envoys who were powering the array. His arrow's might is increasing, one of the envoys could not help but say. The 5th arrow was already sufficiently powerful. "Can you hold out?" asked Ma Chen with a voice transmission. "It'll be hard to tell if his arrows continue to increase in strength," replied the envoy with a voice transmission. Ma Chen's pupils constricted. He knew very well that even with him attacking at full force, he would spend 10 minutes before having a chance of killing one of the 5 envoys while they powered the array. And that was under the premise that the 5 envoys did not flee. "Be gone!" Ma Chen grew in size again, turning more hideous. He appeared to have black dragons coiled around his body as his palm turned increasing incisive. He burned his blood and pushed his powers to his limits. He released 99 palm strikes again at the misty rain array. Every palm appeared ordinary, but they were filled with a mystical charm upon more careful inspection. Combined together, the 99 strikes formed a fusion array that blasted at the misty rain array. Rumble! With Ma Chen releasing all his strength, he caused the misty rain array to quake and rumble. "It still holds?" Ma Chen wore a nasty expression. He had already done his best to no avail. That meant that he was probably unable to crack it. The intelligence is ridiculously wrong. It even said the other 2 are very mediocre? My failure is all because of that array formation expert. If he ended up charging in, Qin Yun was basically invincible when coupled with the domain suppression. If he could not even crack the array formation, let alone being able to touch Qin Yun and company, how was he to capture them alive? Phew! Houyi's 7th arrow shot out, striking one of the 5 envoys. The envoy failed to withstand the blow as his chest was instantly penetrated. He lost his life immediately, causing the array formation to dissipate. The other 4 envoys had drastic changes in expression as they did not hesitate to flee in every direction possible. The 5 of them were responsible for setting up an array. With one gone, their attendance was meaningless. Escaping? Do you think you can escape? Houyi drew his bow and strung 4 arrows at a time. Phew 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 phew. The 4 arrows shot out at the same time. They streaked across space and flew in different directions. Instantly, they struck the 4 envoys who had their bodies penetrated instantly due to the lack of the array formation's protection. All of them had their vitalities snuffed out as they died on the spot. The 5 envoys were all dead. Whoosh! The 5-colored divine light domain enveloped Ma Chen. "You are the only one left." Houyi drew his bow once again as he looked at Ma Chen. Ma Chen felt the suppression from the domain, but showed no fear. All he did was shoot a glance at the 5 envoy corpses floating in the spatial tide. "The 5 of you were completely controlled by Island Lord, losing even your free will. You were nothing but puppets of Island Lord. Now that you are dead, I guess you are free. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 689 Success. Chapter 689 Success. Translator, Situlin Editor, Situlin. Swoosh. An arrow beam struck Machin, but even the skin on his stocky body did not rupture. It's time to leave. Machin understood that since he could not crack the misty rain array, it was pointless for him to stay. It was even possible that he would end up being trapped if he was careless. Boom! He immediately transformed into a stream of light that fled into the distance. Trying to flee? Gomang grunted coldly as vines streaked across space from every direction. While Qin Yun was casting the misty rain array, he condensed billions of sword beams with a thought, turning them into a streaming dragon. This streaming dragon sword beam headed straight for Machin. Open! Machin was extremely capable at close combat. Even under the 5-colored divine light domain's suppression, he was still able to easily deal with the enemy despite the negative influence on his strength. He waved his hands casually and swatted away the vines and blocked the streaming dragon sword beam. Although he managed to fend off the numerous attacks, his flight was a lot slower. Qin Yun and company easily followed behind him. Shoo! 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 Hou shot one arrow after another, unwilling to burn his essence soul dermic powers. Just the normal 9 successive arrows were sufficient. Oh! Machin was quite confident in the beginning, but he soon realized that the arrows were increasing in strength exponentially. Furthermore, the arrows were so fast that there was no way for him to dodge. After being struck by the 7th arrow, Machin's massive body was sent flying backward. A wound appeared in his resilient body, but the wound quickly healed. The injury was nothing of consequence. The 8th arrow caused Machin's expression to change. Although he was 100,000 feet tall, a bloody hole was torn open at his chest. A terrifying annihilative force seeped through his body in a bid to destroy his soul even though the bloody hole wasn't large. How is it this strong? Machin was somewhat alarmed. This arrow has really injured me. The 9th arrow. Qin Yun, Kong Xian, and Gomang watched carefully. This is Brother Houyi's 9th arrow, exclaimed Kong Xian in a voice transmission. If we were to take it with our bodies, we would have long been reduced to nothing. The 9th arrow is a lot more powerful than the 8th arrow. Qin Yun had experienced the arrows before personally. Boom! A dazzling arrow beam appeared. The first 8 arrows were constantly accumulating in strength, and only when the 9th arrow was formed did all its might was released. It caused a qualitative change to the might of the arrow, allowing it to reach the heavenly Tao realm instantly. No good. Faced with the might of the 9th arrow, Machin revealed a look of alarm and anger. He tried his best to block the beam with his palms, completely ignoring Qin Yun's streaming dragon sword beam and the vines. The arrow beam flashed. Machin's palms hit nothing, for the arrow was just too fast. A hole bored right through Machin's glabella and flew out from the back of his head. The annihilative powers contained within the arrow permeated Machin's entire body as it ate at his soul. This was an arrow that contained Houyi's heart force. It was also his strongest arrow under normal circumstances. Ah! Machin let out a painful cry as his expression warped. The hole at his glabella healed, but the glow in his eyes dimmed. If his next arrow is stronger, that arrow would kill me in one shot. Machin felt fear. He had traveled the spatial tide for years and was basically invincible thanks to his powerful body, other than being subdued by the Bohan Island Lord. But today, he felt the threat of death. But the 5-colored divine light domain, and the flailing vines and streaming dragon sword beams were pestering him, causing his speed to slow drastically. Forget it. Machin waved his hand as a silver flying boat appeared. Despite knowing that the enemy was good at snatching treasures, he still wanted to give it a try. After all, without the silver boat, there was no way he could escape. Whoosh! It happened just as he powered the silver boat. Collect. Kongxian naturally caused the five-colored divine light to flash with a mere thought. The silver boat vanished. It was really taken away? Machin originally was taking his chances, thinking that perhaps being the one steering the boat, one that the island lord refined himself, he would be able to withstand the treasure-snatching move. If he could prevent the silver boat from being snatched, there was a chance of escaping. There's no way to escape. Machin's heart chilled. Swoosh! Another arrow beam shot over. It had returned to the strength of the first arrow that couldn't even rupture Machin's skin. It took Machin by surprise as he came to a realization. So that arrow was his strongest strike. He must have paid quite a considerable price to deliver that blow. I still have a chance. Machin continued flying away with all his might, withstanding Qin Yun, Kongxian, and Gomong's pestering while blocking Houyi's arrows. Shooting the arrows 9 consecutive times did not burden Houyi in any way. If he wished to ignite his essence-soul dermic powers immediately, he could release a terrifying barrage of attacks, killing Machin in a few strikes. In the 3 realms, no one dared to allow Houyi to shoot his arrows. The 9 arrows were a cycle. Machin withstood it pathetically as he fled. His injuries worsened and every 9th arrow inflicted severe damage to his soul. Doesn't he pay a price at all for using this archery skill? Machin felt despair. After he got struck by the 5th, 9th arrow, Machin stopped fleeing. I rose up from a tiny city and left a wake of bones in my journey. All who opposed me died. I was invincible in my homeworld. In my invincible loneliness, I thought of finding opponents and wished to break through to the stronger primordial realm. Machin looked at the 9th arrow that came at him as scenes of his life surfaced in his mind. While fighting with experts from other universes in the spatial tide, I've hunted many. I was then subdued by Bohan Island Lord and lost my freedom. Now, I'll be losing my life. Perhaps, I was already dead when I was caught and controlled. In the past, I was the one who brought despair and death to other lives. Now, it's the enemy's arrow that is bringing death to me. The killer will eventually be killed. Machin closed his eyes as he faced the arrow. When the arrow beam bored through his glabella, the terrifying heart force it contained destroyed Machin's soul. His already weak soul was still annihilated despite having a powerful body to protect it. Machin, the 3rd supremacy of Bohan Island, was dead. Even the 3rd supremacy has been killed by them. Palatial Lord Myriad Flower, who had his strength sealed, watched the scene with an agape expression. The 3rd supremacy is the supremacy with the strongest body under Bohan Island Lord. His body had reached the half-step primordial realm, yet he has been killed. Doesn't that imply that the might of that arrow can reach the primordial realm? There had long been talks about this in the spatial tide. Half-step primordial realm existences of the physical lineage were known as immortal bodies. No move under the primordial realm could kill them. One had to attain the strength of the primordial realm before they could be slain. With Machin dead, it implied that the arrow had reached the strength of the primordial realm. The 4 of them are truly powerful. Palatial Lord Myriad Flower looked at Qin Yun in company. The archer actually has a move at the primordial realm's might. 3rd supremacy was unable to destroy the array cast by that guy. And there's the one who's good at snatching treasures. Back when he was captured, Qin Yun and Houyi had not even revealed their strengths. Just Kongxian and Gomong were sufficient to take him down. I do deserve my downfall. Palatial Lord Myriad Flower sighed. To need Houyi to shoot so many arrows before he's killed. This body sure is impressive, said Kongxian with a laugh as he put away the treasures that appeared after Machin's death. As for Qin Yun, he put away Machin's massive body while grinning from ear to ear. The body of a half-step heavenly Dao realm expert wasn't something he would sacrifice. If he needed to sacrifice. He had obtained a corpse from the owner of the 9 Netherworld ship as well as the 5 corpses of the envoys who set up the array formation. Just 2 or 3 of them were enough to amass enough merit. The merit which came from Ma Qian's corpse provided little help to Qin Yun. It would be of greater use if it could be used elsewhere. In the future, Master and company will be forced to leave the three realms. When that happens, Ma Qian's corpse will be invaluable, thought Qin Yun in delight. Brother Qin Yun, this body cultivator's most precious thing is his body. You sure made a killing, said Kong Xian. With his strength, he should be at the Khanate Cardinal treasure level, said Qin Yun with a smile. If we were to offer Khanate Cardinal treasures in exchange for it, would you be willing? Asked Hui. Qin Yun smiled. Since we made a previous agreement, it shouldn't be changed. Khanate Cardinal treasure were very valuable, with only dozens of them in the three realms. There were even a few perfected Great Tao experts who lacked one. But for figures at Qin Yun's or Hui's level, having an additional Khanate Cardinal treasure or two did not increase their strength much. On the contrary, this corpse was the only one in the three realms, making its value a lot higher. Ignoring everything else, just the cultivation of such a body required a price far greater than a single Khanate Cardinal treasure. The three realms also only had one ancestral dragon. And it was also because of him that dragons appeared as a major race. Let's go to the palace, Kong Xian said with a smile. Let's take all the treasures. After we split the treasures, we can return, said Gomang happily. It's about time to return. Qin Yun and Hui agreed as well. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 690, Secret of the Mountain Valley. Chapter 690, Secret of the Mountain Valley. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Inside Myriad Flower Palace, Qin Yun, Hui, Kong Xian, and Gomang were enjoying the fine wine as they split the treasures. Strictly speaking, Qin Yun was just watching the other three split the treasures. Just do as we agreed upon previously. The corpses of other universe experts will be Brother Qin Yun's. As for the remaining treasures, Hui will get half. The remaining half will be split equally between me and Gomang, said Kong Xian with a smile. Everyone is aware of what treasures there are, so feel free to say what you want. I want that silver boat, said Hui. Then I'll take the 9 Netherworld ship, said Gomang. Palatial Lord Myriad Flower's tree branch will be mine, Kong Xian said with a chuckle. They were in an extremely good mood. They had reaped immense benefits on this expedition. Just the Khanate Cardinal treasures alone reached 6. They were the 9 Netherworld ship, Demon Saber, the silver boat, the branch, the roots of the world, and Essence Fiend column. It was a weapon of Ma Qian's, but as he was afraid of Kong Xian's treasure-snatching ability, he hadn't used it. Even while he was fleeing, he did not use it since it wasn't meant for defense. When Qin Yun checked the Ma Qian's remains, he discovered this huge Essence Fiend column. There were also other treasures of all sorts. After all, Qin Yun and company had dealt with 3 half-step Heavenly Dao realm experts who were hunters that entrenched themselves in the spatial tide for ages. The loot they received was naturally astounding. Compared to Fate, all Qin Yun and company did was kill 3 of the envoys who were under Fate's control. If they had killed Fate himself, the rewards they received would be astounding. Palatial Lord Myriad Flower's strength was completely sealed as he sat silently to the side and watched his captors split the treasures. All my years of treasures gained from killing other universe experts are all gone, thought Palatial Lord Myriad Flower. The memento that allows entry into the mountain valley has been taken by them as well. However, they can't identify the memento or know what's special about it. Palatial Lord Myriad Flower felt vexed. The treasures that he had relied on had been snatched. Even his fate was in the hands of the 4 people in front of him. Brother Qin Yun, are you envious? Kong Xian quipped. Qin Yun sipped at his wine. Don't mind me. Take your time splitting the treasures. Gomang laughed. Just say it if there's anything you want. It's all negotiable. Right, Brother Qin Yun, you can use the corpse of that expert for exchange, said Kong Xian with a chuckle. As long as you are willing to exchange that half-step heavenly Tao expert of the physical lineage's corpse, I will offer any of these treasures for your consideration, said Hui as well. Qin Yun continued drinking as he ignored the jesting. We are done splitting the treasures, said Kong Xian. We sure reaped quite a good harvest this time. Shall we return now? Yes. Hui nodded. I have a nagging feeling that the ones who came to kill us were specially targeting us. Touch pitch and you shall be defiled. Although we aren't weak, who knows if we might meet someone who's perfectly suited to deal with us. Let's return before that happens. Brother Qin Yun still needs to transcend the tribulations. The 6 come from Bohan Island. The sealed palatial Lord Myriad Flower finally spoke. Regardless if they were targeting you or not, by killing experts from Bohan Island, they will definitely not let the matter rest. Won't let the matter rest? Qin Yun and company looked at him. The one with the extremely strong body is the 3rd supremacy of Bohan Island, said Palatial Lord Myriad Flower with a scoff. There are a total of 9 supremacies under Bohan Island Lord. They are all about the same strength as the 3rd supremacy and are good at various skill sets. What? 9? Qin Yun and company were somewhat alarmed. Are you so easily frightened? Palatial Lord Myriad Flower scoffed. Bohan Island's strongest entity is the Island Lord. Bohan Island Lord is one of the strongest existences in this vast spatial tide. He has reigned supreme in it since time immemorial and is truly invincible. Those supremacies were all captured by him to do his bidding as their lives are in his hands. Some other universe experts end up refined into puppet weapons, just like the 5 envoys who were responsible for setting up the array. They no longer have any free will and were simply weapons. Bohan Island has 9 supremacies, 17 combat generals, 52 envoys. All of them are under the Island Lord's control, said Palatial Lord Myriad Flower. And from what I know, Island Lord's strength is probably equal to that of the true Heavenly Tao realm. Qin Yun and company were astounded when they heard that. How is it possible? Gomong refused to believe. Even Hui's offensive means reached the might of the Heavenly Tao realm. A real Heavenly Tao realm existence had a lot more means available to them. Why is it not possible? Palatial Lord Myriad Flower scoffed. You claim it's impossible just because you haven't seen it? Only those beneath the Heavenly Tao realm can enter the spatial tide. No matter how strong the Island Lord is, he's not at the Heavenly Tao realm, said Kong Xian solemnly. You have to know that all the powerful subordinates he has were all caught alive by him. Without sufficient strength, how could he capture them alive? For example, the 4 of you had to work together to slay the 3rd supremacy. You were unable to capture him alive, said Palatial Lord Myriad Flower. However, he can. Furthermore, he has captured many. There were many other universe experts that were of no use to him, so they were directly killed. Qin Yun and company exchanged looks. Yes. Machen's body was extremely powerful and impossible to restrain or imprison. All they could do was rely on Hui's arrows to slowly shoot him to death. Just capturing Machen alive and being able to determine his fate was something that left Qin Yun and company wary. Furthermore, there were a total of 9 supremacies. By killing the 3rd supremacy, you will definitely garner the attention of Bohan Island Lord. He will soon come personally, said Palatial Lord Myriad Flower. As long as you kill his subordinates, it's impossible to escape Bohan Island's pursuit. They have special tracking abilities. As long as you agree to let me live, said Palatial Lord Myriad Flower with a smile. I'll help you. I'm good at array formations. As long as I control Myriad Flower Palace, I'll be able to keep him embroiled in battle. With the 4 of you defending, we will hold the absolute advantage inside Myriad Flower Palace. I believe we would be able to survive. He was an array formation expert at the half-step Heavenly Tao realm. He was able to make full use of his terrain advantage while in his lair. "You can leave a contingency in my soul," said Palatial Lord Myriad Flower. "I wouldn't dare betray you." "Help us?" Qin Yun and company exchanged looks. "Yes, I'm willing to provide you all the fullest extent of my help as long as you are agreeable and let me leave after this," said Palatial Lord Myriad Flower. "I just want a promise from you. Of course, you will have to give me a few ordinary array formation treasures to protect myself. At their level, they would not easily make a binding agreement, for they had to deliver on their promises. Be it in the three realms or the other universes, the weak could lie without any qualms. However, the stronger one was, the more attention they had on their promises. Only experts of very rare cultivation systems could lie blatantly. However, Palatial Lord Myriad Flower believed that the four would not break their promise if they made it. To have all four break their promise was just too improbable. "This silver boat has astounding speed. Our homeworld's chaos spatial rift is rather nearby," said Kong Xian with a smile. "We can immediately return by taking the silver boat. I believe this so-called Bohan Island Lord will need time to rush here. We would probably be back before he reaches us. When we are back in our homeworld, let's see if this so-called Bohan Island Lord will dare continue his pursuit." Kong Xian scoffed. "As for you, we will bring you along with us. If Bohan Island Lord really chases up to us, we can give you a chance to live then." Palatial Lord Myriad Flower had a nasty expression. "Return as fast as possible?" The silver boat was indeed fast, and could possibly allow them to escape safe and sound. Then, he would be of no use. He would then become meat on a chopping board when he entered the homeworld of the four experts. "Let's leave quickly. This Bohan Island doesn't appear to be something we should mess with," said Gomon. "Hold on." Palatial Lord Myriad Flower said through gritted teeth, "I know the location of Illusion Fiend Mountain Valley." "Illusion Fiend Mountain Valley?" Qin Yun and company were somewhat puzzled. "What's that?" inquired Kong Xian. Palatial Lord Myriad Flower did not leave them hanging as he said immediately, "Those who were in the know after prolonged traveling in the spatial tide would typically have heard the legend of Illusion Fiend Mountain Valley. It's a mysterious mountain valley hidden in the spatial tide. It draws upon the strength of the spatial tide and grows 3 types of divine fruits that can drive any expert crazy for them. The 3 divine fruits are Soul Heart Fruit, Chaos Origins Fruit, and Spirit Enlightening Fruit," said Palatial Lord Myriad Flower. "They sound ordinary, but they had extremely magical effects. A Soul Heart Fruit can instantly restore one's soul. Even if one burns their soul to the point of requiring deep sleep, just consuming 1 Soul Heart Fruit would be sufficient to rejuvenate one to their peak condition. While fighting with enemies while burning the soul, a Soul Heart Fruit can allow one to burn their souls twice in a life and death battle. The Chaos Origins Fruit is even more magical. As long as one consumes it, they can nurture a second avatar without causing any damage to themselves," said Palatial Lord Myriad Flower. "You should know that typical avatar arts would damage the person in question. But this Chaos Origins Fruit allows one to produce an avatar of equal strength without causing any damage. This is akin to having a second life. The Spirit Enlightening Fruit can allow one to have an epiphany immediately. It will allow one to benefit greatly. Those who are stuck at bottlenecks would have chances of breaking through to a higher realm after consuming 1 Spirit Enlightening Fruit. These 3 divine fruits are coveted by all the experts in the spatial tide, but..." Palatial Lord Myriad Flower ended with the following, "And I can lead you there. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 691, Desire. Chapter 691, Desire. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. 3 divine fruits? Qin Yun's heart began racing when he heard of the first divine fruit, the Soul Heart Fruit. "An opportunity for my transcending of the tribulations is here." Qin Yun was thrilled. There was only one way to push his strength to the limit: ignite his essence soul dermic powers. Back when he sparred with Hou-Yi, he had to burn his essence soul dermic powers while casting his misty rain array to withstand Hou-Yi's ninth arrow. However, the expenditure required to burn his essence soul dermic powers when withstanding such a terrifying blow was immense. And the 12th itinerant immortal tribulation was probably much stronger than Hou-Yi's attack. Burning his dermic powers would be an even faster expenditure, which he was likely unable to maintain for long. If I were to obtain a soul heart fruit, I could burn my essence soul a second time. If I have a handful of them, I'll be able to be restored to my peak every time. I'll be able to go out the same number of times, thought Qin Yun. My chances of transcending the tribulation would be much greater. As for the other two divine fruits, the Chaos Origins fruit and the Spirit Enlightening fruit, Qin Yun only had one thought: they were very helpful to transcending the tribulation as well. The Chaos Origins fruit needed little elaboration. It was equivalent to a second life. Although his avatar would still have to endure the tribulations, it was a second life. It could also burn its essence soul dermic powers to power the misty rain array. The Spirit Enlightening fruit would allow experts like Qin Yun to enter an epiphany directly. That made it very magical, for even the mystical items in the three realms such as the myriad Dharma essence liquid only supplemented cultivation. If he were to consume the Spirit Enlightening fruit and have another rise in realm, his misty rain arrays would rise as well. That way, the chances of him transcending the tribulation would naturally be greater. Qin Yun knew very well that Hou-Yi, Ancestral Dragon, and Amida were all very close to the heavenly Tao realm, but he was only of average caliber among the perfected great Tao existences. It was his intrinsic connate cardinal treasure that allowed him to have the strength of a half-step heavenly Tao existence. With his realm foundations relatively low, it implied that Qin Yun had a lot of room for improvement. After he consumed the Spirit Enlightening fruit, any improvement he had would come much easier than it would to Hou-Yi or the Ancestral Dragon. All three of the divine fruits are very useful for me. Qin Yun could not resist the urge. These three divine fruits, Hou-Yi, Kongshen, and Gomang, all had various thoughts about it. From Hou-Yi's point of view, the three divine fruits were extremely alluring. The Spirit Enlightening fruit gave him the chance of breaking through to the heavenly Tao realm. The other two divine fruits were useful for him to be more threatening when fighting his enemies. Something that allowed him to have a powerful avatar was a treasure unheard of in the three realms. Qin Yun and company stared at Palatial Lord Myriad Flower. He smiled and said, "The mountain valley that grows these three divine fruit is a legend in the spatial tide. Almost every expert is crazy for it. I believe the four of you wish to obtain them as well." Qin Yun and company exchanged looks and determined each other's intentions. Indeed, all of them wanted the three divine fruits. As for the threat from Bohan Island, they were already very confident with their alliance. Having just obtained numerous treasures, and with the help of a half-step heavenly Tao realm expert in array formations, what would they be afraid of? "You can lead us in?" inquired Kongshen. "Yes." Palatial Lord Myriad Flower nodded. "I obtained a memento of the illusion fiend Mountain Valley. With this memento, one can enter the Mountain Valley. I've been there once, but I'm unable to crack the mystical array formation within. I can bring you in, and with your companion's archery skills, he might be able to crack the array formation with overwhelming force." Memento? Qin Yun and company looked at Palatial Lord Myriad Flower. "You took all my treasures. Among them is an inconspicuous item." "That is the illusion fiend Mountain Valley's memento," said Palatial Lord Myriad Flower. Hou-Yi and company were enlightened. If he had not informed them, they would not have identified it. Soon, they found the memento, which was a aqua blue talisman token. "I can do my best to bring you there," said Palatial Lord Myriad Flower, "but you have to guarantee that you will allow me to leave after everything is over. You will also have to return me the Myriad Flower Palace and the Myriad Flower Tree. If I were to travel the chaos spatial tide empty-handed, I'll be doomed if I encounter enemies." The myriad flower tree is that branch? Asked Kong Xian. That's a treasure I have been using all this while, he replied. Kong Xian and company exchanged looks and discussed over voice transmissions. We won't be able to give you the myriad flower tree. If you wish to live, just hide in the myriad flower palace. Why would you need a weapon? Kong Xian said. We can agree to give you the myriad flower palace and allow you to leave safely after everything is over. I need treasures. You need to give me either the myriad flower tree or the roots of the world, said Palatial Lord Myriad Flower. If not, I'd rather not take you there. Humph, do you really think we need you? Kong Xian scoffed. Bohan Island Lord's threat is unpredictable. We were planning to first return to our homeworld first. As for the Illusion Fiend Mountain Valley, we can slowly figure it out with this memento. We can always go in the future. Furthermore, if we were to bring you to our homeworld, there will be Heavenly Tao Realm seniors there that could take good care of you and even search your essence soul memories. Soul searching? Palatial Lord Myriad Flower's expression turned nasty. He clenched his teeth and said, All right. When the time comes, return me the Myriad Flower Palace and allow me to leave safely. All treasures could be abandoned when one's life was at risk. Qin Yun and company exchanged looks and smiled. They were only making empty threats. In fact, searching the soul of a perfected great Tao existence was very difficult. Perhaps even the Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor of the three realms were incapable of doing so. By the way, you mentioned that Bohan Island has an unique tracking method, asked Qin Yun. Yes. Palatial Lord Myriad Flower said, anyone that is targeted by Bohan Island has no way of escaping the tracking. Even for me, every time I visited Illusion Fiend Mountain Valley after I obtained the memento, I've had to return to my homeworld through the Chaos Spatial Rift, and then enter through another Chaos Spatial Rift in my homeworld. That is a spot much further than Bohan Island's sphere of influence. I then secretly head for Illusion Fiend Mountain Valley without alerting Bohan Island. You head there through another spatial rift in your homeworld? Pressed Kong Xian. Then, wouldn't it mean that a great distance needs to be traversed if we set off from here? Yes, but with the silver boat's speed, we will just need a little more than 100 years, said Palatial Lord Myriad Flower. Kong Xian, Hui, and Gomang heaved a sigh of relief. They were not in a rush for time, but Qin Yun was. Furthermore, Qin Yun was the most important person among the four. When faced with all kinds of strange dangers, they required Qin Yun to withstand them. Without Qin Yun, they did not dare risk their lives in the spatial tide. It will take about 200 years for a round trip. There's plenty of time, said Qin Yun with a smile. Then, shall we go? Hui asked. Qin Yun nodded. The three divine fruits are very helpful to my transcending of the tribulation. As for the splitting of the treasures, we won't be able to split it like previously. The previous allocation had Qin Yun obtaining the corpses of other universe experts. He did not take a single treasure. But this time, he needed to have a share of it. Kong Xian smiled. Don't worry. The mountain valley grows divine fruits. There aren't any other universe corpses. The three of us aren't that shameless to split the treasures and make you take such a risk for nothing. Our trip will involve facing the dangers within the mountain valley and the possible pursuit of Bohan Island, said Hui. We will need Brother Qin Yun to help us. As for the treasure allocations, the treasures we obtain will be split into 3. Qin Yun and I will each receive one portion. The remaining can be split equally by Kong Xian and Gomang. How about that? Kong Xian and Gomang exchanged looks and quickly nodded. The allocation was about the same ratio as before, and they knew very well. Against ordinary enemies, their presence wasn't of much importance. Qin Yun and Hui could easily eliminate them together. But against truly powerful enemies, the suppression from Kong Xian's domain was likely of little use. Against Bohan Island Lord, or someone who was stronger in array formations and domains, Kong Xian's only purpose was to provide shock and awe. It would prevent the enemy from using treasures. Perhaps at the island lord's strength, he was confident of using his treasures without having them snatched away? As for Gomon, his main responsibility was to entangle the enemy. At the critical moment, he would hold the enemy back and even sacrifice himself. It was to ensure that Qin Yun and the other two had a chance to live. Although their contributions were needed, they were still of a lower precedence. Qin Yun and Hou were critical. One was to ensure their safety. The other was to kill. Since we have agreed upon it, let it be so, said Hou. As for Bohan Island Lord, we'll just have a good battle with him if he comes. Let's not waste any time and set off now, said Kong Xian. Let's move out. Soon. Palatial Lord Myriad Flower stored away the entire palace and followed Qin Yun, Hou, and company into the silver boat. Head in that direction. Palatial Lord Myriad Flower pointed. The silver boat immediately rushed forward at a speed tens of times faster than Qin Yun and company's slow flight. Even so, they still required more than 100 years to reach the valley, a testimony of its distance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 692 Island Lord and Mountain Valley. Chapter 692 Island Lord and Mountain Valley. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Bohan Island's fame was far-reaching. In a vast area in its sphere of influence, the hunters that entrenched themselves in the spatial tide either had life preservation means akin to Palatial Lord Myriad Flowers, or they had already submitted to Bohan Island. The reason why Bohan Island could have such might was solely due to a single existence, Bohan Island Lord. You are mad. Are you going to destroy your entire clan for another clan woman? Sacred Lord, is it worth it to do so? Is it? Master, I don't want to die, please. Voices sounded one after another. On Bohan Island, a white-haired man was leaning against a huge tree, seemingly asleep, when he suddenly opened his eyes. I dreamed those scenes again. The white-haired man muttered to himself. Lan Sheng is dead, then the entire world has to be silent. Once everyone is killed, they would no longer disturb her. How nice it would be to make the entire world Lan Sheng's grave. His homeworld, it was a massive world that had all its life obliterated. It was the doing of Bohan Island Lord. Lan Sheng, do you know that not long after your death, I figured out the mysteries of the primordial realm? However, I repressed my strength and entered the spatial tide by keeping myself beneath the primordial realm. I did it to seek out different cultivation dermic formulations and mystic arts from different universes. There are also various kinds of so-called resurrection arts. I have tried them all, but I've failed to revive you. Billions of years of longevity equals billions of years of torture, the white-haired man muttered. When will this torture come to an end? When will you be resurrected? The white-haired man suddenly sensed something. The third supremacy is dead? The white-haired man was very calm. Few things in the spatial tide could alarm him. The third supremacy was merely a minion of his, a mere tool he used to capture other universe experts. Island Lord. A silver-haired man walked from afar to the tree's side. He bowed reverently. The third supremacy and the 5 envoys have all perished. How did they die? Asked the white-haired man. The 5 envoys had set up an array to suppress the enemy. Third Supremacy Machin tried his best but failed to crack the sword array, said the silver-haired man. As for the one that's good at archery, he used his 7th arrow to kill an envoy and took 45 arrows to kill Third Supremacy. The white-haired man nodded slightly as a glimmer suffused his eyes. The other universe expert that casts the sword array isn't to be underestimated. But as for the one good at archery, his arrows must have reached the might of the primordial realm if he can kill the third supremacy. However, it is odd he spent 7 arrows to kill an envoy, but 45 arrows to kill third supremacy. Clearly, only some of his arrows are considered powerful. That means that the occasional few arrows have the might of the primordial realm. Interesting. The one good at snatching treasures can snatch treasures of experts one after another. The one good at the sword array can resist the third supremacy's all-out attack. And there's one good at offensive means who is capable of releasing strength at the primordial realm. If these 4 other universe experts come from the same universe, then their cultivation system must be interesting. The white-haired man's eyes had a look of anticipation. The silver-haired man asked reverently, "Island Lord, how do we deal with them?" "I shall take action personally," said the white-haired man with a smile. The silver-haired man revealed a look of delight. "This matter is as good as done with you taking action." The white-haired man nodded. He wanted the lives of the 4 experts. Similarly, he wanted the cultivation systems of their world. "Island Lord, they have obtained the third supremacy's flying boat. They are moving at extremely fast speeds," the silver-haired man could not help but say. "Of course, my spatial worms are tailing them." "Then I shall set off now," said the white-haired man. Soon, the same kind of silver boat left Bohan Island, with only the white-haired man on board. However, the boat he steered had been refined with greater effort, so its speed was 30% faster than Qin Yun's flying boat. Just 19 years later, the white-haired man's silver boat caught up to Qin Yun's. "Island Lord, they are up ahead," a projection of the silver-haired man conjured by a spatial worm said reverently. "I've flown for 19 years. The distance covered is already immense," said the white-haired man. "If they were returning to their homeworld, they would have long arrived. It's unlikely that they would travel so far as newcomers to the spatial tide." Indeed. If not for the silver boat, just the distance alone would see Qin Yun and company flying for more than 1,000 years. Bohan Island Lord had made preparations. If the 4 experts first returned to their homeworld, he would permanently station a few spatial worms at the chaos spatial rift that Qin Yun and company used to leave. The next time they entered, they would be discovered immediately. But it turned out that the 4 experts had traveled for 19 years without end. "They have been avoiding several hunters along the way," said Bohan Island Lord with a laugh. "They aren't engaging anyone but just rushing somewhere. If not for their homeworld, where?" "Island Lord, they captured Palatial Lord Myriad Flower alive," said the silver-haired man's project reverently. "According to my spatial worm's observation, it seems like Palatial Lord Myriad Flower is leading them." "Oh?" Intrigued, Bohan Island Lord said, "Keep watching and let's see where they are going." Qin Yun and company did not even sense that a silver boat was following them. After all, the distance was so great that it went beyond their detection range. Bohan Island Lord's strength is unfathomable. He will definitely exact revenge. "A stronger force will soon chase up to us," warned Palatial Lord Myriad Flower. "Since we made the decision, all you need to care about is forging our continuous path ahead," said Hui. "We will adopt the necessary measures depending on the situation." No matter how unfathomably powerful he is, his dermic powers must have stopped just beneath the heavenly Tao realm. In terms of strength, he should still be a distance away from the Tao ancestors and the Buddhist ancestor, said Kong Xian. "As long as there's a difference, the 4 of us combined will be able to engage in a skirmish." Palatial Lord Myriad Flower thought to himself, "When you witness the might of Bohan Island Lord, you will be in a hurry to seek my help." Qin Yun sat cross-legged in the flying boat. The journey required more than 100 years, therefore, he focused on cultivation the entire journey. On the 107th year since they killed the third supremacy, Qin Yun and company finally arrived at their destination. "Halt," said Palatial Lord Myriad Flower suddenly. The silver boat rapidly came to a stop. Hui held an aqua-blue token. The entrance of the Illusion Fiend Mountain Valley is roughly in this region. You can sense it with the memento in hand. The closer you are to the entrance, the more intense the memento's fluctuation, said Palatial Lord Myriadflower. Okay. Hoey carefully sensed the area while controlling the silver boat slowly in flight. He slowly moved towards the goal. Soon. Here, the fluctuation is most intense here, said Hoey. Qin Yun and company saw mysterious patterns suffuse the aqua blue token. Activate the token and bring us all in, said Palatial Lord Myriadflower. Let's go. Hoey held the token and triggered it with his dermic powers. Buzz. The fluctuation that emitted from the token enveloped the flying boat under Hoey's control. Meanwhile, a maelstrom appeared in front of the boat. The boat zoomed in and disappeared with the maelstrom. After which, the region restored to its original state. The only difference was that a silver boat had vanished. Oh! It happened in nearly an instant. Another silver boat arrived. On that boat, Bohan Island Lord looked at his surroundings in astonishment. They vanished? They vanished under my nose? Island Lord, my spatial worms can't enter. However, the place they entered seems to be, whispered the silver-haired man's projection. Legend has it that this region hides the illusion fiend Mountain Valley, said Bohan Island Lord. For them to suddenly vanish without me sensing them, it's very likely they are headed for illusion fiend Mountain Valley. From the looks of it, I made the right choice in coming. I pursued the 4 other universe experts and ended up coming to the illusion fiend Mountain Valley. If I can obtain the 3 divine fruits, it would be a huge harvest for me. The entrance to Illusion Fiend Mountain Valley is actually a spatial node? Bohan Island Lord stared ahead. Since I do not have the memento, I won't be able to forcefully gain entry even if I tried. Outside, Bohan Island Lord attempted entry, but Qin Yun and company had already arrived before Illusion Fiend Mountain Valley. Is this Illusion Fiend Mountain Valley? Qin Yun and company marveled. The spatial forces had condensed into liquid as they flowed everywhere across a mountain range. The extended mountain range's most eye-catching spot was the mountain valley. They had appeared at its entrance, but the mountain valley had the protection of an array formation. Qin Yun and company could hardly see deep into it. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 693, Have the Divine Fruits Ripen? Chapter 693, Have the Divine Fruits Ripen. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Qin Yun and company carefully investigated in front of the Illusion Fiend Mountain Valley. What a powerful array formation. Kong Xian frowned as he looked at it. I've made many attempts. There's no way for me to crack it, said Palatial Lord Myriadflower. The person who set up the array had attainments comparable to mine. However, the core of this array formation involves the mysteries of spacetime. My insights into the great Tao of spacetime are insufficient, so I'm unable to crack it. Kong Xian nodded as well. It is a spacetime array formation. I'm not good enough for this either. Kong Xian was best at the 5 elements. Both Palatial Lord Myriadflower and I are unable to crack it, then there's only one solution left. Kong Xian looked at Qin Yun and Hoey. That's to crack it with overwhelming force. This array formation is ultimately an array formation at the half-step Heavenly Tao realm. If a move at the Heavenly Tao realm is used, it should be enough to crack it. There was a qualitative change going from the half-step Heavenly Tao realm to the Heavenly Tao realm. For instance, for Hoyi's 9 arrows, the first arrow had the might of a half-step Heavenly Tao realm, but it was only at the 9th arrow that it accumulated enough strength to release the might of the Heavenly Tao realm. I'll give it a try, said Hoey. Brother Hoey, we'll be counting on you. Qin Yun felt anticipation as well. As long as they cracked the array and entered, there was a chance of obtaining 3 divine fruits. If not, their trip would have been a waste. Hoey flipped his hand and produced his huge ancient and unadorned bow. He pulled his bow to a full draw, and a golden arrow pointed ahead. Be careful. "Do not damage the divine fruits trees," said Palatial Lord Myriad Flower immediately. "I once entered briefly in an attempt to crack the array and barely managed to see the location of the trees." With that said, he pointed at a spot deep into the mountain valley. "Don't worry. I will try to avoid that spot. Besides, cracking it with overwhelming force will take time," said Hui. The first 8 arrows of his 9 successive arrows were powerful enough. Whoosh! When the arrow shot into the spacetime array, it immediately caused ripples, but fell to the ground outside the array. The golden arrow then flew back to Hui. Hui very calmly shot one arrow after another. As the might of the arrows increased, they penetrated deeper into the array, allowing them to see more of the true colors of the spacetime array formation. "It's the 8th arrow." Qin Yun and company watched carefully as the 8th arrow was delivered. Boom! The spacetime array quaked as a portion began to waver. Cracks in the array showed, enough to allow Qin Yun and company to see the situation inside the array. They saw a fruit tree which was entirely golden deep in the valley. Its roots reached deep into a gloating spacetime stream. With another quiver of the array formation, the inside situation could no longer be seen. The 8th arrow was already capable of stirring this array. Kong Xian revealed a look of delight. "The 9th arrow will definitely crack it." Qin Yun was thrilled as well. Palatial Lord Myriad Flower watched by the side in envy as he sighed inwardly. In the spatial tide, having strength at the heavenly Tao realm would make one a legendary expert. Only after reaching the half-step heavenly Tao realm did one know how difficult it was to go one step further to produce the might of the heavenly Tao realm. And it was because it was too difficult. Half-step heavenly Tao realm experts in the physical lineage were utterly domineering in the spatial tide. Third Supremacy Machin had reigned supreme for an extended period of time before succumbing to Bohan Island Lord. Of course, he later died under the hands of Hui. Knowing how potent Hui's arrows were, Bohan Island Lord did not even bring any subordinates along with him. This was because he knew very well that his subordinates would not provide any help. Instead, they would only be throwing themselves at death. Boom! The 9th arrow was released. It caused the spacetime array to quake vigorously as the land exploded. Portions of the array was blasted to fragments as the entire array formation immediately weakened greatly. A portion of the array formation has been damaged. Kong Xian revealed a look of glee. What follows should be easier. Hui smiled as he grabbed 4 golden arrows in one hand. He shot them at the same time. Boom! 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 Each of the 4 arrows had might equivalent to Qin Yun's streaming dragon. They headed for 4 different spots, each damaging the spacetime array without facing any resistance. As the 4 spots exploded, the entire spacetime array dissipated. The array has cracked. Qin Yun and company revealed looks of delight. Palatial Lord Myriad Flower watched as upheavals went through his mind. He had held that memento for ages, but had been stopped in his tracks by the array. Now that entry was finally possible, he felt rueful. Unfortunately, all I can do is gaze upon these 3 divine fruit trees up close, but will not get a single divine fruit. Divine fruit trees. Qin Yun and company saw them. Upon looking deep into the valley, there were 3 lustrous glows that caught the eye. One fruit tree emitted golden light, another white, and the last rainbow colors. The lustrous glows enhanced the beauties of each other, causing the valley to look dreamy and fantastic. "The 3 divine fruit trees are born in midair," said Gomang. Qin Yun also carefully looked. He instantly recognized the fruits on the 3 trees. The first divine fruit tree had a total of 9 golden fruits. They were about the size of apples. The second fruit tree's fruit had brown skin and had a white, crystalline luster on its surface. There were only 6 of these fruits. They were of slightly smaller size than then golden fruit. The third fruit tree had fruits with swirly lusters and translucent skin, allowing one to see the flesh within. There were only 3 fruits the size of grapes. There are so few divine fruits, thought Qin Yun. Are these divine fruits ripe? Can they be plucked? Gomong could not help but ask. They seem to be of different sizes. Also, they seem to be growing by drawing on the fruit tree's powers. Can they not be plucked before they are ripe? Qin Yun was taken aback. According to the spirit fruits of our three realms, they cannot be consumed if they aren't ripe. Some can be consumed, but instead of providing benefits, it brings harm, said Kong Xian with a frown. Let's take a look around the area, Hui said. According to Palatial Lord Myriad Flower's words, this place has long become a legend. It's likely been a while since experts entered. Perhaps the fruits have ripened a few times and fallen into the valley to make room for new ones. Yes. Let's enter to take a look. Everyone, be careful. Qin Yun continued maintaining his misty rain array as they immediately flew into the valley carefully. Although they had cracked the spacetime array outside of such a legendary land, they did not dare act carelessly. Soon, they saw the situation deep inside the valley. With their various means, they could see everything in the valley clearly. This made their pupils constrict as their expressions changed slightly. There aren't any fruits on the ground, not even one. There is a corpse though, said Gomong. Qin Yun also stared into the distance. There was a corpse not far from the three fruit trees. The corpse had a blue plate and was dressed in a blue robe. It leaned silently on a boulder motionlessly. It's him? Palatial Lord Myriad Flower was alarmed. Who is he? Qin Yun asked. He's rather famous in the spatial tide, explained Palatial Lord Myriad Flower. He's known as the Spacetime Wanderer. As he's skilled in the Tao of spacetime, he is able to travel like a ghost in the spatial tide. Compounded by his insight into array formations, he's an extremely powerful expert. However, there has not been any news of him in a long while. People believed that he had returned to his homeworld, but who knew that he had died here? To die here, he likely passed through the array outside and planned on plucking the divine fruits only to be killed. Ho-E frowned. Could there be danger inside? To be capable of killing him, the danger inside must far exceed the array formation outside, added Palatial Lord Myriad Flower. But I can't sense any danger inside. Kong Xian felt puzzled. His five-colored divine light domain had long extended inside. Apart from the puzzling corpse, he did not discover anything special. So his name is the Spacetime Wanderer. A deep voice sounded in the illusion-fiend mountain valley. Qin Yun and company had drastic changes in expression. Another expert? He's quite capable to pass through the array formation I set up, the deep voice continued. But if he hadn't entered, and just left politely, he might have survived. To have thoughts of snatching my divine fruit, death is the only option, but if the five of you were to leave obediently, I would spare you. But if you wish to snatch my divine fruits as well, I can only do the same to you as I did to the Spacetime Wanderer. All five of you will be killed, continued the deep voice. Qin Yun and company wore a mask of solemnity. Where's the enemy? Inquired Qin Yun via a voice transmission. I do not know. I haven't discovered him. There aren't any enemies around us. Although Hui, Kong Xian, and company had various means available to them, none of them found the enemy. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 694, Two Choices. Chapter 694, Two Choices. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. From the looks of it, all of you are blinded by treasures. You would rather forego your lives for a try at these treasures, the deep voice continued. You are even greedier than us, said Hui coldly. You've had divine fruits for ages, but you still wish to monopolize the trees. You want us to give up over just a few words? You must be in dreamland, said Kong Xian with a scoff. Sigh. A deep sigh resounded. I knew I would eventually have to do something. Accompanied by the voice, an abnormal fluctuation began to stir inside the illusion fiend mountain valley. Oh! Having suddenly sensed something, Qin Yun turned his head and saw a mountain peak warp. It turned into a rock serpent that was coiled a distance away. Its huge eyes were calmly looking down on Qin Yun and company. Since you do not wish to leave after being given the chance, die. As it spoke, array formation stone columns appeared out of thin air around the rock serpent. A total of 36 columns instantly stirred the spatial energies inside the illusion fiend mountain valley. This serpent is skilled in spatial array formations. Qin Yun instantly understood. The array formation seal from before was likely set up by this serpent. Collect. A glimmer flashed in Kong Xian's eyes. The five-colored divine light flashed through the illusion fiend mountain valley, and the stone columns which floated around the serpent vanished one after another. Ha! The serpent was slightly taken aback as he looked at Kong Xian in surprise. Your dermic formulation is rather special. You actually managed to take away my treasures. If you are agreeable to handing that treasure-snatching dermic formulation to me, I can spare your life. Try defeating us first, said Kong Xian with a smile. By the side, Hui had already begun drawing his huge bow. When the stone serpent saw Hui, its irises constricted. It had seen how Hui had used overwhelming force to crack the array formation. Immediately, it lunged forward. Although it was huge in size, it moved at astounding speeds. It far exceeded Qin Yun and company. While flying, time seemed to stop as it instantly appeared before them. Swoosh! An arrow beam flashed and struck the stone serpent's body. An invisible energy protected the serpent's body, stopping the arrow before it even touched its scales. In midair, the stone serpent flung its tail and lashed it down at them. Kong Xian used his five-colored divine light domain to suppress the enemy, while Gomang had extended his vines which went out of the misty rain domain to block the stone serpent. Bam! Accompanied by a loud boom, the tail instantly tore through 7 vines, but even more vines began winding themselves around the massive snake's tail. But despite all the vines, the snake tail still managed to strike the misty rain array. The misty rain array trembled slightly but completely withstood the blow. Phew! Phew! Hui had already shot the third arrow, but it still failed to tear through the serpent's protective energy. Your array formation is interesting, but it wouldn't be able to stop me. The serpent's voice boomed as its massive body slithered away in midair before charging forward again. As for the vines? They bound the serpent, but they were ignored by the serpent as it continued lashing out at the misty rain array. Even Hui's arrows were ignored. Boom! 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 The serpent repeatedly slammed and lashed out, each blow causing the land to quake. Its might made Qin Yun get serious as he hurriedly sent a voice transmission. The serpent's strength is very powerful. It's far more powerful than Bohan Island's third supremacy. Shoo! 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 Hui had already shot his 8th arrow. The might of the 8th arrow finally tore through the invisible protective energies that covered the serpent's surface. It struck its scales but only left cracks in them before the 8th arrow lost its momentum. The 9th arrow. Hui also wore a solemn look. He had never encountered anyone with such a powerful body. Be it the ancestral dragon or the third supremacy, none of them could face the 8th arrow with such ease. Boom! The first 8 arrows had culminated to the complete eruption of the 9th arrow's might. The 9th arrow's strength was indisputably at the heavenly Tao realm. The arrow beam flashed. It was unavoidable. The serpent made a rare pause on its assault of the misty rain array. Instead, it carefully faced the arrow, but even so, there was no way to dodge Hui's arrow. There was not even a way to stop it, it could only take the blow directly. The arrow beam tore through the serpent's protective energies before shattering its scales. It tore through the serpent's body as it flew in the opposite direction. The beam had bored a huge bloody hole in its body. There were even annihilative forces that began causing wanton damage in the serpent's body. Whoosh! 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 The serpent remained in midair as azure-colored streams flew out from the surrounding mountain range. They kept flying into the serpent's body and restored it to peak condition. What? Kong Xian's expression changed when he saw this scene. How did this serpent recover in a blink of an eye? The illusion fiend Mountain Valley's powers are constantly entering his body, said Hui solemnly. Unless I kill him in one shot to prevent his recovery, he is unkillable. However, I can only kill him in one shot if my ninth arrow has its strength increased several times. It needs to be strengthened several times? Kong Xian looked at Hui. Do you have the confidence to try that? Even if I risked my life to the point of injuring my essence soul into deep sleep, I wouldn't be able to kill it. Hui shook his head with a nasty expression on his face. If we were outside, killing it wouldn't be difficult. But in the illusion fiend Mountain Valley, it's unkillable. When Qin Yun and Gomang heard that, they realized that the situation was anything but reassuring. They knew very well that the 9 successive arrows were considered Hui's ordinary attacks. He still had means available to him if he risked his life. But clearly, risking his life showed no hope either. In a situation without confidence, Qin Yun and company could not allow Hui to risk his life to the point of entering deep sleep. After all, they still needed to return. Ha! Your arrow actually harmed me. Unfortunately, I have infinite power in this mountain valley, said the serpent with a laugh. Since you can't kill me, all of you will die. Boom! Boom! The serpent no longer showed any worries as it completely released its strength as it ignited its powers. It charged the misty rain array maniacally as the Gomang's vines wound around its body began snapping. However, the vines continued growing and continued the entanglement, affecting the serpent's strength in the process. Boom! 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 Blow after blow caused the misty rain array to quake like it was about to crumble. If his attack were to strengthen another 30%, I'll have to ignite my essence soul dermic powers. Qin Yun did his best to resist the blows. Hui also repeatedly shot his arrows, and in a blink of an eye, he shot his 9th arrow again. However, the 9th arrow had the same effects as its predecessor. Although it bore through the serpent's body, the azure-colored streams flew from the illusion fiend Mountain Valley into the serpent's body, restoring it to perfection once again. Moments after the serpent unleashed its barrage of attacks on the misty rain array. What? It still isn't cracking. The serpent was alarmed. It had already ignited its energies and used all its strength. However, the misty rain array was only pushed to the verge of collapse while holding strong. Qin Yun gradually relaxed. Although the serpent's attacks were powerful, its might did not rise any further. From the looks of it, that's its limit, said Qin Yun via a voice transmission. Although its offensive might's limit is potent, it's still a distance away from the heavenly Tao realm, but its body is already this strong. If its offensive might can match that of the heavenly Tao realm, that would be a surprise. Kong Xian heaved a sigh of relief and said. But we can't do anything to him either. Hui frowned. We can forcefully make our way over and pluck the divine fruits. Qin Yun controlled his misty rain array as he led everyone deep into the mountain valley. Boom! Boom! Although the serpent attacked with all its might, Qin Yun and company still managed to approach the 3 divine fruit trees. I thought they would need my help. Palatial Lord Myriad Flower sighed when he saw this happen. Stop! Stop! When the serpent saw Qin Yun and company approach the fruit trees, it immediately shouted. The fruits haven't ripened. If you were to consume them, you would only be wasting them. You'd gain no benefits whatsoever. They haven't ripened? The hearts of Qin Yun and company palpitated when they heard that. In fact, a visual inspection made them feel that the divine fruits were still drawing on the divine fruit tree's powers. They were still maturing and had yet to ripen. However, they still held a sliver of hope. After all, the divine fruits could provide them with immense help, especially for Qin Yun. To Qin Yun, these divine fruits increased his chances of transcending the tribulations drastically. They haven't ripened? Qin Yun felt a little anxious as he looked at the 3 fruit trees. His heart stirred when he saw the serpent stop its attacks. Immediately, he bellowed, "For you to entrench yourself in Illusion Fiend Mountain Valley, you must have collected a number of divine fruits, right? I'm giving you 2 choices. Either you hand over the divine fruits you have, or we will take the 3 divine fruit trees away." Take away the fruit trees? The serpent's irises constricted. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 695, Divine Fruits in Hand. Chapter 695, Divine Fruits in Hand. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Hui, Kongxian, and Gomong felt anxious and helpless when they heard that the divine fruits were unripe and impossible to pluck, but when they heard Qin Yun's threats, their eyes lit up. "Yes, if you aren't handing over the divine fruits, we can only snatch the divine fruit trees," said Kongxian immediately. Hui, Gomong felt their hopes rise. The serpent was enraged, but it knew very well that it was at a stalemate. The 5 could not kill him, but similarly, he could not do anything to them. He had no way to stop them from uprooting the divine fruit trees. "The planting of these 3 divine fruit trees is very difficult," said the serpent with a deep voice. "My old master originally had more than 10 divine fruit trees and traveled to countless areas before coming to the Illusion Fiend Mountain Valley. After attempting various methods of planting, only 3 survived. Even I do not have the confidence to uproot these fruit trees and replant them successfully. And if they're planted anywhere else outside, the chances of success would be even lower." The serpent looked at Qin Yun and company. "If you take them away, you will only destroy the 3 divine fruit trees." The hearts of Qin Yun and company stirred. "Old master? Planting more than 10 divine fruit trees? Since your old master had successfully transplanted them, there is hope for us as well," said Kongxian. "Besides, if we can't obtain the divine fruits and have to return empty-handed, we might as well try to take away the divine fruit trees. You won't be able to keep them alive." The serpent's eyes were filled with rage. "Whether we succeed is our business," said Qin Yun. "Quickly make your choice." The serpent turned even more anxious. "We do not have the time to waste with you," urged Kongxian as well. "If you do not agree soon, we can only snatch the fruit trees away. I agree to give you 3 soul heart fruits, a chaos origins fruit, and a spirit enlightening fruit," said the serpent in a deep voice. "Hand over the Illusion Fiend Mountain Valley's memento and immediately leave." Qin Yun exchanged glances. "There's a chance, dot." Since it easily agreed to hand over a few divine fruits, it probably meant that it had a lot more divine fruits. "There are 5 of us. How are we to split this bit of divine fruit?" Qin Yun shook his head. "Besides, you want us to hand over the memento? With this, we can enter again in the future. If you keep the memento, you will probably come again to threaten me in the future after leaving," said the snake. "The memento has to be handed over before I agree to give you any divine fruits." Qin Yun and company exchanged looks and smiled. He continued, "All right, we can hand over the memento, but you have to give us all the divine fruits you have." "All?" The serpent was enraged. "You are being too greedy. But you want us to hand over the memento. If we are allowed to keep the memento, we will only ask for 6 soul heart fruits, 2 chaos origins fruits, and 2 spirit enlightening fruits before agreeing to leave. However, if the memento needs to be handed over, we need to take all the divine fruits." Qin Yun and company were staring at the serpent. The serpent fell silent. Qin Yun and company did not compromise either. They could tell from the naked eye that the divine fruits had a strict requirement for their environment. It far exceeded the connate spirit fruits in the three realms. The time it took to ripen would be very long as well. This memento. According to what Qin Yun and company knew, this was not the only one. To give it up for a batch of divine fruits was worth it. Furthermore, knowing where the Illusion Fiend Mountain Valley's entrance was, it was possible to attempt entry by cracking it with force even without the memento. Since he's disagreeable to it, let's take the fruit trees, said Kong Xian. I believe our seniors and masters in our homeworld will be able to find a method to plant them. With these fruit trees, once we succeed in transplanting them, there would be an endless stream of divine fruits. Hand over the memento and agree to never come to the Illusion Fiend Mountain Valley again, said the serpent in a heavy voice. I'll give you the divine fruits. Qin Yun and company were delighted when they heard that. It's all the divine fruits you have, said Hui. Don't worry, I'll naturally do it if I make the promise, said the serpent in a heavy voice. Since you've agreed to it, do not ever come again. The higher one's cultivation was, the more importance they placed to their promises. Both sides agreed not to violate the promise easily. We agree, Qin Yun and company said one after another. The serpent cast its gaze towards Palatial Lord Myriad Flower, for he was the only one that didn't say a word. Qin Yun and company also looked at Palatial Lord Myriad Flower. He wore a bitter expression, for he would not reap any of the benefits. However, being glared at by Qin Yun and company, and to survive, he had no choice but to say obediently, I also agree never to come to Illusion Fiend Mountain Valley. These are all the divine fruits I have accumulated after so long. The serpent did a wave as fruits appeared hovering in midair immediately. There were the most number of golden fruits, a total of 16. There were only 4 brown-skinned fruits that suffused white light. There were only 2 translucent fruits with swirling rainbow steams. Qin Yun and company had their eyes light up. Following that, Kong Xian deliberately frowned and said, there are 16 soul heart fruits, yet there are only 4 chaos origins fruits and 2 spirit enlightening fruits? There should be 9 soul heart fruits every time they ripen. There should be 3 for the spirit enlightening fruits. Why do you have these few after all this time? Since I said that these are all the divine fruits I have, I'm naturally not hiding any, the serpent said in a deep voice. I still wish to cultivate to a higher realm and transcend the spatial tide. As for the other divine fruits, I have eaten them. I also need to cultivate and make trades with the outside world. Oh? Qin Yun and company were enlightened. They exchanged looks before nodding slightly. This is the Illusion Fiend Mountain Valley's memento. Hui flipped his hand and took out the ice blue token. Both parties did the exchange. The ice blue token flew to the serpent, while the divine fruits flew to Qin Yun and company. Hui waved his hand and stored them away. Humph. When the serpent saw the ice blue token fly towards him, he scoffed softly, that old bastard refined these mementos after transcending the spatial tide and scattered them in the spatial tide to give to so-called successors. What a joke! Qin Yun and company pricked up their brows when he heard that. So it was your old master who wanted to use the mementos to split the divine fruits to all cultivators, Kong Xian said with a chuckle. If that's the case, it's even more true that you shouldn't monopolize them. Who doesn't want to monopolize such treasures? With these divine fruit trees, I can make trades with various cultivators from other universes, said the serpent with a scoff. As for my old master, humph. He's also an outsider, while I was born in this valley. He came to my valley, occupied it, and enslaved me. How is it possible for me to listen to him? Qin Yun was enlightened. It was no wonder the stone serpent was enriched by the powers in this world. He could rapidly heal from any injuries, no matter how severe they were. If he had not refined this token, you wouldn't be able to enter with the abilities you possess, said the serpent with a grunt. By the way, return me the array formation treasure you took away from me. Return? That's our spoils of war, said Kong Xian with a smile. You can use treasures to exchange for it. If you want it, keep it then. It's merely an array formation item refined from the valley's rock. The serpent couldn't be bothered to harp on the matter. Alright, you've obtained the divine fruits, so leave quickly. Fly to where you originally entered, and I'll open the entrance and send you out. We'll leave in a while, said Hui. Qin Yun and company began discussing over voice transmissions. Everyone, we have obtained 16 soul heart fruits, 4 chaos origins fruits, and 2 spirit enlightening fruits. How do we split it? Hui asked. I want 1 spirit enlightening fruit. I also want 1 spirit enlightening fruit, said Qin Yun. There were multiple soul heart fruits, so everyone was definitely getting one. As for the spirit enlightening fruit, it was used to gain epiphanies in cultivation. If one's realm was further enhanced, their overall strength would be raised once more. Kong Xian and Gomong hesitated. Both of them wished to obtain the spirit enlightening fruit as well. If they obtained the spirit enlightening fruits, both of them might be able to attain the half-step heavenly Dao realm. However, there were only 2 of those. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 696, Bohan Island Lord Who Couldn't Enter. Chapter 696, Bohan Island Lord Who Couldn't Enter. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Upon seeing this scene, Qin Yun instantly knew that no one wanted to compromise. Everyone was willing to negotiate when faced with other treasures, since even Khanate cardinal treasures were not enough to make them go crazy, especially so for Qin Yun and Hui. Even the weaker Kong Xian and Gomong were nearing the half-step heavenly Dao realm. Having an additional Khanate cardinal treasure could be used firstly to study the great Dao, but also to have more means available to them. Their strength would only increase slightly, without any qualitative change. However, the divine fruits were different. A spirit enlightening fruit could allow one to have an epiphany. The Chaos Origins fruit could cultivate a second avatar without affecting the main body. If both main body and avatar joined forces, one's strength would be greater. Furthermore, it was an additional life. These 2 divine fruits had value far above that of Khanate cardinal treasures. There was probably no way of obtaining them again if they missed this opportunity. After all, these divine fruits were legendary in the spatial tide. Qin Yun and company had also promised never to enter this valley again. All of them present were prideful people. Kong Xian, who had the title of Mahamayuri, was well known to be very tyrannical. Later in life, he was subdued by Buddhist ancestor Gautama, which eased his foul temper. Hui was an extremely lonesome person. If Qin Yun's sword array had not been able to withstand his 9th arrow, he would not have agreed to come. Gomong had always been cultivating in the chaos and could tolerate long periods of loneliness. Naturally, he had an intense desire for the great Dao. Wasn't the reason for his multiple entries into the spatial tide to obtain such great opportunities? Qin Yun's life was threatened by the itinerant immortal tribulations. As a sword immortal, how could he easily forego the fruit? We go according to our earlier agreement. Hui swept his gaze and said via a voice transmission, the treasures obtained in Illusion Fiend Mountain Valley will be split into 3. Qin Yun and I will each obtain 1. The remaining will be split equally among Brother Kong Xian and Brother Gomong. And since there are only 2 spirit enlightening fruits, which Qin Yun and I both need, we will each take 1. Do the both of you have any problems with that? Kong Xian and Gomong exchanged looks. Indeed, it wasn't easy for them to vie for more if Hui and Qin Yun were unwilling to give the fruits up. The allocation of the divine fruits has to be split more fairly, said Gomong with a smile. Let's do it this way, said Hui. The spirit enlightening fruit will be valued as 4 soul heart fruits. The Chaos Origins fruit will be valued at 3 soul heart fruits. What's your opinion of that? All right. We shall go by that valuation. Qin Yun, Gomong, and Kong Xian nodded slightly. Then, I'll take a spirit enlightening fruit, a Chaos Origins fruit, and 5 soul heart fruits, said Hui. Qin Yun will do the same as well. Brother Kong Xian and Gomong, they will each obtain a Chaos Origins fruit and 3 soul heart fruits. As such, it will be considered fair. It's indeed fair. Qin Yun nodded. By that count, it was equivalent to him obtaining 12 soul heart fruits. Let's split it in such a manner. If anyone has anything else they want, it can be done through one-on-one exchange, said Hui. Following that, he waved his hand and produced numerous floating divine fruits. They flew separately to Qin Yun, Gomong, and Kong Xian. By the side, Palatial Lord Myriad Flower looked at the divine fruits covetously, but all he could do was grumble inwardly. Qin Yun happily stored his away. With these divine fruits, my chances of transcending the itinerant immortal tribulation will be increased, thought Qin Yun. I will have a chance of obtaining true immortality. I can be with Xiao forever, as well as teach Huaner, Yulua, and the rest. If one could live, who would wish to die? Even Qin Yun looked forward to eternal life. After Kong Xian stored away the divine fruits, his heart stirred as he asked Qin Yun, Brother Qin Yun, are you willing to exchange 1 Chaos Origins fruit with 3 of my soul heart fruits? Qin Yun was taken aback. A Chaos Origins fruit could allow him to risk his life when transcending the tribulations once. With 3 soul heart fruits, he could risk it thrice. However, a Chaos Origins fruit was equivalent to having a second life. My strength is this high only because of my intrinsic flying sword, thought Qin Yun. Even if I possess a second avatar, it would be much weaker than my main body without the Misty Rain Sword. Furthermore, with 3 soul heart fruits, I would have greater help transcending the tribulation. Regardless, transcending the tribulation and surviving is of utmost importance. I wish to change too, Gomong said immediately. Brother Qin Yun, are you willing to do the exchange? Both of you, Qin Yun laughed in exasperation. According to what Palatial Lord Myriad Flower said, this Chaos Origins fruit can only be used once to cultivate a second avatar. Consuming more wouldn't result in a third avatar. Gomong said with a smile, even if we don't use it, we can also obtain immense benefits by selling them to other cultivators. Kong Xian nodded. My strength mainly stems from my divine power domain. The soul heart fruits provide me with little help. If I were to bring these to the 3 realms, perhaps people like the ancestral dragon would be fervently hoping to obtain 1 Chaos Origins fruit. Qin Yun was enlightened. The ancestral dragon was physically powerful, but the typical means of cultivating an avatar in the 3 realms would damage one's body. It also inflicted damage to one's perceptivity and other aspects, therefore, many mighty figures were unwilling to cultivate an avatar. However, the Chaos Origins fruit would not deal any damage to the main body. If the ancestral dragon were to obtain an avatar as powerful as he was, it was something he would rabidly covet even if he needed to expend large amounts of treasures to do so. I'm willing to exchange, said Qin Yun. But if both of you wish to exchange with me, who should I choose? I was the first one to make the request, said Kong Xian immediately. But Brother Qin Yun did not agree to it, said Gomong immediately. Discuss among yourselves first. Qin Yun smiled. He did not need to say things like, the item goes to the highest bidder. Since the 2 could only produce 3 soul heart fruits. Kong Xian and Gomong exchanged voice transmissions and discussed for quite a long while. It left the stone serpent who was waiting a distance away a little impatient. However, it suppressed its impatience. Do the exchange with me? Kong Xian looked at Qin Yun. I have come to an agreement with Brother Gomong. By the side, Gomong nodded. Therefore, Qin Yun did an exchange of divine fruits with Kong Xian. Kong Xian had 2 Chaos Origins fruits, leaving Qin Yun without a single one. However, he obtained 1 Spirit Enlightening fruit and 8 soul heart fruits. He could risk his life 8 times while transcending the tribulation. All of this was in preparation for the tribulation. As long as I survive the tribulation, the cultivation of an avatar or other means can be dealt with slowly, thought Qin Yun. Brother Hui, are you willing to exchange? Gomong looked at Hui.
Hui smiled faintly as he looked at Gomong.
No. Can you leave now that you have split the divine fruits? The serpent far away finally spoke. We shall leave now. Hui immediately laughed.
Then, he steered the silver boat towards the entrance they took.
I'll let all of you feel smug about it. If I get the chance in the future.
Humph, the serpent had been repressing his anger the entire time.
Outside.
The white-haired Bohan Island lord was sitting cross-legged on a flying boat as he looked at the space ahead of him.
I clearly saw them enter. The entrance is a spacetime node. Bohan Island lord frowned. But even with my array formation realm, I'm unable to crack it? I can't figure out a single thing.
Having thought deeply for a long time, he had failed to gain any progress. It was as if the spatial tide ahead of him was an ordinary everyday spot. But previously, he had seen the other universe cultivators enter with his own eyes. He knew that there was a unique node here.
Whoosh! A spatial vortex appeared and a silver flying boat flew out. It has opened. Bohan Island Lord was instantly delighted.
He immediately waved his hand in a bid to use his mighty powers to hold open the spatial vortex. However, the vortex repelled him, closing once the silver boat flew out.
My powers were completely repelled. I failed to seep any of my powers in? However, I did see the array formation entrance clearly. Bohan Island Lord's heart sank.
The person who set up this array formation has attainments in arrays that reach the primordial realm. His attainments are higher than mine and it contains the mystical profundity of spacetime.
Without a memento, there's no way of gaining forceful entry. Bohan Island Lord instantly understood this. Oh.
When Qin Yun and company exited the spatial vortex on the silver boat, Kong Xian said to Palatial Lord Myriad Flower, "Don't worry.
We will keep our word and let you leave. I obviously believe all of you."
Palatial Lord Myriad Flower smiled when he suddenly paled as he shouted urgently, "It's Bohan Island Lord."
Bohan Island Lord? Qin Yun and company were jolted to attention for they saw it too. In the vast spatial tide, a flying boat was floating there. A white-haired man was sitting on the bow of the boat in a daze. Following that, the white-haired man's gaze was cast on them. His eyes were cold as he said, "Hand over the memento of illusion, Fiend Mountain Valley, and I can spare your lives. You will be given safe passage." Memento? Qin Yun exchanged looks.
The memento was now with the serpent. They had nothing of the sort. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 697, Bohan Island Lord's Strength. Chapter 697, Bohan Island Lord's Strength. Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin.
Even if we wish to hand over the memento, there's nothing to hand over, said Gomong over a voice transmission. From the looks of it, a fight is inevitable, said Kong Xian with a voice transmission.
Qin Yun and Hui wore serious expressions.
Amid their seriousness, the fighting spirit in their hearts rose. Having been in the spatial tide for so long, everything had been smooth sailing for them. The stone serpent, which could barely be considered their equal, would not have been able to resist Qin Yun and company if it were in the outside world. It did have an indestructible body inside Illusion Fiend Mountain Valley, but even so, Qin Yun and company had still successfully robbed it of a few divine fruits.
Bohan Island Lord's strength is incomparable. He's one of the strongest existences in the spatial tide. He's absolutely invincible.
Palatial Lord Myriad Flower knew of Bohan Island Lord's reputation as he hurriedly sent voice transmissions.
Quickly hand me my Myriad Flower Palace. We can hide in it and there might be a chance if we use it to fight him.
Give it to him, instructed Hui via a voice transmission.
Although his fighting spirit was burning, they had to be careful and make contingencies.
Kong Xian immediately waved his hand as the myriad flower palace appeared beneath Qin Yun and company.
All of them immediately flew into the myriad flower palace. I'm finally back.
Palatial Lord Myriad Flower stood in the flowers and with a thought, fully took control of the myriad flower palace and felt a little more reassured. As his dermic powers circulated, the flowers in myriad flower palace began to bloom as array formations after array formations were activated. All of them fused as one as they emitted a halo that enveloped the palace. As for Qin Yun and company, they stood beside Palatial Lord Myriad Flower.
If they so wishes, they could instantly kill him.
Furthermore, they had left contingencies in his essence soul, so they were not afraid that he would suddenly have nefarious ideas. The white-haired man slowly stood up from his boat's bow and looked at Qin Yun and company in a leisurely manner.
He was unfazed by the myriad flower palace as he said indifferently, "So, are you not willing to hand over the memento?"
"Island Lord, it's not that we are unwilling to hand them over.
It's that we don't have it," said Palatial Lord Myriad Flower.
After we entered Illusion Fiend Mountain Valley, the memento was taken back by it."
"You do not have it?"
The white-haired man glanced at Palatial Lord Myriad Flower.
"So did you obtain the divine fruits? Why ask so many questions?" bellowed Gomang.
"So it appears you did obtain the divine fruits. Hand them all over and I can spare your lives," said the white-haired man calmly.
After all, if Qin Yun and company were unwilling to do so, they could destroy the divine fruits and memento before they were killed. To Bohan Island Lord.
Although these other universe cultivators were of use, they were not as important as the 3 legendary divine fruits. With those divine fruits, he could make deals with another powerful existence.
That powerful existence was much more powerful when it came to resurrecting lives.
Legend had it that by paying a sufficiently large price, this person was even capable of retrieving the deceased from the river of time.
Dream on. Hoi sneered. Giving you the divine fruits we went through such great effort to obtain? Kong Xian also looked at Bohan Island Lord.
You seem unconvinced of my strength, then I shall beat you into submission.
Bohan Island flipped his hand as a black disc appeared in his hand. Collect.
Kong Xian's mind immediately stirred as the 5-colored divine light flashed.
However, Bohan Island Lord continued wielding the black disc.
He looked at Kong Xian with a faint smile.
From the looks of it, you are unable to snatch away my treasures. Kong Xian's expression changed. His 5-colored divine light was not omnipotent.
Qin Yun's intrinsic flying sword, Hoyi's arrow that had been infused with heart force were things he couldn't snatch. As for the Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor, as long as they were guarded against him, there was no way for Kong Xian to snatch their treasures. Even if they were taken away out of carelessness, they could instantly snatch them back.
As for Bohan Island Lord, he was clearly well aware of Kong Xian's ability and made plans to counter it. Witness my array formation, Bohan Island Lord said leisurely as he activated the black disc. Whoosh! A huge black array appeared, sealing the surrounding void. Hundreds of thousands of kilometers had been sealed like a huge black void prison.
Myriad Flower Palace was naturally within its confines, along with Qin Yun and company.
No matter what means you employ, there's no way you can escape. Bohan Island Lord smiled as he waved his hand.
What I'm best at isn't array formations, but saber arts. 3 curved sabers appeared before him. 2 of them did not have a hilt other than the blade. Floating there, they suffused a staggering baneful aura that alarmed Qin Yun and company.
This is the most terrifying baneful aura-emitting weapon I've ever seen, said Kong Xian via a voice transmission. How many lives has the saber killed to have such an aura?
Qin Yun, Hoi, Gomang and Palatial Lord Myriad Flower wore masks of solemnity.
Go. Bohan Island leisurely waved his hand.
3 curved sabers immediately spun as they sliced at the Myriad Flower Palace. They did not seem to move quickly, but Qin Yun and company could sense the infinite deathly stillness just by looking at them with their naked eye. They felt their bodies were wallowing in despair. Qin Yun felt like he was a victim of drowning as he struggled.
Even his control of the misty rain array weakened greatly.
"Be careful," bellowed Hui as his heart force spread in every direction.
Qin Yun and company were jolted awake as they recovered.
As Hui shouted, he immediately drew his bow and shot an arrow beam.
Shoo! 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 Dot!
Arrows were shot out in rapid succession as they went straight for Bohan Island Lord, who continued controlling the three sabers and allowed the arrows to come at him. When they were still 100 feet from Bohan Island Lord, an invisible void barrier fended off the arrow.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
There was a deep rumble. The sabers sliced at the surface of the myriad flower palace's array formations and immediately caused them to tremble. Layer after layer of array formations cracked, but new array formations took their place. Palatial Lord Myriad Flower, you always hid in the Myriad Flower Palace whenever you saw me coming. You would immediately steer the Myriad Flower Palace to fly into the Chaos Spatial Rift for your life, said Bohan Island Lord with a laugh. But this time, there are no Chaos Spatial Rift around.
Let's see you flee now.
As the array formations boomed, the array formations cracked one after another.
Hui was still shooting his arrows. The 7th, 8th arrow.
But the 8th arrow was still completely blocked by the void barrier.
Boom! The 9th arrow manifested as a golden beam.
At the instant the 9th arrow reached the void barrier 100 feet away from Bohan Island Lord, it created a loud boom and tore open a hole. Just as it was about to reach Bohan Island Lord, it stopped 10 feet away as a blurry black barrier protected Bohan Island and his surroundings.
The 9th arrow was completely blocked. This arrow of yours actually has the might of the primordial realm. I can sense the inner world's force of the heart in this arrow. Bohan Island Lord looked at Hui in surprise.
Unfortunately, your archery skills are too crude.
The hearts of Qin Yun, Gomong, and Kong Xin palpitated.
An arrow with the strength that the heavenly Dao realm had been so easily blocked without even using a weapon.
Hui, who was only a slight distance away from the heavenly Dao realm, was actually described to have crude archery skills? Could Bohan Island Lord's realm have already reached the heavenly Dao realm?
You should have guessed that I have long reached the primordial realm.
I just haven't had my strength break through to it. Bohan Island looked at Qin Yun and company.
Besides, I have also cultivated in various cultivation systems from different universes in the spatial tide.
You are not my match.
Obediently hand over all the divine fruits and I can still spare your life. Boom! The myriad flower palace's array formations were once again cracked open. As the three sabers sliced at the myriad flower palace's yard walls, they began to crack. Palatial Lord Myriad Flower said worriedly, "Help me fend off the attacks. My myriad flower palace won't be able to last much longer."
Oh?
Qin Yun immediately had willed for his misty rain array to expand. It began defending against the three sabers along with the myriad flower palace's array formations. The combined forces of the misty rain array and the myriad flower palace's array formations could hardly hold as the myriad flower palace's array formations continued being destroyed. The only difference was that the speed of the destruction was slower. All you did was help me block off one saber. I'm still incapable of defending against the other two sabers. My array formations are being cracked, said Palatial Lord Myriad Flower urgently.
I'm already doing my best.
Qin Yun was also powering his array with all his dermic powers, but his misty rain array was churning like it would collapse at any moment.
To be able to put up a greater defense, I'll need to burn my essence soul dermic powers. My myriad flower palace can only last for a few more seconds.
The palace is about to befall, said Palatial Lord Myriad Flower, flustered.
Didn't you say that you had a chance of defending against him? Gomong asked with a frantic voice transmission.
When I met Bohan Island Lord in the past, I would immediately steer the Myriad Flower Palace into a chaos spatial rift.
I've never defended against him for so long. Palatial Lord Myriad Flower was panicking.
Besides, he had never used so much strength when he attacked those previous times.
Pwa! Pwa! Pwa!
As the array formations cracked in succession, the Myriad Flower Palace which palatial Lord Myriad Flower had been controlling for many years turned increasingly weak. As the outer walls of the palace cracked, they began to crumble. It made palatial Lord Myriad Flower reveal a look of despair.
Boom!
Upon seeing this, Qin Yun immediately ignited his essence soul dermic powers and powered his misty rain array, causing its might to greatly increase as he helped fending off two of the sabers. As for the third saber, the Myriad Flower Palace was barely able to fend it off. "I won't be able to last long while burning my essence soul dermic powers," said Qin Yun urgently. "That sword array of yours is rather interesting.
But how long can you last burning your essence soul?" Bohan Island Lord said leisurely from afar. "All of you will die if you do not hand over the divine fruits. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 698, Fight to the End. Chapter 698, Fight to the End. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Oh!
Qin Yun sensed something as he looked outside. Beside him, Hui was wielding his ancient bow and burning his essence soul dermic powers as well. His terrifying aura soared, and as he flipped his hand to take out a golden soul heart fruit, he swallowed it. His eyes were filled with a frenzied look as he immediately pulled his bow to a full draw and shot the first arrow. This arrow tore through the spatial barrier 100 feet away from Bohan Island Lord but was finally stopped by the black barrier that extended 10 feet away from him. This arrow similarly had the might of the heavenly Tao realm, but in all my years of cultivation, there has only been one instance of me burning my essence soul to shoot 9 successive arrows. I fell into a slumber for 30,000 years afterwards. Hui sent a voice transmission to Qin Yun and company.
"This will be my second time."
Qin Yun and company felt a sense of anticipation.
To shoot 9 successive arrows by burning his essence soul? The first arrow had the might of the heavenly Tao realm. Then, how much stronger was the 9th arrow? It was likely be able to do something to Bohan Island Lord, right? Qin Yun also knew very well that the expenditure of burning essence soul dermic powers had varying speeds.
For instance, Fate lasted more than a day burning his essence soul, only to control a group of slaves. Without receiving any attacks, Qin Yun could also maintain his misty rain array for a rather long period of time while burning his essence soul. However, the higher the damage inflicted, the greater the dermic power's expenditure. For Hui to shoot 9 successive arrows, the expenditure involved was extremely terrifying.
"I've already told you that you don't pose a threat to me." Bohan Island Lord remained indifferent as he directed his 3 sabers to constantly slice down. Shoo! Shoo! Shoo!
Hui did not say a word as he shot arrow after arrow. Bohan Island Lord remained rather staid in the beginning, but slowly, his expression changed. The first arrow's might was already at the heavenly Tao realm, and by the 4th arrow, it was enough to make Bohan Island Lord feel an immense threat.
The price of shooting 9 consecutive arrows should be huge. Was he burning his essence soul to cast it? Bohan Island Lord felt that things were amiss.
At his level of insight, he knew that to reach a might at the heavenly Tao realm by burning dermic powers at the half-step heavenly Tao realm was legendary. For Hui's 9th arrow to reach the heavenly Tao realm's might without burning his dermic powers was already inconceivable. Such an inconceivable mystic art was bound to be heavily restricted. Bohan Island wasn't aware that Hui was capable of doing so because of the Heart Force lineage.
Hui had already cultivated the Heart Force lineage to an unprecedented stage. By burning his essence soul dermic powers to deliver the 9 consecutive arrows, the expenditure of Heart Force also rose exponentially. However, Hui was still capable of doing so. Whoosh! The 5th arrow transformed into a blinding arrow beam that was eye-catching and resplendent.
Qin Yun and company felt bedazzled by what they saw, feeling that the arrow art before them was impossible to dodge.
A deep hum accompanied it.
The black barrier 10 feet from Bohan Island Lord was torn through as well, as though a world had been shattered.
However, a black glow emanated from his body, suffusing black scaled armor and forming a complete black armor set. Bohan Island Lord wore a black battle helm on his head, and his body was completely protected.
After the fifth arrow tore through the black barrier, the remnant blast was completely stopped by the black armor.
You should be proud to force me to give my all.
Dressed in his black armor, Bohan Island Lord spoke with a deep voice.
Boom!
His aura turned a lot more terrifying as he similarly ignited his dermic powers and controlled his 3 sabers. The might of the 3 sabers rose drastically. Myriad flower palaces array formations cracked one after another as the yard walls began to crack and collapse.
I can't last much longer.
Palatial Lord Myriad Flower's expression changed drastically.
Qin Yun immediately expanded his misty rain array and enveloped the Myriad Flower Palace fully.
At that instant, his misty rain array was independently resisting the blows of the 3 augmented sabers. Grinding sounds ensued as they sliced at the misty rain array, causing it to tremble vigorously.
The expenditure of Qin Yun's essence soul dermic powers rose rapidly as well.
However, Qin Yun still revealed a look of surprise.
This increase in strength is lower than what I expected.
According to his experience in the 3 realms, the ignition of essence soul dermic powers raised one's strength by quite a significant amount.
However, Bohan Island Lord's ignition only raised each saber's might by about 70%.
Although it still posed a huge threat on Qin Yun, it was better than expected.
Although the might has only increased by 70%, I'm not fending against his attacks alone. I can only last 10 seconds.
Although Qin Yun felt the pinch, he had no choice but to take out 1 golden soul heart fruit. The fruit had a golden luster on the surface and looked tender. Qin Yun swallowed it in 1 gulp as it melted immediately.
A power filled his essence soul.
As he expended his essence soul by burning it, the soul heart fruit's powers constantly replenished it.
Upon seeing this scene, Bohan's eyes turned a lot colder.
In fact, his realm had reached the primordial realm, but his essence soul dermic powers had not broken through. This caused a gap in his released strength from the Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor of the 3 realms. However, the benefit of having learned many cultivation systems and various mystic arts in the spatial tide allowed him to fully express his potential. Without burning his powers, he was able to release extremely powerful strength. The 3 sabers' might were already at the heavenly Tao realm. As he had fully expressed his potential, the ignition of his powers did not raise his strength significantly. That also meant that having released all his strength, he only had strength equivalent to the fiend ancestor in company. Qin Yun was only able to withstand 10 seconds of such a blow while burning his essence soul dermic powers.
Phew! Phew!
Hui was shooting his arrows at his fastest possible speed. There was nothing else he could do about speeding it up as he needed to infuse each arrow with heart force and that required time.
Now, he had already shot his 7th arrow. Bam! Bam!
The 7th arrow tore through the void barrier, the black barrier, and cracked Bohan Island Lord's scaled armor. Even blood spewed out.
No, I can't hold on.
Unless my strength breaks through to the primordial realm, there's no way to defend against him.
At that moment, Bohan Island Lord understood this.
However, there was no way to make a breakthrough in the spatial tide. He needed to enter the chaos to truly break through to the heavenly Tao realm.
He immediately summoned back his 3 sabers. He had never used his weapons to defend previously. Hui's 8th arrow was strung. Buzz! The 8th arrow was shot out.
Far away, Bohan Island Lord used the 3 sabers to defend as he split into more than 10,000 afterimages in the spatial tide. It was not technique to create avatars, but simply a result of his dodging through his movement techniques.
What an impressive movement technique! Qin Yun and company were amazed.
However, an arrow beam tore through one of the afterimages as blood splattered, revealing Bohan Island Lord's actual figure. A huge hole had appeared in his chest.
His arrow cannot be blocked by weapons and I can't dodge it?
Even the legendary heart force of the inner world isn't that powerful.
Bohan Island Lord was feeling disbelief.
However, little did he know that the experts who possessed heart force that he met in the spatial tide were still far inferior to Hou-Yi. The ninth arrow beam was glaring while strung on Hou-Yi's ancient bow. At that moment, Bohan Island Lord immediately waved his hands. The 3 sabers and 18 shields floated around him. As he used his treasures to defend, he frantically flew far into the distance.
He finally decided to retreat.
But when it came to the 9 successive arrows, the 9th arrow experienced a qualitative change. If he had begun escaping at the 4th or 5th arrow, there would have been a chance of escaping given his speed.
But now? It was too late.
Hou-Yi's face had turned pale. Although the soul heart fruit could restore his essence soul, its restoration effects towards his heart force were much weaker. What was like a tumultuous ocean of heart force was nearly fully injected into the 9th arrow. He was close to being drained of his heart force. The ordinary shooting of his 9 successive arrows could be done easily by him, but now, just once was enough to exhaust him.
It will all depend on this strike. Hou-Yi's eyes burned as a look of anticipation twinkled in them.
This was the first time he had gone all out after reaching the half-step Heavenly Dao realm. This arrow beam was resplendently blinding as it tore through space. The 3 sabers and 18 shields seemed to seal off every direction, but the arrow beam still tore through space. No matter how unpredictable Bohan Island Lord's movement technique was, the heart force's lock on him ensured that the arrow would land on him.
Boom! Bohan Island Lord's body was penetrated as a terrifying might instantly wiped out all the vitality in Bohan Island Lord's body. Even his essence soul was vanquished. His body floated in space without any life left to it. Dead. He's dead. Bohan Island Lord is dead. Qin Yun and company reveal thrilled looks.
Qin Yun looked at Hou-Yi feeling amazed. An expert whose realm had reached the Heavenly Dao realm except for a delayed breakthrough of his essence soul dermic powers ended up being killed by Hou-Yi's full-powered strike? At the instant my arrow destroyed his body, I sensed that he still has an avatar in the spatial tide. Hou-Yi's face was pale as his eyes looked dull. He decisively said, "They know our strength, so if they come again, they will definitely have ways to deal with us.
Let's leave quickly. I won't be able to produce those 9 arrows again in the next 100 years.
He had never expended so much heart force before.
He still has an avatar? That's right. He has studied so many cultivation systems. It's impossible not to have an avatar. He might be coming with help the next time. Let's leave quickly. Qin Yun and company did not hesitate.
They stored away Bohan Island Lord's corpse and remaining items and commandeered the flying boat which Bohan Island Lord used and flew back towards the 3 realms at the fastest speed possible. They had truly used all their strength this time without hiding anything. Furthermore, Hou-Yi was unable to deliver such immense strength for another 100 years.
They naturally had to flee.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 699 Treasure Splitting. Chapter 699 Treasure Splitting. Translator, Citullin. Editor, Citullin. Bohan Island. My avatar was actually killed?
Although my strength has yet to break through, my realm has long reached the primordial realm.
Even so, I was killed by them?
A white-haired man sat cross-legged, eyes filled not with anger but surprise. I have always believed that the ones who can truly threaten me in the spatial tide were only limited to those old fellows who have also reached the primordial realm. To have one's realm reached without a strength breakthrough, Bohan Island Lord was not the only one to deliberately do so in the spatial tide. It was just that the spatial tide was just too vast. All Bohan Island Lord interacted with were a mere handful. In their eyes, they were true rivals. Only they could threaten each other's lives. But he never expected that a team of 4 cultivators who had yet to reach the primordial realm would be able to make him suffer such a terrible defeat.
Loss of his avatar could be neglected since it could be cultivated again.
But some of his favorite treasures and weapons for combat were gone. This pained his heart. Treasures I've accumulated over all these years are now in their hands, thought the white-haired man. However, to be able to fight beyond his level, that archer definitely possesses some unique dermic formulations.
The cultivation system in their world must be very unique.
The white-haired man's eyes were filled with anticipation. I wonder if there's a method to revive Lan Shang in that world's cultivation system, but...
Although he had many thoughts, Bohan Island Lord did not plan to pursue them.
Firstly, the treasures he used to kill enemies had been snatched. His strength even suffered a precipitous drop, therefore, staying in his lair was safest.
Secondly, he had no confidence in dealing with Hou Yi's 9 essence soul-burning arrows.
Thirdly, his flying boat which he had spent so much effort refining was now in the hands of Qin Yun and company. Since they were bent on fleeing, there was no way Bohan Island Lord could intercept them successfully. How should I defend against his 9th arrow? The white-haired man began thinking. So, Qin Yun and company sat on the flying boat and shuttled through the spatial tide.
This is really fast, 30% faster than the flying boat the Third Supremacy used. Qin Yun and company were astonished as well. It might even be possible that Bohan Island Lord doesn't have any faster flying boats, said Kong Xian with a laugh. As long as we are careful, that Bohan Island Lord has no way of catching up to us.
We must not be careless. The pale Hou Yi, who was sitting cross-legged, said, the Bohan Island's experts can intercept us on the way. If they succeed in intercepting us, we would be in danger. By the side, Palatial Lord Myriad Flower immediately said, yes, Bohan Island has unique tracking means. They are able to catch up to enemies every time. This flying boat is Bohan Island Lord's, so it should be the fastest one he has.
Fortunately, your return course cannot be guessed by them.
Yes, our course has to be changed frequently, said Kong Xian with a smile.
Just a slight change would result in billions of kilometers of difference. There's no way they can lay an ambush.
But to do it this way, there's no way for us to take the fastest possible route back. We will probably take an additional year or 2 by doing so. With the flying boat's speed, an additional year or 2 would imply a very great distance. I'd rather make a safe detour lasting a year or 2, said Qin Yun.
By the way, the treasures on Bohan Island Lord are probably extraordinary. Let's check through them carefully.
There might be something useful that can instantly raise our strength.
Right. Gomong, Kong Xian, and Hou Yi nodded. Let's split the treasures now.
Palatial Lord Myriad Flower sat in the corner of the flying boat, with his head turned over.
Hua!
The first thing that appeared was Bohan Island Lord's corpse. The corpse was still wearing the black armor. This armor is very strange. Hou Yi pointed at Bohan Island's wound.
It's like it's a part of his body. Yeah.
Qin Yun was also looking carefully. He also noticed that the armor on Bohan Island was not a connate numinous treasure. Just like a demon could produce scaled armor, Bohan Island Lord's body had grown such scales. Even his helm was naturally formed.
This is a unique cultivation dermic formulation, said Palatial Lord Myriad Flower. Cultivating one's body is very difficult as the innards are the weakest.
Rumor had it that this unique cultivation dermic formulation involves infusing the strength of various treasures into one's skin layer, cultivating the skin into something like armor that can be cultivated to a profound level, just like Bohan Island Lord did. Unfortunately, I've only heard of it and have never obtained such a cultivation dermic formulation.
Take it back and let the Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor have a look. Perhaps, this cultivation dermic formulation can be understood from a dissection, said Hou Yi.
What followed were all sorts of treasures.
Item after item was placed inside the flying boat.
Of course, the most treasured collections Bohan Island Lord had were hidden in his homeworld or in Bohan Island. What he carried on him for battle were only combat items. The black disc, 3 sabers, 18 shields, and a silver thread, together with the flying boat they were on, were the most important treasures Bohan Island Lord had carried with him. The other items were of much inferior quality. This disc is a cardinal array formation treasure.
Kong Xian studied it. It's good at sealing the void and can form a suppressive domain. It's much stronger than my domain.
Back then, my 5-colored divine light was dispelled by it. Thankfully, we were inside the Myriad Flower Palace, which helped us fend off this domain. Palatial Lord Myriad Flower said helplessly, my Myriad Flower Palace can only protect those inside of it. It's not like a cardinal array formation that can be brought out and used anywhere.
Qin Yun and company nodded slightly.
A cardinal array formation domain treasure? It was stronger than Kong Xian's domain and was a true treasure. I've not seen any weapon more baneful than these 3 sabers in the 3 realms before, added Kong Xian. If they were in the hands of the fiend ancestor, it would probably bring out even greater might.
The 18 shields are a treasure used to fend against area of attack strikes, said Gomang. It's peerlessly mystical and can split spacetime.
It can throw a huge group of enemies into different spacetime pockets to be dealt with one by one.
However, it's useless against Houyi's arrows.
The pale Houyi shook his head and said, his protective mystic art was very powerful. Together with his protective armor, I could only kill him with my 9th arrow by burning my essence soul. The first arrow he delivered when burning his essence soul had already reached the might of the heavenly Dao realm. For Bohan Island Lord's body to be able to withstand the first 8 arrows, it showed how terrifying he was. However, the qualitative change in the 9th arrow was something even Bohan Island Lord could not resist. These 18 shields are very mystical. They can split spacetime, and if not for my burning of my essence soul, my arrow would not have been able to break through their defenses, said Houyi again. If it was blocked by this shield, weakening my 9th arrow's might, perhaps the 9th arrow might not have killed Bohan Island Lord's avatar.
This silver thread is extraordinary as well.
Qin Yun looked at the thread, which was akin to a worldly rope. It seemed capable of capturing every item in the world.
It's likely best at capturing enemies.
Since we were hiding in Myriad Flower Palace, Bohan Island Lord had no chance to use this treasure.
Everyone, take a look, said Houyi. What do you want?
Houyi, you and Qin Yun should have first dibs, said Kong Xian immediately.
Gomang and I didn't do anything just now. It was both of you who were giving your best. You even consumed a soul heart fruit.
Let Brother Houyi choose first then, said Qin Yun with a smile. For us to kill the enemy, it was all thanks to Brother Houyi's abilities.
Without you defending us,
I wouldn't be able to use my full strength, said Houyi. Let's do it this way, I'll take these 3 sabers. They were the strongest and most precious weapon of Bohan Island Lord.
Qin Yun and company agreed to that.
The 3 sabers were a connate cardinal treasure and were extremely baneful as a set. Their value was naturally the highest. If split apart, any one saber's price was no lesser than the black disc or silver thread. I'll take these 18 shields and this flying boat, said Qin Yun. The both added up was close to the 3 sabers in value. Brother Gomang, you go first, said Kong Xian with a smile. I'm good at capturing enemies, so I have no need for another treasure that does the same. I want this array formation disc, said Gomang.
Kong Xian nodded as well.
It was within his expectations.
Then, the silver thread is mine. He was good in domains in the first place.
With a cardinal treasure good at capturing enemies, his strength would increase greatly. By the way, Brother Gomang, on the way back, let me study the array disc. I'll return it to you when we return to the 3 realms. I want to see how is it stronger than my 5-colored divine light, said Kong Xian. Lend me your silver thread for studying on the way back as well, Gomang said with a smile. I want to see the difference between its capturing methods and mine.
After the important treasures were split, the remaining treasures were simply split.
Qin Yun and Hui each received one portion while Kong Xian and Gomang shared one portion. In fact, the victory against Bohan Island Lord was mainly thanks to Hui and Qin Yun, who paid the price of eating a soul heartfruit. The price of a soul heartfruit was about the same as a Khanate cardinal treasure, so Kong Xian and Gomang were very modest when picking treasures. It was very difficult to obtain a single Khanate cardinal treasure in the three realms. But on this trip, Hui and company had received several pieces. Furthermore, they obtained divine fruits which did not exist in the three realms.
Qin Yun also obtained even more treasures, divine fruits.
This was also the reason why the ancient existences in the three realms both feared and looked forward to the spatial tide. Entering the spatial tide was indeed dangerous, but there were opportunities. For instance, Qin Yun and company had been in peril when facing Bohan Island Lord. Without the divine fruit, they would probably be doomed and become subordinates of Bohan Island Lord.
Qin Yun's transcending of the tribulations would then have to happen in the spatial tide.
But now, they had succeeded and returned with a large number of treasures.
On the way back, they let Palatial Lord Myriad Flower leave.
Furthermore, Qin Yun and company kept tweaking their course, making impossible for Bohan Island to lay an ambush.
After 83 years, Qin Yun and company finally arrived at the Chaos Spatial Rift.
We're back. Qin Yun looked at the Chaos Spatial Rift of the three realms and heaved a sigh of relief.
So,
the flying boat flew straight into the Chaos Spatial Rift as they returned to the area under the three realms' control. Inside the spatial tide, by the corner of the Chaos Spatial Rift, three spatial worms appeared. One of them formed the silver-robed man's projection.
This Chaos Spatial Rift leads to their homeworld?
The silver-robed projection whispered. Following that, he disappeared and the three spatial worms hid within the spatial tide, becoming one with it, making it impossible to detect them.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 700, Merit Cardinal Treasure. Chapter 700, Merit Cardinal Treasure, final chapter of volume. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin.
Qin Yun and company could not help but feel delighted when they passed through the Chaos Spatial Rift and sensed the three realms from a distance. Amid their excitement, there was a lingering fear even as they rejoiced returning safe and sound. During this trip to the spatial tide, we have been taught the lesson how there's always someone stronger than us, said Hui with a smile. Even with the four of us joining forces, we were nearly taken down by Bohan Island Lord. We encountered half-step heavenly Dao realms one after another and up to meeting Bohan Island Lord, Gomang, and I could only watch the both of you fight with your lives from the sidelines, said Kong Xian.
It was indeed a harrowing experience.
If I do not have a further breakthrough in strength, I won't head to the spatial tide again, said Qin Yun.
Of course, I have to first transcend the itinerant immortal tribulation.
Brother Qin Yun, if you are unable to transcend it, I'm afraid no itinerant immortal in the three realms will be able to transcend it in the future, said Gomang.
I'm sure you will survive it. Soon.
Qin Yun separated from the three and they headed for their respective abodes.
The top existences in the three realms instantly detected their return.
Deep in the tenebrous fiend abyss, the fiend ancestor sensed Qin Yun's return and felt extremely disappointed. This Qin Yun sure has light shining on him from Providence.
Wouldn't it have been nice if he died in the spatial tide? Fiend ancestor thought.
In the three realms, there's numinous treasure Dao ancestor protecting him. Yet, he returns alive after going to the spatial tide twice. From the looks of it, I can only hope that the itinerant immortal tribulation will eventually vanquish him. Only with him dead will us fiends have a chance to thrive in the three realms. Many people in the three realms yearned for Qin Yun to die, and the strongest and most esteemed of them all was the fiend's supremacy. Fiend ancestor hated him to the bone.
It was simply because Qin Yun was the most enthusiastic at dealing with the fiends among the half-step heavenly Dao realm existences.
It caused the fiend infiltration that had been happening over years to be curbed and destroyed. Now, all they could do was turtle within the fiendish dominion. Without Qin Yun dead, the fiends had no chance to making an uprising. Many of the fiend ancestors' plans had to be put on hold. Sword Immortal Qin, Hui, Kong Shen, and Gomang headed to the spatial tide together. I wonder what treasures they obtained. Two of the Chaos Three Banes, Hundun and Tao Wu, happened to be together when they sensed Qin Yun and company's return. It's probably quite a good harvest. Perhaps each one of them has a connate cardinal treasure. Tao Wu felt somewhat envious. If Sword Immortal Qin and Hui were willing to bring me, I'd also dare step into the spatial tide, said Hundun. Tao Wu scoffed. Forget it. With Sword Immortal Qin's temper, you should count your lucky stars that he isn't destroying you. Hundun shook his head. You were the one who offended Sword Immortal Qin. I didn't. My relationship with Sword Immortal Qin is still quite alright. So what if your relationship is alright? It won't be long before the 12th itinerant immortal tribulation. Tao Wu shook his head. I do want to see if Qin Yun is able to transcend it. Across the three realms, there were many looking forward to Qin Yun's early death. Some envied Qin Yun and company, and there were others who were happy at his return. Experts from different factions had different views on this. And in the heavenly realms into lightning roar. After separating from Hui and company, Qin Yun returned to into lightning roar. I'm back. Qin Yun stood in midair. It was deep at night with stars dotting the sky. However, into lightning roar was bustling. At the foot of the mountain were stretches of buildings. Even in the night, there were resplendent lights, an indication of its flourishment. Ever since the Qin family produced Qin Yun a few thousand years ago, Qin Yun's lineage began to expand rapidly. Generation after generation of children resulted in a huge number after thousands of years. Many of the line lived at the foot of the mountain with only a small number of elites and cultivation geniuses having the right to live on the mountain. And only the ones with extremely high standing could live at the mountaintop. After all, that was where the Sword Immortal Qin couple, Qin Yi, Meng Huan, Qin Yulua, and Qin Yul's family lived. Without realizing it, the Qin family has flourished so well. Qin Yun overlooked the area. There are millions after a few thousand years of proliferation. A cultivation family clan with the number of family members increasing rapidly. I guess I have to thank you for this. With another step, Qin Yun arrived on the mountaintop. On the mountaintop, a faint blue-dressed Xiao was playing the zither which exuded a carefree tune. Qin Yun listened by the side and Xiao only sensed his presence when she was done with the tune. Brother Yun. Xiao revealed a look of delight as she stood up. You're back. Yes. I won't be going to the spatial tide any further. I'll stay at home and prepare for the 12th itinerant immortal tribulation, said Qin Yun with a smile. How was the harvest this time? Inquired Xiao. Much better than the last time, said Qin Yun. Perhaps, I might really obtain eternal life. Xiao nodded with a smile. Brother Yun, you will definitely succeed. Qin Yun stood on the mountaintop, overlooking the flourishing scene as he said wistfully, the Qin family is becoming more prosperous by the day, and there are even more Qin family descendants who rely on the Qin family. If I were to fail my tribulation and be vanquished, with the grudge the fiends have against me, I'm afraid the Qin family will immediately face a crisis. Brother Yun, didn't you say that you would succeed in transcending the tribulation to obtain eternal life? Said Xiao. Who can tell the future with absolute certainty? Before transcending the tribulation, I will need to make the arrangements, said Qin Yun. Of course, the best solution is for me to survive the tribulation. Be it for himself, for his family clan, or for Green Turing Palace. It was even for the continued suppression of the fiends. For various reasons, he needed to survive the tribulation. If he survived, no amount of anxiety the fiends felt would be of use. His sword would forever suppress the fiends.
Let's do the sacrifice first, said Qin Yun. Did you manage to accumulate enough merit? Asked Xiao. Of course there's enough. Qin Yun smiled. His harvest this time was just so immense. The bit of merit he lacked had easily been accrued. Soon, the couple came to an empty land on the mountaintop. Qin Yun waved his hand as 3 other universe corpses appeared. They were the Array Formation envoys from Bohan Island. These 3 were refined by Bohan Island Lord as puppets. They had lost their own self-will, said Qin Yun. Bohan Island Lord? Xiao was astonished. He's a terrifying expert in the spatial tide. He even reached the heavenly Tao realm but chose not to break through his essence soul dermic powers so that he could deliberately stay in the spatial tide. Qin Yun smiled. We were in quite serious danger this time, and nearly failed to return. Xiao felt a lingering fear from what she had. Qin Yun waved his hand and released his misty rain sword. As the sword beams flitted around, it sliced up the first envoy's corpse, which had been refined to be extremely resilient. However, the intrinsic connate cardinal treasure's strength was staggering. In just a few seconds, the first corpse was pulverized as it returned to the land. The mysterious powers contained in the lives of the other universe experts fused with the 3 realms. Immediately, merit descended. As merit gilded glow blanketed Qin Yun, immense merit surged into his body. Qin Yun nodded his head gently when he felt it. The merit he obtained was of adequate amounts, equivalent to an other universe perfected Great Tao expert's corpse. From the looks of it, all 3 corpses have to be sacrificed to reach the amount needed. Qin Yun continued the sacrifice. Moments later, after the 3 envoys' corpses returned to the 3 realms, immense amount of merit descended upon him. There should be enough this time. Qin Yun extended his hand as the misty rain sword flew back after destroying the 3 corpses. With a thought, all the merit attained was transferred into the misty rain sword. Qin Yun and Xiao were looking at the misty rain sword. As merit kept surging in, it went from 97% to 98% to 99%. Finally it reached a certain limit. Boom, dot. Qin Yun felt the qualitative change in his misty rain sword as it stirred the entire 3 realms, causing it to tremble. The commotion astounded the mighty figures in the 3 realms. What's happening? What happened to the 3 realms? Mighty figures were puzzled. As for the Tao ancestors and the Buddhist ancestor, they were all very perceptive. In Green Turing Palace, numinous treasure Tao ancestor suddenly opened his eyes and revealed a look of delight. He looked far into the direction of the heavenly realms into lightning roar. He saw brilliant lusters above the mountain and rainbow merit glows illuminated the area for millions of kilometers as a dazzling spectacle. A merit cardinal treasure is born, said numinous treasure Tao ancestor with a chuckle. Such a treasure is enough to determine the fate of a sect or an entire race. End of volume. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.